Chapter 1. O mantis, O mantis. In the wilderness, dense jungles abound, filled with the sounds of chirping insects and singing birds. Perched upon a gnarled branch of an ancient tree, Lu Qing gazed at his scythe-like forelimbs, lost in a daze. What is this situation? He vividly recalled the global resurgence of spiritual energy as the world gravitated towards martial prowess. With his extraordinary talents and the aid of a jade pendant, he had emerged as a prodigy. Yet, the world was fraught with powerful clans, monopolizing resources to obtain what one needed. One had to serve as a lapdog to these aristocratic families. Unwilling to become a mere pawn of the elite, he endeavored to shake the very roots of this decaying tree. Betrayed by friends and met with the apathy of the masses, he found himself utterly alone. His most trusted girlfriend had invited him to the summit of Tiannan Mountain to watch the sunrise. Little did he know that it was a trap, with 300 top-tier experts lying in wait to ambush him. The ensuing battle was one of chaos and bloodshed, staining the mountaintop. Ultimately, the odds were insurmountable. Did you truly believe that a modicum of strength could compel me to wander the world with you unreservedly? How naive! She mocked. Your head is worth quite a sum, enough for me to live carefreely for the rest of my days. Since you love me so much, consider it a sacrifice for my sake. A blade pierced his heart, life ebbing away. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, interrupting his thoughts. Stop dawdling and start eating. You've stumbled upon a delectable meaty grub. Turning his gaze, he saw a robust mantis feasting on a deceased, milky white larva. In that moment, Lu Qing comprehended that this was a unique form of consciousness communication. Thus, he realized he was no longer in his previous world. He had traversed into a wondrous and unknown realm. The gnawing hunger within him rendered the larva irresistibly enticing. Mimicking the mantis, he used his scythe-like limbs to slice off a chunk of flesh and bit down. Blood meat value 0.1. A notification. He took another bite. Blood meat value 0.1. A system. Filled with excitement, Lu Qing quickly discovered the hidden panel in his field of vision. Race. Common mantis level. Low tier grade 10.210 skills. /evolvable. Spread wings evolvable. He could level up. The more blood meat he consumed, the faster he would evolve. The larva before him was not merely a bug, but a source of experience. Licking this experience package would enable him to grow stronger. Lu Qing shed all psychological burdens and began to feast voraciously upon the larva. His rapid and fierce consumption left the nearby mantis momentarily stunned. Qingyi, are you mad? Aren't you afraid of bursting? The mantis, slightly greener than him, seemed to possess a name de zhuang. Lu Qing had no time to entertain it and continued to devour the experience. Blood meat value 0.1. Blood meat value 0.1. A single larva dwarfed the mantis by more than 3 times. Logically, consuming even a tenth of it would constitute an impressive appetite. Continuing further would surely lead to a rupture. However, Lu Qing had not paused since he began, and now less than half of the larva remained. He felt no sense of fullness. The flesh transformed directly into energy stored within him. De Zhuang had already eaten his fill and was now staring blankly at Lu Qing as he feasted beneath a leaf. I had planned to consume this over 3 to 5 days, but you've devoured it in one sitting. Qingyi, why hasn't your belly grown? Despite their high-level consciousness communication, De Zhuang's intellect was evidently lacking. It could only perceive the most significant anomaly: Lu Qing's belly. Lu Qing casually brushed it off. Perhaps I'm in a good mood today, leading to faster digestion. De Zhuang found this reasoning quite sensible. Makes sense, I also eat more when I'm in a good mood. Lu Qing chose to ignore him and continued his gluttonous indulgence. Finally, as only a small morsel of the larva remained, the system's prompt sounded. Energy accumulation complete. Would you like to evolve? Evolve! Energy surged through him, enveloping his entire being, accompanied by an unparalleled sense of euphoria. The sounds of insects and birds grew distinctly clearer. When he regained his senses, he noticed that the color of his body had lightened slightly, and he had grown by about a third, roughly 10 centimeters taller. Previously, De Zhuang had appeared larger, but now the tables had turned. His once unremarkable forelimbs were now adorned with sharp serrations and a sheen, appearing incredibly formidable. He opened his attribute panel. Race, light scythe mantis level. Low tier grade 2020 skills. Forceful/evolvable, spread wings evolvable. His rank had risen, and his skill slash had transformed into forceful slash, while spread wings remained unchanged. It seemed that advancing a grade strengthened the skills and enhanced his power. At this moment, De Zhuang was exclaiming in astonishment. Qingyi, how did you grow so much? You were smaller than me just a moment ago. How did you suddenly become larger? Lu Qing snapped back to reality. I ate a lot, so of course I grew stronger. That makes sense. De Zhuang waved his scythe excitedly, his wings flapping behind him. Now that you're so robust, the Lord will surely favor you. Once you earn the Lord's favor, you'll have the chance to mate and pass on your lineage. How enviable. De Zhuang was genuinely envious. To be rewarded by the Lord was the pinnacle of aspirations for De Zhuang. In the world of mantises, females are strong while males are weak. After the reward, the male is consumed. Even so, it was a dream etched into De Zhuang's very bones. Lu Qing, however, scoffed at the notion. If it weren't for his sharp scythe-like limbs, why would he care for any lord's reward? To be rewarded once means certain death. Am not that foolish. In this world, male mantises had but a single opportunity to reproduce, after which they would be devoured, nourishing the female. De Zhuang paused and thought, yes, death is inevitable, but we would have our offspring, ensuring our legacy endures. With our bellies so full and having grown so large, isn't that precisely for the Lord's reward? How can that be foolish? In any territory, there exists a single powerful female mantis as the Lord, who annually selects the strongest male for mating. Thus, every year, there would be one fool, sacrificed for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Isn't living better? Why must one so recklessly pursue the Lord? Heed my advice. Cherish life and steer clear of the female mantis. De Zhuang's wings flapped vigorously. For glory, for posterity. Enough! Lu Qing found it impossible to reason with him. His priority lay in upgrading himself. The immediate task was to seek prey and simultaneously test the might of his scythe. With his triangular eyes scanning the surroundings, he quickly fixed his sights on a target. Before him lay a cluster of green caterpillars munching on leaves. These caterpillars were no ordinary pests. Each was the size of a finger, boasting standard low-tier grade 1 strength, and the most crucial aspect was their gregarious nature. There were over 30 of them, and their combined combat prowess was not to be underestimated. However, they had a glaring weakness. They possessed no wings, and their crawling speed was quite average. He could leverage his flight capabilities to seize one at a time, turning these caterpillars into his meals. Having formulated a plan, Lu Qing spread his wings. As it was his first flight, though instinct prevented him from falling, his form was far from graceful. He misjudged his trajectory and crashed directly into the ancient tree. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, and his scythe caught the trunk with precision. Turning his gaze, he noticed the caterpillars still relishing their tender leaves. Two caterpillars, huddled together, observed the scene and burst into derisive laughter. What was that thing that just flew by? Such terrible flying skills, crashing into a tree. This looks like a little mosquito. Lu Qing's anger ignited. How could he be mocked by two caterpillars? Just wait. Flying required skill. After several attempts, he had begun to master it. This time, he set his sights on the two caterpillars, charging directly towards them. Chapter 2. Advancement, advancement, yet more advancement. The two caterpillars remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity, unabashedly flaunting their affection while belittling every solitary species. Anger surged within Lu Qing as he set his sights on the most corpulent of the pair, swiftly wielding his scythe with precision that struck true upon the caterpillar's head. The force of his strike was augmented, and with the enhancement of his scythe foot post upgrade, this blow severed the caterpillar's head cleanly. The other scythe ensnared the caterpillar's body, utilizing the rebound of branches and leaves to change direction and take flight once more. No, my beloved Feifei. The hapless Feifei, now headless, remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Bewildered by the question, what just happened? That accursed mantis has stolen your body. Woe is me, my dear Feifei, gulp. Why are you gazing at me with such hunger? Lu Qing turned to see the caterpillar, now clutching its companion's head, beginning to feast. Under the watchful eyes of De Zhuang, Lu Qing placed the caterpillar upon a branch. The latter snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Ah, you actually caught a caterpillar? Was it difficult?" Of course it was challenging. The caterpillar's teeth are formidable. Once bitten, escape becomes impossible. Xiao Hei fell victim to this when he attempted to catch a caterpillar out of hunger, only to be bitten on the leg and subsequently overwhelmed. Xiao Hei was another companion. The caterpillar was quite sizable, with tough skin, and ordinary mantises were typically first-tier beings, lacking the prowess to deliver a lethal blow. Moreover, the sheer number of caterpillars posed a significant threat. Once ensnared, they would swarm and make escape nearly impossible. Lu Qing's strength had surged, yet he harbored no such concerns, casually responding with a nonchalant HM as he prepared to feast. Care to join me? De Zhuang crawled a few steps, lamenting, I can't eat. Not at all. Lu Qing paid him no mind and continued to savor the experience pack. Blood value 0.1. Blood value 0.1. The sensation of watching his experience points gradually rise was immensely gratifying. Just as he was in the throes of indulgence, he suddenly heard De Zhuang's warning. Bird, run. Simultaneously, a shadow swooped down. The mere mention of bird sent a jolt through Lu Qing. Without a moment to contemplate, he abandoned the remaining caterpillar, wings flapping frantically as he darted toward De Zhuang's direction. There lay a tree hollow, a refuge where he could find safety. The bird's talons grazed the outline of his wings as it swiftly adjusted its trajectory. Pursuing Lu Qing once more, channeling all his strength into his legs, he narrowly slipped into the tree hollow just as the bird lunged. In the next instant, the bird's beak pressed against the entrance. Glancing back, Lu Qing noted that the beak was less than a centimeter away from his body. How perilous! Hastily, he wriggled further into the hollow. The talons reached in, grasping at nothing, followed by a chilling voice emanating from outside. Not bad. You managed to evade swiftly. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. Birds can communicate. This world is indeed perilous and wondrous. Through the hollow's opening, Lu Qing witnessed the brown bird snatching the caterpillar's corpse and devouring it. As he watched his experience pack being consumed by the bird, Lu Qing felt a surge of indignation, a fleeting moment of rage. Lacking strength, what could he do? The system allowed him to review basic information, and he promptly pulled up the relevant data. Species: ironbeak bird, strength, low grade, 5th tier. The advantage of this species is glaringly evident, its power surpassing that of its adversaries by several folds, rendering it utterly unassailable. After consuming its meal, the ironbeak bird cast a final glance towards the direction of the tree hollow before soaring into the sky. De Zhuang trembled in fear. It has departed. Tentatively, he attempted to venture outside. Lu Qing obstructed him, urging, "Do not rush out. Let us wait a moment. Has it not left? What are we waiting for?" De Zhuang's naivety would eventually lead him to misfortune. The world is fraught with peril. Should the ironbeak bird not have flown far, would we not be offering ourselves as a sacrifice upon exiting? You make a valid point. Qingyi, you are exceedingly astute. The two mantises huddled within the tree hollow, engaging in a lackadaisical conversation as the moon accompanied the starry sky. De Zhuang had already curled up, fast asleep. Yet Lu Qing resolutely resisted the demands of his biological clock. The ironbeak bird would not stir during the night, and the caterpillars had also succumbed to slumber. Was this not an opportune moment for him to seize a meal? He steeled his resolve and stealthily approached the entrance. The caterpillars would rest upon the broad leaves. In the darkness, their coloration blended seamlessly with that of the leaves, making them exceedingly difficult for formidable predators to detect. However, this posed no challenge for Lu Qing, who adeptly landed upon the very leaves where he had captured caterpillars the day prior. Indeed, the remaining caterpillar lay in a deep slumber, releasing small bubbles from its mouth, appearing exceptionally delectable. Unbeknownst to it, beneath the cloak of night, the scythe was poised above its head, with a swift stroke. The deed was done, severing life from body. He then indulged heartily. Meat value: 0.1. Meat value: 0.1. The entire caterpillar transformed into 2.5 points of meat value. At this rate, 8 would suffice for an upgrade. Lu Qing continued his search for the next victim. After consuming 8 in succession, he was greeted by the system's notification. Would you like to upgrade? Yes. Energy coursed through his being, dispelling the fatigue that had plagued him. Species: pink blade mantis. Level: low grade, 3rd tier, 0.250. Skills: powerful strike, evolvable, soar high, evolvable. Both skills evolved simultaneously. Previously measuring around 10 centimeters, he now surged to a remarkable 20 centimeters post-upgrade. His form doubled, and his strength intensified. Lu Qing raised his scythe, noting its transformation to a delicate pink hue, with the blade's edge gleaming sharply, appearing all the more lethal. With enhanced power, his meals were consumed with greater efficiency. He remained diligently focused. Perhaps due to the elevation in level, the energy contained within the caterpillars had diminished somewhat for him. It took 2 bites to gain 0.1 meat value. Yet he bore no disdain. Any increase sufficed. The caterpillar lord blissfully rolled over. What a splendid night it has been, so comfortable. As a caterpillar, life could not be more delightful. Awakening to eat, and sleeping after feasting. Could there be a more gratifying existence for a creature of his kind? Little ones, dawn has arrived, rise and feast. It bellowed, then hastened towards the newly sprouted tender leaves. After consuming a few bites, it sensed something amiss. Typically, when it called out, the little ones would rush towards the tender leaves. Yet today, there was no response whatsoever. Little ones? It surveyed its surroundings but saw nothing. What could be the matter? Upon closer inspection, it noticed a caterpillar's head rolling amidst the leaves. Ah, my beloved! It crawled over. gazing at the head atop the leaves, and then drooled. Who has slain my beloved concubine? Dudu. Dudu is dead too. All the little ones have perished. The Lord of the Green Worms thrashed about in a frenzy, fuming with rage, causing the branches to creak ominously. Lu Qing let out a resounding belch. He had toiled throughout the night, having raided 2 nests of green worms, and his experience soared to new heights. His rank had once again ascended. Race: Red Blade Mantis level. Low-grade 4th rank, 0.980. Skills: Violent Strike, evolvable. Soar High, evolvable. Indeed, the pink scythe had advanced once more, transforming into a vivid red. Its form had swelled to an impressive 30 centimeters. Such a stature rendered it a veritable behemoth among mantises. Chapter 3: How Fierce He Is. Lu Qing's enlarged physique correspondingly enhanced his flying capabilities. With a powerful flap of his wings, he returned to the trunk. What had once felt spacious now felt somewhat constricting to him. The tree hollow was utterly unpassable. Dazhuang, come out. Upon calling, Dazhuang groggily stirred awake. Seemingly irritable from sleep, he emerged from the hollow while grumbling. I had my fill yesterday. Let me sleep a little longer. What is all this shouting? Be careful, or I'll flatten you. However, upon stepping outside, his complaints fell abruptly silent. Dazhuang trembled, incredulous as he lifted his triangular head to behold the gigantic scythe radiating a crimson glow before him. Behind the scythe loomed a robust body reminiscent of a small hill. Qingyi, is that you? Qingyi? After days of companionship, Dazhuang could still recognize him. Lu Qing swung the scythe, sending wood shavings flying, carving a substantial gash into the trunk. What do you think? Dazhuang exclaimed as he beheld the cleaved trunk. Incredible, absolutely astonishing. How did you become so mighty and imposing? Even the Lord would have to keep his legs crossed in a W. Lu Qing sheathed the scythe, shaking his wings. Well, when you eat well, you grow quickly. That makes sense. What do you consume? Lu Qing tossed a green worm towards him. This one? I devoured 2 nests last night. The remainder of this one is your breakfast. Such a large specimen. Dazhuang was taken aback. A green worm? You raided 2 nests. Indeed, it was quite effortless. It was indeed easy, akin to indulging at a buffet. Yet Dazhuang shouted in alarm. This is problematic. The Green Worm Lord has a vengeful heart. Having raided their nests, they will surely not let us off the hook. We must move quickly. After speaking, he dragged the corpse of the green worm, ready to flee. Lu Qing, however, remained unfazed, chuckling. Why the panic? To me, green worms are merely a buffet. No matter how many come, it won't matter. Dazhuang felt an odd tremor beneath him. Glancing down, he shuddered as if startled, dropping the green worm's corpse onto the ground. The Green Worm Lord, upon seeing the fallen corpse, was instantly consumed by rage. Indeed, it was they who have slain my kin. Little ones, attack on the ground. Hundreds of green worms swarmed, wriggling their bodies toward the great tree. Dazhuang was instantly gripped by terror, his 4 legs flailing in disarray. It's over. It's over. We're ensnared. They will pursue us relentlessly. Hasten to find a place to hide. If that fails, seek another territory. It heard an unusual sound and turned to behold the astonishing sight of the green-clad figure diving down. Had it lost its senses? The ground was littered with green caterpillars. Was this not a blatant invitation to death? Dazhuang was on the verge of tears. 2 dear friends in this life. And now, after Xiao Hai fell victim to the caterpillar's venom, would Qingyi meet the same fate? Of course, Lu Qing was not mad. He was, in fact, immensely exhilarated. This forest was rife with caterpillars, albeit too dispersed, making them rather troublesome to locate. Now, gathered together, was this not a splendid opportunity to further his own ambitions? For Lu Qing, possessing the strength of a 4th tier, the 1st-tier caterpillars were nothing less than a sumptuous buffet laid out before him. As he descended, the caterpillars clamored and surged towards him. Yet, Lu Qing's crimson scythe was exceedingly sharp. With each stroke, he effortlessly cleaved through 2 or 3 of them. Within moments, a vacuum of space had been cleared. Come on, little ones, continue your advance. The caterpillars, undaunted by death, charged forward en masse. Naturally, Lu Qing would not hold back. With both sides enveloped in a red haze, he launched his assault. The absolute dominance of 4th-tier strength over that of the 1st left the caterpillars no room to resist, as they were swiftly harvested. Dazhuang stood in stunned silence. He was aware of Qingyi's prowess, yet he had not anticipated such overwhelming ferocity. The notoriously tough and resilient caterpillars stood no chance of resistance against Qingyi. Green blood splattered everywhere as caterpillars fell beneath the blades. The eyes of 4 caterpillar leaders glimmered with a green HUNY suns. 2 of the caterpillar leaders were genuinely alarmed. They had originally united to avenge their fallen kin, only to discover the enemy's ruthlessness, which had decimated their ranks in mere moments. If they did not act swiftly, they would face total annihilation. One caterpillar leader opened its maw and expelled a mass of silken threads. This mass began to expand, forming a small net by the time it reached Lu Qing. Unbeknownst to him, the caterpillar leader possessed such an ability. Caught off guard, he was ensnared by the sticky net around his hind legs. Race. Caterpillar leader tier. Low 4th tier. The reason for not provoking the caterpillar leader last night was precisely due to its 4th tier strength. Now that he had also ascended to the 4th tier, with an inclination for offense, he would certainly not let this opportunity slip away. The other caterpillar leaders followed suit, employing their unique magic to unleash a barrage of attacks upon Lu Qing. In the ensuing chaos, he found himself ensnared by several nets, leaving him somewhat disheveled. Lacking ranged attack capabilities, if this continued, he would likely be bound like a rice dumpling. Indeed, even the weaker attacking caterpillar leaders could ensnare him with ease. After evading a few nets, Lu Qing took to the skies without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, he vanished amidst the dense foliage. Damn it, that mantis has escaped. A mere mantis dared to provoke them. The caterpillars seethed with fury. If not for its swift escape, it would have tasted the wrath of being torn apart today. The 4 leaders vented their rage. The fortunate surviving caterpillars rallied. Our leader is mighty, invincible. How dare a mere mantis act with impunity? One moment more and our leader shall have you as a consort, to contend with a mantis? How utterly savage. I find myself exhilarated. The 4 lords leaned back, reveling in the flattery bestowed upon them. Just then, they felt something plummet from above. Upon closer inspection, they discovered it was their own silken nets. How could nets fall from the sky? Their limited intellects twisted their heads upward to behold a massive, deep azure shadow rapidly descending. A scythe glimmered with a crimson hue, aimed directly at the head of one of the caterpillar lords. Have they ever witnessed such a sudden assault? The unexpected attack left the 4 caterpillars utterly unprepared to deploy their silk. The one targeted by the scythe could not dodge in time and was struck directly upon its cranium. With a resounding clang, the blade failed to penetrate. Lu Qing gracefully landed on the ground, having momentarily hovered in the air. How could the 4th tier caterpillar lord possess such formidable defense? One must realize that a single strike from his scythe could cleave ancient trees asunder. Yet, it could not breach the caterpillar lord's defenses. After narrowly escaping death, the caterpillar lord quickly regained its bravado. Ha ha ha, pathetic. That felt merely like a tickle. Come now, scratch me again. The neighboring caterpillar lords felt emboldened, confident that if they could not breach the defenses of Lord Jia, they certainly could not breach theirs. Lord Jia was formidable. The diminutive mantis was but a jester. Ha ha ha, the little mantis will soon have its legs torn off. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Qing resolutely brought down his blade once more. This time, he activated his skill, Violent Strike. The red scythe deepened in hue. This attack targeted the previously impenetrable head. The caterpillar lord remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, even extending its head in anticipation of a scratch. In the next instant, its tiny head, akin to a fist, along with its entire body, was cleaved in two. Chapter 4. The black blade mantis Lu Qing felt a surge of joy. The power of his evolved skill was astonishing, capable of bisecting the caterpillar lord, renowned for its robust defense. The 3 nearby caterpillar lords stood in stunned silence. Huh? Wasn't it just impervious to damage? How did Lord Jia become a mere shadow in the blink of an eye? Without pausing, Lu Qing struck at the second caterpillar lord. The crimson scythe left a trail of afterimages, swiftly severing another caterpillar lord before it could react. The caterpillar's life force proved resilient, with the leading segment still writhing. Where's my rear end? I can't feel it anymore. Lu Qing paid it no mind, instead shifting his focus to another target. The remaining 2 quickly regained their wits and hastily unleashed their silk at Lu Qing. Once in close quarters, it was his domain. Anticipating their move, Lu Qing effortlessly dodged and then swung his scythe with precision. With that strike, head and body parted ways. The last caterpillar was not spared the fate of slaughter. The remaining little caterpillars, still in shock, gazed in disbelief at the horrific scene unfolding before them and their eyes. Lords were the epitome of might. 4 lords represented the pinnacle of power. Even the mightiest deity would falter before them. And yet, they were dispatched one by the mantis, their demise tragically gruesome. With their lords fallen, what spirit could they muster to resist? Instinctively, they sought to flee, but their inherent speed as a species left them with no chance of escape. Lu Qing wielded the sickle with effortless grace, and before long, the ground was littered with the corpses of green caterpillars. Dezhuang stood in stunned silence. Initially, he had intended to flee, for the green caterpillars were already a formidable challenge. not to mention the presence of 4 caterpillar lords. When he first saw Qing fleeing, he was prepared to follow suit. Little did he know, it was merely a ruse. His limited intellect did not grasp that Qing's feigned retreat was a strategic maneuver to close the distance. The caterpillar lords, such resilient beings, were effortlessly dispatched by Qing. These were caterpillar lords. Though among the weaker of their kind, they were still lords. The fact that Qing could so easily annihilate 4 of them was nothing short of astonishing. Truly formidable. Zhuang spread his wings and glided down from above. Incredible, simply incredible, brother. You are extraordinary. Not even 4 caterpillar lords stand a chance against you. Lu Qing, in a generous display, waved his sickle legs nonchalantly. His performance commendable. With hundreds of caterpillars around, it was a feast laid bare. Zhuang rubbed his sickle thoughtfully, pondering whether to offer their lord some tribute. Surely, the sight of a caterpillar lord would delight her. His words brought laughter to Lu Qing, who mused on the nature of insects, their primal desire for procreation ingrained in their very essence. What joy could that possibly bring? You lack ambition, only ever consumed by thoughts of lineage. If you wish to eat, then eat. Do not entertain thoughts of offering to the female mantis. Lu Qing, disinterested in dissuading him further, embarked on his quest for experience. Perhaps due to his recent elevation in rank, the nourishment gained from consuming ordinary caterpillars had diminished. It often took 3 whole caterpillars to yield a mere 0.1 in nourishment value. The hundreds of caterpillars provided only a scant few points. Lu Qing's gaze shifted to the caterpillar lords. Just a single bite yielded 0.2 nourishment value. A remarkable doubling. It appeared that consuming flesh of the same rank offered greater rewards. Should he consume higher-ranked prey, the nourishment gained would surely be even more substantial, for caterpillar lords ought to grant him sufficient nourishment for an ascension. 0.2 nourishment value gained. Zhuang, having devoured half a caterpillar, looked up to find the entire area devoid of caterpillar corpses. Were it not for the lingering green stains on the ground, he might have thought it all a figment of his imagination. Hundreds of ordinary caterpillars, along with 4 40-centimeter-long caterpillar lords, had vanished entirely. This was an astonishingly swift consumption. Zhuang's gaze shifted back to Lu Qing. He swallowed the morsels in his mouth with difficulty, his eyes filled with reverence. The current Qing standing before him truly resembled a towering mountain. Qing, it seems you have grown yet again. Indeed. Having ascended, he had increased in size. Race: Black Blade Mantis level. Low tier rank 5, 7.6 150, skills. Lethal Strike, evolvable. Rapid Wing Flight, evolvable. Now. His size had surged to nearly half a meter. The sickle legs shimmered with a metallic black sheen, and the once azure wings had deepened in hue and thickened, offering commendable defense. Zhuang, still a few centimeters in length, gazed on with envy. How wonderful it would be if I could grow as swiftly as you. Surely, such rapid growth would earn me the favor of the Lord. Just the thought brings me joy, such deep-rooted infatuation. Lu Qing let out a cold snort, her mind consumed with thoughts of the Lord's favor. I foresee your inevitable demise. So be it, a night of indulgence. A flourishing progeny, that is the most magnificent destiny. Magnificent, indeed. The iron-billed bird led 2 slightly smaller kin in a swift flight toward the dense forest they had previously visited. The expanse of foliage ahead was an exceptional foraging ground, devoid of peril, teeming with feeble green caterpillars and mantises, sufficient sustenance to last us several days. Such a splendid locale, and yet, it did not forget us too. The iron-feathered bird was indeed a discerning creature. As it dove, it replied, "Of course, I have always believed in sharing fortunes." The trio of iron-billed birds swiftly arrived above the dense thicket. Here it is, the green caterpillars and mantises await. Everyone, feel free to hunt and feast. With that, it was the first to plunge downwards. The other 2 birds followed suit, spreading out for ease of feeding. The iron bird, being quite familiar with the terrain, headed straight for the ancient tree. It had a penchant for mantises, and with a single bite, it was delightfully crunchy. The mantis it had encountered last time had narrowly escaped. This time, it approached stealthily, eager to see how they would flee. Lu Qing stood listlessly in the shade of the tree. Upon reaching the 5th rank, ordinary green caterpillars no longer provided sufficient sustenance. To advance, one must consume higher-tier caterpillar lords or seek alternative nourishment. The entire region housed only 4 caterpillar lords, all of which had met their end at her hands. Thus, to continue gaining experience, it was time to change the menu. At this moment, Zhuang, fully sated, lay contentedly on the opposite side of the tree, entirely oblivious to the 2 iron-billed birds drawing near. Upon landing, the 2 birds could not help but feel a surge of joy at their fortunate luck. Indeed, the iron feather had not deceived them. They stumbled upon a crisp and delectable mantis the moment they touched down. Moreover, It was an unsuspecting mantis. Finally, they could savor the flavor. They stealthily approached, and when the distance was right, one eagerly extended its claw to pin the mantis to the ground. Ha ha, success. Impressive. Your hunting skills are truly remarkable. A strike and a catch. De Zhuang was petrified. One moment he had been asleep, and the next, he found himself ensnared in the claws of the iron-billed birds. It's over. It's all over. Surely, I shall be devoured. De Zhuang could face death valiantly against the female mantis, but being captured by birds ignited his instinct for survival, and he hastily pleaded, "O esteemed avian lords, I am not palatable, spare me." Ha ha ha, spare you. Would we not then be fools? De Zhuang brought forth his final bargaining chip. I have a brother, quite formidable. If you do not release me, there will be grave consequences. The iron-billed bird coldly inquired, and what species might your brother be? A mantis as well. The two birds erupted in laughter. By the heavens, I shall die of laughter. A mantis, ha ha ha, quickly summon your brother, just right for each of us. De Zhuang could not comprehend why they found such amusement, still foolishly asserting, I speak the truth. My brother is truly exceptional. The laughter of the two birds grew even more boisterous. At that moment, a voice resonated within their consciousness. Release it. Chapter 5. Is that a mantis? De Zhuang suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. My brother has arrived. You all should flee at once. Flee? To run upon seeing a mantis. Do we still deserve to be called iron-billed birds? Don't say just one brother, even if 100 mantises came. They would merely serve as our appetizers. One of the iron-billed birds retorted sarcastically as it turned to confront the unsuspecting mantis. However, upon turning around, it was met with a colossal black scythe that glimmered with a menacing sheen, instilling a sense of dread. Raising its gaze, it beheld a massive triangular head behind the black scythe, with a sharp beak resembling a set of guillotines. What on earth is this creature? So grand and towering. It was at least double the size of this iron-billed bird. It certainly looks like a mantis, doesn't it? Qing, you've arrived just in time. Save me. The two iron-billed birds trembled in unison, exchanging alarmed glances. Is this the brother of the little mantis? Is this behemoth truly a mantis? By heavens, Lu Qing swung his black scythe. Let it go. Under the immense pressure, the claws of the iron-billed bird involuntarily retracted, granting De Zhuang his freedom once more. The iron-billed bird, now recovering, sought to recapture De Zhuang. Yet, Lu Qing denied it that opportunity. Like a bolt of black lightning, the scythe struck towards the bird's talons. The two iron-billed birds, both of the fourth rank, had no time to react to Lu Qing's sudden assault, as one was already ensnared by its leg. The skeletal structure of the iron-billed bird was sufficiently robust. Even Lu Qing of the fifth rank could not sever its leg bone. Nevertheless, this did not hinder his appetite for the foe. How much flesh and blood can a bird provide? After restraining it, Lu Qing opened his mandibles without hesitation, sinking them into the struggling bird's neck. The other iron-billed bird stood in stunned disbelief. What on earth? Is he actually eating it raw? Isn't it an established fact that birds consume insects? How has the situation flipped so drastically? By way, save me, save you. With a beak like a guillotine. I cannot withstand that. Bai Wei took flight without hesitation. After ascending, it glanced back. Its companion had already been decapitated by the mantis. How brutal! Iron Feather claimed this place was safe for feasting. Being the feast is another matter entirely. Bai Wei, however, was quite discerning. Instead of fleeing immediately, it sought out Iron Feather. Tai Zi, Tai Zi. Iron Feather heard the call of its companion and promptly chirped in response. Bai Wei swiftly alighted upon a branch, anxiously conversing. Tai Zi, hurry, let us flee. Iron Feather fluffed its splendid feathers, saying, flee. In such a splendid place, one must at least indulge before departing. Indulge? Being the indulgence is another matter altogether. Bai Wei grew frantic. Do not indulge too much. There exists a truly terrifying presence here. Upon hearing of a terrifying existence, Iron Feather's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. What kind of terrifying presence? A mantis? Iron Feather, who had been tense, instantly relaxed and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, a mantis can be terrifying? I consume several of them daily and have never perceived them as frightening. Are you still half asleep? The white-tailed creature expressed its anxiety, truly, as it communicated. Its gaze suddenly morphed into one of profound terror, and it recoiled a few steps. The mantis was pursuing. Look at your Navi demeanor. Iron Feather regarded its companion with disdain. To be frightened by such a trivial mantis? How can one call themselves a bird? It is truly shameful to be associated with such a coward. Iron Feather turned its head, preparing to demonstrate its prowess in front of its kin. However, upon turning, a colossal shadow enveloped it. What in the world is this? Upon closer inspection, It was unmistakably a iron feather trembled. Is this truly a mantis? Moreover, this mantis appeared somewhat familiar. Every species has its formidable entities. To grow to such an immense size, larger even than Iron Beak, it must surely be the Mantis Lord. What terrible luck to encounter the Mantis Lord. It too was 5th tier, yet the strength within the same tier could vastly differ. The most formidable attack of the Iron Beak bird was its deadly dive from above, relying on stealth. The mantis, however, excelled in close combat. In this situation, Iron Feather was acutely aware that it was no match. We apologize, we did not realize this was your territory. We shall take our leave now. Lu Qing looked down at the obedient Iron Beak bird before him. What, do you not recognize me? Do we know each other? Your memory seems rather lacking. Allow me to provide a hint. 3 days ago, I cornered 2 mantises at a tree hollow. Iron Feather suddenly recalled 3 days prior, it had discovered this delightful buffet, encountering 2 mantises. However, those 2 had escaped with remarkable speed. Why does this mantis bring that up? Could one of them be your kin? My sincerest apologies for intruding upon your domain. It presumed those 2 mantises were merely subjects of the Lord, unaware that the one before it was indeed one of those it had trapped. Ha ha ha, you are mistaken. I am not the Lord, but one of the mantises you cornered in that tree hollow. What? Iron Feather was utterly stunned at it. Impossible. The 2 trapped in the hollow were of ordinary mantis size. This one before it was several sizes larger. It couldn't possibly be. You must be jesting. Who has the time to jest with you? Seizing upon the moment of confusion, Lu Qing brandished his blade. The black scythe aimed directly for Iron Beakbird's neck. To ensure a lethal strike, he employed the skill Deadly Strike. Though both were of the 5th tier, Iron Feather reacted with remarkable speed. Sensing danger, it flapped its wings and swiftly maneuvered away, intending to flee the scene. Lu Qing would not grant it that opportunity. You can fly, but I cannot. In a long-distance flight contest, he would undoubtedly be no match for a bird. However, in a short burst, aided by the skill Rapid Flight, catching up to Iron Beak Bird posed no challenge. As Iron Feather soared into the air, it couldn't help but exhale in relief. As long as it could create distance, the initiative would revert to itself, and a mere mantis could do nothing to deter it. Just as this relief washed over it, it felt its claws ensnared. Lowering its head in shock, it realized with dread that the large mantis had indeed caught hold of it, with trembling feathers and a heart full of trepidation. The creature yearned to drag its opponent higher into the sky, hoping to shake it off, yet, with a size greater than its own, its attempts to ascend further proved futile. Just as it found itself helplessly descending, a more lethal threat emerged. Another mantis claw ensnared its tail feathers, and the menacing blade-like mandibles were already aimed at its thigh. Panic engulfed the creature completely. Wait, brother, are you really going to dine on me midair? How many days have you gone hungry? Misunderstanding. Spare the bird. In the next instant, a searing pain shot through its leg. It was a genuine bite. The bird's call distorted, losing all semblance of balance, and it plummeted to the ground. Gained 0.3 flesh value. Indeed, being of the same rank, this avian foe provided a generous amount of flesh value. Yet, the predator did not solely focus on feasting. In the split second before landing, it activated Rapid Wingbeat, swiftly repositioning itself so that the iron-beaked bird crashed hard into the earth. While it landed atop its opponent, the iron feathers, serving as a cushion, were left disoriented, and the intensifying pain in its leg jolted it back to reality. Wait, you still let go upon landing? Chapter 6. I call you brother, yet you use me as bait. Twisting its neck, the iron beak bird observed its agonizingly wounded thigh, now drenched in blood, while the mantis continued to chew with its mandibles. Fear seeped in my iron beak bird clan is vast, and I am the son of the Lord. If you dare to kill me, retribution from the iron beak birds will be relentless. Spare me, and I promise I shall hold no grudges. Otherwise, name your terms, I shall concede to any request. Its incessant pleas for mercy greatly exasperated Lu Qing. Enough. Even in another world, families exist? Well, any species can engage in conscious communication. It seems quite normal when one contemplates it further. Nevertheless, he was not swayed by such sentiments. The mantis tightened its grip on the bird's beak and neck, sinking its mandibles into the flesh. No mmm. The conscious exchange weakened instantaneously, and within mere seconds, there was no response. Flesh value 0.3, flesh value 0.3. The entire bird yielded 60 experience points to in contrast, the other, of a mere 4th rank, provided only 15. There remained a gap of 4 birds before the next evolution. Lu Qing felt content, though it was regrettable that while pursuing this 5th rank iron beak bird, the 4th rank had managed to escape. Zhuang, trembling with fear, hid behind a large tree. Stop hiding, come out. Upon hearing Qingyi's call, De Zhuang mustered his courage and stepped forward. Did you drive it away? Drive it away? You underestimate me too much. Lu Qing tossed a chunk of flesh to him. Try this, having never encountered red meat before. De Zhuang stared at it, bewildered. What is this? Bird meat? Ah, it has always been birds consuming mantises. Today, the roles are reversed. De Zhuang tossed the bird meat to the ground, refusing to eat it. I'm scared. Scared of what? Don't you desire the favor of the female mantis? Bird meat is a great tonic. Consume it, and you will grow tall and mighty, leaving the female mantis spellbound. With a single sentence, Lu Qing struck a chord in De Zhuang's heart. For the sake of realizing his dream in a single night, he would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire. Today, I shall defy the heavens. De Zhuang seized the bird meat and took a hearty bite. Truly delicious. Daytime. Thanks to the benevolence of a kind-hearted brother, Da Zhuang devoured the bird meat and subsequently fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, he found his physique had expanded significantly, approximately by 20 centimeters. It appeared that the flesh of this world was imbued with energy, enabling growth and evolution upon consumption. However, the rate of their evolution was relatively slow. Lacking the outrageous pace exhibited by himself, Da Zhuang was overjoyed. Haha, my body has grown stronger. I feel an immense surge of power within me. This sensation is exhilarating. When the Lord sees me now, he will surely drool, won't he? Indeed, he will. Da Zhuang's mind was consumed with thoughts of lineage. Qingyi, thank you. Without your guidance and bestowal, I could never have attained such formidable presence. You are truly a magnificent mantis, and I shall be grateful to you for a lifetime. Listening to Da Zhuang's expressions of gratitude, Lu Qing nodded slightly. Indeed, you recognize the importance of gratitude and acknowledge me as a good mantis. Da Zhuang, he continued, today the sun shines brilliantly, and the warmth is delightful. It is a perfect moment for basking in the sunlight. Huh? Da Zhuang was puzzled by this sudden remark. Lu Qing gestured with his scythe-like foot towards a massive stone not far away. The area around the stone was devoid of trees for shade, and its flat surface made it an ideal spot for sunbathing. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? With such a robust physique, shouldn't we be getting to work? Da Zhuang obediently headed towards the stone, yet he inquired with confusion. Basking in the sun is just that. How does it relate to work? This is fishing, Lu Qing replied, retreating into the shadow beneath the stone. I know about fishing. There's a creature called golden line worm with a long whisker and a piece of flesh on its end. I hear that's called bait. Qingyi, shouldn't we be fishing by the riverside? There's no water atop this stone, and what about the bait? How can we fish without bait? Not sensing a response from Lu Qing, Da Zhuang lay on the stone with his belly exposed to the sky. Qingyi is truly foolish, pretending to be aloof. There's no water, no bait, and we don't even have a whisker. How can we fish? He sighed. Never mind. I mustn't be as foolish as Qingyi. Now that I have grown so strong, the Lord will surely favor me. But then again, Qingyi is taller and more formidable. He should attract the Lord's attention instead. As he drifted into a haze of thoughts, a sudden whiff of danger caught his attention. Looking up, he spotted a bird with a yellowish hue soaring down from the sky. It was unmistakable. It was coming for him. Startled, Da Zhuang instinctively contracted his belly, attempting to roll away and escape. However, it was too late. The sharp talons of the bird were descending towards his abdomen. This is it. I'm done for. Just as the bird's claws were about to grasp him, a scythe-like foot struck with precision, seizing the bird by the neck. Da Zhuang watched in disarray as feathers spun around him. Qingyi had saved him. He flipped over to peer, witnessing Qingyi twist the bird's neck with ease. Species, golden line bird. Strength, low tier, 3rd rank. Although its strength was somewhat lacking, it still constituted an experience package. Lu Qing consumed 3 large bites before receiving a notification. Gained 0.1 blood and flesh value. It was quite commendable for an entire bird to yield 5 points of experience. Da Zhuang observed Qingyi skillfully preparing the meal and suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. You don't mean to say that you're using me as bait for fishing, do you? Indeed, Lu Qing admitted without hesitation. Da Zhuang was instantly incensed. How outrageous. I regard you as a big brother, yet you treat me as mere bait to lure birds. Do you truly think I am a fool? In his rage, he flung a bird's leg before Lu Qing with a thud. Eat? Da Zhuang was taken aback. What do you take me for? I'll give you this wing as well. There's nothing that a bird's leg cannot resolve. If there is, then add another wing. Da Zhuang's mood brightened instantly. How refined. It must be said that bird meat is indeed delectable, far surpassing the taste of green worms. Having participated in this labor, he relished the meal immensely. With his increased size, a single leg and wing were simply insufficient for his appetite. After finishing, Da Zhuang twisted his belly, skillfully climbed onto a stone, and lay flat with his round belly facing the sky. "Brother, do you think my posture is standard?" He had clearly savored the sweetness of the moment. Lu Qing teased, "Standard? Exceedingly so. I am almost overcome with the impulse to give your belly a little tap." The plump mantis, stretching its belly, posed invitingly. What bird could possibly resist such temptation? Unable to withstand it, they would swoop down, eager to indulge, only to become a meal for the mantis. Throughout the day, the two large mantises captured 4 birds. Unfortunately, the quality of these birds was somewhat lacking and did not elevate Lu Qing's status. Dazhuang had thoroughly enjoyed the benefits, each time lounging on the stones, striking poses to entice passing birds. After several consecutive days of feasting on bird meat, Dazhuang astonishingly leveled up once more, reaching the 3rd rank. The mantis lord, known as Tsai, was a female mantis. Her territory spanned approximately 4 sections, with the dense forest being merely one of them. Within a single territory, there could be multiple lords of different species, but only one lord per species. The mantis clan was considered a third-rate power within this territory, occupying a mid-low position on the food chain. Now in the height of summer, the breeding season had arrived, prompting Tsai to dispatch 4 female mantises in search of the strongest male mantis for a little game. Meiqi was among them. Chapter 7 Are You Blind? Charged with the task of finding a mate while simultaneously seeking a one-night companion for herself, Meiqi was particularly diligent. This year's male mantises are truly pathetic. After 3 days, I haven't even found a decent one. These creatures are not only beneath the Lord's notice, but they don't even meet my standards. While she grumbled about the worthless males, she suddenly sensed a distinct pheromone. This pheromone was unique to male mantises and could only be detected by females. The potent pheromone filled Meiqi with joy. It seems there's an exceptionally strong male. She quickly altered her course, flying deep into the dense forest. Upon landing on a branch, she immediately spotted a remarkably plump mantis basking in the sun, its body measuring 30 centimeters. Clearly, it had reached the 3rd rank, a 3rd-rank male mantis. It is known that male mantises are typically weaker than females. Generally, 2nd-rank males are exceedingly rare, yet she had found a 3rd-rank one. The exquisite wings of Meiqi glistened as it drooled on the spot. Were it not for the unwavering commitment to its lord's mission, it would have dashed towards the robust male's abdomen without hesitation. Who could resist such a tantalizing sight? Just as it was overcome with salivation, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. A low-tier 4th-grade arrow sparrow, having spotted the ample belly upon the stone, immediately launched an assault. Such a seductive belly not only held a lethal allure for female mantises, but also attracted predators alike. Realizing this, Meiqi felt a wave of panic wash over it. After a painstaking search for a sturdy male mantis, was it truly destined to be consumed by the arrow sparrow without even a chance for dialogue? Meiqi wished to intervene, but alas, it was merely a 3rd-grade mantis, utterly incapable of aiding against the renowned speed of a 4th-grade arrow sparrow. How unfortunate, how exceedingly unfortunate. Such a robust male, destined to be devoured by a mere bird. Alas! Just as it lamented in despair, another twist unfolded. The arrow sparrow, famed for its speed, possessed tremendous power and precision when diving from the heights. Not to mention a 3rd-grade mantis, even a 4th grade would find itself at the mercy of the sparrow's lightning strike, facing inevitable demise. Unless a colossal 5th-grade predator was present. With hunting skills honed to perfection, Lu Qing effortlessly seized the arrow sparrow as one would pluck a ripe fruit, skillfully snapping its neck. As the substantial belly flipped over, he adeptly descended. To think I've captured a 4th-grade arrow sparrow. Over the course of several days, the somewhat dim-witted Dazhuang had begun to discern the tears of strength. Meiqi was utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't the mantis supposed to be the prey in such a scenario? How had the arrow sparrow suddenly become the hunted? Was the celestial order turned upside down? Its gaze then fell upon Lu Qing. The 4 auxiliary limbs tightened at once. What a magnificent male mantis. This time, it was not merely drooling. It was, judging by its size, it must have reached the 5th grade, right? A 5th-grade male. Meiqi quickly adjusted its demeanor. The 5th grade was certainly destined for the Lord, while that 3rd grade would serve as a reward for itself. With wings unfurled, Meiqi glided down from the treetops. Such a powerful male had emerged within its territory, and yet it was unaware that he landed beside the stone, where Dazhuang, clutching a morsel of bird meat, turned its head and was instantly rendered speechless. From its youth, it had never encountered a female mantis. The instincts and genes within stirred restlessly. The female's beautiful wings seemed to conceal an enchanting allure that captivated it. The bird meat slipped from its mouth and fell to the ground. Lord, it mistakenly believed her to be the Lord. Meiqi let out a playful laugh. I am not the Lord, but rather Meiqi. one of the 4 esteemed blades under his command. May I inquire how you two are addressed? I am Lu Qing brushed Lu aside with a wing. Have you never seen a female before? You can't even express yourself upon encountering a mere female mantis. Have I wasted my teachings on you during this time? Just moments prior, Lu Qing had also felt a primal stirring, though he suppressed it forcefully. Meiqi, what brings you here? Well, as summer draws to a close, it is once again the annual breeding season. It's quite straightforward, but Lu Qing is not interested. We have no desire. Seek out other mantises. Zhuang rose to his feet. Eager to express his yearning for the female, he was abruptly sent flying by Lu Qing's powerful strike. Meiqi stood frozen in place, in no interest. What is the purpose of a male's existence? If not to partake in this annual celebration of joy, how could there possibly be a mantis that would refuse? Meiqi's voice turned cold. You two are merely the strongest males in the territory. You should feel honored to have caught the Lord's favor. She gestured with her scythe-like appendage towards Zhuang, who lay on the ground. I may have suffered a loss, but I have chosen him. You may now rejoice. Upon finishing her declaration, Meiqi unfurled her scythe-like limbs and spread her wings wide, showcasing her magnificent form. Lu Qing was acutely aware of the fleeting nature of the joyous gathering, just a few seconds before being devoured. Shall I cheer? I think not. Am I not clear enough? We have no interest. Meiqi was taken aback, her mind swirling with questions. Still no interest? I am renowned as the beautiful mantis. Are your eyes deceiving you? She grew agitated. Have you not seen my figure? Is it lacking in allure? I can assure you, the Lord's physique surpasses mine. Lu Qing, uninterested in further debate, retorted, if you continue to prattle on, I may be compelled to consume you. How outrageous! A male daring to speak to me in such a manner. Meiqi thought, ready to retaliate, but the mantis before her was nearly twice her size. Should a confrontation arise, it would undoubtedly be she who would be devoured. Unless I secrete. Not yet, not yet. Meiqi faltered. I shall report this to the Lord. You won't get away with this. Still, she hesitated, taking Lu Qing's words as jest. Was he truly intent on devouring her? She would not indulge him. With a swift motion, Lu Qing swung his black scythe-like limb towards Meiqi's wings. Isn't the wing beautiful? I see the figure worth flaunting. Let us see you flaunt it for all time. His strike was rapid and decisive, catching Meiqi off guard as his black scythe-like limb ensnared her wings. With a slight exertion of force, the limb severed her wings at the base. A grim reminder that next time it could be her head, begone. The chilling voice accompanied by her severed wings made her acutely aware of the true peril she faced. Lacking even the courage to retaliate, Meiqi crawled away. With her wings gone, she had no choice. Zhuang stared in disbelief as the goddess crawled away, taking a while to regain his senses. Brother, what a splendid female mantis, so enchanting. Without hesitation, Lu Qing turned to Zhuang and struck him once more. Enchanting, you say? The female mantis is but poison. Moments of joy at the cost of one's life. Were it not for my disinterest in consuming my kind, I would have already severed her head. Lu Qing spoke with utmost sincerity. The graceful lady in the eyes of the mantis was still just a mantis to him. If not for the psychological barrier against cannibalism, he would have long since taken her head as a sweet treat. Zhuang sighed, I do not wish for this, yet she is undeniably captivating. Brother, how do you remain unmoved by the female mantis? Simple. Remember the creed. Life is precious. Life is precious. Then does that mean I cannot serve as bait? Do not even think about it. Get onto the stone and lie down. Chapter 8. The Lord of the Mantises. The beautiful winged manticore has lost its wings. Deprived of its wings, its strength diminished. It must tread carefully within the jungle to avoid being targeted by predators. Fortune has favored it. After 2 arduous days, it has indeed managed to crawl back to its lair. Lord, my lord. The mournful consciousness cries out, and combined with its unsteady crawling, it appears quite pitiful. The Lord, adorned with colorful wings, possesses a pair of exquisite, tricolored appendages. Despite being a mere 6th tier, it has reached an astonishing size of 1 meter, a testament to the inherent strength of the female. Its most distinctive feature, the scythe-like limbs, glisten with a metallic sheen, while its triangular head is adorned with 2 lovely antennae. It exudes an air of majesty and dominance, even more so than its male counterparts. What has led to such a state? Has it encountered a formidable foe? Within its territory, countless predators lurk, many species inherently superior to the mantis, and even its most formidable generals face the risk of being preyed upon. It had presumed that the beautiful winged manticore had met a powerful adversary. Little did it know. The beautiful winged manticore's 4 limbs gave way, collapsing onto the ground. My lord, I have been attacked by a male of my own kind. I beseech you to seek justice on my behalf. What? The Lord was taken aback. With wings fluttering, it drew closer. You possess the strength of the third tier. How could a frail male possibly harm you? Pray, elaborate. With a voice quivering in distress, the beautiful winged manticore recounted. In the dense forest, I encountered two males, one of the third tier and the other of the fifth. I intended to summon them to the lair to fulfill our reproductive goals, but the fifth tier male was exceptionally brutal, severing my wings without a second thought. After days of evading in the dense foliage, I barely managed to escape with my life. The mention of a fifth tier male left the Lord in astonishment and delight. Astonished, for while there are many male mantises within its territory, most are feeble. The strongest in recent years barely reached the third tier, and even then, their capabilities were rather mediocre, offering little enhancement to its own strength. Yet now, a fifth-tier male has appeared in its domain. Delighted, for a fifth-tier male is akin to a divine blessing bestowed upon it. Given the unique dynamics of the mantis, even the strongest male becomes disoriented and loses its ability to resist when faced with a female. After fulfilling their reproductive role, males are destined to be devoured. Moreover, should a female consume a male, she would perfectly absorb and augment his strength. This distinctive mechanism has led to the mantis's peculiar dynamic of male weakness and female strength. The reason the Lord has remained stagnant at the sixth tier for many years is due to its hesitance to provoke overly powerful species, while weaker ones offer little benefit upon consumption. However, now within its territory lies a fifth-tier male. If it can successfully reproduce and consume the male, its strength will be perfectly enhanced, and it will undoubtedly ascend to the seventh tier. After reaching the seventh tier, its dietary options will change, making what was once deemed impossible a reality. Yet, as a lord, after the initial surprise, it did not succumb to excessive excitement. There remains some time until the secretion of pheromones. Once the date arrives and they can release the pheromones, even the mightiest male must obediently retreat. Besides, a fifth tier is hardly a challenge before me. It will hardly stir any waves. Indeed, this particular race consists of female mantises overpowering their male counterparts. Not only are their abilities inferior to that of their lord, but even if they were to surpass him, once the pheromones are secreted, no matter how formidable the male, he would inevitably yield. You have encountered two robust males, and according to the established norms, it is only natural that one of the third-tier males be allocated to you. After consuming the opponent and completing the process of reproduction, you shall ascend to the fourth tier, at which point a metamorphosis will occur, enabling you to regrow your wings. Mei Qi was instantly filled with joy that it was assured. With the Lord's consent, no other females would dare to contest with her. After the secretion of pheromones, she could effortlessly devour the third-tier male, and at that time, she would undergo an advancement, transforming and regaining her exquisite wings. The Lord is indeed wise. In recent days, Lu Qing has been diligently pursuing his path of ascension. With Dezhuang's flawless cooperation, dozens of various birds have become their sustenance. However, due to the absence of higher-tier birds falling into their trap, the accumulation of flesh value has been relatively meager. They are still 5 points short of promotion. Under Lu Qing's guidance, and with Dezhuang's continuous advancement fueled by the nourishment of bird meat, he has also begun to exhibit signs of intelligence. For instance, during this attempt to entice the birds, he shamelessly disguised himself as a plump worm, flaunting his swollen belly. These past few days, my belly has grown increasingly alluring, to the point that even I find myself captivated. Such audacious remarks left Lu Qing feeling a profound sense of exasperation. While he indeed has gained some insight, how could he be so brazen? Be cautious. Your transmissions are audible to the birds. Who would dare to approach? Dezhuang, undeterred, proclaimed, rest assured, with this irresistibly enticing belly of mine. Any bird that sees it will be utterly tempted, it must be said. Dezhuang's confidence, while seemingly unfounded, is not entirely without merit. Just then, a large bird happened upon the tantalizing feast. This sight was too enticing for any bird to resist. Without hesitation, it swooped down. Dezhuang sensed the bait had been taken and secretly rejoiced. However, his joy was short-lived. This was a fifth-tier arrow sparrow. Typically, arrow sparrows are diminutive creatures, yet this particular one measured an impressive 40 centimeters, and when it spread its wings, it exceeded 1 meter in span. Its excessive size, combined with incredible speed, sent Dezhuang into a state of panic. What the hell? It's a fifth-tier arrow sparrow. This is serious. This expression, learned from Lu Qing, aptly conveyed his alarm and despair. Indeed, the arrow sparrow was swift, yet Lu Qing remained unfazed. Having prepared in advance, he seized the moment, launching a rapid attack with his scythe-like legs. However, this fifth-tier arrow sparrow proved to be exceptionally cunning. Communication through consciousness is akin to speech. Any species within a certain range can hear it. Upon detecting Dezhuang's call, it became alert to the unusual circumstances. As the massive scythe-like leg emerged from behind the stone. It quickly flapped its wings to alter its course, narrowly evading the strike and landing on a tree branch. Lu Qing stood momentarily stunned, reflecting, this arrow sparrow possesses remarkable reflexes. Since I began luring birds, this is the first time I have encountered a mishap. The arrow sparrow perched on the branch, gazing at the scattered bird bones nearby, lost in a stupor. Clearly, countless birds had fallen victim to the deadly grasp of the two mantises. Without hesitation, it took flight, declaring, those two mantises are filled with malice. I was almost caught myself. We must inform our kind that there are deadly traps in this area. Lu Qing was taken aback. For some inexplicable reason, not a single bird had taken the bait in the past 2 days. It was as if all the birds had conspired to avoid flying over this dense forest altogether. De Zhuang patted his noticeably shrunken belly. What on earth is going on these past few days? I haven't seen a single bird, and my stomach is practically hollow. Lu Qing glided down from the treetops. He had observed that the birds were deliberately steering clear of this patch of forest, clearly indicating that their bird-catching activities had been exposed. What should we do? De Zhuang, who had developed a taste for bird meat, felt a wave of dejection upon hearing that their scheme had been uncovered. Lu Qing glanced at his nearly full experience bar and promptly declared, simple, we shall change our menu. There is nothing edible left in this dense forest. With De Zhuang having reached the low-tier 4th rank, his appetite was particularly robust, and he was brimming with ambition. Ordinary caterpillars and the like were hardly sufficient to satisfy him. It was entirely normal that a small area of the forest had run out of food. If we venture outside, there will be plenty to eat. At this moment, Lu Qing lacked a clear understanding of the vastness of the world. Even from the highest point in the forest, all he could see were endless towering trees. In such an expansive forest, food must surely abound. Chapter 9. Experience grinding reaches new heights. As De Zhuang's strength grew, so did his confidence. He readily agreed. I will heed my leader's words. 2 large mantises arrived at the riverbank. The water flowed rapidly. Boss, there it is, the golden thread worm. A long gray worm lay on the stone by the river. A golden thread extended from its head, leading to a meaty lump protruding with bony spines. The golden thread worm dipped its meaty lump into the river, and in no time, the golden thread began to twitch thin. With all its might, the worm pulled back, drawing a small fish from the water. A natural-born fisherman. This world is indeed wondrous. Lu Qing soared over. His sickle-like forelegs descended upon the golden thread worm's head. Startled, the worm nearly lost control. Goodness, what a large mantis! The golden thread worm appeared submissive, as if accustomed to being robbed. The small fish was merely a first-tier creature, offering little value. However, this golden thread worm had attained the 2nd tier. Seemingly sensing Lu Qing's gaze, the worm recoiled. My flesh is foul and rank, far inferior to the delicacy of fish meat. Enough of your prattle. I have no interest in consuming you. Tell me, are there any formidable beings in this vicinity? The golden thread worm immediately complied. The most powerful being on this side of the river is undoubtedly you. I have never encountered such a majestic mantis before. And on the opposite bank, the most formidable. Oh, you see that large mountain over there? It is not a mountain, but an anthill. Upon observing the mound across the river, Lu Qing had initially believed it to be a mountain, considering it was overgrown with weeds. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned the telltale signs. Beneath the cover of the weeds, numerous holes could be seen dotting the mountain. What kind of ant is audacious enough to construct a nest outdoors, resembling a hillock? Absurd. Yet, even more astonishing is the sight of an ant emerging from a burrow. Lu Qing involuntarily shuddered. This particular ant bore a glossy black exoskeleton, its mandibles as sharp as blades, and, more remarkably, its size reached an astonishing 50 centimeters. It appeared to have attained the 5th rank. The golden thread insect interjected, clarifying that this was merely an ordinary worker ant. Merely ordinary. Ants are social creatures. Judging by the scale of that mound, one could surmise that the number of soldier ants would not be fewer than several hundred. If one ant is this formidable, then hundreds. It is no wonder that no other colonies could be seen nearby. Who would wish to reside adjacent to such powerful ants? Lu Qing released the golden thread insect, which immediately scurried away, forsaking even the fish. De Zhuang, who had rushed over, scooped up the small fish, snapping it in half before consuming it. Boss, what are you staring at? Ants. What is so fascinating about ants? In the next moment, he caught sight of the exaggeratedly large ant. Holy cow, is that an ant? The essence of the phrase was perfectly captured. Lu Qing examined the worker ant that had climbed to the riverbank. Species. Giant strength ant. Worker. Strength. Low-tier 5th rank indeed. It was a low-tier 5th rank, giant strength ant. 5th rank prowess. Zhuang instantly felt intimidated. It's even stronger than me. Thankfully, We didn't approach. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed his boss had already taken flight towards the creature. Wait, are you out of your mind? If one ant is already this strong, what would happen if a swarm surged forth? Who could withstand that? I just want to take a closer look. After communicating telepathically with devouring, Lu Qing landed steadily on the opposite bank. A consciousness entered his mind. Food, food. The source was none other than the ant that had emerged from the burrow. Clearly, this ant had received a command, and thus it would repeat the instruction, fulfilling its task. The worker ant ascended the sturdy ancient tree beside it. 2 soldier ants were stationed as guardians. The mandibles of the soldier ants were even more exaggerated and terrifying, their armor significantly thicker. Before long, the worker ant was seen carrying down a plump meatworm. This meatworm was quite corpulent, resembling a fleshy ball, with very limited mobility and no offensive capabilities. Lu Qing examined the meatworm's rank. Species: meatworm, herded, strength, none, low-tier 3rd rank. Remarkably, it was herded and could even manage a 3rd-rank meatworm. The ant species certainly held intriguing characteristics. Lu Qing resolved to investigate the tree further, to ascertain how many meatworms were present. With soldier ants standing guard over the meatworms, it would indeed be quite challenging to stealthily bypass them. Not to mention 2 5th-rank soldier ants. Even confronting one directly would likely yield unfavorable outcomes for Lu Qing. These creatures possessed immense strength, razor-sharp mandibles, and were capable of both offense and defense, with the ability to summon reinforcements, as for weaknesses. If the ants in this world share a similar anatomical structure with those from his previous world, their antennae would be their Achilles heel. Ants lack vision, relying solely on their antennae for navigation, locating food, and even communication. Of course, if the ants in this world differ significantly, then it would be best for him to avoid confrontation altogether, and if necessary, take flight to escape. Having made up his mind, Lu Qing concealed himself, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Patrol, patrol. His mind was filled with the repetitive commands of the soldier ants, which began to irk him. Fortunately, this state of agitation did not persist for long, as he soon encountered his chance point. One of the soldier ants had patrolled to the base of a tree. Lu Qing lay hidden in the grass 5 meters away, a distance that was undoubtedly ideal for launching an attack. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, rapid winged flight. Empowered by this ability, he surged forward at an astonishing speed towards the ant. Once within striking range, his scythe-like legs struck with ferocity. Once again, he employed the skill deadly strike, aiming for a guaranteed hit. The ant's reaction was somewhat sluggish. It managed to utter a single word. Enemy. The scythe-like leg deftly sliced through the air above, severing both of its antennae. The transmission of its alert consciousness was abruptly cut off. This soldier ant instantly became akin to a headless fly, spinning wildly in place before plummeting to the ground, where it flailed about chaotically. Effective. The antennae were indeed a vulnerability. Lu Qing's confidence surged. He ascended the tree trunk towards the other soldier ant. Employing the same tactic, he rendered the second soldier ant also devoid of its sensory antennae, causing it to tumble to the ground. Lu Qing glanced at the 2 ants writhing on the ground. Despite their loss of sensory antennae, their destructive capacity remained undiminished. One of the ants managed to bite through a sapling as thick as a bowl. Lu Qing watched in trepidation. Even with the aid of his skills, he could not slice through a sapling of that size. Yet these seemingly ordinary soldier ants could accomplish such a feat. Had he not discovered their weakness, a mere bite from them could have been quite perilous. And no longer concerned with the 2 soldier ants, Lu Qing climbed up the trunk and located the flesh worms. Each ancient leaf bore a flesh worm, slowly consuming the foliage. These worms were sluggish in movement, possessing almost no offensive capability. They seemed capable of little else but devouring leaves. Remarkably, they were of 3rd-tier quality. Clearly, the giant ants had a remarkable knack for husbandry. However, at present, this proved advantageous for Lu Qing. He swiftly captured a flesh worm. After consuming the entire creature, his flesh value increased by 0.1. While this increment was modest, the quantity was significant. This ancient tree must host hundreds of flesh worms. Consuming them all could yield dozens of points. Moreover, the nearby ancient trees also served as breeding grounds for the ants, which would undoubtedly allow him to amass experience at an extraordinary rate. Chapter 10. The enraged ant queen. Such fortunate circumstances would not be forgotten by Lu Qing when it came to his good brother. He soared across the river and kicked the slumbering devouring awake. Stop sleeping. There's great loot over there. Come, follow me. Upon hearing of the treasure, devouring instantly perked up. Upon seeing the entire tree teeming with flesh worms, he danced with excitement. I knew it. Following my big brother means there's meat to eat. Silence. The ants possess highly sensitive perception. From now on, maintain absolute stillness and focus on eating. Lu Qing seized one and began to feast. De Zhuang had already started his meal. Lu Qing was not one to feel full quickly, devouring at a rapid pace, while De Zhuang, having gone 2 days without food, had an enormous appetite by evening. The flesh worms on one ancient tree had been entirely consumed. De Zhuang lay contentedly atop the treetop. Lu Qing finally received the notification for his advancement. Energy accumulation complete. Would you like to advance? Ascend. The accumulated energy began to gently wash over the body, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. Moments later, the ascension was complete. Race. Ink Blade Mantis level. Low Tier 6, 0.1300, Skill. Enhanced/Evolvable, Skill. Swift Winged Flight, Evolvable. The physique surged once more, reaching 60 centimeters. The scythe-like limbs were further strengthened, transforming into a deep black hue with denser serrations, resembling dark blades at first glance. The tips of the blades protruded sharply, undeniably capable of both slashing and stabbing. The tree had been completely devoured. Time to find another. I can't eat anymore, De Zhuang lamented, lacking the ability to store energy. After feasting all afternoon, he was filled to the brim. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. You return to the dense forest first. I will eat for another night. De Zhuang, accustomed to his leader's appetite, promptly took flight. With Lu Qing's newfound strength from the ascension, his speed increased, and his strikes became more precise, making him far more adept at dealing with soldier ants. After dispatching the soldier ants, he resumed grinding for experienced. Post-ascension, the flesh value provided by the Tier 3 meatworms was significantly diminished, usually requiring the consumption of 3 to yield just 0.1 flesh value. Fortunately, the abundance was substantial. This tree alone could provide over 10 flesh value. Time to grind. The worker ant was taken aback. It had come to procure food for the queen, but the once dense breeding ground of meat worms had left it empty-handed. Food. None. Following the transmission of this information, 3 worker ants swiftly arrived. The once bountiful tree now harbored not a single meat worm. The disoriented worker ants quickly regained their composure and departed the ancient tree in an orderly fashion. Before long, dozens of gleaming armored soldier ants began their search. As Lu Qing savored his meal, he sensed something amiss. Looking down, he spotted dozens of soldier ants ascending the tree. Discovered. Although these soldier ants were 1 tier below him, their sheer numbers would make it exceedingly difficult to withstand their assault. Naturally, he opted to flee rather than confront them head-on. With composure, Lu Qing took flight. At that moment, a remarkably clear voice resonated within his mind. Thieving mantis, dare you pilfer from my ant clan's provisions? The queen ant, despite being hundreds of meters from the ant nest, her consciousness was transmitted with clarity. She was undoubtedly a formidable entity. Aware of her strength, Lu Qing felt no fear. Thieving? I seized it through skill. In the jungle's law of survival of the fittest, he had every right to stand his ground. The queen ant, clearly enraged, retorted, Do you presume my ant clan to be weak and easily bullied? Initially intent on fleeing, Lu Qing found himself unhurried. He altered his course, landing on another tree, swiftly dispatching the soldier ants before devouring a meat worm. I'm bullying you. What will you do about it? Am I, the mantis lord, CI, to be intimidated? Afterward, he tossed another worm into his mouth, relishing the taste. The queen ant commanded nearly 1,000 Tier 5 soldier ants, a force that many races would avoid. Never had they experienced such indignity. Gritting her teeth, she transmitted, Is the mantis clan preparing to wage war against my ant clan? The ant clan was fierce, and few species dared provoke them. Yet Lu Qing was far from the type to shy away from conflict. He devoured each meaty worm with a swift slice, as if indulging in mere snacks, yet the communion of minds persisted unabated. What folly to speak of war! Do these diminutive ants truly merit such a term? As the lord of vibrant wings, a single droplet of my saliva could drown you all. Consuming your worms is merely a concession to your ant clan's dignity, and yet you dare to shout for war? Should a conflict arise, I shall send you to the afterlife with a single stroke. The ant queen may not grasp the meaning of the afterlife, yet the implication of such a retort could not be more apparent. The mantis clan evidently regards the ant clan as inconsequential. You ants are but a lowly breed. The ant queen was thoroughly incensed. How audacious! If you possess the courage, remain steadfast and motionless. Motionless? Remaining still is the hallmark of a coward. Lu Qing had undertaken a task for the Lord, the objective already achieved, and thus he would not linger in conflict with the formidable ants. Taking flight immediately, as he soared, he could not resist the urge to taunt. Having dined well today, I must say, your clan's rearing techniques leave much to be desired. These worms are rather tough and lacking in Do refine your methods in the coming days, and I shall return to savor them once more. To have taken advantage and then criticize the flavor, treating our ant clan like mere servants? This is an egregious affront. I vow to eradicate your mantis clan. Lu Qing flew to the opposite bank of the river. Upon turning to glance back, he noticed dozens of soldier ants circling the water's edge. Ants cannot swim. This river serves as a natural barrier. Just as he prepared to depart unscathed, he heard the sound of flapping wings. Concentrating, he observed 5 flying ants heading straight for him. Compared to the soldier ants, the flying ants were somewhat elongated, their black exoskeletons appearing considerably thinner, yet their mandibles were formidable. It seemed these 5 flying ants were of the 5th rank. Their defenses may be slightly weaker, and Lu Qing was confident in breaching their defenses, yet the question remained. What purpose would such a confrontation serve? After all, he had the esteemed lord, the vibrant wings, to uphold. Having painstakingly secured a high-quality project for the lord, he was determined to devote himself entirely to the task. Without further ado, Lu Qing took flight, leaving the scene behind. Dezhuang was thoroughly sated, and with the enemies of this realm either fleeing or perishing, he ambled back to the dense forest, unhurried and unflustered. The few insects he encountered, upon sighting this colossal creature, turned tail and fled, only adding to Dezhuang's burgeoning pride. At that moment, a flurry of wings caught his attention. He could discern that it was the sound of his leader's wings. Indeed, the next moment, a figure swept past him. Run! The leader's hasty warning left Dezhuang bewildered. What on earth? He turned to see 5 slower flying ants approaching. With sharp mandibles, their menacing visages exuded an air of lethal intent. In alarm, he exclaimed. What the hell? Dezhuang spread his wings, combining flight with a sprint, hastening to catch up to his leader's figure. Chapter 11. Delving into the ant nest. Beneath the boulder lay a natural cavern. 2 enormous mantises were crammed inside. After the 5 flying ants passed by, the sound of their wings gradually faded away. Dezhuang curled up his claws and shrank his body, letting out a long sigh of relief. What a fright. Leader, have you been discovered? Lu Qing emerged from the cave, shaking the dust from his wings. The ant queen had sensed him. Dezhuang was immediately alarmed. If these ants are this formidable, the queen must be an even more terrifying entity. The dense forest lies across a river from the ant's nest, and there are also flying ants. Let us find a place to take refuge. Lu Qing cast a sidelong glance at it. What a coward! Dezhuang drooped his triangular head, for his mandibles were truly terrifying. One bite could send his head packing. The mandibles and strength of the ants are indeed fearsome, yet there is no need to cower. We have our support. Huh? Dezhuang was taken aback. What support is there? Lu Qing offered a subtle hint. Lord Kai is our solid backing. Boss, have you lost your mind? Last time, you rendered the graceful and enchanting Mei Qi completely incapacitated. It's a blessing that she isn't seeking revenge on us. How can she possibly be our support? It is exceedingly difficult to expect a species with subpar intelligence to comprehend the concept of wisdom. Lu Qing, unwilling to elaborate further, casually remarked, they may not realize they are our support. But our enemies know, and that suffices. Tonight, let us rest soundly, and tomorrow we shall embark on significant endeavors. Dezhuang, half understanding, let out a vague acknowledgement, his eyes suddenly sparkling with interest. What lovely mantis bears the title of significant endeavor? His mind was entirely preoccupied with the notion of lineage. They had made repairs to a cave and obscured some branches, allowing for a tranquil night's rest. While they slept soundly, the mantises in the vast area faced dire consequences. The army of ants had already crossed the river and commenced their revenge against the mantid clan. What? The powerful ants have deliberately slaughtered my kin. Kai was utterly astonished. The mantises are not social creatures. They are solitary hunters. Moreover, within the jungle, there are always more formidable beings, and being preyed upon is a natural occurrence. Ants and mantises are 2 races that typically do not infringe upon one another. Yet now, the ants have launched a targeted ambush against the mantid clan. Especially with the breeding season imminent, the death of every female mantis represents an irreversible loss for the entire community. Anger mingled with confusion. The mighty ant's nest lies across the river. They have never crossed the boundary in all these years. Why would they suddenly assault my kind? At that moment, a pink mantis rushed in. My lord, it's terrible. A vast swarm of soldier ants has surrounded us. Kai was instantly infuriated. How dare they encircle my home? This is an affront too great to bear. As the leader, she was not one to be trifled with. Without uttering another word, Kai stepped outside. Indeed, a throng of soldier ants was already scaling the trees to attack. As a 6th-tier mantis lord, Kai was inherently powerful. With a sweep of her scythe-like limbs, she had already struck down one soldier ant to the ground. Why have you invaded my mantis territory? However, the soldier ants were mindless foot soldiers, merely repeating, Mantis, kill, mantis, kill. Communication was evidently futile. Kai and the other female mantises occupied a favorable position, ready to confront the ant army. The armor of these ants was undeniably formidable. Even Kai Yi, a 6th-tier lord, found that her scythe-like limbs merely left a harmless scratch on the armored exoskeleton. Having never engaged with ants before, they were oblivious to the ants' weaknesses, and despite holding a superior vantage point. A few mantises were still bitten by the ants. The strength and mandibles of the ants are remarkably formidable. A single bite could render one incapacitated, if not fatal. The situation swiftly tilted in favor of the ants. Observing her subordinate mantises retreating in disarray, Sai grew anxious. With both of her scythe-like limbs swinging in a wide arc, she unleashed her might upon the soldier ants. Her immense power became evident, and after a few rounds, a considerable number of ants fell, leading to a renewed stalemate. The Lord Sai fought valiantly, embroiled in fierce combat. However, not far away, 2 scheming mantises concealed themselves within the grass. Chuckling slyly, "Boss, your strategy is quite ingenious. It's a pity about so many exquisite females." Lu Qing's scythe foot struck the back of its head. "Could you not entertain such thoughts? If you continue to fixate on procreation, I shall eliminate you first, thus sparing those female mantises the trouble." Dazhuang clutched its aching head, yet could not help but admire their allure and grace. Lu Qing paid it no heed, remaining vigilant of the battlefield. The ants and mantises continued their fierce struggle, with no clear victor in sight. After the demise of several female mantises, Sai finally discerned the ants' vulnerability, directing her assaults towards their antennae. The tide once again shifted in favor of the mantises. However, reinforcements from the ant army had arrived, particularly the flying ants providing aerial support and ambush. The recently reversed situation plunged back into a state of tension. Tio mobilized such a vast force. The ant queen is truly formidable. Lu Qing suddenly conceived a plan. He nudged Dazhuang. "Let us go." "Where to?" "When dogs fight, they only end up with fur in their mouths. They are engrossed in their battle, and we shall seize the opportunity for our gain." "What dogs? What fur? What gain?" "With so many ants deployed, the anthill must be vulnerable." "Heh, boss, you truly have a devious mind." "Less chatter, keep up. Boss, over here. This way leads to the breeding grounds." Dazhuang quickly communicated, alerting Lu Qing of his misstep. Yet, he was not mistaken. The meager meat worms in the breeding grounds were of little use to him. He intended to exploit the vacancy of the anthill to see if there were any treasures within. "I shall enter the anthill, while you enjoy the meat worms in the breeding grounds." "Huh?" Dazhuang was taken aback. "Wait, there's an ant queen in there. Are you not concerned for your life?" In its limited wisdom, it pondered how powerful the queen must be, given the strength of the soldier ants. Lu Qing, however, valued his life dearly. Nevertheless, while ants in this world were indeed strong, their fundamental behaviors were not vastly different from those of his previous world. The ant queen might not be as formidable as presumed. You wouldn't understand. Just focus on enjoying the meat worms, and remember, do not communicate telepathically, lest the ant queen detect us. With that, Lu Qing turned and slipped into the anthill. The interior of the anthill resembled an incredibly intricate labyrinth. Countless passages crisscrossed, rendering it impossible to discern their destinations. Although Lu Qing could see in the dark, after a while, he found himself utterly lost. Just as he pondered his next move, he heard a rustling behind him. He quickly concealed himself. 2 worker ants, carefully carrying 2 meat worms, were methodically making their way deeper into the labyrinth. Lu Qing hastily followed. After meandering through the labyrinthine passages, 2 worker ants arrived at the entrance of a cavern. It appeared that they had reached their destination. He concealed himself once more, patiently awaiting their departure before venturing into the cavern. It was an expansive chamber, littered with heaps of eggs. Some meaty larvae were nestled in a hollow, with a few tender, pale ants diligently gnawing at them. Was this a hatching ground? Chapter 12. Such formidable creatures are the male mantises? Lu Qing, positioning himself behind several tiny ants, inadvertently stepped on some rubble, causing a slight commotion. However, the newly born ants paid him no heed. Wholly engrossed in their singular pursuit of sustenance, he exhaled a sigh of relief, boldly approaching the eggs. These objects resembled chicken eggs, albeit more translucent and with a softer shell. Species: unhatched ant egg strength, none, low grade level 4. To his astonishment, the ant eggs were rated at level 4. How nourishing they must be! With such treasures within the anthill, Lu Qing felt no hesitation. With a swift stroke of his sickle, he sliced open the shell. He then indulged, gulping down mouthfuls until the eggs were consumed. Obtained flesh value 0. 1 foot, obtained flesh value 0.1. A single ant egg provided Lu Qing with an experience value of 0.3. It appeared there were at least 100 here, potentially yielding over 30 points, 1/10 of what was required for advancement. Fueled by vigor, Lu Qing commenced his quest for elevation. Within the anthill, although the patrolling soldier ants had significantly diminished, some remained. Upon finishing the ant eggs, he emerged from the cavern, only to confront a squad of patrolling soldier ants head-on. The reconnaissance abilities of soldier ants were evidently superior to those of worker ants, and before Lu Qing could conceal himself, an alarm was raised. Enemies, invasion! Enemies, invasion! With a swift, decisive strike, Lu Qing severed the antennae of the leading soldier ant. The alarm had sounded, and it was likely that a horde of soldier ants would soon converge. He chose not to engage the remaining soldier ants, instead turning to scurry down another passage. Activating his sprinting mode. Disoriented, he ran for a while, and upon glancing back, he saw a throng of pursuers closing in. At that moment, a voice erupted. "Mantis, it is you again. You have destroyed my eggs. I vow to annihilate your kind." The voice thundered with rage. "You have desecrated my eggs. I swear to eradicate your species." Lu Qing retorted while fleeing. "It's just a few of your eggs I've consumed. Why so angry? Be careful not to let your fury consume you. If you can't produce more eggs, it would be a loss indeed." The voice seethed with indignation. "Damn Mantis, shameless thief. You should be plagued by guilt." As for morality, having transformed into a mantis, did it still hope to constrain him with such ideals? "Indeed, my conscience is quite troubled. Perhaps I'll indulge in a few more eggs to remedy it." The ant queen, likely fuming with rage, offered no response. Immediately, the soldier ants surged forth, their speed intensifying as they recklessly pursued Lu Qing. Outnumbered, he did not believe he could vanquish this swarm of ants. As several of the faster ones approached, Lu Qing swiftly severed their antennae. The disoriented ants, opening their mandibles, began to gnaw, creating a sizable breach in the tunnel wall. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qing aimed his sickle at the opening. The fallen stones blocked the cave, and he turned to continue his flight. The debris served as a temporary barrier, lasting only a few seconds before being breached by the relentless army of ants. He dashed about like a headless fly, utterly incapable of finding an escape route. If this continued, he would inevitably be surrounded by these ants. Sai was already adorned with wounds, yet she remained fiercely courageous. Nevertheless, even the bravest would gradually succumb when faced with the overwhelming tide of ants. Just as she contemplated retreating into her lair, she sensed a sudden alleviation of pressure. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the ants had begun to withdraw. "Surely, my desperate struggle has inflicted significant damage upon their ranks." Sai felt a surge of exhilaration. They were afraid. "Sisters, charge with me." Yet, the response was scant. Turning to survey the scene, she beheld the ground littered with the injured and lifeless bodies of her fellow mantises, vital forces within their territory. With the breeding season approaching, the death of these mantises would considerably weaken their strength. Caught in a bewildering ambush by the ant tribe, and now suffering heavy casualties, how could these ants simply retreat? Such audacity was an affront to the mantises. Sai could not swallow this indignity, nor could the remaining mantises pursue them. "We shall make the ant tribe pay dearly." With 37 remaining mantises in tow, Sai initiated the chase. They were determined to storm the ant nest and demand an explanation. As they hunted down and slaughtered a dozen ants, the ant nest loomed ahead. They would cross the river and show these wretched little ants their might. The mantises were instantly invigorated. After being inexplicably besieged, the moment to reclaim their dignity had finally arrived. One by one, they brandished their scythes as they soared over the river. At that moment, the ants attempting to cross were navigating a particularly resilient vine. Without hesitation, Sai severed the vine. Those ants caught mid-crossing plunged into the torrential waters, tumbling away into the distance. Sai, feeling a slight sense of vindication, turned her gaze toward the ant nest. Suddenly, she froze in astonishment. There was a situation. Surrounding the nest was a ring of soldier ants, while dozens of flying ants circled above, mounting an assault. Clearly, these ants were besieging something. Due to the angle, she could not discern precisely what it was they were attacking. However, judging by the ants' fervor, it was evident that their target was formidable. No wonder the ants had retreated so abruptly. Their stronghold was in peril. This, in a way, aided her cause. Driven by curiosity, Sai yearned to uncover the identity of the creature under siege by the ants. "The ant nest is in distress. I must investigate." She took flight toward an ancient tree, steadying herself before gazing out to discern the scene. Upon realizing what lay at the center, she was instantly taken aback. At the heart of the turmoil was a mantis. This mantis was colossal, its movements swift and ferocious. Its deep black sides moved with lethal precision. Wherever they passed, an ant's antenna was severed without fail. What truly astonished her was that this was a male mantis. Males are born frail. How could this one be so extraordinarily robust? A leader. Several more mantises had flown to the treetop. Upon witnessing that the target of the ant assault was a male mantis, They were all rendered utterly astonished, a male mantis. How is that possible? They had first-hand experience of the soldier ant strength. Apart from the Lord, in one-on-one scenarios, it is entirely normal for even a fifth-tier mantis to be ruthlessly overpowered by ants. Were it not for the weakness of its antennae, the Lord might have found himself at a disadvantage. Even one as formidable as the Lord struggles significantly when facing 2 or 3 soldier ants. Yet, there is that male mantis, able to maneuver with agility amidst encirclement, as though traversing a realm devoid of ants. It is worth noting that there are still flying ants in the air. Poised to strike. Is this male a part of our territory? Certainly not. Our domain is filled with feeble beings, each struggling even to mate, let alone display such fierce combat prowess. I have heard whispers of 2 particularly powerful mantises in our territory. However, that is not the case. One is of the 3rd tier, the other of the 5th, while this male is of the 6th tier. Displaying such might, I can hardly contain my excitement. Indeed, who could resist such a powerful male? My heart races with desire. Chapter 13. Embrace the Lord's esteemed favor. Enough of this frenzy. Sai admonished the gathered mantises, observing their naive demeanor as if they had never encountered such grandeur. Is it merely a male? After her reprimand, she turned back to survey the battlefield. At that moment, a flying ant spotted an opportunity, its enormous mandibles opening wide, charging directly toward Lu Qing's back. A successful bite could sever his neck from his body. However, this was a deliberate feint on Lu Qing's part. The aerial threat posed by the ants remained a significant peril. After presenting the bait, the dim-witted flying ants fell for the trap, and without hesitation, 2 of them launched their assault. Yet, before they could close the distance, Lu Qing activated his skill, Enhanced Slash. The 2 black sickles struck simultaneously. The left sickle, swift and precise, sliced through the gaps in the armor with remarkable accuracy. The tremendous force combined with the relatively lower defense of the flying ants resulted in one being cleaved in 2 by Lu Qing's strike. The right sickle followed suit with a piercing attack, its tip plunging directly into the flying ant's mandibles and emerging from its thorax. With a flick, a soldier ant was sent hurtling away. Witnessing this spectacle, Sai instinctively tightened her 4 limbs, her female hormones surging. Although the defenses of flying ants are slightly weaker than those of soldier ants, they are still ants. To cleave a flying ant in 2 with a single sickle, while simultaneously impaling another, is a feat that even the Lord cannot achieve. The age-old principle of female dominance over males among mantises seemed to lose its significance at this moment. This was beyond mere strength. It was absurdly powerful. She had never encountered such a robust and formidable male mantis in her life. One could say this was her ideal mate. Upon sighting her dream mate, it was entirely natural for her legs to clench together. What an impressive male! That look clearly indicated he was in the throes of spring. The nearby mantises fell silent in astonishment. What a spectacle! Just moments ago, they were chastised for their behavior, and now she was the one succumbing to her instincts. Lu Qing remained blissfully unaware of the group of female mantises eyeing him with longing. Surrounded by the army of ants, he knew that if he did not break free in time, he could not withstand the attrition. He employed the same tactic again, feigning a weakness to lure the flying ants into a trap once more. The obsidian scythe struck with unerring precision, claiming its victims with each lethal blow. Within mere minutes, it had severed a significant portion of aerial forces. Once the threat of the airborne ants diminished, he took to the skies with unhurried grace. After effortlessly harvesting the remaining flying ants, he proceeded to glide towards the opposite bank of the river. The Ant Queen, having conducted her operations with remarkable efficiency today, felt satisfied with her conquests and decided against further engagement. She mused that next time, the mightiest of ants should be summoned for battle. Otherwise, the skirmish would be little more than child's play. Furthermore, she reminded herself to ensure a bountiful supply of delectable ant eggs, lest they fall short for sustenance. Upon finishing her thoughts, she let out a belch, as if still savoring the moment. Alas! The indignation was overwhelming. They had ravaged her nurturing grounds, slaughtered her progeny, and even consumed unhatched ant eggs. Now, they dared to mock her. The Ant Queen was driven to madness. Cursed mantises, I vow to ensure your complete extermination. Meanwhile, Lu Qing continued to soar leisurely, unfazed by the chaos. What audacity! How could such insignificant ants threaten the formidable mantis clan? Moreover, their lord Kai was the most valiant mantis known both in the heavens and on earth. Dealing with ants was but a matter of a single stroke. Even as he departed, he did not forget to sow seeds of animosity towards their lord. As Lu Qing's figure receded into the distance, the female mantises perched upon the treetops found themselves in a state of bewilderment. They, of course, could not comprehend the sophisticated strategy of using a knife to slay a mantis, but were astonished that this mantis was within their territory. Kai sensed something was amiss, yet could not pinpoint the nature of her unease. However, upon hearing Lu Qing's flattering words, she was instantly elated. Behold, this is a connection of souls. I am fond of this male, and he too admires me. In that moment, their mutual affection blossomed. Overwhelmed by emotions, Kai cast aside her hatred towards the ant clan. In the vastness of the world, the continuation of her lineage took precedence. Today, she would spare the ant clan and instead follow him to fulfill a grander mission. The mantises understood well what that greatest mission entailed. Meanwhile, the well-fed Dezhuang was curled up within a cave, indulging in slumber. Upon hearing commotion, he immediately stirred awake. "Boss, you're back?" He had no inkling of the encounter Lu Qing had just endured. As soon as Lu Qing entered the cave, he eagerly inquired, "So, were there any treasures in the ant nest?" "Indeed, ant eggs. Those delicacies are soft, sweet, and rich in nutrients, each a grade 4 delicacy, truly a boon for nourishment." This, Dezhuang's mouth watered, and he clasped his scythe-like limbs together. "Did you bring any back? Hurry, let me taste." "I couldn't bring any." The ant queen caught wind of it. I nearly faced a brutal beating. Just then, a call echoed from outside the cave. "Hurry out. The Lord has arrived." The Lord, the female. Dezhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly smitten. "Boss, the Lord, it's the Lord." "Calm down." The scythe-like foot struck, nearly flattening Dezhuang's triangular head into a square shape. This brought Dezhuang back to his senses. Recalling Lu Qing's teachings and brainwashing. Choose between your life and the females. If it were before, Dezhuang would have gallantly chosen the females. However, one has now fully grasped the exquisite beauty of existence, the savor of avian flesh, the allure of free delicacies, and the ever-growing power that fills one with anticipation for the future of the mantis life. To avoid death, one must exercise restraint and thought. Dezhuang promptly nodded. "Restraint, restraint." Lu Qing shook off the dust from his body and declared, "Let us venture forth to meet them." A dozen female mantises circled the cave, their piercing gazes fixed intently upon Lu Qing as he emerged. Their eyes radiated a pure and fervent desire for the male. The ostentatious Tsai, adorned with tricolored wings, slowly descended with regal grace. Upon landing, the tall, four-legged figure elegantly advanced a few steps, wings unfurling once more. "Male, I have set my sights upon you. Accept the noble favor of your matriarch." After articulating her intentions, she lifted her regal triangular head in her eyes. Which male could withstand the favor of the matriarch? No male could withstand it. What is a male? Merely a tool by nature. The very foundation upon which the strength of the female is built. Since the dawn of their kind, there have been no exceptions. Even if the male before her was extraordinarily powerful, perhaps even equal to herself. So what? This is fate, an inevitable destiny. Theoretically, it is insurmountable point one must admit, for a creature that has been solitary for decades. The sight of a female mantis now exudes an undeniable allure. If it were merely to indulge in an intimate encounter with a solitary female mantis, he might have contemplated yielding to temptation. Yet this endeavor is perilous. I see your allure, but you seek my demise. Moreover, the ant species has ravaged your kind to such an extent, yet you still possess the inclination to pursue matters of courtship. Goodness, have you not suffered enough? I am uninterested. The response was straightforward and unequivocal. Chapter 14. Your allure pales in comparison to that of a mere lizard. Tsai was momentarily taken aback. What? Uninterested? You hold no interest in me? Could it be that my earlier display of nobility rendered him hesitant, making him feel inadequate? She promptly withdrew her wings and swayed her ample form. How could there be no interest? Surely, we could cultivate something together. She clamped down. She actually clamped down. Lu Qing was rendered speechless. What a performance, alas! Enough with the antics. My lack of interest is not directed at you personally, but rather at the mantis species as a whole. Your allure fails to rival even that of a lizard, Dezhuang silently exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder the leader consistently shunned female mantises. He must prefer interspecies interactions. How magnificent, truly magnificent. Such grandeur, such majesty. Tsai was baffled. Am I truly less appealing than other species? Her large eyes fixated on Lu Qing, seemingly attempting to comprehend the peculiarity of this male's thoughts. The other mantises exchanged glances, perplexed. What is this? A mantis does not fancy another mantis, but rather a lizard. Was the matriarch's earlier display of nobility and flirtation all in vain? The matriarch Tsai was incensed. Tell me your name. I demand to know your lineage, Lu Qing. For a mantis, this name is as peculiar as can be, yet compared to his interests, it seems rather ordinary. Lu Qing, as your lord, I command you to accompany me forthwith to partake in the annual joyous festival. This audacity is astonishing. Soft approaches are ineffective. It seems you intend to resort to force. Truly, do you consider yourself so significant as to issue commands to me? Today, I have resolved to defy you. I shall merely observe, for what does your title of lord mean to me? Cease your boisterous proclamations, for my scythe is poised to strike and will reduce you to mere fragments. Upon uttering these words, the black scythe was already brimming with potential energy. Kai was indeed enraged. Yet it was but a fleeting moment. After all, the one before it was a formidable mantis capable of cleaving ants in two with a single strike. It was aware that it could not achieve such prowess. Despite its strength and arrogance, it was not devoid of intelligence. It was merely not astute. While both belonged to the same low-tier rank, a disparity in power was undeniable. Should Lu Qing truly provoke it, this lord would find no respite. Moreover, it possessed the ability to attain its peak strength without shedding blood. In just 3 days, its essence would reach its zenith. At that point, not only Lu Qing, but even a 9th-tier male would have no choice but to lie still, awaiting its command. Thus, why venture into peril? Kai promptly retreated a step. It was not fear that guided my actions, but concern for your well-being. In the presence of such a precious being as yourself, I shall refrain from violence. I intend to conquer you with charm, for that brings true delight. I shall return in 3 days to invite you once more. I hope you will ponder this in the meantime. 3 days? An invitation? Do you truly believe such trivial tactics can deceive the astute Lu Qing? Surely, you harbor no noble intentions. You are incessantly plotting to consume me. 3 days indeed. Let us see if you survive until then. Engaging in conflict may yield a victor, but ensnaring a mantis is a game where neither party truly loses. In 3 days, I shall ensure your downfall. With a swift motion of Lu Qing's deep black scythe, it commanded, "Hurry and depart." Kai ceased its words and, turning, led its fellow mantises away. Zhuang spat with disdain at the departing figures of the mantises. Relying on a modicum of beauty, they dismissed my brethren as inconsequential. Had they not fled swiftly, I would have torn their abdomens asunder. Now that they have gone, you reveal yourself again? Lu Qing cast a sidelong glance at it, noting its newfound bravado. How imposing, Zhuang scoffed. Is that so? You think I am praising you? I assent that the case. Your admiration is unmistakable. Lu Qing turned to return to the cavern. The red-stingered wasps were undeniably another formidable presence in the vicinity. As a social insect species, they claimed a vast territory. However, due to their strictly herbivorous diet, they did not face significant competition from other insects. Lacking competitors, no other species dared to provoke the red-stingered wasps lightly. Yet today was an exception. The hive had been robbed. The stolen item was royal jelly. Upon realizing the theft, the queen bee spotted 2 mantises fleeing with the precious substance. Royal jelly serves as sustenance for the larvae. Its loss could leave some starving. Such an occurrence was intolerable. Mantis, my bee clan harbors no enmity with you. Why do you steal my royal jelly? Lu Qing, without turning back, replied, Our Lord Kai desires something sweet, and you should consider the request for royal jelly as a courtesy. Spare me your incessant prattle, taking my possessions and calling it courtesy? The scoundrel, to bully a bee to such an extent is utterly outrageous. The queen bee seethed with fury. Meet Sai, I shall remember you. 2 sparrows, in search of sustenance, happened upon a river. Just as they were about to quench their thirst, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Lowering their heads, they beheld a colossal mantis hurtling towards them. Overwhelmed by the disparity in strength, the 2 sparrows found themselves unable to flee, dragged down to the ground. Just when they believed their demise was imminent, they were met with the terrifying sight of 2 formidable mantises clashing together. The sparrows were momentarily bewildered. How dare these third-tier sparrows flit about in the skies? First, they were subjected to a brutal confrontation, and then they were insulted. Such lowly status is utterly worthless. Even consuming you would be a nuisance, so be gone, you insignificant pests. Trembling in fear, the 2 sparrows were at a loss for what to do. Lu Qing brandished his inky black scythe-like limbs, still lingering. Is my blade not sharp enough? Only then did the sparrows muster the courage to leap slightly. Realizing their adversaries had indeed refrained from striking, they finally dared to take flight. Listen well, you wretched species. From now on, you shall steer clear of our Lord Meat-Size territory. Should our mantis clan spot your pathetic kind soaring through our domain again, we shall break your legs. How dare you defy the heavens and bully the birds to such an extent? Sparrows are known to prey upon mantises, and yet now they face such humiliation. Do you think we sparrows lack temper? Do we lack formidable beings among us? Once the 2 sparrows reached a safe haven, they finally found the courage to respond. Lord Meat-Sai, we shall remember this. Prepare for the wrath of our sparrow clan's might. Cowards, What formidable power do you possess? Hurry up and send forth your insignificant kind. Our lord meat-sized twin blades have long been yearning for action. The two sparrows, having narrowly escaped, swiftly departed, brimming with indignation. Dazhuang drooled, "Boss, while the sparrows may be small, their flesh is remarkably tender. Letting them escape is ashamed. A third-tier bird is of no use. Moreover, I still need to weave a net." "Weave a net? What kind of net?" "Heavenly and earthly net." Dazhuang appeared utterly perplexed. Lu Qing wreaked havoc all around. Regardless of whether they were powerful or weak species, all were thrown into disarray. Even the green caterpillars, who occupied the lowest rung of the food chain, were pulled down, kicked a few times, and then tossed back up. Chapter 15. Who have I offended? After a series of operations, every species harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the mantis lord Mitsai. Mitsai inexplicably felt a chill. Unable to suppress a shiver from her plump body, she pondered. The leaves have yet to yellow, so why do I feel cold? However, the thought of the mighty Lu Qing ignited a fire within her heart. Just hold on a little longer. In 2 days, my estrogen will peak. At that time, with just a hint of my allure, the cross-species eccentric Lu Qing will be entirely at my mercy. The mere thought is exhilarating. Just as she indulged in her fantasies, the ground beneath her suddenly trembled violently. Her nest was built atop a tree, and such a disturbance could only be caused by the shaking of the great tree. Mitsai immediately took to the skies. Upon witnessing the situation outside, she was instantly left dumbfounded. Why, Lord, what on earth is happening? The mantises that followed closely behind trembled and feared. A saber-toothed boar was rampaging against the trees, causing the tremors that we felt. This saber-toothed boar measured approximately 1 meter in length, with 2 robust tusks resembling daggers, serving as its primary weapons of attack. Its ebony skin was smeared with resin and pebbles, granting it formidable defensive capabilities. Although the saber-toothed boar was relatively diminutive among its kin, it was undoubtedly a powerful presence within a 10-mile radius. Endowed with innate species advantages and divine strength, coupled with extraordinary stamina, it wielded its sharp tusks as weapons, reinforced by a rocky armor, making it one of the fiercest entities in the vicinity. In this 10-mile stretch, only one saber-toothed boar existed, earning it a renowned title, Brown Tail. That brown tail was strikingly beautiful. Sai glanced at the boar's rear, only to discover that the tail was completely bare, with the flowered core and remnants plainly visible. The vibrations of the trees intensified. Under the relentless assault of the saber-toothed boar, significant chunks of bark and trunk were already splintered away. Why, Lord, we have not provoked it. What has caused this boar to go mad? Sai was equally perplexed. This saber-toothed boar was comparable in size and strength to herself, yet even 3 of her could not contend with it on the ground. Thus, in the past, whenever they encountered it, they had always chosen to circumvent it, never daring to provoke it. Why, then, was it now recklessly assaulting their lair? As the leader, Sai could not allow further destruction to ensue and inquired, "Brown Tail, what provokes your ire?" A deep, furious snort echoed in response. "Humph, why? You know very well." Sai felt utterly bewildered. "What could I possibly know? Brown Tail, our 2 clans have borne no grudges in recent days. I truly cannot fathom how I have offended you." The saber-toothed boar snorted derisively. "Humph, keep pretending. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your misdeeds?" Sai felt a wave of injustice wash over her. "What have I done?" The saber-toothed boar exhaled heavily, clearly infuriated. "Why, most prized possession, my brown tail, was severed by your treacherous ambush today. Unless I demolish your lair and annihilate your mantis clan, I shall not rest." It continued its frenzied assault on the thick tree trunk. Sai stood frozen in place, so that was why this boar had no tail. It had been severed. However, what did that have to do with me? That tail must have been quite the nuisance. Constantly sweeping around, surely it must have had a pungent scent. Could I possibly be that fond of it? A misunderstanding, indeed. I would never dare to provoke you. Who is unaware of your status as the pinnacle of power within these 10 miles? With my strength, I could never achieve such things. Humph, could never? What a fine excuse. You took advantage of my indulgence in poppy and made your move to sever it. Just take a look at what hangs from your branch. The branch is the lair. The entire ancient tree was put to use. The branches typically bore the spoils of battle that could not be consumed, a tradition of the mantis clan. Sai turned in shock. Upon the branch, adorned with bones, dangled a brown tail, suspended by vines. Compared to the other spoils, it stood out remarkably. With the gentle breeze, that alluring tail swayed, seemingly flaunting the mantis clan's trophies to the world. Sai found herself suddenly rigid. Her initial thought was not about being betrayed, but rather a sense of suspicion towards her subordinates. Who, among them, possessed such audacity to sever the tail of the mighty Zhu Dage? Humph! If only I could climb trees, I would annihilate you all without hesitation. The saber-toothed pig continued to ram its head against the tree, venting its wrath. Sai managed to compose herself. The saber-toothed pig was formidable, yet it could neither climb nor fly. Even if it were to topple the ancient tree, it would merely change its lair. However, it would likely take a month or two for such a pig to bring down this colossal tree. Let it ram as it pleases. Just as Tsai was about to offer further words of comfort, a mantis, unable to resist temptation, seized the severed pig tail and stuffed it into its mouth, grumbling about the foul odor. Yet, it confessed to relishing the taste. The saber-toothed pig, infuriated, could not bear the insult of having its tail consumed before its very eyes, all while hearing derisive remarks. Such audacity was intolerable. In a frenzy, the saber-toothed pig dashed back and forth, causing the trees to tremble even more intensely. Nonetheless, Tsai remained unperturbed at that moment. Yet another crisis approached. A flock of arrow sparrows appeared like arrows themselves, launching a swift attack. The arrow sparrows held a significant advantage over the mantises. Even if they were of the same species and rank, the sudden onslaught would be overwhelming in the blink of an eye. 3 female mantises had their heads pecked open, collapsing to the ground. As a lord, Tsai's formidable strength allowed her to break free from the constraints of her lineage. She even managed to slash down one of the attackers. Were the arrow sparrows not solitary hunters? Why were they coming in droves now? 2 of the arrow sparrows screeched in rage. You may insult us, but to demean our entire kin, and then question us. How dare you? Tsai was taken aback. The great power ants were one thing, but today, first the saber-toothed pig, then the arrow sparrows. When did I amass so many enemies? Something feels amiss. It was only now that she recognized the peculiarities, yet it was too late. Just as the arrow sparrows prepared for another wave of assault, a flock of iron-beaked birds swooped down. The leader, with wings spread, stood nearly 2 meters tall, boasting a strength of around grade 7. These were the very creatures that had fallen to the mantises. Iron-beaked birds were the natural enemies of the mantises, yet their coordinated approach left Tsai utterly perplexed. How had she offended them? From the great tree emerged a second-grade caterpillar, bellowing, "You murderous mantises, I vow to settle this score with you." Even the caterpillar, typically a male, had joined the fray. Am I truly a harbinger of chaos? Surely, there must be some misunderstanding, a misunderstanding indeed. Let us first eradicate your mantid kin. Yes, only through your dismemberment will this hatred dissipate. Without further ado, let us obliterate these wretched mantises. The once disparate groups, now united in their enmity, rallied together. Chapter 16. Reciprocity, Kiki, the ground, teeming with ants, joined the fray. At this moment, Tsai was genuinely alarmed. On the ground, there were troublesome ants and the saber-toothed pig. In the air, the ferocious arrow sparrows and iron-beaked birds. And even upon the trees lurked the fearless caterpillars. This is truly a hopeless predicament. No, let us converse. Yet these races no longer afforded it the opportunity for dialogue, instead converging upon it in a frenzied rush. The enemy surged from all directions, akin to a relentless tide. The colorful wings fared relatively well. After all, their prowess and rank were formidable enough to withstand the onslaught of the mighty army for a while. However, the remaining female mantises were far less fortunate. They were utterly defenseless, torn to shreds by the oncoming flock of birds, and subsequently devoured. The colorful wings were instantly alarmed. The urgency of mantis reproduction loomed large. Yet before the moment of joy could arrive, they were reduced to mere bones. Over a decade of labor, annihilated in an instant. Their lord had effectively become a mere specter. Heartbreaking. Yet, how could she, in such dire straits, do anything? She could only muster her strength to endure and seek an opportunity to flee. Dazhuang felt he had learned yet another skill. Following Lu Qing, he had absorbed so much knowledge. Truly, it was profound. So this was what the boss meant by using a knife to kill. But speaking of knives, I understand that, but what of people? What are people at a bipedal race, each as cunning as I? Dazhuang promptly expressed his astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, every one of them is filled with malice. This race must be incredibly powerful." Lu Qing offered no reply, instead gazing at the battlefield. Multiple races were besieging them, and a low-tier 7-rank iron-beaked bird was poised to charge at any moment. It seemed that the colorful wings were in for a tough time. Enough chatter, we are too close to the battlefield. We must retreat to avoid being discovered by these crazed individuals. While their individual strength might be average, when united, they were certainly formidable. If these races were to unearth Lu Qing as the instigator, the consequences. Dazhuang recoiled slightly to Lu Qing, ever restless, had already devised his next plan for advancement during their journey. The iron-beaked birds and the arrow sparrow army were besieging the mantises, leaving their lair vulnerable. As a sentimental mantis, if a race was indeed exposed, it was imperative to provide warmth. Let us head towards the cliff. The nest of the iron-beaked birds was not far, situated merely 10 miles away on an ancient tree halfway up the cliff. Generally, mantises were not known for their swiftness, but Lu Qing was anything but ordinary. With skill enhancements, he could unleash a powerful burst of flight in an instant, then glide a considerable distance. In no time, he left Dazhuang trailing behind. This was an unfamiliar environment, leaving Dazhuang uncertain. "Boss, wait for me. Time waits for no one, and offering warmth must be done unexpectedly. But I am not human." This sentiment was not misplaced, yet Lu Qing showed no signs of slowing down. "I will scout ahead to ascertain if there is any danger." The iron-beaked bird's lair was notably easy to locate. The ancient tree was adorned with dozens of large nests, tended by a dozen or so females responsible for incubation and protection. Some nests had already yielded hatchlings. The females were of low rank, merely 3rd and 4th tier. The strongest among them was a male, tasked with guarding, possessing only low-level 4th tier strength. Given Lu Qing's current capabilities, dealing with these iron-beaked birds should not pose much difficulty. With confidence in his abilities, there was no longer a need for concealment. "Who goes there?" The vigilant iron-beaked guard heard the commotion caused by Lu Qing. The other birds all tilted their heads towards the mountain's summit. Upon spotting a mantis perched atop the cliff, a collective sigh of relief escaped the iron-beaks. The guard, now at ease, proclaimed, "No need to panic. It's merely a mantis." The rest of the iron-beaks relaxed as well. A mantis, after all, was their favorite delicacy, delightfully crunchy. Having discerned the capabilities of these iron-beaks, Lu Qing wasted no time in unfurling his wings and descending. With his arrival came the astonished cries of the iron-beaks. "What a large, delectable mantis! Could this be a divine gift bestowed upon us?" The youngsters were thrilled, for they could finally savor something nourishing instead of the insipid insects they typically consumed. Each was invigorated. Blissfully unaware of the impending danger, Lu Qing alighted upon a tree branch, directly facing the iron-beak guard. Standing nearly 70 centimeters tall, coupled with 2 razor-sharp sides, he appeared remarkably imposing. In contrast, the 4-rank iron-beak guard stood only half his height, requiring it to tilt its head to meet Lu Qing's gaze. A tempest of dread surged within the guard. A mantis is a mantis, but this size is simply outrageous. The exaggerated physique and the 2 jet-black sides were indeed terrifying. This was no mere snack. This was a harbinger of doom. The guard instinctively took several steps back, shaken by Lu Qing's presence, its earlier bravado evaporating. "What business do you have here?" Lu Qing replied. "Revenge. Your Ironbeak Legion has ravaged the territory of my mantis and I, in the spirit of reciprocity, I must, of course, pay you a proper visit. Hee hee hee." The guard immediately spread its wings, entering a state of alert. "Quickly," informed the chieftain. With a knowing glance, Lu Qing scoffed, to attempt to block a mantis with bird wings. How foolish! The disparity between a 6th rank and a 4th rank was insurmountable. Without hesitation, he struck, delivering a crushing blow before the guard could even react. Snapping its neck effortlessly, Lu Qing had long since adapted to the jungle's law of survival of the fittest, and with a flurry of his dual blades, he dispatched the remaining ironbeaks. A dozen fell. Yet one eluded capture, a 3rd-rank female ironbeak, desperately soaring towards the cliff, evidently seeking to summon their chieftain for rescue. The distance from the cliff to the depths of the forest was but a few minutes. A round trip would take less than 10. Just as Lu Qing resolved to refrain from gluttony, a mantis suddenly leaped forth from the cliff. It was none other than Dazhuang, who had now reached the cusp of 5th rank. This determined strike was not to be underestimated. A single slash against the bird's wing caused the ironbeak, intent on summoning help, to plummet with a harrowing cry. Its wing broken, Dazhuang landed firmly on a tree branch. Feeling a swell of pride, "This time, I have truly turned the tides. As a natural enemy, ironbeaks devoured countless mantises each year. Yet Dazhuang had single-handedly felled a 3rd-rank ironbeak. The achievement was exhilarating." Lu Qing tossed an ironbeak to Dazhuang. "Enough chatter. Let us hasten to feast, lest we linger too long in uncertainty." Their chieftain could return at any moment. Without delay, Dazhuang began to relish the spoils of victory. Lu Qing has ascended to the lowly 6th tier, while the 4-tiered ironbeak bird guards and several female birds have provided him with a total of 13 points of flesh value. In Chapter 17, titled Stealing Home, the Ant Queen, Dazhuang possesses an insatiable appetite, having devoured 2 ironbeak birds in quick succession, even consuming a bird egg as a beverage. Lu Qing, not one to waste anything, cleared the remaining scraps, adding another 4 points to his flesh value. Soon, only a few bird eggs remained on the ancient tree. The eggs of the iron-beak bird are akin to second-tier sustenance, their consumption yielding negligible benefit. Thus, wastefulness was deemed unnecessary, especially since they were hardly exquisite delicacies. Let us go. De Zhuang cast a reluctant glance at the remaining eggs. Should we take a few of these eggs back? Is that even a question? Lu Qing spread his wings and took to the sky. With you following me, are you worried about not having enough to eat? A mere handful of eggs isn't worth the effort. De Zhuang quickly concurred. That's true. Following the boss, even someone like me can attain fourth-tier strength. Wait for me. Upon the branches, only bones and eggshells remained. They had been robbed. The leader of the iron-beak birds was instantly consumed by rage. Summoning the elites of the clan for revenge, they discovered their home had been violated. Who did this? Who was responsible? A torrent of fury surged within, compelling it to seek out the perpetrator and tear them to shreds. At that moment, an arrow sparrow alighted on the treetop. I just passed by and saw two mantises. The leader froze in disbelief. Mantises, how could that be? I just annihilated the mantis clan 10 miles away. How could there be powerful mantises seeking revenge? Are you sure you saw correctly? The arrow sparrow took off with agility. I saw it with my own eyes. Those two mantises were exceptionally formidable. Believe it or not. Watching the departing arrow sparrow, the leader fell into a deep and painful contemplation. Could it be that mantises from other territories have learned of our assault on their clan and come seeking retribution? Or is it that I have drawn the attention of the mantis queen? The mere thought of the mantis queen's formidable power sent a shiver down its spine. Let us depart from this place. An iron-beak bird cried out in anger. Leader, our females have perished, and many eggs have been destroyed. Must we not seek vengeance for such a grievous affront? We have also slaughtered the mantis's territory. Now we might be targeted by the mantis queen. Our survival is uncertain, yet we should still avenge our kin. Upon hearing the mantis queen might be involved, the iron-beak birds instantly fell silent. Surely it cannot be. We have only heard tales of the mantis queen's existence. This ancient forest is rife with stories, housing many powerful beings. The mantis queen is merely a legend to us. Her existence remains uncertain. After weighing their options, the leader concluded that leaving this sorrowful place was the wisest course of action. They would seek a new refuge and then investigate the matter further. Lu Qing had developed an addiction to thievery, initially planning to raid the nest of the arrow sparrow. However, he and De Zhuang were unaware of its location, thus forcing a change in plans. Boss, where shall we go to revel next? De Zhuang too found himself enthralled by the thrill of theft. After all, he had previously endured 3 days of famine, constantly bullied by one creature or another. Now, he truly relished the comfort of a full meal each day, along with the ability to intimidate other species. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. Now, there remains but one relatively favorable leveling spot nearby, the great ant nest. Upon hearing this, De Zhuang's head began to spin like a top. In a way, the ant queen is too terrifying. Last time, you barely escaped by sheer luck, and now you want to go back. The psychic abilities of the ant queen must be formidable. Typically, the communication range of most species does not exceed a few dozen meters, yet the ant queen can clearly hurl curses from hundreds of meters away. However, possessing strong mental capabilities does not necessarily equate to prowess in battle. De Zhuang is merely observing the surface. According to the habits of the species, the primary responsibility of the ant queen is to lay eggs. An ant queen that spends her days birthing offspring cannot possibly possess significant combat strength. Most likely none at all. Otherwise, during Lu Qing's last visit to her lair, she would not have refrained from showing herself while cursing. It is precisely for this reason that Lu Qing finds the ant queen even more intriguing. High rank, low power. Doesn't that make for a rather unappealing experience package? Afraid? Then perhaps you should refrain from going. Unexpectedly, this time De Zhuang seemed to have found his resolve. Of course, I'm not afraid. Under the tutelage of the boss, I have become remarkably strong. Then, his body slumped, collapsing onto the ground, feeling a bit bloated and drowsy. Before he could finish his thoughts, he was already lying flat, his plump abdomen rising and falling rhythmically. What the hell? Has he fallen asleep already? Lu Qing kicked him in exasperation. To his surprise, the fellow was sound asleep, not uttering a single word. It seems that these past few days of gluttony have brought him to the brink of another advancement. Lu Qing decided to leave him be. After blocking the entrance with a massive rock, he headed directly towards the ant nest. The defenses of the ant colony had evidently intensified on Ant Mountain. A dozen soldier ants were patrolling back and forth, while flying ants occasionally zipped through the AI. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Though it appeared that patrols had intensified, in reality, there were numerous blind spots. The intelligence of the ant queen was truly mediocre. He effortlessly maneuvered past the patrolling soldier ants and slipped into the burrow. The conditions within the tunnel, however, remained unchanged from last time. Seems that the Ant Queen's enhancements were merely superficial. Directed at the periphery, this time, his objective was to locate the Ant Queen. After navigating the intricate maze of tunnels, Lu Qing quickly lost his sense of direction. Unless he devised a plan, he would likely end up like last time, discovered by the soldier ants and subsequently besieged. By a stroke of luck, he happened to stumble into another chamber where ant eggs were stored. It appeared the egg-laying site had been relocated. At that moment, several transparent white ants were consuming meat worms. These larvae possessed only the instinct to feed and posed no threat. Behind them lay over 50 ant eggs. It seems the Ant Queen's reproductive capacity is quite impressive. In just 2 days, she has produced so many. Lu Qing wasted no time, slicing open the ant eggs for a hearty feast. The quantity was indeed a bit lacking. After consuming them all, his experience bar had barely increased by 1/5. Just as he felt that this venture yielded little reward, a commotion arose within the cave. He hurriedly concealed himself within an eggshell, digging a small hole to peer outside. A worker ant entered, cradling an ant egg. Worker ants lack intelligence and vision. It is possible that patrolling is not their duty, thus they failed to notice the eggs had all turned into empty shells. After placing the ant egg down, it turned and exited the cave. Lu Qing promptly emerged, hesitating for a moment before deciding to follow. Worker ants have a strict division of labor. The ant diligently transporting the eggs seems to be dedicated solely to this task. Could following it lead to the discovery of the queen ant? There exists such a possibility. Lu Qing cautiously trailed behind, navigating the intricate labyrinth of the ant nest. A moment's distraction caused him to lose sight of the worker ant. In a hurry, Lu Qing rushed to the spot where the ant had vanished and soon uncovered a concealed entrance. Venturing through this passage, he soon spotted the worker ant once more. Lu Qing quickened his pace to catch up. After walking a short distance, the worker ant suddenly halted, seemingly awaiting instructions, quietly remaining in place. Behind it lay another opening. As Lu Qing pondered, a voice resonated in his consciousness. Transport. This was the queen ant's command. Shortly thereafter, an ant egg rolled forth. The robust worker ants lifted the egg and resumed their labor. Lu Qing felt an exhilarating rush. That chamber must house the queen. His speculations regarding her power were mere conjectures. Observation was essential. Should the queen prove to be more than just a reproductive machine, possessing formidable strength, then his reckless intrusion would amount to delivering himself as a meal. Thus, he needed to proceed with caution. Lu Qing stealthily slipped inside. White, exceedingly white. Upon entering, Lu Qing's eyes were immediately drawn to a colossal posterior exceeding 3 meters in diameter. The cavern took on a semicircular shape, remarkably spacious. Despite its ample dimensions, a third of the area was dominated by this vast behind. The sight of such a large posterior sent Lu Qing's heart racing. If that rear was so immense, how colossal must the queen be? He cautiously advanced a few steps, preparing to glimpse her upper half. Chapter 18. Truly a reproductive machine, upgraded, he meticulously maneuvered around a natural stone pillar, concealing himself behind it to catch a glimpse of the queen's front. The immense posterior was connected to a slender body. Due to the sheer size of its hindquarters, her upper half had already elevated. Several tiny legs appeared to have regressed, resembling mere sticks, capable only of basic movements. Most notably, 2 long antennae extended from her head, far exceeding the length of a typical ant's. Nearby, 2 worker ants were devotedly feeding her. The sustenance consisted entirely of premium insect meat. As she consumed, her abdomen contracted, while new life was birthed from the rear. The queen truly operated as an exceptionally efficient ant production line. Lu Qing examined the data. Species: gigantic strength ant. Queen: strength none, low tier 7th rank. Leadership description: the sovereign of the gigantic strength ant colony, possessing formidable mental prowess, capable of dictating the division of labor and forcibly transforming the soldier ant types. Lu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. A low tier 7th rank creature devoid of strength. This was not merely a reproductive machine, but an experience repository as well. How fascinating. The queen's mental power was indeed formidable, yet it was limited to her kin. In terms of perception, she was hardly distinguishable from an ordinary ant. Otherwise, she would have sensed Lu Qing's entrance into the chamber. Coupled with the absence of vision, she only became aware of him once he reached the concealment behind the stone pillar. Lu Qing swiftly drew his weapon, and the 2 worker ants offered no resistance whatsoever. Their antennae severed with ease. The queen. How could she have forgotten me so quickly? Surely, she could not have forgotten. Her short legs moved frantically, yet her immense posterior rendered her nearly immobile. Lu Qing chuckled mischievously. Did you expect me back? And now I have uncovered your true form. The ant queen's composure shattered. Your colony is under siege. Your lord is on the brink of collapse, and all the female mantises are in peril. Should you lose the females, your mantis clan will face extinction. You ought to save them rather than seek trouble with me. Save them? The queen, unaware, was oblivious to the fact that Lu Qing was the mastermind behind it all. He casually approached her, his scythe-like limbs playfully patting her plump abdomen. It matters not. You annihilate my kin, I shall obliterate yours. Let's trade, shall we? I can afford such an exchange. Those female mantises, perpetually contemplating their next meal, were now a means to procure an opportunity for warmth. It was a lucrative deal for him, yet the queen could not afford such a gamble. If worker ants, soldier ants, or even flying ants perished, she would feel no sorrow. They could easily be replaced. But now, she herself was in jeopardy. The queen's abdomen squirmed violently. Let us erase our grievances. Lu Qing's limbs struck her antennae. Be why killing you. Our debts shall be settled. With a swift motion, he severed her long sensory appendages. Once her antennae were cut off, she could no longer command her soldier ants. No matter how many she possessed, they posed no threat. The once orderly ranks of soldier ants suddenly lost all coherence, colliding chaotically and even turning on one another in a frenzy. With her antennae severed, the queen instantly weakened. The previously clear communication had devolved into nearly inaudible murmurs. Mantises, my ant clan is not akin to you. You are despicable, blind insects. Yet Lu Qing merely smiled. In the jungle's law of survival, the weak are prey to the strong. Notions of decency were irrelevant. Moreover, he had now become one of those very insects, affording him even less restraint. He patted her bloated belly, contemplating another matter. The queen was but a breeding machine, and the eggs she produced were of superior quality, still holding some value for him. Should he not consider domesticating her, thereby securing a plentiful supply of ant eggs for consumption? Initially, he had intended to threaten her into submission, but upon revealing his thoughts, the queen's teeth clenched in defiance. Dream on. My ant clan is clad in iron armor, filled with integrity. How could I be domesticated by you? Cannot be domesticated? Lu Qing nonchalantly raised his scythe. Then I shall send you on your way. With that, he brought the blade down. The queen's defenses were feeble. The strike cleanly severed her body from the head. The soldier ants were not edible. Their bodies contained formic acid, which was corrosive. This was why he had refrained from preying on soldier and flying ants previously. Likewise, the upper half of the queen was inedible. However, that plump abdomen was quite another matter. He sliced off a succulent piece of flesh. Before he could even savor the flavor, it transformed into energy. Blood flesh value 0.2. Excellent. This single bite could grant him 0.2. Such a substantial piece might elevate him to the 7th tier. Lu Qing brimmed with enthusiasm. To avoid disturbances from the disoriented soldier ants, he promptly blocked the entrance, dedicating himself entirely to the task of gaining experience. The ceaseless notifications filled him with delight. At the height of the brush's rise, a sudden rustling sound caught Lu Qing's attention from the corner. He swiftly approached in 3 strides and discovered a hole scarcely larger than a basin. An ant staggered out from within, its size a mere 20 centimeters, its legs wobbling as it walked. Consulting his data, he promptly grasped the situation. Species: mighty ant, male ant, strength, grade 1, in continuous decline. This was a male ant designated for reproduction. Lu Qing glanced at the diminutive male ant and then at the queen ant, whose substantial posterior measured 2 to 3 meters, plunging into contemplation. How could it fulfill the glorious mission of lineage continuation and growth? Surely, it must be exhausting, potentially fraught with the risk of drowning. After all, the defending side outnumbered the attacking side tenfold. Once the queen ant perished, the exhausted male ant collapsed to the ground after only a few steps. Lu Qing swiftly ended its suffering with a single stroke. After consuming the grade 7 queen ant, his experience bar was completely filled. Energy accumulation complete. Would you like to level up? Yes. All the accumulated energy was instantaneously absorbed by his body, a wave of comfort eliciting a soft murmur from Lu Qing. Simultaneously, his physique began to swell dramatically. Within mere minutes, he had grown to a height of 1 meter. His blade-like limbs underwent a transformation as well. Previously as dark as ink, they now appeared even more intensely black, giving off a profoundly eerie visual sensation. Species: dark blade mantis level, low grade 7, 10.7500, skills: lethal / evolvable, skill, swift surge, evolvable. His abilities had been enhanced, particularly his flight skill, which had evolved into swift surge. This skill promised to unleash formidable flying capabilities in an instant. Excellent. His hunting prowess had significantly escalated. With a 1-meter stature, entering was effortless, yet exiting posed a challenge. Nevertheless, his powerful blade-like limbs easily repaired the passageway. Along the way, countless soldier ants were frantically attacking one another, Having lost the queen's command and failing to distinguish friend from foe, the ground was littered with the remnants of worker and soldier ants. Now possessing grade 7 strength, Lu Qing could effortlessly sever the armored grade 5 soldier ants with a single stroke. He carved a bloody path with ease. Furthermore, due to his enhanced strength, he could directly forge a corridor leading to the outside world. Outside was eerily quiet. Lu Qing turned to glance at Ant Mountain. The exterior remained unchanged, yet within, it had been rendered desolate. Chapter 19. No, it's interspecies. Lu Qing returned to the cave. The massive stone that had blocked the entrance had been moved. It appeared that Zhuang had successfully leveled up. Calling out a couple of times, he quickly received a response. Boss, you're back, over here. Following the sound, he found Zhuang not far away, crouched low as if observing something intently. Zhuang's body had now grown to 50 centimeters, and his blade-like limbs had turned a vibrant red. What are you looking at, so engrossed? Without turning his head, Zhuang beckoned with his blade-like limb. Come over, there's something fun. Lu Qing approached and soon beheld a male aphid perched atop a female caterpillar, exuding its primal urges. Astonished, aphids and caterpillars, though they belong to the same insect species, these are indeed two entirely distinct varieties. The notion of interspecies interaction is merely a whimsical thought for oneself. Yet these two are taking it seriously. Boss, I can almost envision your future self. Huh? Your future, my foot? These two primitive insects cannot possibly possess intricate thoughts. What on earth is going on? Zhuang chuckled and pointed at a red 9-petaled flower on the ground. After awakening, feeling rather bored, I casually fed a large aphid a few petals, and to my surprise, it became irritable. Just then, a caterpillar happened to pass by. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled. This thing packs quite a punch. It's practically a natural remedy. Where did you find it? Zhuang gestured towards the southern direction, indicating there were plenty more. Upon approaching, Lu Qing discovered this type of flower. He counted carefully, 23 plants, and some seedlings were not even included. The efficacy of this flower is remarkably extraordinary. I wonder if the leaves and stems are equally potent? Lu Qing captured some aphids for experimentation and found that they were indeed effective as well. The entire plant, roots, stems, flowers, and leaves, all exhibited the same properties, with the roots proving to be the most effective. What a splendid find! Such a treasure surely deserves a name. After pondering for a moment, Lu Qing decided on red spring grass. As he uprooted all the red spring grass, Zhuang chuckled beside him. Just as Lu Qing turned to say something, Zhuang interjected, saying, "No need to explain, I understand. This is for future merriment." Understand what nonsense. Come help me. Fresh flowers and herbs tend to rot if placed directly in the cave, so Lu Qing laid them out to dry on the stones outside. Once dried, they could be preserved well and might prove useful in the future. The ant nest had already been destroyed, leaving the domesticated meat insects as unclaimed possessions. Lu Qing led Zhuang to take a look. He tried one and discovered that the meat insects were no longer of any use to him. However, Zhuang indulged himself with great delight. Next, Lu Qing needed to contemplate the experience package. This region, previously considered rather barren, had been thoroughly depleted of useful species for enhancing ranks. It was time to consider expanding their culinary repertoire. Inside the cave, Zhuang proposed a location. According to the arrow sparrow, 50 miles away lies a peach orchard, where the insect tribes flourish, representing nearly every race, with food abounding, though fraught with peril. Naturally, the arrow sparrow described it from its own perspective. Generally, the arrow sparrow ranks around 3 or 4, and coupled with their innate suppression of insect tribes, anything that poses a threat must surely be abundant in 5-rank creatures. For Lu Qing, who is of the 7th rank, 4-rank food is no longer beneficial, but 5-rank could still provide some growth. Indeed, it sounds like an excellent place. We shall set off tomorrow. Zhuang was instantly invigorated. What shall we do tomorrow? Let's wait, boss. Do you catch a whiff of an enticing aroma? As he spoke, his antennae twitched up and down. Lu Qing too detected a delightful scent. It was a unique fragrance, distinctly different from the ordinary pleasant smells. Exactly what set it apart, Lu Qing could not articulate. Yet, upon inhaling it, he felt as though an overwhelming primal force was awakening within him, igniting a fervent impulse. If this overwhelming force is not dissipated, it will gradually become unbearable. Why, dear leader, you appear quite handsome. Goodness! Lu Qing kicked him out of the cave. He then stepped outside. On the ground lay a mantis, its wings partially severed, its 4 legs transformed into a pair of limbs. Its abdomen bore 3 gashes, from which green blood oozed forth. The Lord of the Colorful Wings. Observing the pitiful state of the colorful wings, Lu Qing could not help but exclaim, "What a fortunate creature!" Surrounded by various factions such as the iron-beaked bird, the arrow sparrow, the sword-toothed boar, and the mighty ant, it had somehow managed to escape. He instantly understood the source of that alluring fragrance. Judging by the time, the estrogen levels of the colorful wings must have reached their zenith. This must be a manifestation of estrogen overflow. No wonder both he and De Zhuang experienced primal urges. Ah, is that not the esteemed lord? What has happened to bring about such a plight? Over the past few days, the colorful wings had been busy, fleeing for its life while investigating the reasons behind the siege. IT discovered that all the attacking factions were incited by a mantis acting under its banner. The colorful wings finally pieced together the sequence of events and realized that the true instigator of its troubles was none other than Lu Qing. Coupled with the fact that its estrogen had peaked, it was now determined to seek revenge. When it spotted Lu Qing, it was genuinely taken aback. Previously, both it and Lu Qing were of the 6th rank, but due to the disparity between the stronger females and weaker males, Lu Qing appeared significantly smaller. Yet now, the opponent had grown considerably larger. You have actually reached the 7th rank. In its eyes, this was utterly astonishing. It had first heard of Lu Qing being of the 5th rank, then met him at the 6th rank, and now, just a few days later, he had ascended to the 7th rank. Even for a naturally advantaged female mantis, advancing a single rank was fraught with difficulty. It had been stuck at the 6th rank for 7 long years. The male mantis, in comparison, was even weaker, making such an ascent all the more implausible. But why had this male managed to ascend so rapidly? And what of the one beside him? The last time they met, he was only of the 4th rank, and now he had also reached the 5th rank. This was simply unreasonable. It shattered all definitions of the male mantis. Lu Qing shook his wings, declaring, "Indeed, I have reached the 7th rank? Impossible. Males are inherently weak. How could you possibly break through in such a short time? I was stuck at the 6th rank for a full 7 years. Haha, with good food and sound sleep, one naturally grows in strength. By the way, I have avenged our mantis clan, not only severely injuring the iron-beaked bird, but also exterminating the mighty ant nest. Ah, I must say, the flavor of the ant queen was truly delightful, red lips and white juice." Whether out of envy or resentment, the eyes of the colorful wings turned red. "I knew it was you stirring up trouble." Its tone softened instantly, even carrying a hint of amusement. Yet, well, after paying a great price, it could be said to have finally reaped the rewards. Chapter 20. This scene is utterly brutal. As long as I can enjoy a moment of pleasure with you and then consume you, I can bear our offspring, and this will provide me the opportunity to break through to the 7th rank. After shedding my skin and ascending, I shall emerge anew. The colorful wings brimmed with confidence, even beginning to feel exhilarated. You possess remarkable strength and foresight, harboring a plethora of cunning schemes. Yet, no matter how formidable you may be, you shall merely serve as a stepping stone for my kind. This has been the case in the past, and it shall remain so in the future. It is a fate decreed by the heavens, a recompense for the sacrifices made by our kind. No one can alter this course. Upon observing the confidence radiating from the other, Lu Qing discerned its intentions. The master of the game ultimately becomes a mere pawn. Such a notion is unfathomable. At that moment, the colorful wings unfurled, resembling a ritualistic display, and lo, Lu Qing, prepared to embrace the judgment of destiny. It released all its feminine essence, an alluring yet silent force, imperceptibly spreading its influence. The confidence of the colorful wings soared to new heights. The essence of femininity is the most advantageous weapon bestowed upon them to dominate the males. Do not think that even at the 7th rank, or even 8th or 9th, you can resist the arrangements of fate. Under the sway of this essence, you shall lose yourself, consumed by a singular desire for fleeting joy with me. Once the ecstasy subsides, you will be rendered utterly rigid, leaving me free to devour you at my leisure. By consuming you, I shall ascend and reforge a new lineage, allowing the glory of the mantis to shine once more upon this territory. De Zhuang was the first to fall victim. Its feeble resistance quickly transformed it into a bumbling fool. As if its body began to operate independently, "Boss, I feel an overwhelming heat. The colorful wings are utterly captivating." Under Lu Qing's tutelage, it now brimmed with an insatiable lust for life. It was acutely aware of the dire consequences that awaited if it succumbed. Despite an internal struggle filled with rejection, its body, betraying its will, inched closer to the colorful wings. However, the colorful wings deemed this 5th-rank mantis unworthy. He sought only the mightiest Lu Qing. De Zhuang crawled closer. The colorful wings unhesitatingly kicked it aside. "Get lost, you fool." Its gaze fixated on Lu Qing, awaiting the moment for the other to leap forward. Amidst the pervasive essence of femininity, Lu Qing perceived the colorful wings exuding an alluring charm. Indeed, this substance was intoxicating. It could evoke interest in a female mantis that had previously elicited none, suggesting that this essence could lead male mantises to lose themselves entirely, reduced to primal desires. Though retaining its own thoughts, it remained fundamentally a male mantis. To resist the invasion of this essence with intellect would yield greater strength than devouring, yet could not endure for long. To break free, one must strike decisively before the essence reaches its zenith. Although the colorful wings were only ranked at 6, a rank lower than himself, the innate larger size and strength of females rendered a single lethal blow quite challenging. Unless Lu Qing, no longer in control, took deliberate steps toward the colorful wings, he advanced 3 steps with considerable effort, only to retreat 1, yet, under the numbing embrace of the essence, he found himself lacking in self-control. As he neared, the colorful wings felt an exhilarating swell of triumph. Ha ha ha, indeed. What does it matter how powerful you are? You shall still willingly fall into my embrace. No matter how astute you may be, you are utterly defenseless at this moment. Such is the grand design of fate. Suddenly, as he approached, Lu Qing revealed 2 hidden blades. The colorful wings were filled with disbelief. Impossible. There is no reason for this. The essence is specifically designed to ensnare males. Once within range, any male mantis should succumb entirely in a matter of moments. How could he possibly wield his sickle limbs? Was it mere coincidence? However, in the next instant, the dark blade struck towards its head. It was not coincidental. He truly had not been subdued. How could this be possible? It would never have crossed its mind that Lu Qing's soul hailed from another realm, endowed with formidable cognitive abilities and a resistance to pheromones that far surpassed that of an ordinary male mantis. However, at this moment, it had no time to ponder. The moment it regained its senses, Kai Yi desperately recoiled. Lu Qing's sudden outburst was not something the opponent could easily evade. Yet, as the distance between them diminished, the potency of the pheromones intensified, leaving him feeling somewhat weak and languid. In this interplay of strengths, the unexpected assault did not claim Kai Yi's life, but it did sever 2 of its antennae. The pheromones were emitted through these appendages, and with their severance, the secretion ceased abruptly. Instead, oozing a translucent liquid from the severed ends, Kai Yi had lost its final bargaining chip. Ah, my antennae, my pheromones. Why do pheromones have no effect on you? Lu Qing sensed the waning heat within him and began to feel unhurried. Of course they are effective, just not as swiftly as you might wish, he replied. Your trump card has already been rendered useless. Now, I shall send you at that moment. Lu Qing suddenly heard a heavy wheezing behind him. Turning around, he spotted the saber-toothed pig, its crimson eyes fixated on him, panting heavily. The remnants of a red flower lingered in its mouth. The crimson residue, how familiar. Lu Qing's gaze shifted to a nearby rock, which had previously basked in the sun alongside more than 20 stalks of red spring grass. Now, however, the red spring grass had diminished by more than half. Lu Qing was momentarily speechless. Indeed, it is a pig, fearless in its consumption. The saber-toothed pig's appearance indicated that the red spring grass had a significant effect on it. Its scarlet eyes brimmed with desire. Though the saber-toothed pig possessed the strength of a 6th-tier creature, its tough hide and sharp tusks rendered it a formidable opponent, one that the insectoid race could hardly rival. The last time he had severed its tail, it had been during a moment of inebriation. Engaging it head-on, even with a slight advantage in rank, would not guarantee an easy victory. Moreover, given the saber-toothed pig's current state, Zhuang had regained consciousness and, upon seeing the panting saber-toothed pig, trembled in fear. Boss, what shall we do? What to do? Fly? Lu Qing took the lead, soaring up into an ancient tree. Zhuang was not far behind, on the ground. Only Kai Yi remained. Watching the saber-toothed pig draw nearer, panting heavily, Kai Yi panicked. With its wings damaged and only 2.5 legs remaining, there was no hope of flight, nor could it escape on foot. Although it longed for joy, such joy was predicated on kinship, not a pig. Pigs brought no happiness. Kai Yi looked up pitifully at Lu Qing perched atop the treetop. We are kin. You couldn't possibly bear to see your lord ravaged by a pig, could you? Lu Qing chuckled heartily. You just attempted to devour me, and now you seek my aid. Do you truly think me so foolish? At present, Lu Qing wished only to watch the unfolding drama. Kai Yi was at her wit's end. You insect egg, I am the lord. I command you now. The saber-toothed pig was already drawing close. Saliva dripped from its mouth as it sniffed the air. Heh, sister, come here. I see you still possess your allure. I must have been too loud before, damaging your nest. Allow me to make amends and show you some affection. Kai Yi had nowhere left to retreat. Go home and comfort your mother. Humph, it seems it is better to care for you. Do not approach. We are not of the same species. I will find you a saber-toothed boar. The saber-toothed boar has already lunged forward. Humph, no, this is precisely the thrill I desire. Zhuang swayed his triangular head repeatedly. Iske, how brutal. There is not a trace of swine nature. Chapter 21. Such cruelty. Lu Qing crouched upon a tree branch, his blade swaying back and forth. The swine's hooves crush flowers. Such cruelty. It is unbearable to behold. Truly an assault on the eyes. He leapt down from the branch, raising his blade and plunging it into the back of the frenzied boar. The boar, before it could revel in joy, let out a grunt and met its demise. He dragged away the corpse of the saber-toothed boar. The already gravely injured Kai, after this ordeal, was on the brink of death and utterly incapable of movement. Thus posing no threat to Lu Qing, he turned to depart. De Zhuang, it is entrusted to you. Ah, do you not dare? De Zhuang waved his blade, saying it was too filthy. Lu Qing cast him a glance, as if to say, do you think I am not disgusted? Stop hesitating. Kai, in a daze, protested, I am not dead yet. How can you openly express disdain? I have been ravaged to this state, and you still choose to stab me with verbal daggers. Damn it this moment. I truly wish to sever my own neck. I in a fit of hysteria. Can you not allow a dignified lord to die with some semblance of honor? Reluctantly, De Zhuang approached. Even in such a wretched state, what dignity is there to speak of? You go ahead and act, you useless male trash. De Zhuang nonetheless extended his blade, granting her a final release. No need for thanks. Brother Boar has already released himself. Damn. Before the words could fully escape, she had completely passed away. Zhuang shook his head, a dignified lord, and in his final moments, thought of eating grass. Alas, he lifted his gaze towards Lu Qing. Boss, what shall we do next? Should we devour Kai and the saber-toothed boar? Lu Qing, lacking the spirit for such matters, replied, if you can stomach it, feel free to indulge. I cannot bring myself to eat. De Zhuang shook his wings. When shall we venture to the peach garden? Tomorrow. Autumn is quite arid. In merely a day. The red spring grass has already dried out. However, carrying it poses a dilemma. Without clothes and pockets, how shall I transport this? De Zhuang scratched at his wings. Boss, what shall we do with this grass? Lu Qing surveyed De Zhuang's rotund figure. Boss, I feel as though you are concocting something devious. Your instincts are astute. Lu Qing procured a large leaf from an ancient tree, placed the grass within, and folded it. Then, using a resilient vine, he bound it around De Zhuang's abdomen. Tying knots is a skill for mantises. Yet after several attempts, Lu Qing succeeded. De Zhuang grumbled. This contraption is rather uncomfortable. Lu Qing scoffed. Did you feel discomfort when feasting? Yet when tasked with work, you suddenly complain, do you? De Zhuang immediately chuckled, casually remarking, in truth, this vine is exceedingly lightweight and enhances my defensive capabilities. I quite like it. Enough idle chatter. Let us be on our way. After speaking, Lu Qing unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, subsequently gliding downwards. According to the information received, Taoyuan was 50 miles away from the dense forest. However, in reality, they had departed in the morning and only found traces in the afternoon, which likely exceeded 100 miles. Da Zhuang, invigorated, waved his wings and glided closer, exclaiming, Boss, do you see it? Taoyuan is right ahead. Naturally, Lu Qing saw it. He had initially assumed Taoyuan was merely a small area, but to his astonishment, what lay before him was an expansive vista of pink blossoms stretching to the horizon. It was undeniably a boundless expanse of peach blossoms in full bloom. In accordance with the seasons of the previous world, peach blossoms typically flourished in spring. Yet, in this world, they continued to bloom even in autumn. The sight of countless peach blossoms rendered the surroundings exceedingly picturesque. Just as Lu Qing was reveling in the beauty, he suddenly sensed a formidable wave of force approaching. Upon closer inspection, he saw a giant boulder hurtling upwards towards him. Startled, Lu Qing swiftly activated his skills, forcefully shifting several meters to the side. The boulder, propelled by the force, soared past him. Looking down, he heard a thunderous roar. The sound resonated like thunder on a clear day, reverberating with an almost deafening intensity. To Lu Qing's astonishment, the source of the roar was emanating from dozens of miles away. The ability to hurl a boulder such a distance with such might and the roar's overwhelming power was truly terrifying. Da Zhuang was utterly flustered. Damn, that rock nearly took me out. The roar felt like a presence of immense strength. Boss, if you ask me, this Taoyuan is fraught with dangers. Opportunities only arise amidst peril. Let us descend. They landed one after the other at the edge of the peach grove. The sounds of battle and the furious roars continued to echo clearly. A few pink, meaty caterpillars, each over 20 centimeters long, on the trees shrank back in fear, paralyzed by the earlier thunderous sound. Da Zhuang swiftly grabbed one, decapitating it. Peach bug. This creature actually possesses third-tier strength. He then popped it into his mouth, relishing the taste. It's truly sweet. I never expected a bug could taste this sweet. Just like eating a peach, Lu Qing surveyed the surrounding environment. The flatland was entirely covered with peach trees, as if the area had been deliberately cultivated. Have you ever eaten a peach? No, I'm just guessing. After all, these peach bugs feast on fresh peaches daily. Their flavor must be akin to that of the fruit. Lu Qing showed no interest in the peach bugs. Instead, he pointed towards a small hill at the edge. There's a hill over there. Let us go and carve out a cave as our dwelling. Da Zhuang caught another peach bug, expertly removing its head. Sleeping in the trees would be splendid. Sleeping in trees? You wouldn't even know how you died. Look at what's on the tree branch to your left. Da Zhuang turned his head and found himself locked in a gaze with a pink venomous snake. Damn! A fourth-tier peach snake. Although its tier was slightly lower, this creature was poisonous. A single bite would be unbearable for anyone. The small hill, located on the edge of the peach grove, stood only a few dozen meters high, steep enough to serve as an excellent site for digging a cave. As they approached, Lu Qing was delighted. There was indeed a cave, which would save them a great deal of trouble. Signs of animal activity surrounded the cave, indicating that some species dwelled within. Lu Qing approached the cave entrance and stealthily slipped inside. Suddenly, a creature burst forth. A bug measuring approximately half a meter in length, adorned with a glossy black exoskeleton, yet possessing remarkably small mandibles. Its two powerful hind legs were noticeably thick, suggesting an impressive leaping ability. The eyes of both the bug and Lu Qing met in a moment of mutual observation. In the next instant, the creature unexpectedly turned around, presenting its rear to Lu Qing. Just as he pondered whether this bug had peculiar preferences, it astonishingly released a burst of flames from its posterior. The fire erupted swiftly, but Lu Qing's reflexes were equally quick. He promptly activated his skill Swift Surge, forcibly displacing himself 5 meters away. A wave of heat surged past him, igniting the nearby peach tree. Within that inferno, a highly corrosive liquid seemed to incinerate many delicate peach blossoms into charred remnants. Turning to observe, he noticed the bug shaking its behind. Species: fire-spitting bug. Strength: low tier 6th rank. The fire-spitting bug truly spewed fire. Lu Qing brandished 2 large blades, preparing to sever its rear for study. The fire-spitting bug, realizing the size of the blades before it, executed a powerful leap. Its robust hind legs propelled it swiftly out of the cave. Lu Qing swung his blade, delivering a forceful strike against the bug's carapace. The impact produced a metallic clang, revealing a distinct crack in its armor. The fire-spitting bug exhibited commendable defense. Although this strike did not claim its life, the force altered its trajectory, causing its body to roll and crash into a peach tree, which broke under the impact. Lu Qing, wielding his blade, advanced towards the creature. The fire-spitting bug had fully grasped Lu Qing's strength and promptly regained its stance. Propelling itself skyward like a cannonball, Lu Qing activated Swift Surge again, flapping his wings to pursue. Just as he was about to catch up, the creature astonishingly released another fiery projectile from its rear. The potency of this fireball was formidable, leaving Lu Qing with no choice but to evade. Following his dodge, the fire-spitting bug, aided by the flames, accelerated further, vanishing into the peach grove 10 miles away in the blink of an eye. Lu Qing ceased his pursuit and landed steadily before the cave. The ever-curious Da Zhuang quickly approached, exclaiming, "Wow, I've never seen a fire-breathing bug before." Lu Qing entered the cave, remarking, "It's my first encounter as well. If we could capture one, we might even enjoy some roasted meat." "Roasted meat? What is that?" Da Zhuang inquired. "Meat cooked over fire, enhancing its flavor." "Oh," Da Zhuang nodded repeatedly, feeling he had acquired yet another peculiar piece of knowledge. The interior of the cave was remarkably spacious, with evidence of excavation. The fire-spitting bug clearly lacked the ability to mine stone, suggesting it was not the true inhabitant of this cave. The entire cavern presented a semi-oval shape, with the widest area reaching approximately 10 meters in one corner. There lay a stone bed constructed from piled rocks, which greatly astonished Lu Qing. A stone bed. While the creatures of this world were undeniably intelligent, they were certainly not capable of crafting objects, even the simplest of beds. Could it be that this place was once established by a truly intelligent race? Such a possibility existed. Da Zhuang used his knife to sever the vines binding him, then turned towards the peach grove. "Boss, the peach bugs are incredibly delicious. Shall we gather some?" The third-grade peach maggots hold no utility for Lu Qing. He would not indulge in such fare merely for the sake of satisfying his palate. Abstaining from consumption is of no consequence to me. Here, the peach maggots are abundant, with nearly every tree harboring a nest. The ripeness of the peach trees seems indifferent to the seasons, as each branch bears fruit in its own unique manner, yielding an astonishing harvest. Some trees are in bloom, while others boast fully ripened peaches. Lu Qing, intrigued, plucked a large peach, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, strikingly beautiful in appearance. Upon peeling it, the flesh revealed itself to be crystal clear. Plump and juicy. It appears that the fruits in this world possess enhancing properties. Otherwise, the peach maggots, which consume peaches daily, would not boast third-grade prowess. Chapter 22. Upgrading Sanctuary, Peach Orchard. De Zhuang feasted wholeheartedly, and Lu Qing began to entertain thoughts of consuming food for the purpose of enhancement. He ventured deeper into the peach orchard, intending to discover what edibles might be found within. Peaches are rich in energy, thus even the herbivorous species here possess considerable strength. The third-grade peach maggots are, in fact, the weakest of the inhabitants. Having traversed less than a mile, Lu Qing encountered an iron-headed cricket measuring a meter in length. Species: iron-headed cricket. Strength: low-level 6th grade species vary greatly from one another. Lu Qing, at 7th grade, only reaches a meter in height, while this 6th grade iron-headed cricket already boasts such dimensions. The iron-headed cricket has a square-shaped head, with 2 long antennae constantly quivering atop it, and a broad, gleaming mandible, suggesting formidable biting power. Its hind legs, approximately a meter long, are astonishingly robust, promising terrifying explosive strength. Most notably, it is adorned with a formidable iron carapace, extending from its head down to its upper torso. The temperament of the iron-headed cricket seems exceedingly irascible. Upon locking eyes with Lu Qing, its fury escalated immediately. Die, you wretch! Without even a moment for dialogue, the iron-headed cricket unleashed its wrath, propelling itself forward with immense force. Lu Qing had already fallen prey to this ambush twice today. However, the cricket's speed and strength were now even more intimidating, amplifying the sense of pressure upon him. The impact was fierce, as the iron-headed cricket charged forth, using its head as a weapon of assault. Was it relying on its hard-headedness? Instead of dodging, Lu Qing brandished his concealed blade, delivering a decisive slash. The force of the cricket's charge was tremendous, yet Lu Qing's strike was equally powerful. The clash of blade against iron resonated with a deep metallic sound. This forceful blow, combined with the cricket's overwhelming advance, astonishingly failed to breach its defenses. It seems the iron-headed cricket's cranial protection is exceptionally robust. Nonetheless, Lu Qing held a trump card. A true trump card. The advantage of wielding dual blades became evident. As the collision unfolded, his other blade ascended diagonally to pierce the cricket's abdomen. While the head was shielded by iron armor, the abdomen bore no such protection. The blade's tip penetrated directly, inflicting a grievous wound. The rebound from the impact propelled them apart. The iron-headed cricket landed on the ground, ignoring the gaping wound on its abdomen as it charged again. Indeed, it was fearlessly reckless. Merely having glanced at it amidst the peach blossoms, it was prepared to risk its life. Lu Qing once more wielded his blade in defense, replicating his previous maneuver, and plunged the concealed knife into the cricket's abdomen anew. This time, the iron-headed cricket disregarded any notion of injury, opening its mandibles wide and biting down fiercely on Lu Qing's blade-like foot. The sound of its mandibles clashing against the blade was sharp, yet it inflicted no real harm. Nevertheless, the iron-headed cricket seemed utterly unconcerned with pain, stubbornly gnawing at the resilient blade while using its hind legs to push against the ground in a futile attempt to topple Lu Qing. In this contest of strength, Lu Qing held a distinct advantage. No matter how vigorously the creature struggled, he remained steadfast and unyielding. Despite having sustained severe injuries to its abdomen, the iron-headed cricket could not escape the inexorable passage of life. Yet its fury persisted unabated. Die! I want you dead. Even as its strength waned, the cricket's ire only seemed to intensify. Lu Qing was at a loss for words. Such sheer madness. What enmity could possibly warrant this? Or was this species simply prone to such temperament? There was little point in attempting any form of communication. With a swift motion, Lu Qing's blade cleaved the creature in two, even as its life force ebbed away. The iron-headed cricket continued to gnash its mandibles tightly around Lu Qing's blade. After prying it loose, Lu Qing began to absorb the experience. Flesh value: 0.1, flesh value: 0.1, not bad, a slight increase with each bite. Quite standard indeed. Once fully consumed, the entire iron-headed cricket yielded him 13 points of experience. Just as he finished, a green locust descended from the sky, unceremoniously devouring the indigestible iron shell left behind by Lu Qing. Its sharp mandibles snapped together like a merciless chewing machine, and within moments, the sturdy exoskeleton had been reduced to mere sustenance in its belly. Lu Qing took a moment to inspect the locust's information. Species: green locust. Strength: low tier 6 tier 6. While the locust's mandibles were formidable, its defensive capabilities were rather unimpressive. Lu Qing excelled at dealing with low defense species. He had come here specifically to gather experience and had no intention of showing mercy. With a swift strike of his blade, he pierced the locust's back in pain. The locust did not retaliate but instead attempted to flee in a frantic hop. This creature, measuring a meter in length, possessed strength that surpassed even the iron-headed cricket, rendering Lu Qing's stabilizing appendages ineffective as he was propelled away in haste. Lu Qing used another blade to grasp a nearby stone. The green locust's escape was hindered, providing Lu Qing the opportunity to sever one of its thick legs. Upon losing a leg, the locust immediately began to plead for mercy. "I only took a few scraps you couldn't digest. It's not that serious, really." Communication fosters empathy, but Lu Qing resolved to be a heartless machine of slaughter, promptly lopping off another of its sturdy legs. "I am the vanguard of the locust army, with 300,000 troops stationed 100 miles away. Goodness, a mere locust dares to issue threats? And an army of 300,000. Can it even count? Spare me, your kin are no match." With a decisive strike, he dispatched the creature and began to extract energy. The peach grove was indeed promising. Having encountered 2 Tier 6 creatures within mere strides, his experience bar had already increased to 1/10. Based on the resources of the peach grove, it was possible he could reach Tier 8 today. Lu Qing felt a surge of exhilaration. He had traversed over 10 miles, aware of the formidable beings that lurked within the peach grove. He proceeded with utmost caution. It was this very caution that allowed him to hear the commotion. Stealthily approaching, he beheld a skirmish unfolding between a monkey and a horde of green locusts. The monkey stood at approximately 1.5 meters in length, adorned with a coat of golden fur that shimmered in the light, embodying both agility and strength. Moreover, it possessed the remarkable ability to wield weapons, stones, wooden sticks, and even the thighs of grasshoppers could serve as its formidable instruments of combat. Lu Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, discreetly retrieved information regarding the golden monkey. Species, golden monkey, strength, low tier 8 rank. It was astonishing to discover it was of 8 rank. Under ordinary circumstances, encountering a creature of superior strength, particularly a primate, would compel him to flee without a second thought. However, the present situation was markedly different. The 8-rank golden monkey was besieged by a horde of grasshoppers. Their numbers exceeded 100, each one recklessly charging forth. Despite being only of 6th rank, the overwhelming biting force, leaping ability, and numerical advantage of the grasshoppers gradually rendered the golden monkey unable to cope. Lu Qing ascended a tree, observing intently through the gaps in the foliage. The battle on both sides was a cacophony of chaos. The golden monkey fought valiantly while retreating, sustaining numerous injuries as its golden fur became stained with crimson blood. The grasshoppers, though suffering considerable losses, still displayed remarkable tenacity. The ground was littered with their lifeless bodies. This perplexed Lu Qing. How could the grasshopper he had previously encountered be so fearful and pleading for mercy? While this group exhibited such ferocity, was it possible that when gathered, the grasshopper species experienced a boost of courage? Chapter 23. Experience packs abound in every battle. There are victors and vanquished. The 8-rank strength of the golden monkey was indeed formidable. Even with nearly 100 grasshoppers, it had only sustained several serious injuries. The turning point came when a 7th-rank grasshopper king ambushed it, using its powerful mandibles to sever the monkey's left arm. Although the monkey managed to retaliate and eliminate the remaining grasshoppers, the grievous injury left it exceedingly weak. Despite its intelligence, the golden monkey was oblivious to methods of staunching its wounds and could only helplessly lean against a peach tree, gasping for breath, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, before death could claim its due, the god of blades descended. An 8-rank creature is formidable, but an 8 rank on the brink of death, having lost an arm and gasping for breath, poses little threat. With experience packs strewn about, this presented a tremendous temptation for Lu Qing. What fortuitous mantis could resist such an abundance of experience packs? Just lick them up. Upon emerging, Lu Qing refrained from approaching the 8-rank golden monkey. Although it was grievously injured and still clinging to life, a final act of desperation could inflict considerable discomfort upon him. It was far more prudent to first deal with the corpses of the grasshoppers surrounding him. The peach grove was teeming with peculiar creatures, and such a commotion was not unnoticed by others. Shortly after his arrival, a blade swallow descended from the sky. Its tail resembled a blade, measuring approximately half a meter. With a strength of 7th rank, sharing the same rank, Lu Qing did not attempt to drive it away. Instead, he focused on consuming experience. He would not experience satiety, thus eating at a remarkable pace. The elegant blade swallow pecked at a grasshopper leg, raising its head only to find that the ground was now devoid of a significant portion of the grasshopper corpses. The blade swallow was somewhat displeased. It had barely nibbled its own leg, while Lu Qing had devoured dozens. Had he never eaten before? Did he not understand elegance? What nonsense! This was a competition, a scramble. Where was the elegance in that? You can be elegant all you want. As they exchanged remarks, Lu Qing continued to shove an entire grasshopper leg into his mouth. The sight astonished the blade swallow. Wait, is he really consuming a whole leg in one bite? A few barefooted lizards also sought to join in on the feast. However, out of fear of Lu Qing and Dao Yan's formidable prowess, they dared not approach, opting instead to wait until the feast concluded before venturing forth. Yet, to their astonishment, the appetite of that mantis was insatiably vast. In the span of mere moments, it had devoured a significant portion of the green locusts. The few red-footed lizards were left in shock. In this era, was it truly so arduous to procure a morsel? With so many carcasses of locusts, how could a single mantis possess such a hearty appetite? Patience, there is still plenty to go around. One diminutive lizard swayed its tail and leapt forth, exclaiming, "No rush, brother. In the time it takes to speak, that mantis has consumed yet another whole one." Was its belly an infinite abyss? It seemed perpetually hungry. The largest among them remained composed, urging caution. They were acutely aware that a reckless charge could merely serve to tantalize the mantis with a change of flavor. Lu Qing, emboldened, swept across the battlefield with relentless vigor. Meanwhile, Dao Yan had yet to finish a single one. It was fortunate that Dao Yan had a modest appetite. Otherwise, it would have surely erupted in a fit of expletives. Lu Qing glanced at his status panel. His experience points had reached 457 out of 500, leaving him with a mere 43 points to acquire. His gaze fell upon the corpse of the 7th-tier Locust King. Only opponents of the same tier could yield greater experience. That 43 points should be attainable from this Locust King. However, he was perilously close to the golden-haired monkey leaning against the tree. Lu Qing observed the golden-haired monkey, noting that its eyes were now shut. Was it dead? Or merely unconscious from excessive blood loss? Perhaps it was feigning. Lu Qing took a few cautious steps forward, his eyes fixed on the golden-haired monkey. After a few more wary strides, he extended his blade-like appendage, hooking the corpse of the 7th-tier Locust King. Noticing the golden-haired monkey's complete lack of reaction, he finally dragged it over. Fearing an abrupt attack from the monkey, he moved the Locust King's body several dozen meters before preparing to feast. The 7th-tier Locust King. It was common knowledge that this was a prized morsel, and Dao Yan was no exception to this understanding. It crept a tad closer, inquiring, "Brother, could you spare a leg?" Lu Qing cast a disdainful glance at it. "You fear approaching the golden-haired monkey, yet now that I have extracted the Locust King, you wish to partake. Such fortune does not come easily. The leg is here, plump and meaty. Come forth if you dare to claim it." Dao Yan, displaying a modicum of intelligence, hesitated. As it took a step closer, it quickly noted the two formidable blades of the mantis. Unfamiliar with its kind, approaching could result in a perilous encounter. "You toss it over?" it insisted. Lu Qing chuckled. "How amusing, displaying such vigilance. If you are too timid to approach, then remain there and observe." Lu Qing's blade-like appendage gestured towards the golden-haired monkey. "There lies an 8th-tier golden-haired monkey. Why not feast upon that superior prize?" Everyone knew the energy contained within an 8th-tier creature was far more potent, offering substantial benefits for advancement. Yet, Dao Yan dared not comply. What if the monkey was not truly dead? The one to perish would be itself. Frustrated, Dao Yan retorted, "Why don't you go after the 8th-tier golden-haired monkey? You've consumed so many locusts. Is it too much to ask for a leg from the Locust King?" Another instance of moral coercion. Am I not a mantis? Does this tactic hold any sway over me? If you desire leg meat, come and take it. Otherwise, be gone. Otherwise, after a while, you may find it impossible to depart. Dao Yan scoffed. "If you refuse to share, then what need is there for boasting? Can a mere mantis truly impede my path? Were it not for the fact that I possess no advantage in a direct confrontation, would I even consider it? Is it really acceptable to just snatch it away? Do you truly believe my blade's tail is merely a decorative piece?" Dao Yan muttered a few curses under her breath before striding towards the final corpse of the green locust. "I'll endure for now. Once I've had my fill, I'll teach him a lesson." Dao Yan huffed coldly, resuming her leisurely feast. The four lizards, utterly disheartened, could hardly believe their eyes. With so many green locusts, not a single one left behind? How could your 1-meter frame possibly accommodate 100 locusts? This is utterly preposterous. Where on earth did this gluttonous mantis spring from, with such an insatiable appetite? Stop staring. If you keep this up, night will fall. Let us catch a few peach worms to satiate our hunger first. I'm about to burst from eating so many peach worms. Then don't eat any more." Reluctantly, the few barefooted lizards departed. Most of the animals hoping to partake also dispersed in disappointment. Only a handful remained, seemingly contemplating whether to take a bite of the golden-haired monkey. Lu Qing commenced devouring the 7th-grade green Locust King. Gained 0.2 flesh value. Gained 0.2 flesh value. Indeed, It seemed that consuming a creature of the same grade yielded greater experience. It appeared that after fully devouring this Locust King, leveling up would be a certainty. Lu Qing began to feast heartily, soon consuming the entire Locust King. Energy reserves are full. Do you wish to level up? Yes. The energy accumulated by the system began to wash over Lu Qing's body. Rolling in warmth and comfort in mere seconds, the upgrade was complete. Upon regaining his senses, Lu Qing immediately noticed that the black of his blade feet had deepened, with silver-threaded patterns appearing on either side. His size had surged to 1 meter and 50 centimeters. The most significant change was seen in his 4 secondary legs. Previously, they had shown little alteration, but following this upgrade, the barbs on his secondary legs had sharpened considerably, resembling small curved blades. After this enhancement, the secondary legs could also serve as concealed weapons. He opened the panel. Chapter 24. It was just 7th grade a moment ago. How is it now? Upgraded? Species. Wu Dao Mantis level. Low tier 8th grade, 9. 2700. Skills. Powerful strike, evolvable. Swift flight, evolvable. His attack skills had been further augmented. However, his flying ability remained unchanged. It was reasonable that mantises were not adept at flying, and thus, the evolution of their flight skills was a gradual process. While Dao Yin consumed the leg meat, she vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. Her primary focus was on 2 directions. One was the mantis, and the other, the golden-haired monkey. The monkey had been silent for quite some time. She wondered if it had perished. Yet, at that moment, the mantis she was most concerned about exhibited a change. She cautiously lifted her gaze again. She was taken aback. In her last observation, the mantis had been about 1 meter in size. Now, after a mere 10 seconds, she found it had grown significantly, reaching approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters. Though she was unfamiliar with measurements, such a stark transformation caused her to drop the meat from her mouth in disbelief. What? Has it really leveled up? Which species experiences upgrades so swiftly? Is the process of growth typically slow and painful? How has this mantis completed its upgrade so quickly, and it appears to be reveling in it? Dao Yin shivered. She caught sight of the mantis's predatory gaze. Though it bore no expression, she could genuinely sense its malevolent intent. Oh no, could it be that it covets my body? Suddenly, it recalled the warning from the mantis. When the time comes to flee, it may no longer be able to do so. Previously, it had thought the opponent was merely boasting, for despite its own prowess, it could not withstand a direct confrontation. Yet, it believed it could depart at will. But now, in such a short span, the opponent had ascended to the 8th rank. It was not merely a matter of enhanced strength. The formidable size and exaggerated wings added to the threat. If the opponent drew near, could it still escape? Certainly not. The disparity between the 1st and 8th ranks was glaringly apparent. The earlier claims were not mere bluster. The adversary genuinely possessed such capabilities. Dao Yin, resolute in spirit, locked eyes with the foe and immediately took to the skies. For the flesh on the ground. It was of little consequence. To live was to retain the hope of savoring exquisite delicacies in the future. Dao Yin's vigilance and decisiveness took Lu Qing by surprise. Birds, indeed, exhibited a greater intelligence than insects. Were it an insect, it likely would not have perceived the looming danger. Now in 8th rank, Lu Qing felt no fear of the injured golden-furred monkey. With a swift motion, Lu Qing swung its blade-like foot and strode directly toward the golden-furred monkey. Initially, there were some onlookers among the animals. Upon witnessing the mantis's sudden advancement to the 8th rank, they realized their chance for a share in the feast had vanished. In fact, if they lingered, they might find themselves on the menu. The remaining animals departed, dejected. The ravenous appetite of the 7th rank mantis was already formidable. They dared not compete, and with its inexplicable promotion to the 8th rank, their chances were utterly extinguished. Lu Qing stood before the golden-furred monkey, which had its eyes tightly shut, a pool of dark red blood nearby, the wound no longer seeping. Tentatively, Lu Qing extended its blade-like foot to touch the monkey's shoulder. In an instant, the golden-furred monkey's eyes flew open, revealing a fierce intensity. With a single arm, it grasped Lu Qing's blade-like foot. The monkey's strength was immense, surpassing that of any creature Lu Qing had previously encountered. With that pull, Lu Qing was involuntarily drawn closer. Reacting swiftly, Lu Qing's newly evolved secondary limb plunged into the ground, its powerful grip anchoring it in place. In that fleeting moment, Lu Qing perceived a flicker of confusion and a hint of fear in the monkey's eyes. Within the golden-furred monkey's mind, turmoil brewed. Family, who understands? As an 8th-ranked being, I am being provoked and besieged by a green locust. Its temper flared. After a fierce struggle, it managed to dispatch the pesky intruders, but sustained grave injuries, including the loss of an arm. Unlike insects, it could not regenerate from such a loss. Now, it required recuperation. With its keen senses, it detected a hidden throng of onlookers lurking in the shadows. In this predicament, escape was not an option. It could only feign death, awaiting an unsuspecting prey to strike. A demonstration of power, a lesson for the pests, followed by a quiet rest for 3 to 5 days. However, these insects and birds were far more vigilant than it had anticipated. After a considerable wait, a foolish insect finally fell for the ruse. The victim was a 7th rank mantis. 7th rank, even with a missing arm, it could easily devour the opponent. Thus, when the mantis approached tentatively, the golden-furred monkey seized the opportunity to strike decisively, grasping its blade-like foot. Yet, upon closer inspection, it realized that this mantis was, in fact, an 8th rank. Who could comprehend such a situation? When eyes were closed, it appeared to be merely a 7th rank, yet upon opening them, it confronted a formidable 8th rank creature, while still holding onto its blade-like foot. This action is rife with flaws. Had the opponent been of the 7th rank, one could forcibly draw them in and deliver a fatal strike with sharp fangs. However, facing an adversary of the 8th rank now renders such tactics futile. Sensing imminent danger, the golden-haired monkey hastily relinquished its grip. Indeed, in the very next instant, another knife-like appendage slashed towards it at an angle. The golden-haired monkey, propelled by a powerful instinct for survival, leaped into the air, attempting to evade this lethal blow, yet, despite its injuries, it could not summon overwhelming strength. Moreover, it was not merely an ordinary 8th rank opponent it faced, but the extraordinary Lu Qing. The released knife-like appendage did not retract. Instead, it lunged forward, ensnaring the opponent's ankle. Another knife-like appendage swiftly followed, piercing the thigh of the golden-haired monkey. Now suspended in midair, the golden-haired monkey was forcibly yanked back down, crashing to the ground, though not strike. I can divulge a secret. The knife-like appendage, raised aloft, momentarily paused. Pray, do enlighten me. The golden-haired monkey, momentarily believing Lu Qing had fallen for its ruse, felt a flicker of hope and continued. I know of a place filled with rare treasures, where merely sampling a morsel yields immense benefits. A single sentence, fraught with inconsistencies. Had it truly mistaken itself for a creature of diminished intellect? Lu Qing scoffed derisively, utterly disinterested. Before the monkey could finish, the knife-like appendage descended. No, the monkey's head was severed. Until its last breath, it failed to comprehend how a creature once so easily deceived could exhibit such cunning today. Lu Qing sampled the monkey's brain. Tender and smooth. This was secondary. Primarily, a single bite granted 0.2 experience points. If just one bite could yield 0.2, would the entirety not provide 200 to 300 points? The sky had darkened. Terrifying roars resonated through the peach grove like thunder. With each subsequent roar, the source drew nearer. It would not be long before this dreadful entity passed by. Lu Qing swiftly grasped the corpse of the golden-haired monkey and retraced his steps. After reaching the 8th rank, his height was now 1 meter and 50 centimeters, and even while hauling the 1 meter 80 golden-haired monkey, he felt no strain. Utilizing his wings for added speed, he soon arrived at the cave entrance. Upon entering, he discovered Dezhuang leisurely rising to his feet. "Boss, where have you been all afternoon?" Lu Qing placed the golden-haired monkey's corpse down and replied irritably. "You can simply step outside to feast, while I must scavenge for prey." "What do you think I have been doing?" Chapter 25. Lord of the Peach Grove. Dezhuang chuckled, his gaze swiftly falling upon the corpse of the golden-haired monkey. "What is this creature?" 8th rank golden-haired monkey. Dezhuang was momentarily taken aback. "What rank?" 8th rank. 8th rank. It dawned on him that his boss's physique seemed to have grown considerably larger. "Wait, have you reached the 8th rank?" "Indeed." After receiving an affirmative response, Dezhuang immediately slumped to the ground in despair. "No, you must have taken some kind of potion. Advancing in rank seems as effortless as having a meal. I believed my own progress was swift, but I never anticipated yours would be even quicker. It has only been a few days since you ascended from the 7th to the 8th rank." Lu Qing ignored him and began to eat. Beside him, Dezhuang was visibly envious. "How does the 8th rank golden-haired monkey taste?" "Fairly decent. Is the meat tough?" His barrage of questions revealed his desire to taste it for himself. Lu Qing's blade-like foot moved swiftly, plucking 2 exquisite peaches from the golden-haired monkey. These delectable fruits were renowned for their remarkable restorative properties, and he tossed them to his companion with a flourish. Dezhuang, having never tasted such primate delicacies, was utterly perplexed by the nature of the peaches. However, his excitement was palpable as he eagerly accepted the offering, relishing the exquisite 8th-tier cuisine. The flavor is delightful, though it possesses a hint of musk." Lu Qing chuckled inwardly, for the taste and texture of 8th-tier meat were merely something one grew accustomed to. The true marvel lay in the energy it contained. This was no exaggeration. despite the rather unusual location of the meat. Its effects were undeniably beneficial. As a 5th-tier mantis, Lu Qing would reap countless advantages from consuming 8th-tier flesh. Lu Qing had no need to chew. He consumed his portion with remarkable speed. Upon finishing the 2 peaches, Lu Qing looked up to find only white bones remaining on the ground. With a lingering desire for more, he wiped his mouth with his blade-like foot and remarked, "Boss, your eating speed remains astonishing. Is this fast?" Lu Qing mused, picking up a bone and attempting to gnaw on it in earlier, less capable times. He had struggled to make any headway with bones, yet now it posed little difficulty, gained 0. 2 blood and flesh value. Even bones had their utility. He promptly devoured every last fragment. The entirety of the 8th-tier golden-haired monkey, save for the 2 peaches, had vanished into his belly. His experience points surged to 258,700. If he could devise a plan to vanquish 2 more 8th-tier beasts, he would ascend once more. In high spirits, Lu Qing reclined upon the stone bed. Morning arrived, and Lu Qing was jolted awake by a thunderous roar. Immediately following, a remarkably clear and gentle voice resonated within his mind. Today marks a day of peace. Within the peach grove, all races of 5th tier or above must present a fruit from the tree's apex before noon. As the voice faded, another furious roar echoed, reverberating from several dozen miles away, shaking the cave and causing dust to cascade from the walls. The telepathic communication and the roar were likely the work of an extraordinary beast, not from a single individual. Lu Qing swiftly assumed a battle stance, bewildered by the turn of events. "What is happening?" Lu Qing queried, flipping over to the cave entrance. The power of the roar, even from such a distance, was awe-inspiring, and the clarity of the message conveyed a sense of formidable strength within the unseen race. Lu Qing hastily followed, suggesting, if it comes to worst, we should make our escape. Upon emerging, Lu Qing initially intended to seek out a few high-tier peach worms for information, but fortune smiled upon him as an arrow sparrow flew overhead. With his 8th-tier swiftness, Lu Qing effortlessly seized the diminutive creature, pulling it down. The arrow sparrow let out a shrill cry, pleading frantically, "Please, don't harm me. Today is a day of peace." Lu Qing released his grip, scrutinizing the sparrow, which appeared somewhat familiar. "Speak. What is this day of peace, and what was that roar?" The arrow sparrow, still trembling with fear, glanced at Lu Qing's fearsome blade and stammered, "The day of peace is decreed by the Lord of the Peach Grove. On the full moon, the entire day is designated as a day of nonviolence. No species may engage in combat or slaughter. Otherwise, the Lord of the Peach Grove will personally intervene to quell the disturbance." Lu Qing was taken aback. A being capable of establishing dates and rules must possess considerable wisdom. Possessing both strength and wisdom, what race does the Lord of the Peach Grove belong to, and what powers does it wield? The arrow sparrow promptly responded, stating that it is a white ape, a creature of formidable stature akin to a mountain, said to have transcended the realm of the lowly. Such intelligence in a white ape indeed makes sense. Having surpassed the low tier implies that it is at least of the secondary tier. Such immense power is undoubtedly beyond my current capabilities to provoke. The Peach Grove is a splendid place. With a powerful lord, it is wise to adhere to the rules and cultivate patience for growth. But what, then, is the tree-tip fruit that was mentioned earlier? The arrow sparrow gestured towards a nearby peach tree. At its pinnacle, there lies a crystal-clear fruit, the tree-tip fruit, which ripens every 3 years. Only 100 trees can yield a single fruit after the full moon. And it is the Lord of the Peach Grove's greatest delight. It is rumored that this fruit promotes longevity and possesses myriad benefits. Yet no race knows the specifics of its wonders. Why? The arrow sparrow seemed to shrink back in fear, for those who had tasted it were torn to shreds by the Lord of the Peach Grove, along with their kin. The white ape has quite a temper. Turning away, it said, "Very well, you may leave." The arrow sparrow timidly remarked, "I have reached the 5th rank and must provide a tree-tip fruit to the Lord, but I wonder if I can take this one with me." Truly foolish and greedy, Lu Qing promptly sent it soaring with a kick. Turning to Lu Qing, he commanded, "Lu Qing, fetch the fruit." Lu Qing, soaring and climbing, plucked both the branches and the tree-tip fruit. He then sought out another one. With both of his scissor-like feet clamped around the branch, the fruit resting on his back, he exclaimed, "Boss, I feel like this is arduous work. You had no trouble when it came to feasting and drinking." Throughout the journey, Lu Qing encountered numerous races, including the obstinate iron-headed cricket. The iron-headed cricket regarded every species with a deep-seated grudge, yet it restrained itself from acting. However, after encountering the iron-headed cricket, it dared not even glance at him. Lu Qing mused. It seems the iron-headed cricket only bullies the weak. A typical case of picking on the soft. Hearing a buzzing overhead, he looked up to see a dragonfly, 2 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 4 meters, soaring through the air. Its wings resembled metallic blades, vibrating rapidly, producing a sound from the tremors. The dragonfly seemed to notice that some species were observing it and came to a halt in midair. A piercing voice then echoed, "Humph! Dare to look at me again, and I shall turn you into minced meat." The creatures within this peach grove possess quite the temper. This female dragonfly, merely incensed by a glance, is indeed a testament to the lawlessness of this world. Strength is the only currency. All other races obediently lowered their heads, yet Lu Qing chuckled. If not looking up, should one instead gaze at the ground? The dragonfly's gaze swiftly locked onto Lu Qing. Upon recognizing him as another 8th rank, it snorted again. So this is what audacity looks like. Turns out to be a mere mantis. Chapter 26. Audacity? Indeed, audacity is warranted. Among the 8th ranks, there exists a hierarchy of strength. Within the insect race, the mantis's offensive power is unparalleled. Yet, the winged blade dragonfly harbors no fear whatsoever. Its confidence emanates from its blade-like wings. The rapidly vibrating wings, akin to a meat grinder, can reduce even a fellow of its kind to mere pulp with a swift pass. It is precisely this confidence that leads it to regard the mantis before it with utter disdain. Lu Qing finds no inclination to engage in verbal sparring. After all, today is a day of peace, and any further discourse would merely breed animosity. It is far more prudent to issue a challenge directly. After all, opportunities to encounter an 8th-tier experience pack are rare, and when one appears, it must be seized. Lu Qing brandishes his blade-like foot towards the dragonfly, declaring, "Since you are so arrogant, dare you venture to the eastern peach grove tomorrow morning? I shall allow you to experience the humiliation that comes from a mantis." To ensure the opponent comprehends the direction, he adds, "East, the direction where the sun rises in the morning." Without a moment's hesitation, the winged blade dragonfly responds, "With your prowess? Very well. It has been long since I feasted upon mantis." After this proclamation, its wings vibrate rapidly as it takes flight. Lu Qing's voice trails after its form. "Do not dare to renege on our agreement. My flesh is quite delectable." Once the dragonfly has soared into the distance, De Zhuang cautiously reveals himself. "Boss, that dragonfly is proud and aloof. Even during mating, it remains indifferent to its partner. You would do well not to take offense. Do you think I cannot best it?" Lu Qing retorts, "Impossible. I have witnessed your ascent to greatness step by step. When shall we relocate?" The dragonfly's wings are terrifying. "I fear we may become mere remnants under the mantis's might. Spare me your idle chatter. Do you not doubt your own capabilities?" He replies, "That said, the dragonfly's speed is astonishing, prioritizing ambush, and its blade-like wings are unforgiving. Any contact would render one to mere paste. Thus, I must concede that the odds are indeed against me." Lu Qing snorts dismissively. "Acknowledging the dragonfly's formidable wings, upon our return, make haste to relocate. I tire of your constant vexation. And you? Naturally, I shall remain in the cave to indulge in a feast." "What feast?" "The dragonfly is the feast. Boss, you cannot possibly handle it." Just then, a coarse voice calls from behind, "Clear the way, all of you. Get out of my way." Turning to look, Lu Qing sees a billowing cloud of dust. The ground trembles, signaling the approach of a tremendous creature. Indeed, emerging from the haze is an insect towering over 3 meters in height. This insect is encased in a thick, black shell, its 6 legs robust and similarly armored. It lacks antennae, replaced instead by horn-like projections reminiscent of a rhinoceros. The tips shaped like massive hammers point 2 additional spiny horns adorn its upper body. With such a size and an all-encompassing exoskeleton, it resembles a mobile tank. Lu Qing pulls up the creature's information. Species: ironclad behemoth, insect, strength, low-tier 8th rank, talent, rampaging charge. This is the first insectoid behemoth Lu Qing has encountered with innate abilities. While both he and the winged blade dragonfly are of the 8th tier, Lu Qing stands at a mere 1.5 meters, the dragonfly at 2 meters, yet this ironclad behemoth towers at 3 meters. Such dimensions are not merely a matter of scale. De Zhuang hurriedly retreats to the side, observing the unmoving Lu Qing, and repeatedly cautions him. "Master, quickly move aside, lest you be trampled by this colossal creature." Lu Qing remained unmoved, fixating intently on the charging armored giant bull. The bull, heedless of its surroundings, lowered its head and swung its hammer-like horn menacingly to that moment. Lu Qing sprang into action. His blade foot flickered with swiftness, aiming directly at the tree-spike fruit perched upon the bull's back. While this strike may not breach the bull's defenses, the 2 tree-spike fruits would undoubtedly be reduced to pulp. The armored bull charged forward with astonishing speed, driven by its instinct and a pressing desire to deliver the fruits to the lord of the peach grove. It was indifferent to sustaining a minor wound. However, injuring the fruits would make them elusive to procure. Thus, The bull executed an abrupt halt, its 6 legs plunging like iron plows into the earth, carving out 2 deep furrows in its wake. When it finally came to a stop, Lu Qing's bladefoot was mere inches from the tree's spike fruit. The bull could not help but feel a pang of fear. It had narrowly avoided losing the precious fruits to this tiny insect. Its temper flared instantly. Damn it, are you seeking death? Lu Qing sheathed his bladefoot, speaking with unexpected benevolence. Truth be told, I intended to cleave you. Cleave me? My armor is thicker than your bladefoot, do you think? Da Zhuang, standing nearby, watched his master with a mix of concern and disbelief. What had come over Lu Qing today, provoking trouble at every turn? Having followed Lu Qing for some time, Da Zhuang suddenly recalled how, in the past, his master rarely boasted and was adept at subtlety. If he truly meant to confront the bull, he would have struck quietly long ago. His current bravado surely concealed some ulterior motive. Under Lu Qing's tutelage, Da Zhuang had developed considerable reasoning skills and suddenly grasped a larger picture. Could it be the master is indeed full of cunning schemes? The armored bull bellowed in rage. A mere mantis dares to speak so boldly to my lord. Were this not a day of truce, I would crush you into a mere puddle of flesh. With that, it shook its massive head, causing its hammer-like horn to whirl menacingly, creating a fearsome wind. Just as Lu Qing was about to extend an invitation, Da Zhuang leapt forward. With its blade foot wedged between 2 branches, it appeared quite comical. Master, behold my prowess. It raised its triangular head, directing its gaze at the armored bull. You think yourself formidable? Do not be deceived by your size. Should my master take action, you would be cleaved into countless pieces. Lu Qing nearly erupted in laughter. This creature clearly could not count, its bravado stemming solely from having overheard Lu Qing utter something similar. The armored bull was instantly enraged. We are both of the 8th rank. What right does this 5th rank insignificant creature have to interject? Scurry away and let that great mantis step forth. It glared at Lu Qing, asserting dominance. The bull's disdain was palpable, as it demanded that Lu Qing take the stage. Just as Lu Qing opened his mouth to respond, he was once again interrupted by Da Zhuang. The little grass calf, dealing with someone of your ilk, does not even require my esteemed leader to intervene. A mere flick of my blade would suffice to sever your head and use it as a urinal. The more Da Zhuang spoke, the more emboldened he became, tilting his head in a haughty manner, glaring with wide eyes as if to say, what are you looking at? Not convinced, are you? I am well aware of your defiance. Today is a day of no conflict, so I shall spare you, little grass calf. This time, if you possess even a modicum of courage, tomorrow morning at Tao Lin East, I, Da Zhuang, shall personally see to your demise. The iron-armored giant bull felt an itch of irritation, a mere clown, utterly oblivious to the peril he invites. A paltry 5th-grade mantis dares to. The iron-armored giant bull grunted in response, very well, we shall meet tomorrow without fail. Should anyone fail to show, they shall be but a maggot. With that, he cast a fierce glare at Lu Qing. Including you, tomorrow, I shall surely reduce you 2 mantises to a pulp. Having uttered his threats, he turned and resumed his wild sprint. Chapter 27. Tomorrow morning at Tao Lin East. We shall not miss each other. Observing the retreating figure of the iron-armored giant bull, Da Zhuang turned to Lu Qing with a grin. Boss, how did I perform? Quite well. Lu Qing nodded. It seems you have learned a great deal during this time spent with me. Hee, thanks to your excellent guidance, boss. Once the task is accomplished tomorrow, I shall treat you to some authentic leg meat. At the mention of this, Da Zhuang's spirit soared. 8th-grade leg meat, truly a bounteous reward. Consuming some would surely elevate him to the 6th grade, boss. We already have 3 8th-graders. Is that not sufficient? Lu Qing shook his head. 3? Not enough. The more, the merrier. Here is your chance to train. Capture as many 8th-graders as you can. Hee, I promise to fulfill the task. Under Lu Qing's guidance, Da Zhuang completely unleashed himself. After all, today is a day of no conflict, and with my boss backing me, coupled with the flawless plan he devised. What do I have to fear? As my boss says, be audacious. The more audacious, the better. The more arrogant, the better. A red-clawed eagle flew by. Da Zhuang boldly shouted, Hey, you up there in the sky. Yes, you, the pigeon. What 8th-grade red-clawed eagle? In my eyes, you are but a pigeon. Not convinced? A mere 8th-grade creature. Dealing with you is as simple as killing a chicken. Tomorrow at Tao Lin East, witness how I eliminate you. A fire-roasted chicken dashed past. Da Zhuang shouted, What are you staring at? I'm talking about you, little chick. 8th-grade fire-roasted chicken. I dare to see if you can roast yourselves. Not convinced? Tomorrow at Tao Lin East, watch as I feast upon your giant chicken leg. A flying horse appeared in the sky. Why are you running so fast, you wild donkey? Have you sprouted wings, thinking you're an insect? Ninth grade flying horse? Fly away, you fool. Realizing the gravity of the situation, De Zhuang's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Ninth grade. This is serious. The flying horse snorted loudly, fixating its gaze upon him. De Zhuang's courage shattered. Truly, he had overstepped, provoking a ninth grade being. Just moments ago, he had been utterly arrogant. Now, he had transformed into a meek mantis, a misunderstanding. I merely awoke in splendid spirits today, and it appears I was destined to encounter such auspiciousness as yourself. Your hair is indeed strikingly white and, when paired with your well-toned physique, it evokes nothing but envy within me. The flattery I bestow is aged and refined, truly exquisite. Please, take your time, even your silhouette is remarkably handsome. Witnessing the flying horse vanish, De Zhuang let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly misstepped. Had he truly summoned the ninth grade flying horse, not only would their plans have been thwarted, but both would have been forced into flight. Lu Qing shot him a fierce glare. Pay attention, don't get carried away. De Zhuang quickly acquiesced, ensuring he would remain vigilant and attentive next time. If he encountered an unfamiliar species, he would inquire beforehand. One must admit, the peach grove is teeming with hidden talents and abundant resources. He even stumbled upon a spiny creature covered in sharp spikes. This worm measures approximately 2 meters in length, adorned with countless barbs. Its short legs necessitate a slithering motion, rendering it rather sluggish in the realm of insect kind. Such a massive size guarantees it a high rank. At Lu Qing's prompting, De Zhuang approached cautiously. What shall I call you? Esteemed one? A sharp, thin voice echoed in De Zhuang's mind. What audacity, to stand before me! Were it not for the day of peace, I would send you to your demise with a single sting. Such a fiery temper. Lacking Lu Qing's underhanded tactics, De Zhuang remained oblivious to the spiny creature's true power. He could only bow and scrape, murmuring, Yes, you are indeed formidable. Your poison is unparalleled. Might I inquire about your current rank? Who can withstand flattery? The 2-meter spiny worm, brimming with self-importance, arched its back in pride. Listen well, I am of the 8th grade, while you, a mere 5th grader, should worship me. It expected De Zhuang to revere it upon hearing its rank. However, De Zhuang's reaction was akin to a dramatic transformation. 8th grade? Damn it, I sought you out precisely for your 8th grade, De Zhuang spat. Your essence is still that of refuse and worship you. Were it not for the day of peace, I would crush you underfoot. The spiny worm was taken aback. The contrast was too stark. It struggled to process the sudden shift. Just a moment ago, this creature was deferential, and now it was spewing insults? How dare you, a mere 8th grader? The worm's temper flared as its barbs began to quiver. De Zhuang, oblivious to the fact that the worm might lose control and lash out, confidently puffed out his belly. What, are you going to strike? Come, aim here. I am eager to witness how the Lord of the Peach Grove punishes you for your rule-breaking. The mention of the Peach Grove Lord jolted the spiny worm back to its senses. Such a formidable entity possessed perception and hearing beyond imagination. Legend spoke of 2 ninth-grade beasts and a giant insect locked in battle. Yet before a victor could be determined, the Peach Grove Lord appeared and reduced both ninth-graders to mere pulp in an instant. If it were to stab this little mantis out of momentary impulse, it would likely face immediate annihilation at the hands of the Peach Grove Lord. With a semblance of rationality restored, the spiny worm suppressed its fury. Meanwhile, De Zhuang pressed on. Oh, still angry? Your expression resembles that of a larva deprived of leaves. Ha ha! To the Zerg, the term meat worm is undeniably a source of disgrace. Such an affront. The stinging worm teeters once more on the brink of fury. Do not take offense, nor claim that I do not afford you an opportunity. I, your esteemed brother De Zhuang, reside to the east of the Peach Grove. Tomorrow morning, I shall await you there, ready to pluck your stingers one by one and turn them back upon you. Very well. The stinging worm trembles in rage. Tomorrow, those who do not arrive will be the meat worms. De Zhuang's eyes sparkled with delight, observing the foolish one falling into his trap. Indeed, those who do not come are the meat worms. I shall await your arrival. With that, he raised his blade and strode away. The stinging worm, quaking with agitation, continued onward. Boss, we have already secured 28 of them along the way. Is that sufficient? Lu Qing glanced at the sun, aware that the time agreed upon with the master of the Peach Grove was drawing near. 28 is ample. Surely it suffices for an upgrade. De Zhuang, ever sensitive to new terminology, promptly inquired, Upgrade. What is an upgrade? Elevation in rank? Understood. Lu Qing surveyed the path ahead, where stood a colossal yet squat peach tree. This description arose from the fact that the trunk of this ancient peach tree exceeded 30 meters in diameter, yet its height barely approached 20 meters, presenting an appearance akin to a massive tree stump crowned with a verdant mushroom. Curiously, this peach tree bore neither blossoms nor fruit. Only vibrant green leaves and a substantial tree hollow were present. Ahead lay the abode of the master of the peach grove. There was no need for further discourse, merely to humbly present the fruits and depart. Dazhuang nodded vigorously. Chapter 28. Ah, even the grotesque stinging worm, adorned with sharp spines, has become a delectable sight. Lu Qing, eager to behold the majesty of the master of the peach grove, remained vigilant to his surroundings. Creatures of all species arrived in an orderly fashion from all directions, presenting the tree-tip fruits before departing unscathed. The recipients of these offerings were 3 imposing white monkeys, each standing over 2 meters tall, with broad shoulders and sinewy limbs. Lu Qing accessed their information. Species: white intelligent spirit monkey. Strength: low tier 9th rank. Description: a unique and rare species, average in strength but possessing a notably high intelligence. The existence of a detailed introduction indicated the distinctiveness of the white intelligent spirit monkeys. The vast peach grove was meticulously organized, undoubtedly owing to the contributions of these 3 monkeys. All species submitted their gathered tree-tip fruits, which were then entrusted to the care of the 3 white intelligent spirit monkeys. As 2 of them approached, 3 piles of tree-tip fruits had already accumulated behind the monkeys. A new male mantis. One of the white intelligent spirit monkeys cast a glance at Lu Qing and gestured for Dazhuang to place the tree-tip fruits atop the pile. Lu Qing promptly responded, "We arrived in the peach grove yesterday." The white intelligent spirit monkey nodded slightly. "The fact that you have brought tree-tip fruits here signifies your awareness of the local customs. Very well, you may depart." There was no excessive conversation, nor any idle chatter. It seemed that Lu Qing, an 8th-rank mantis, did not capture their attention. He was well aware of his standing. While the 9th-rank white intelligent spirit monkeys might possess extraordinary strength, it was the master of the peach grove behind them who truly held power. Being overlooked suited him just fine, allowing him to concentrate on his own development. As Lu Qing departed, he cast a final glance at the tree hollow. The entrance was concealed by branches and leaves, rendering it impossible to discern anything, even with keen vision. The master of the peach grove possesses an air of enigma. Could it be that the 3 white intelligent monkeys have orchestrated some sort of ruse? Perhaps they have conjured a fictitious master of the peach grove to intimidate the restless races, compelling them to deliver the beloved treetop fruits to the white intelligent monkeys each month? Such a possibility exists, for the intellect of the white intelligent monkeys enables them to fabricate tales, and with their considerable prowess, it is not particularly challenging to subdue races below the 2nd tier. "Boss, now that we have delivered the treetop fruits, are we in the clear?" Dazhuang's telepathic message interrupted Lu Qing's contemplation. "Let us return to the cave first." Just as they were about to leave, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The sound was akin to thunder, lifting the stones and dust from the ground. Some 5th-tier races were even blown off balance. Dazhuang nearly took flight, but Lu Qing managed to pull him back down. Turning to survey the scene, chaos reigned. Yet, the 3 piles of treetop fruits remained remarkably undisturbed, their placement meticulous, even in the face of such a resounding roar. The source of the sound was undoubtedly from within the tree hollow. The sheer power behind such a roar attests to the strength of its origin. It appears that the master of the peach grove truly exists. A white intelligent monkey communicated, "Time is up. Hasten to deliver the treetop fruits." Glancing around, several species that had delayed were frozen in place, seemingly at a loss. Most of them were 5th tier, hindered by their own speed limitations. Among them was a snail dragging its little house. One white intelligent monkey leapt forward, delivering a punch that shattered the snail along with its dwelling into mere mud. The other white intelligent monkeys swiftly joined in, and in mere seconds, the tardy races were utterly annihilated. Decisive, overbearing, Lu Qing mused. Indeed, they acted with such swiftness that no opportunity for explanation was afforded. 7 were unaccounted for. The reckoning begins. One white intelligent monkey extended its hand into its mouth and blew a sharp whistle. Immediately, several squads of royal bees approached, each squad comprising around 30 members. The leading royal bees, approximately 1 meter in size, buzzed ominously as their wings vibrated. Lu Qing pulled up the information and glanced. Species: Royal Bee Commander. Strength: low-level 8th tier. Description: a unique type of bee. Unique? It quickly became apparent to Lu Qing just how unique they were. The Royal Bee commanded, "Pursue and eliminate." The tone of the Royal Bee Commander was icy and devoid of emotion. As the command echoed, the royal bees removed their stingers from their abdomens, gripping them with their forelegs, resembling warriors poised for a charge. Upon receiving their orders, the royal bees scattered in pursuit, clearly acting on the command of their queen. Thus, the queen must be an exceedingly formidable entity. Comparable to an ant queen? No, she must be even more powerful, possessing terrifying mental prowess capable of tracking the presence of species within a certain range. Hence, the queen is aware of which 5th tier and above species have failed to present the treetop fruits, allowing her to precisely target and pursue them, maintaining firm control over the dynamics and state of the entire peach grove. Such mental abilities are utterly terrifying. Could it be that the royal bee queen is the master of the peach grove? No, the royal bees could not possibly emit such a terrifying roar. Nonetheless, it is evident that many powerful entities reside within the peach grove. At the very least, both the master of the peach grove and the royal bee queen are beings of considerable strength, surpassing the lower tiers. My esteemed leader, the master of the peach grove is truly terrifying. With a single roar, he stirred the very sands and stones. Da Zhuang, trembling with trepidation, patted his ample belly with his daggered feet. He had never encountered such a grand spectacle, and it was entirely within reason for him to be frightened by that dreadful sound. Lu Qing, unfazed, remarked, "Of course, an entity of the next tier is formidable. Let us return to the cave and recuperate. After all, we have significant matters awaiting our attention." Da Zhuang immediately understood, breaking into a knowing grin, recognizing the wisdom in this. Indeed, our grand endeavors take precedence. Leader, you are truly a schemer at heart. At dawn, the stinging bug was the first to arrive at the eastern edge of the peach grove. The mere thought of the previously arrogant mantises from yesterday filled it with a seething hatred. Having gone without sustenance for a full day and night, it was only fitting to use those 2 mantises as a meal. The stinging bug halted its wriggling form as the sun's silhouette began to emerge in the east. Here lies the eastern peach grove. The large stinging bug straightened its body, its fearsome mandibles scanning the surroundings. Where are the mantises? Weren't they quite boastful yesterday? Come forth. Today, your venerable stinging bug shall pierce you 1,000 times. Yet, silence reigned. Not arrived yet. Cowards. What are those mantises but inconsequential flesh worms? Spitting in disdain. It cursed again, but still received no reply. I await you, you wretches. Today, I shall assuredly pierce you to death. Just as it was caught up in its tirade, a rustling sound emerged from behind. The stinging bug felt a surge of joy. Thinking the 2 mantises had come, turning around, it was momentarily taken aback. It was not the mantises, but rather a colossal iron-armored bull. This moment, the iron-armored bull's compound eyes glowed crimson, its body trembling. The stinging bug had encountered the iron-armored bull once before, but the current state of the creature seemed rather peculiar. The stinging bug, accustomed to being brazen, knew that the iron-armored bull was no easy opponent. Yet it remained impudent. Step aside. I am conducting business here. The iron-armored bull remained unmoved, its gaze fixated intently on the stinging bug. Huff, huff, what is this? Why do I suddenly find this spiny, grotesque stinging bug so appealing? Chapter 29. The Great Chaos. The iron-armored bull's nonsensical response sent a shiver down the stinging bug's spine, igniting a surge of fury within. Have you lost your wits, you flesh worm? I am the male stinging bug. My traits far more pronounced than yours and much grander. You find this spiny creature appealing? The iron-armored bull shook its hefty head. Size aside, it could not help but feel drawn to the stinging bug. It was baffled by its own feelings. Normally, it would seek out a female for reproduction, but today, for reasons unknown. Could it be related to the peach worm it had consumed? Just moments ago, it had been simmering with rage, ready to confront the 2 mantises as it passed a peach tree. A peach worm fell with a thud right before it. For one who was starving and unable to climb trees, the peach worm was undoubtedly a divine feast. The peach bug wriggled its pink body right up to the giant armored bull's mouth, persistently burrowing in with fervor. With it now at the brink of consumption, it would be unreasonable not to partake. Thus, the giant armored bull indulged. Soon after, an overwhelming heat enveloped its body, and an insatiable urge to burrow arose. It quickly encountered a stinging bug. The bug's mouthparts, opening and closing, appeared exceptionally alluring in its eyes. Ah, what a peculiar spectacle! A giant armored bull has taken an interest in me, a mere stinging bug. How outrageous! The stinging bug was instantly incensed. I detest interspecies interactions above all. I shall not let this slide. With that, it quivered, launching numerous toxic spines. The giant armored bull, encased in armor as formidable as steel, saw the spines break and fall harmlessly to the ground. Unexpectedly, this scratching only piqued its interest further. Ah, are we starting to shed our coverings? The stinging bug was left speechless. I launched toxic spines, and you insinuate that I am shedding my skin? Die. The spines continued to rain down like a torrential downpour towards the giant armored bull. Their accuracy was strikingly poor. Just as the 8th-ranked spiked hedgehog was preparing to settle a score with a mantis, It was caught off guard by a toxic spine that struck its forehead. The spiked hedgehog was instantly alarmed. A sneak attack with toxic spines. No wonder those two mantises were so audacious yesterday. They had allies in place. The hedgehog bared its formidable fangs, cursing under its breath. So it's begun with a sneak attack before the fight even starts. Prepare to meet your end. The spikes on the hedgehog's body surged dramatically, resembling a mobile sea urchin as it charged into the fray. Initially, the spiked hedgehog intended to join forces with the giant armored bull to eliminate the stinging bug. However, the bull's unseemly gaze fixated on its rear, even attempting to draw closer. The hedgehog could not tolerate such insolence. Fixating on my posterior, you seek death. Just as the red-clawed pheasant arrived, it was met with a chaotic melee among the species. IT had no intention of engaging in the insect war, for its sole aim was to eliminate the two mantises. Yet, it found itself swept into the fray. The hedgehog had pricked its wing, and the already irritable red-clawed pheasant became furious. The blade-winged dragonfly, the horned goat, and the red-headed eagle, many fierce 8th-ranked species, joined the tumultuous battle. The chaos was truly apocalyptic. Perched upon a tree branch, De Zhuang bit into a 4th-ranked 5-legged serpent like a spicy snack. What the hell? These creatures are genuinely ruthless, particularly the giant armored bull and the horned goat, who targeted the lower regions with fervor. What a difference the potion makes! Lu Qing chuckled, lowering his voice. Any species that consumes the red spring grass becomes uncontrollably inclined to burrow into holes. De Zhuang nodded in admiration. Truly, you are wicked, boss. To think of having the peach bug consume the red spring grass, and then letting the giant armored bull and horned goat feast on the peach bug. Lu Qing smiled and remarked, aren't we concerned that these 8th-ranked creatures might not engage in battle? Thus, adding a touch of excitement is beneficial. Heh, boss, you are indeed full of cunning schemes. Lu Qing kept a watchful eye on the unfolding situation. Lowering his voice further, enough chatter. Let us enjoy the spectacle. An 8th-ranked melee is something to be taken lightly. The destruction wrought by the multitude of 8th-ranked creatures was astonishing. Coupled with their volatile natures, the chaos was such that it was truly a cacophony of chaos and commotion. As the battle intensified with fervor, they had all but forgotten the reason for their arrival, consumed by a bloodlust to annihilate all races and emerge as the ultimate victor. The Queen Bee had summoned me to inform you that a large-scale brawl had erupted in the eastern part of the Peach Grove, involving only 8th-tier species. 3 white intelligent monkeys exchanged glances, and one of them quietly remarked, it is rather coincidental that all participants in this conflict are 8th tier. Could it be that a highly intelligent species has orchestrated this chaos? The more mature-looking white intelligent monkey shook its head slightly, declaring, that is impossible. The Peach Grove is predominantly inhabited by insects, and aside from the queen bee, the rest of the insect races are of questionable intellect. No insect could possess the capability to incite a massacre among dozens of 8th-tier beings. The only species that could potentially instigate such events would be the golden-haired monkeys. Yet they had perished just days prior at the hands of a newly arrived mantis in the Peach Grove. Thus, I surmise that this is likely a fortuitous occurrence rather than a deliberate act by any species. After a moment of contemplation, one of the white intelligent monkeys slowly nodded in agreement. The analysis was quite reasonable. However, we must still attend to the aftermath, for the slaughter among 8th-tier races will surely leave behind a considerable number of corpses, valuable resources that can be used to nourish the blood spirit fungus. The other two readily concurred. The blood spirit fungus requires high-quality blood and flesh for sustenance, and the bodies of these 8th-tier species would expedite its maturation. Therefore, let the long-bodied insects and the queen bee handle this matter. They would relay the plan back to the queen bee before long. A squad of elongated insects approached. These were the long-bodied insects, ranked at the 6th tier, known for their strength, endurance, and proficiency in transport, essentially the otherworldly equivalent of a cargo truck among insects. Shortly thereafter, a swarm of queen bees arrived. After arranging and briefing them, the team comprising the long-bodied insect and the queen bee promptly set off. Meanwhile, Lu Qing covertly stoked the flames of chaos, occasionally tossing in some red spring grass to further escalate the tumult. Many species, caught off guard, remained oblivious to the identity of their assailants. Others, already gravely injured, sought opportunities to escape the fray. The winged dagger dragonfly found itself in such a predicament. Surrounded by formidable 8th-tier adversaries, its once proud wings had dulled, and continued engagement would jeopardize its very life. Thus, it withdrew from the battle, prioritizing its own escape. Being a flying creature, it found it relatively easy to break away from the conflict. Once on the periphery, the winged dagger dragonfly let out a sigh of relief. What a perilous situation! I never anticipated such formidable species residing in this eastern peach grove. As it caught its breath, it abruptly recalled its original purpose for coming here. to settle the score with those two arrogant mantises. Yet now, not only had it failed to locate them, but it had also sustained injuries. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. The next time I encounter those mantises, I shall slice them to pieces. It muttered a few curses under its breath before preparing to take flight from the area. Just as it ascended into the air, it suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out, "Oh, are you leaving so soon?" Chapter 30. A bountiful harvest. The winged dagger dragonfly turned to see that the voice belonged to the plump mantis, which was only ranked at the 5th tier. It abruptly froze in place. Although the fierce battle had impaired its strength, dealing with a mere 5th tier mantis was still a task it could accomplish with ease. Just as it contemplated whether to settle the score with its opponent, Dazhuang deftly added fuel to the fire. "What happened to your wings? They're jagged, and you've lost one of your forelegs? You're truly pathetic. How can you be so flustered by such a trivial situation? With your current abilities, it would be wise to keep a low profile in the future. Before I lose my temper, you should hastily make your escape." Upon finishing, he presented an air of complete disdain for the crippled dragonfly. Who could tolerate such indignity? As a dignified 8th tier creature, having just emerged from a bizarre battle, being mocked by a 5th tier mantis was an affront that stirred both old grievances and new resentments. The wingblade dragonfly, no longer hesitating, shifted its direction and launched an attack towards Dazhuang, who was leaning against a tree branch. Seeking death? Then I shall oblige. Just as it confidently approached, it suddenly became alert upon noticing something dark darting out from the dense foliage. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a black, blade-like leg. In its prime, it would have faced this ambush without fear, perhaps even relishing the opportunity for a spirited duel. Yet now, it was injured and nearly exhausted. While it could easily handle a 5th tier opponent, confronting another 8th tier ambusher felt exceedingly daunting. In a moment of panic, it pivoted its wing blades, intending to rely on a forceful clash to escape. However, despite the meticulous planning, events did not unfold as anticipated. Lu Qing's blade legs advanced, one in front and one behind. The front blade leg collided with the dragonfly's wing blade, forcing the latter's vibrations to subside. The following blade leg then surged towards the dragonfly's head. The dragonfly, already weakened, had no chance to defend itself and was struck before it could react. With all its might, it barely managed to shift its body a fraction, causing the blade leg aimed at its head to instead strike its thorax. The dragonfly's defenses were average, and the blade leg penetrated through its exoskeleton. Soon, its body was ensnared by the other blade legged. An ambush, devoid of chivalry. Yet, must survival also adhere to such principles? Lu Qing, uninterested in the dragonfly's plight, simply raised his blade leg. The wing-blade dragonfly seethed with resentment, attributing its misfortune to luck. If I had not just endured a battle, a mere mantis would never stand a chance against me. Was it still blaming fate? Clearly, it failed to grasp that they had fallen into Lu Qing's trap, believing the chaotic brawl was merely a happenstance. Lu Qing chuckled. Apologies, but the 8th tier skirmish you experienced was orchestrated by none other than me. The wingblade dragonfly was momentarily taken aback. He orchestrated it? No wonder it had been inexplicably drawn into the conflict. 8th tier insects possessed a modicum of intelligence, albeit limited. Though it gleaned a fraction of the truth from Lu Qing's revelation, it was akin to arriving late to the party. Regret began to seep into the dragonfly's thoughts, had it known of such treachery. However, Lu Qing offered no time for further contemplation. While it was lost in thought, the blade leg descended. With a single stroke, the dragonfly's head fell away. Lu Qing released his blade leg, casting the corpse aside. Return it to the cave swiftly. I must remain vigilant against any other races attempting to exploit the chaos. Indeed, a few astute beasts had managed to avoid being ensnared in this inexplicable 8th tier fray. They chose to conceal themselves in the shadows, evidently intending to execute a strategy akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, with a hidden bird poised to strike. The true mantis lurking further behind would naturally not grant them this opportunity. The centipede, a cunning breed, had not forgotten its purpose for today, to locate and devour the two mantises that dared to provoke it. However, circumstances deviated from its expectations. Upon arriving, it found not the anticipated challengers, but rather a chaotic brawl among 8th tier creatures. The centipede, astute and wary, had no desire to engage in a senseless struggle to the death with other formidable races. So it resolved to withdraw. As for the two mantises, it decided to settle nearby, biding its time, confident that it would eventually encounter them. Just as it was about to depart, it paused. In a conflict of this magnitude, casualties were inevitable. Where there were casualties, there were opportunities for substantial gains. While these foolish creatures battled on, it could feast at its leisure. It would require little effort to acquire a bounty of 8th tier sustenance. Ah, could there be anything more delightful? Thus, the centipede sought refuge within a thicket, observing the battlefield as if it were a spectator at a grand spectacle. If only there were some delicacies to savor while watching the show. That would be even more splendid. No sooner had this thought crossed its mind than a plump peach bug tumbled to the ground. The centipede's heart leaped with joy. Today was indeed a fortuitous day. Not only was there a grand feast from the various 8th-tier races awaiting, but even in moments of leisure, a peach bug had fallen right before it. This allowed it to indulge while enjoying the spectacle. The centipede gleefully took a bite of the wriggling peach bug. Succulent and juicy, delectable. After consuming the bug, it sensed a peculiar change within its body. An impulse for procreation surged forth unexpectedly. Moments later, the centipede, filled with excitement, charged into the fray. Lu Qing was utterly exhausted. Not only did he have to remain vigilant against the 8th-tier creatures attempting to flee, but he also had to guard against those seeking to capitalize on the chaos. Yet, the thought of the experience orbs strewn across the ground fueled his motivation. It was worth noting that 5 8th-tier beasts had indeed suffered injuries and retreated. Among them was the iron-armored giant bull. Gradually shaking off its bewildered state, it could not comprehend why it had suddenly felt such urges towards other species, even desiring to engage with a spiny insect. Upon regaining clarity, it found the whole affair utterly absurd. I am perfectly normal, with interest solely in the females. What has transpired today? Fortunately, the spiny insect had struggled vigorously enough to thwart its advances. Otherwise, the iron-armored giant bull glanced at its own natural hard carapace. The once glossy black armor now bore numerous cracks, and one of its secondary limbs had been pulverized by a dragonfly's blade. Its abdomen was riddled with sharp spines. When did these wounds occur? It quickly recalled, during the encounter with the spiny insect, it had been pierced. Thankfully, it had not sustained any fatal injuries. Now awake and still feeling a sense of dread, the iron-armored giant bull decided to retreat for the time being. It possessed formidable defensive capabilities and strength, complemented by its unique talent skill-ramming charge, which facilitated its escape from the fray. However, just as the iron-armored giant bull began to feel a sense of relief, a shadow intercepted its path. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed one of the mantises that had dared to provoke me. What a fateful encounter! It is you, you coward, you timid soul. How dare you show your face here? Were it not for your agreement, I would not have found myself in such a dire predicament, nearly forced into a confrontation. The mere thought of it is infuriating. Lu Qing stifled a chuckle. Ahem, I have indeed arrived. Haven't I? Arrived too late, you craven coward. My current condition is less than optimal. I shall return in a few days to settle our score. The ironclad bull, limping, sought to make its escape. Lu Qing unsheathed his blade with determination. The ironclad bull trembled, bewildered by the implication. Of course, it meant I intend to keep you here. The blade struck with ferocity. The opponent's defense was formidable. Even with cracks appearing in its armor, Lu Qing exerted all his strength and employed a skill to enhance his piercing effect, aiming directly at the fisher. This strike successfully penetrated the crack. The ironclad bull was no longer invulnerable. Emitting a woeful cry, "If you have any courage, wait for me 2 days." Yet here you are, reduced to a mere mantis, still exhibiting such bravado. The thought incited Lu Qing to strike even harder. Delivering 2 forceful blows to the crack, twisting the blade with fervor, the ironclad bull, in agony, collapsed under its own massive weight, producing a dull thud as it hit the ground. Grandfather, mantis grandfather, I concede, spare my life. Lu Qing silenced it with a swift stroke. The battle raged from dawn until dusk. It extended from the eastern peach grove to beyond its borders. Such a tumultuous clash among the 8th-tier beings naturally alarmed numerous creatures in the vicinity. These animals, fearing for their safety, fled in a frenzy. As the sun dipped low in the west, the mountains were bathed in crimson. After dispatching the final surviving 8th-tier opponent, Lu Qing prepared to carry it back to his cave when a buzzing sound filled the air. Turning to behold, a swarm of giant bees approached. They brandished their stingers, clearly on high alert, on the ground. A squad of 6th-tier board insects bore the bodies of the fallen 8th-tier foes. In a wonder, I felt there were fewer corpses. They were plundered by the giant bees. The queen bee possessed formidable mental prowess, capable of surveying the entirety of the peach grove. Given the commotion, it was only logical for her to take notice. After all, the queen bee could very well be a higher-tier entity. The leader of the giant bees brandished a spear, declaring, "We have been dispatched to investigate the source of this turmoil and resolve the matter." Do you know why these 8th-tier beings are engaging in combat? Resolve the matter? I scoffed. It is merely a matter of waiting for the 8th-tier factions to annihilate one another before reaping the rewards. Furthermore, how could I, the instigator, possibly tell the truth in response to such an inquiry? I am utterly ignorant. Upon my arrival, I witnessed the thorny insect attacking the ironclad bull. Soon after, numerous factions joined the fray, and chaos ensued. Had I not fled swiftly, I might very well be lying among the bored insects now. I had initially intended to seize an opportunity, but it seemed the leader was swifter than I. After glancing at the corpses on the bored insects with a glimmer of desire for 8th-tier delicacies, Lu Qing effortlessly handled the situation, employing his wit to deceive the giant bees. They believed him entirely. Very well, you may depart. After the exchange, the leader took his leave with the bored insects and the giant bees. Observing their retreating figures, Lu Qing let out a frustrated exclamation. Damn it! After expending so much effort to orchestrate such a grand trap, you have managed to reap a portion of the spoils. Although it amounts to nearly a third of the experience packages, it still pains Lu Qing greatly. Were it not for the formidable presence of the Bee Queen and the Lord of the Peach Grove standing behind you, I would have swiftly dispatched you. Ultimately, this world is governed by strength. Just wait. Once I have assimilated this batch of experience packages, I shall demand a return of what is rightfully mine with even greater ferocity. Lu Qing dragged the last experience package back. De Zhuang had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing his leader return, he rushed forward. Boss, I sensed a considerable number of 8th-tier races in the fray. Why have you only brought back this meager amount? Lu Qing cast aside the experience package, only for the queen bee to intercept the remainder. What? Those shameless little bees! De Zhuang cursed a few times, though he found it hard to remain angry, and instead said indignantly, Should we take action against them? I, De Zhuang, am willing to lead the charge to avenge you, boss. He was merely speaking bravado. The queen bee was already a powerful entity, not to mention the white-witted spirit monkey, the bee queen, and the lord of the peach grove. With a mere 5th-tier strength, charging in would be futile. It would be wiser for him to focus on his own ascension during this period. De Zhuang immediately deflated. Indeed, there were too many formidable beings within the peach grove, making it quite challenging for the two of them to contend against them. Lu Qing walked directly towards the experience package. You should also seize the opportunity to consume. Ascending is the true path. You put in quite a bit of effort this time as well. I am always one to reward and punish fairly. Feel free to indulge. How much you consume depends on your capacity. After saying this, he paid no further heed to De Zhuang, instead immersing himself in absorbing experience from the corpses of the 8th-tier beings. De Zhuang felt a surge of excitement at 8th tier. For someone of his 5th-tier status, this was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. He immediately lunged forward, taking a bite out of the long-coveted chicken leg. With blood-stained teeth, he exclaimed, Ah, this is truly delectable. 27 8th-tier experience packages. Each bite yielded a solid 0.1 experience points. The experience was accumulating at an astonishing rate, the speed quite remarkable. No chewing was necessary. Upon entering, the energy was directly converted, naturally expediting the process. De Zhuang had soon reached his fill. The immense energy contained within the 8th-tier beings began to induce a sense of drowsiness. Struggling to maintain his consciousness, he glanced around. Originally, the cave had been filled with experience packages, but now only a few remained. Boss, your rate of consumption is still impressively swift. While I have barely finished one, you have devoured more than half, and yet you do not appear to have gained an ounce of weight. This was not the first time he witnessed such a feat. After voicing his thoughts, he contentedly leaned against the stone bed. I can't hold on any longer. I need to rest for a bit. Lu Qing cast a glance at him before refocusing on absorbing experience. By now. After devouring 17, Lu Qing's experience bar was completely filled, as expected. Upon finishing the 18th, the notification chimed in. Energy accumulation complete. Would you like to ascend? Yes. Chapter 31. Frenzied consumption of minor experience packages. A warm current surged through his body. Soon, the ascension was complete. Race. Xiandao Mantis rank. Low tier 9, 0. 3 1000. Skills. Lethal deceptive stab, evolvable. Swift rapid flight, evolvable. After this promotion, his physique has reached an impressive 2 meters. The blade-like limbs have also undergone some changes. Previously, the limbs were as black as ink, adorned with noticeable silver lines. Now, while the color remains unchanged, the silver lines have become increasingly prominent and intricate, resembling the flow of mercury across the blades. These patterns seem to follow a certain order. Lu Qing glanced at his secondary limbs. The tips of the secondary limbs, which once resembled daggers, enhanced his grip and offered a degree of offensive capability, have now elongated slightly after the upgrade, with sharp spines emerging along the back of the limbs. Following his elevation, Lu Qing resumed gathering experience from the remaining experience packages. However, due to the promotion, the energy and experience extracted had significantly diminished. Ultimately, he paused when only 3 remained. He decided to reserve these for De Zhuang. After all, The dangers within the peach grove were exceedingly high, and De Zhuang's fifth-tier power was indeed somewhat inadequate. It was prudent to allow him to bolster his strength. The peach grove is undeniably a flourishing haven. Numerous species reside here, and it is abundant in resources for evolution. After ascending to the 9th tier, Lu Qing's strength was considered upper echelon within the peach grove. After leaving the cave, he ventured westward, and no sooner had he stepped outside than he encountered 3 iron-headed crickets, each possessing a strength of the 7th tier. Typically, this species is known for its fierce nature and headstrong demeanor, characterized by a fearless, aggressive approach. Having faced one upon his initial arrival in the peach grove, Lu Qing was prepared for battle. Initially, the 3 iron-headed crickets exhibited a defiant stance, eager to engage without uttering a word. However, upon spotting Lu Qing's 2 blades, each measuring a formidable 1 meter and 30 centimeters in length, they immediately wilted. They shrank back, feigning ignorance of his presence. It turns out the iron-headed crickets were not entirely fearless. A significant disparity in strength prompted their retreat. Lu Qing deliberately edged closer, his voice cold as he conveyed, "You have trespassed into my territory." The 3 iron-headed crickets immediately became anxious. "Please, do not be angry. We merely seek our brother." Brother? The concept of brotherhood among iron-headed crickets piqued Lu Qing's curiosity. "What brother?" "Our younger brother, of 6th-tier strength, was reported to us by an arrow sparrow, indicating he had been seen in this vicinity, albeit entangled with a mantis." In an instant, Lu Qing comprehended. They were searching for the iron-headed cricket he had dispatched. "Your younger brother has already become my meal." The 3 iron-headed crickets were momentarily taken aback, then hastily defended Lu Qing. "It could not have been you. Absolutely not. The arrow sparrow informed us that the mantis was only of 7th-tier strength, while you have ascended to the 9th tier. How could it possibly be you?" They addressed him with utmost respect, their reverence evident. Indeed, when Lu Qing eliminated that reckless individual, he was merely of 7th-tier strength. In just a few days, he had ascended to 9th tier, a leap beyond the comprehension of the iron-headed crickets. "Alas, after conversing with you for so long, it seems that comprehension eludes you. I shall escort you down to inquire directly." The iron-headed cricket understands the meaning of descend, and has already done so. With a mere slash, 3 diminutive experience packages were obliterated, and Lu Qing subtly shook his head. Presently, the trio of 7th-grade iron-headed crickets could offer a meager 3 points of vitality, 1 point per creature. To achieve another advancement, one must hunt 1,000. It appears that prey of the same grade yields the swiftest ascension. Lu Qing meandered through this exploration, encountering 37 7th-grade species, in addition to 4 of the 8th grade. All of these became experience points that were swiftly consumed, causing his experience bar to rise ever so slightly. He remained unperturbed. After all, the abundance of species within the peach grove ensured ample sustenance, allowing for relentless grinding and assured progress. 2 days passed. Following this span, the cavern and its surrounding 10 miles had transformed into a high-grade vacuum zone. All species above the 7th grade had been eradicated by Lu Qing. The creatures within the peach grove were in disarray, communicating their terror. Many had begun to regard this area as a forbidden zone. This predicament was dire for Lu Qing. In a single night, the surrounding 10 miles lay barren. Even the peach worms on the trees took advantage of the night to relocate. He even witnessed a plump, rosy peach worm, burdened with family, fleeing in haste. Lu Qing swiftly intercepted it. The peach worm trembled in fear. "Why do you flee?" The peach worm quivered. "There is a ravenous demon here, and we are terrified." Naturally, Lu Qing held no interest in these 3rd or 4th grade peach worms. He raised his blade and allowed them to depart. A ravenous demon, undoubtedly, that must be himself. Over the course of these 2 days, his experience bar had reached 1/3 of its capacity. With the insectoid and exotic beasts within a 10-mile radius fleeing, the only option to continue grinding would be to delve deeper. However, this would bring him closer to the core domain of the peach grove's master, posing a significant risk of drawing its attention. Reluctantly, Lu Qing retreated into the cave, intending to contemplate his next move. Inside the cave, De Zhuang slumbered soundly. It had awakened once yesterday and successfully reached the 6th grade, but after consuming the carcass of an 8th-grade beast, the immense energy contained within had lulled it back into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, it was likely to attain the 7th grade. While De Zhuang's advancement was secondary, the pressing concern remained whether to approach the core area near the master of the peach grove. Though the 3 white-witted monkeys were intelligent, their strength was mediocre. After all, Lu Qing possessed considerable wisdom himself and did not fear a 1 versus 3 confrontation. The true threats were the peach grove's master and the bee king. The bee king wielded potent exploratory psychic abilities, and should Lu Qing draw too near and be detected, it would spell considerable trouble. The peach grove was vast, and intentionally circumventing it was not an impossibility. Thus, a steady developmental approach seemed the most prudent course of action. He resolved to temporarily avoid the core area. With his mind set, Lu Qing emerged from the cave once more. Within the cave lay 8th-grade sustenance that devouring could consume upon awakening. As long as he sealed the cave's entrance, he could prevent it from becoming prey to other exotic beasts during its slumber. Lu Qing selected a massive boulder, its weight formidable, capable of being moved only by beasts of 9th or 8th grade strength. After positioning the boulder, another concern arose. If he were to perish, would devouring be unable to escape and ultimately starve? He promptly spat in disdain. Alas, my mind is in disarray. I am utterly exhausted and care little for hunger. In any case, within a 10-mile radius, there is naught that captivates my interest among the exotic beasts, so I shall take flight and glide forth without hesitation. Chapter 32. Relentlessly accumulating experience. Pack 2. Gliding, of course, is a swift endeavor. After circumventing the heart of the peach grove, Lu Qing descended. Indeed, here he encountered the traces of exotic beasts and the insectoid race once more. Lu Qing, ever mindful of his mission to accrue experience, commenced his search for targets. 2 7th tier, fire-spitting insects were huddled together in relief. The larger of the two sighed, fortunate indeed that the arrow sparrow had given them a warning. They had fled swiftly. Otherwise, they would surely have been devoured by that insatiable demon. The smaller fire-spitting insect inquired, "What manner of race is that insatiable demon?" "A mantis. How could you forget such a thing while foraging in the peach grove?" The smaller fire-spitting insect pointed towards a nearby location, a mantis, one previously unseen. "Do you think it resembles that one over there?" The larger fire-spitting insect turned to look and was struck with terror. "Good heavens, what a colossal mantis! Run for your lives." With a swift motion, it began to spew flames for propulsion. However, within a 10-meter radius, no creature could react as quickly as Lu Qing's strike, with a single slice. The two fire-spitting insects were cleaved into 4 pieces, their fiery tails extinguished before they could even ignite. After absorbing the experience from these two, Lu Qing resumed his quest for further targets. Over the course of 3 days, Lu Qing fervently accumulated experience within the peach grove. His experience surged while other races were left in disarray, desperately fleeing for their lives. Creatures below the 7th tier could not provide him with flesh points. Thus they suffered no harm. The 7th and 8th tier beings found themselves unable to resist. Fleeing was futile, and they succumbed to their fate, becoming mere fodder for Lu Qing's experience. For species to reach the 7th or 8th tier, they had surely weathered countless calamities. Hunting, after all, is a matter of survival and evolution. Logically, consuming 1 or 2 prey a day would suffice for sustenance. Yet this particular mantis, insatiable in its appetite, had devoured nearly 100 7th-tier beings in a single day. Such a phenomenon is indeed alarming. This gluttonous mantis possessed an unimaginable ferocity. Who among the exotic beasts and insectoid races could remain unperturbed? Consequently, Lu Qing earned himself a moniker, the gluttonous butcher. Naturally, regardless of how they chose to address him, he continued to toil diligently for the sake of experience. On the 4th day, however, Lu Qing found himself troubled. His experience bar was already filled to a considerable extent, and he could sense the imminent ascension approaching. Yet throughout the day, he had not encountered a single 7th or 8th tier creature. This was rather unusual. Given the abundant resources of the peach grove, there should have been ample opportunity for him to level up. Yet, despite the passage of time, he had not seen a single hair of any 7th or 8th tier exotic beast or insectoid. He had grounds to suspect that those higher tier creatures had fled or concealed themselves. Lu Qing exerted some effort and captured a 6th tier arrow sparrow to inquire. The arrow sparrow, quick as lightning and well-informed, would surely possess knowledge. Once caught, the arrow sparrow trembled in fear. "Pray tell, where have all the 7th and 8th tier races vanished to?" Lu Qing demanded. The arrow sparrow quivered as it responded. They have been frightened away by the insatiable appetite of the gluttonous butcher. They have all fled. And where have they gone? In the vicinity of the peach grove. Lu Qingsong released his grip on the opponent, allowing them to depart. The inner region, centered around the grand peach tree where the master of the grove resided, extended for approximately 10 miles, which could be deemed the inner perimeter. Over the past few days, he had consistently prowled the outer edges in search of prey, deliberately steering clear of the core area inhabited by the master of the peach grove. It appeared that the creatures of the 7th and 8th ranks had discerned this pattern, promptly retreating into the depths of the grove. In truth, the core forbidden zone spanned roughly 1 kilometer around the grand tree. Elsewhere, there were no restrictions. Generally, no species dared to venture into the core region, yet the inner perimeter was deemed accessible. Exercising caution, he had chosen to hunt at the periphery, unaware that this strategy had inadvertently transformed the inner region into a sanctuary for those prey. Given the current situation, if he did not enter the inner perimeter, he feared he would be unable to capture any prey. The queen bee possessed formidable mental prowess, potentially employing mental markers or similar techniques, which posed a risk of being detected should he intrude upon the inner confines. Nevertheless, for the sake of advancement, risks must be embraced. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Qing took to the skies, soaring towards the inner grove. Fortune smiled upon him. Shortly after entering the inner perimeter, he encountered 3 large, 7th-rank grasshoppers. 2 white intelligent monkeys, agile and nimble, climbed the grand tree in a coordinated manner. Parting the foliage that obscured his view, he beheld a massive beehive suspended amidst the dense branches. The 2 white intelligent monkeys had deftly positioned themselves beneath the hive. One of them, tilting its head upwards, inquired, "Queen Bee, what is it that you summon us for?" A melodious voice resonated in response. "I have detected the presence of a creature of 9th rank entering the peach grove." The Queen Bee's mental force was potent. She could not only command the swarm but also project her mental energy to perceive the entire grove. However, such abilities, while formidable, were not omniscient regarding everything within the grove and came with significant limitations. Only through extensive periods of mental marking could she gain precise awareness of their locations at minimal cost. A 9th-rank creature or insect intruding recklessly into the grove posed a latent threat to both the queen bee and the 3 white intelligent monkeys. Excluding the 3 monkeys, only 2 9th-rank beings existed within the grove. These 2 were well aware of the master of the peach grove's prowess and were manageable entities. A newly arrived 9th-rank creature, if it wandered indiscriminately, could create considerable chaos. The queen bee, while possessing formidable mental strength, was rather average in terms of intellect. Thus, upon sensing the emergence of a new 9th-rank entity, she alerted the white intelligent monkeys to prepare accordingly. The 2 monkeys exchanged glances. The newly arrived 9th-rank creature. While they pondered, another white intelligent monkey ascended the tree, and the 3 gathered together. The queen bee conveyed another message. In recent days, the markings of 7th and 8th-rank insects and beasts have vanished, indicating they have been predated upon, most likely by the new 9th-rank creature. Initially, it lingered at the periphery, but today it has ventured into the inner region. You must devise a swift plan to prevent any disturbances. The eldest of the white intelligent monkeys, after careful consideration, grasped a branch with one hand and asked, "Is it possible for you to create a locating mark on it?" "No. Its spiritual mark is sometimes present and sometimes absent, and each time it is sensed, it lasts merely for an instant, making precise placement utterly impossible. If this 9th-tier creature were to remain for a month, an analysis of its spiritual state could yield a mark. But currently, that is unfeasible. Nevertheless, I can make a rough judgment based on the direction of the disappearance of the 7th and 8th-tier species." The elder Bai Jiling monkey nodded slowly. "Once our secret is discovered, chaos will ensue. We must intimidate that 9th-tier creature at the first opportunity, especially now, as the blood spirit mushroom is on the verge of maturation." The queen bee's voice echoed, affirming that at this critical moment, there must be no mistakes. "We must hasten to locate that 9th-tier creature." After inquiring about its general location, Bai Jiling monkey swiftly led nearly 100 royal bees along 3 separate paths toward the direction provided by the queen bee. Chapter 33. The queen bee? Merely a superficial and cowardly creature. Lu Qing, in his pursuit of experience, boldly dared to confront any species with a couple of strikes. Even as night fell, he tirelessly continued his grand endeavor. While over 70% of the exotic beasts and insects rested during the night, this was the peak period for Lu Qing's hunting. While searching for prey, he suddenly halted. Beneath a peach tree lay a slanted hole. The entrance was concealed by weeds, making it rather hidden, yet he still managed to uncover it. Based on the experience he had accumulated over the days, he immediately deduced that the inhabitant of the hole must be a terror rabbit. The terror rabbit boasts red fur, robust hind legs, yet its forelimbs are equipped with the claws of a carnivorous beast, along with fangs, allowing it to stand and fight like a dinosaur. Most importantly, it is a carnivorous exotic beast. Generally speaking, the strength of a terror rabbit hovers around the 8th tier, with a body length of about 1 meter. He had already encountered one, however. The diameter of this hole exceeded 2 meters, indicating that this particular terror rabbit had likely surpassed the 8th tier in strength. Could it be that he had stumbled upon the rumored 9th tier terror rabbit? Within the peach grove, aside from Bai Jiling monkey and the queen bee, there were 2 other 9th tier exotic beasts. One was the Pegasus, and the other was the terror rabbit. Typically, when it comes to creatures of the same tier but different species, the odds of victory in battle are incalculable. Lu Qing was not one to engage in battles without assurance. However, the circumstances of the deep night presented a different scenario. The combat prowess of the terror rabbit is formidable, but that is during the day. At night, its vision can be likened to severe myopia combined with night blindness. Facing a nearsighted terror rabbit makes victory nearly a certainty. Lu Qing gently parted the weeds, preparing to slay a creature of equal tier and acquire a substantial experience reward. Yet, This slight movement was still detected by the terror rabbit. With a whoosh, a red figure lunged forth. Its foreclaw lashed out toward him. Lu Qing reacted swiftly. One blade met the attack, while the other struck in response. The terror rabbit, lacking vision, was struck in the abdomen by the blade just as it sensed the attack. Its red fur was sliced open, blood gushing forth in an instant. It let out a piercing scream and turned to flee. Its powerful hind legs propelled it with speed akin to a runaway horse, launching it forward with all its might, only to crash into a large tree, ricocheting away. This scene nearly drew a laugh from Lu Qing. Waiting for the rabbit to approach, the ancients did not deceive me. He quickly advanced, preparing to take advantage of the moment to drain the terror rabbit's blood. However, its tenacious vitality manifested as it awkwardly turned and fled in the opposite direction. Lu Qing hastily unleashed his flight skill, forcefully narrowing the distance. Indeed, the speed of the fear rabbit was remarkable, and Lu Qing's explosive speed barely kept him from losing ground. It fled, he pursued. Though it was swift, it had a tendency to collide with trees, which allowed the gap between them to continually diminish. The fear rabbit could not see, but it could hear the sound of wings beating. Listening to the relentless pursuit behind it, panic set in. A message soon followed. Flying horse brother, we have been acquaintances for years. Why do you suddenly attack me? It assumed that the fellow of the same rank, the flying horse, was playing tricks on it. In the entire peach grove, there were only a few that could pose a threat to it. Lu Qing did not conceal his intent. Your flying horse brother sent me to convey greetings. Don't run away. Let us have a proper chat. Not the flying horse. The fear rabbit became even more frantic. In the darkness, devoid of vision, facing an unfamiliar creature of the same rank, it stood no chance. Chat? You come at me with a knife, and you want to chat? It scoffed. Why don't you come during the day if you're so brave? After their exchange, the fear rabbit fled even faster, and its collisions grew more disastrous. Lu Qing, amidst the chase, threw out a few taunts, intending to distract his opponent, but to his surprise, the fear rabbit had completely lost the desire to communicate, fixated solely on escape. Gradually, Lu Qing sensed something amiss. The creature was heading towards the core area. The core area housed the master of the peach grove, a being of a higher tier. I say, rabbit brother, are you blind? The core area lies ahead. Panic surged within the fear rabbit. The master of the peach grove was undoubtedly a terrifying existence. Yet, in this predicament, failing to head towards the core was equally fatal. Gritting its teeth, the fear rabbit decided to risk it all. The core area is better. If you have the guts, come along and let us face death together. It plunged headlong towards the core area. Lu Qing, too, found himself in a bind. His luck had soured today. He had finally discovered the blind fear rabbit, only for it to dash towards the core area. Within the peach grove, the 7th and 8th tier beasts and insect tribes had been largely cleared out by him, leaving him with merely 100 or so experience points to acquire. To gain further experience, he would have to confront 9th tier creatures. This nocturnal blind rabbit was a rare opportunity. If he let it slip, who knew when he would be able to level up again? The bold shall survive, while the timid shall perish. He resolved to give it a try. If he failed to rouse the master of the peach grove, all the better. If he did, he could always turn tail and flee. Lu Qing accelerated his pursuit, hoping to severely wound the rabbit before entering the core area. In the frantic chase, both of them plunged into the core area. The fear rabbit experienced a stroke of luck, unexpectedly leaping into a thicket without visibility. Lu Qing paid close attention to his surroundings, cautiously following. The grass was indeed tall, nearly 2 meters high, concealing the rabbit entirely. Lu Qing could only ascend into the air, but even then, he struggled to spot it amidst the cover of the grass. How could he let such a juicy morsel slip away? He began to search diligently. At that moment, a distinctly feminine voice suddenly resonated in his mind. How audacious, to dare roam in the core area. Do you wish to court death? The message was as clear as if whispered in his ear. Lu Qing's heart trembled. I've been discovered by the Bee Queen. Only a being with formidable mental strength, like the Bee Queen, could send such a transmission. If the Bee Queen had noticed him, it meant the master of the peach grove was already aware. He turned around, intending to flee from this place. With a swift flap of his wings, he had already reached the edge of the weeds. However, upon a moment's reflection, he halted, his wings steadying as he descended to the ground. The law of the jungle is exceedingly ruthless. In most instances, species would engage in conflict without hesitation. Yet, apart from the unmistakably powerful transmission from the queen bee, there were no other signs of abnormality or movement. If the sovereign of the peach grove, a formidable entity, were to discover a mantis trespassing into its strictly prohibited core area, it would undoubtedly erupt in fury and take action. Yet, there was not a single disturbance. This was clearly abnormal. After Lu Qing stopped, The voice of the queen bee echoed once more, this time with an even colder tone. Given that this is your first defense, hasten to escape for your life. Otherwise, you shall be reduced to a mere pulp by the sovereign of the peach grove. Most ordinary species, upon hearing such a menacing transmission, would certainly scurry away with their tails between their legs. However, Lu Qing had no such appendage and would not retreat. He was determined to test the waters. Observing his immobility, the urgency in the transmission grew more concealed yet palpable. "Do an intruder, not realize that the sovereign of the peach grove is a terrifying presence of a higher tier? Your ninth tier strength would be instantaneously obliterated before it, leaving not even a trace of you." Such bluster was indicative of an underlying fear. The more vehement the threats, the more cowardly the heart. Lu Qing remained unperturbed. If the sovereign of the peach grove were truly that formidable, it would have made an appearance long ago, rather than allowing the queen bee to spout such grandiose claims. Previously, he had speculated that the queen bee might be a higher-tier entity. Now, that seemed less certain. The queen bee, possessing formidable mental prowess, would have promptly acted to drive him away upon realizing he had encroached on the core area. This indicated that either it was inconvenient for it to act or its true strength was lacking. Lu Qing was increasingly convinced of the latter. Chapter 34. This is simply a stroke of immense fortune. The queen bee's mental strength was indisputable, yet its true power remained questionable. Moreover, the sovereign of the peach grove's lack of response to Lu Qing's intrusion into the core area was also suspect. Consequently, Lu Qing began to probe once more. "Let us depart, let us depart." The threat of the terrifying rabbit was no longer significant. Uncovering the secrets of the peach grove sovereign and reaping great rewards was what truly mattered. The direction he was heading was, in fact, their nest. The queen bee's transmission reached him again. "You are heading in the wrong direction. You will disturb the sovereign of the peach grove." Lu Qing paid no heed to the warning and continued onward. "Do you wish to perish? A mere ninth-tier mantis? The sovereign of the peach grove could extinguish you as easily as squashing a peach worm. Dare to take another step forward, and it will become your burial ground." The louder the threats, the more insecure the heart. Lu Qing pressed onward. Soon, he realized that as he advanced westward, the queen bee's transmissions became increasingly frantic. He keenly sensed that there was something of utmost importance to the queen bee in that direction. The queen bee was utterly oblivious to the fact that its threats had revealed significant vulnerabilities. It simply believed that the mantis was fortunate, continually drawing closer to the blood spirit mushroom. This treasure, endowed with immense potential, must not be discovered by the mantis. With 3 white wisdom monkeys searching outside, it had already dispatched messenger bees to relay the news. Time was of the essence, and it could only rely on its soldier bees to hold the line. Even if they could not inflict any harm on the ninth-tier mantis, stalling for time would suffice. From within the colossal hive surged forth nearly 100 royal bees. Their forelegs clutching stingers, evidently poised for an attack. "Eliminate the intruder," commanded the queen bee, and the soldier bees surged westward in unison. Lu Qing heard the sound of their wings beating in the air, realizing that the royal bees had arrived. All of these soldier bees were of the 6th rank, with only their leading commander boasting a 7th or 8th rank. Dealing with them was an exceedingly simple task. With the swiftness of slicing through vegetables, Lu Qing's dual blades effortlessly dispatched this vast swarm of royal bees. The queen sensed the rapid demise of her soldier bees and felt a surge of panic. The mantis truly excelled in offensive capabilities. Nearly 100 royal bees had not even managed to delay him for a moment. Though anxious, she found herself powerless and could only disperse her mental energy to constantly monitor Lu Qing's movements. Fervently hoping that he would not uncover their secret, a multitude of soldier bees came forth to obstruct his path, akin to a series of signposts. Lu Qing could hardly contain his amusement. The queen bee was indeed endowed with formidable mental prowess, yet her intellect was woefully lacking. Had it not been for these soldier bees, his search would have proven exceedingly arduous. Unexpectedly, the queen had directly arranged these signposts for him. This clearly indicated to Lu Qing, "Heed this warning. There are heavy guards protecting the treasure. Do not approach." With 2 swift blades, he harvested the soldier bees, mercilessly slaughtering the signposts. The ground was barren, revealing only the yellow-brown earth. At the very center of this expanse stood a peculiar Ganoderma, emanating a faint crimson glow. Lu Qing's heart leaped with joy, for this was the very object the queen sought to protect. The soldier bees in the air charged at him recklessly, seemingly determined to defend this treasure at all costs. With a swift motion, Lu Qing's blade fell, and his immense strength tore through the bodies of 3 soldier bees. Within mere minutes, dozens of elite soldier bees had already fallen lifelessly to the ground. The queen, now unconcerned about the dwindling numbers of her soldier bees, focused solely on the blood Ganoderma. Should anyone dare approach it, they would meet a most gruesome fate. Lu Qing paid her no mind. This was the possession of the Lord of the Peach Grove. She would not let it go unchallenged, and he would be reduced to mere pulp. Just then, a furious roar echoed through the air. Though it was merely a sound, no movement was visible at this moment. Lu Qing felt utterly at ease. The queen's mental communication reached him again, warning that the Lord of the Peach Grove had become enraged, and he would find no place to bury his remains. Yet Lu Qing was devoid of any interest in her threats. He approached the blood Ganoderma directly. The blood Ganoderma was remarkably peculiar, resembling a small crimson umbrella, but at its apex, it pulsated as if it possessed a heartbeat. Lu Qing pulled up the information panel. Species: blood Ganoderma, growth stage, 9-10, strength, none, current secondary first rank, description. A unique plant that thrives on the nourishment of blood and flesh. Infused with vital energy, yet devoid of consciousness, it contains a wealth of blood energy, making it an exceptional supplement for most species. Upon reading the description, Lu Qing understood. This was a treasure devoid of any combat prowess, yet brimming with vast blood energy. The energy contained within could rival that of a secondary first-rank exotic beast or insect species. Even in its unripe state, it was already comparable to a secondary first rank. Once fully matured, who knows if it might even reach secondary second rank or higher. It was truly a magnificent reservoir of experience. His efforts had not been in vain. Lu Qing extended his blade-like foot and took a bite out of the blood spirit mushroom. Gained 0.5 flesh valued. To his astonishment, it was merely 0.5. Indeed, it was a super experience packaged. A wave of secret delight surged within him. Do not consume it. Please, I beg you, do not eat it. The blood spirit mushroom is not yet fully mature. It requires another 10 days to reach its full potential, at which point its efficacy will increase fivefold. Eating it now would be a complete waste. Please, do not consume it. I shall reserve a portion for you. Once it matures fully, the energy contained in your share will undoubtedly surpass what you would gain from consuming it now. Lu Qing was quite clear-headed. Share a portion with himself? Such a rare treasure. How could he possibly do that? It was far more likely they would join forces to eliminate him. With such intellect, did they truly believe they could deceive him? The Bee King was merely stalling for time. Without hesitation, Lu Qing began his feast. Gained 0.5 flesh value. Gained 0.5 flesh value. The Bee King's heart bled at the sight. For this blood spirit mushroom, it had remained here for a full 17 years, even going so far as to collaborate with the esteemed white-wise monkey, lying in wait beneath the Peach Grove Lord. All of this was in hopes of using the blood spirit mushroom to break through to the next tier. Just as the mushroom was on the brink of maturity, it was intercepted by a mantis. How could it not feel anxious? At that moment, the Bee King sensed the rapid return of the white-wise monkeys. A flicker of hope ignited within its heart. Lu Qing, too, heard the commotion. 3 powerful auras of the 9th tier were swiftly approaching. The 3 white-wise monkeys were back. Although their strength was considered weak among the 9th tier, they were still formidable, especially in numbers. Facing 3 alone, the odds were not in his favor. The opportunity to obtain the blood spirit mushroom was a singular one, and Lu Qing was determined not to let it slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his blade-like foot, swiftly uprooting the blood spirit mushroom. Without uttering a word, he unfurled his wings and activated his flying skill to accelerate. The Bee King, sensing this turn of events, nearly spat blood. With the blood spirit mushroom uprooted, it had severed all possibility of further growth to maturity. Nearly 2 decades of toil shattered in an instant. Mantis, you are doomed. You cannot escape. We shall pursue you relentlessly and grind you to dust. As Lu Qing accelerated, he responded nonchalantly. The Bee King was nearly driven to madness. We will kill you. We will kill you. The 3 white-wise monkeys, upon seeing the desolate ground and the myriad of fallen soldier bees, immediately understood what had transpired. Their rage boiled over. After painstakingly nurturing the blood spirit mushroom for so many years, it was on the verge of maturity, only to be thwarted by a mantis. Chase! The white-wise monkeys showcased their agility, darting through the forest with remarkable skill. Leave the blood spirit mushroom behind, and we shall spare your life. Lu Qing soared higher with his wings, rendering the Bee King and the white-wise monkeys nearly powerless against him. At this juncture, would they truly spare his life? Catch me if you can. They were at a disadvantage. They had no wings. The 3 white-wise monkeys perched on a tree branch, baring their teeth in frustration at the receding figure of the mantis. Infuriating. How infuriating. It's all our fault for neglecting the protection of the blood spirit mushroom. The eldest and larger of the white-wise monkeys sighed in resignation. Had we left one behind to guard it, even that might not have deterred an attacking mantis. It could have cost us our lives. Another foot-stomping creature inquired, what audacity this mantis possesses. Even the Lord of the Peach Grove has unleashed a furious roar. Yet it remains utterly unperturbed. Typically, when lesser species hear such a mighty growl, they hastily retreat in terror. However, this mantis stands resolute, showing no sign of movement. The elder white sage monkey suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "This mantis seems familiar. It must be the one that recently settled in the Peach Grove." It should not be, for among the two that just arrived, one ascended from the 7th to the 8th tier after devouring a golden-haired monkey, while the other was at the 5th tier. Yet this one is already at the 9th tier. The elder shook his head slightly, contemplating the possibility that this 9th tier mantis might be the one that had just ascended from the 8th tier. Even that seems implausible. To ascend from the 7th to the 9th tier in such a brief span is unprecedented. It is of utmost importance that we prioritize the queen bee's pursuit of its whereabouts. Delayed action might lead to a complete loss of the blood spirit fungus. Regardless of the circumstances, it must be eradicated. The 3 white sage monkeys arrived at the beehive. But has a mental imprint been left? The queen bee promptly responded, "Indeed, but that the entity has already departed the Peach Grove's boundaries, and I can no longer sense it." After a brief silence, the queen bee's complaints followed. "Had you returned sooner, that mantis would not have escaped." The smallest of the white sage monkeys, despite its diminutive size, was the most irate. It retorted, "Return sooner? If not for your inaccurate location, would we have missed it? And your incompetent soldier bees, not only failing to intercept, but also guiding that mantis to the blood spirit fungus. How could we, with our intelligence, be paired with such imbeciles like you?" The queen bee's communication, sharpened by fury, shot back. "Is it not your own arrogance that led you to believe no species would dare enter the core area, resulting in such laxity in guarding? You took away my elite, and you dare to criticize me? If anyone is to be called worthless, it is you 3. The queen bee may lack intelligence, but her ability to hurl insults was certainly not lacking. A swarm of soldier bees burst forth from the hive, brandishing their stingers and encircling the 3 white sage monkeys. As tensions escalated towards chaos and mutual slaughter, the eldest white sage monkey spoke up. "The blood spirit fungus is vital for our ascension. Having it stolen by that mantis is a responsibility we all share, and none of us wish to see this outcome. What has transpired cannot be altered by fighting amongst ourselves. Rather, we should devise a plan to see if we can rectify the situation." The queen bee's emotions began to stabilize. "How can we rectify this? That cursed mantis has already flown beyond the Peach Grove. What can we possibly do now?" The elder's gaze hardened, revealing a ruthless determination. "The safest and most convenient blood spirit fungus has slipped through our fingers. To ascend to the next tier now demands a perilous gamble." The other 2 monkeys quivered, staring at him in disbelief. Fear tinged the queen bee's voice. "We have no certainty. Failing to catch the frightened rabbit, yet stumbling upon the blood spirit fungus is quite a stroke of luck. Finding a secluded spot to consume the blood spirit fungus could undoubtedly allow for a breakthrough to the next tier." Just then, a commotion arose behind them. Turning around, they saw a massive boulder hurtling towards them. The boulder's force diminished significantly, and its aim was so poor that evasion seemed unnecessary. Observing the trajectory, it is evident that it was cast by the Lord of the Peach Grove. Indeed, a furious roar followed. Lu Qing shifted his gaze. The Lord of the Peach Grove and the queen bee must have been hindered in some manner, rendering them incapable of preventing me from seizing the blood spirit mushroom. Otherwise, given the Lord of the Peach Grove's formidable second-tier status, a mere appearance would have left me with no choice but to flee in a panic. Lu Qing focused his attention on locating a temporary refuge. To the west of the Peach Grove lies a range of undulating mountains, making it relatively easy to find a place to conceal oneself. Ahead, there was a waterfall, behind which a cave could be discerned. Lu Qing aimed for that destination and glided over. The waterfall's flow was gentle, allowing him to reach the cave with ease. Chapter 35. Breakthrough to the second tier, unrivaled strength. Inside the cave, the ground was uneven, strewn with rubble. There were no signs of animal activity, confirming it as a tranquil spot. After clearing a small space, Lu Qing placed the blood spirit mushroom down and began to utilize this extraordinary experience package. Gained 0.5 flesh value. Gained 0.5 flesh value. The blood spirit mushroom caused his experience points to surge. After processing a small portion, the experience bar was already full. A prompt followed. Energy accumulation complete. Shall one advance? Above the low-tier 9th grade lies the first grade of the second tier. Indeed! In an instant, the accumulated energy enveloped Lu Qing entirely, encasing him in a cocoon. "I am not a butterfly. Why must I be wrapped up like yarn?" The powerless lamentation proved futile. The cocoon constricted. Transforming into an oval-shaped, De Zhuang awoke groggily. The cave entrance was sealed, and light barely penetrated within. "Boss!" He called out several times, but received no response. De Zhuang grew flustered. Why seal the entrance when you could simply leave thankfully? Their food left the next moment. De Zhuang despondently shouted, "This has gone awry, hasn't it? Though I am a mantis, I still require a healthy diet. How can one consume something that has spoiled? I would rather starve than eat it." Yet, he discovered the taste surprisingly delightful, truly fragrant. He indulged in eating and sleeping within the cave, oblivious to the fact that an unlimited hunt order had been issued against the entire mantis species throughout the peach grove 7 days later. Within the waterfall cave, regaining consciousness, Lu Qing exerted himself to break free from the cocoon. He immediately summoned his status panel. Race: Blood Shadow Mantis Tier, first grade of the second tier, 12-1000, Skills: Blood Shadow Strike, Strength 50, Swift Strike, Evolvable, Blood Shadow Flight, Flight 30, Rapid Flight, Evolvable, Talent, Concealment, Alter Body Color, Hide Form and Aura, difficult to detect. Truly, as a second-tier entity, the enhancement in strength was considerable. Lu Qing examined the changes in his physique. Previously, his stature was around 2 meters, and after this advancement, there was no significant alteration in size. The most pronounced change was in color. His body, which had always been a light green, bore no substantial alteration despite the transformation of his blade limbs. However, following this advancement, his body had turned a deep crimson. The blade limbs remained a deep black, adorned with silver lines forming an enigmatic pattern. When he placed his blade limb upon a stone, the silver lines swiftly morphed into a stone-like gray, rapidly spreading until he was entirely cloaked in the gray hue. Here lies the newly acquired talent, Stealth. According to the system's introduction, Stealth not only enables visual invisibility, but also allows the user to suppress their breath and shield their mental presence, rendering even the eyeless races incapable of easily detecting them. With high attack power and the ability to become invisible, the mantis embodies the epitome of attributes. Lu Qing practiced several times and has already mastered the talent Stealth. Next, he endeavored to try out his newly evolved skill. First was Blood Shadow Strike. Prior to its advancement, the skill merely underwent a change in name, with limited enhancement. However, after this evolution, data emerged indicating that this skill could amplify attack power by up to 50%. The mantis, inherently strong in offense, would unleash terrifying destructive power within the same tier and grade following this enhancement. He envisioned a massive rock as his target and activated the skill. As he charged, the silver lines transformed into a deep crimson, completely enveloping his black blade-like limbs. With a swift motion, he reached his target in an instant. The blood-red blade swept across the boulder. Lu Qing turned to observe as the crimson afterimage gradually dissipated. At that moment, the massive rock was cleaved cleanly in two. The speed, strength, and sharpness had all experienced a substantial increase. In a short distance burst, even defensive creatures would struggle to withstand such power. He then attempted Blood Shadow Dash. Upon unleashing the skill, his body left an afterimage and he instantly soared out of the cave. Lu Qing felt that his speed had increased threefold, if not more, compared to before. This velocity could easily catch up to flying creatures of the same tier and grade. Of course, his endurance in flight remained a weakness. Lu Qing returned to the cave. After his advancement, it was time to consume the remaining blood spirit mushrooms. Although he had leveled up, the experience granted by the mushrooms had not diminished. Gained blood value 0. 5 foot, gained blood value 0.5. After finishing the remaining blood spirit mushrooms, his experience bar surged significantly, now standing at 410,1000. Less than 600 points of experience remained. With his ascension complete and power enhanced, it was time to return to the Peach Grove and uncover the truth behind its master. Lu Qing took flight, heading straight towards the Peach Grove. The fearsome rabbit was in a state of great agitation. Just a few days prior, it had been ambushed by a mantis in the dead of night, nearly losing its life. Fortunately, it managed to escape into the underbrush. As a 9th-tier extraordinary beast, it was an undeniable powerhouse within the Peach Grove, and had never before suffered such humiliation. The fearsome rabbit vowed to track down that mantis and confront it in a fair fight, in order to restore its reputation and avenge its disgrace. For the past few days, it had been cursing and searching relentlessly. Upon sighting any mantis, even a 3rd-tier female mantis, it would tear it to shreds to vent its pent-up rage. Today, under the brilliant sunlight, its vision had reached its peak. Its wounds had fully healed, and its physical condition was at its zenith. Thus, it was particularly irritable. Where have all the mantises gone? Come out, you wretched creatures, so I can shred you to pieces. With its exceptional eyesight, it spotted a 4th-tier water cicada. In a burst of powerful speed from its strong hind legs, it leaped high, aiming directly for the cicada perched atop the tree. The cicada, resting on the branch, was terrified. Rabbit sir, see clearly, I am a cicada, not a mantis. Strength commands respect. Where is the rationale to be discussed? I observe your feeble bravado, akin to a mantis cloaked in the guise of a cicada. The robust and stout forelimbs swiftly seized the spraying cicada, and with a mere exertion, tore it into shreds. After consuming the tender flesh, it discarded the remnants upon the ground. Yet, as it lifted its gaze to continue its quest for vengeance against the insect kin, it was startled by an object descending from above. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be another mantis. The spirit of the fearsome rabbit surged with renewed vigor. This large specimen must certainly be the mantis that ambushed me that night. Truly, fate has brought us together on this narrow path. Today, I, the rabbit lord, shall make you understand the meaning of regret. Lu Qing also spotted the formidable rabbit. What a coincidence! Upon entering the peach grove, he encountered this very creature. He alighted gracefully to Has the rabbit healed from its wounds? The fearsome rabbit's fury intensified. Indeed, it was you who played the role of the ambusher days prior. Lu Qing unabashedly nodded his triangular head, affirming it was I. What of it? In a flash, the fearsome rabbit leapt up, its eyes aflame with rage, embodying the face of a sworn enemy. So be it. I shall face you in a one-on-one duel, and I shall tear you to pieces in a fair and honorable manner. Lu Qing, unfazed, replied with a casual, "Oh, really? Are you ready?" The fearsome rabbit, somewhat perplexed, pondered what ready meant. Go be eaten. As the thought dissipated, Lu Qing sprang into action. As a being of the next tier, dealing with a 9th-grade beast required no skills. Even without activating any abilities, his speed was astonishing. The fearsome rabbit could only perceive a blur before a fierce gale rushed toward it. Instinctively, it tensed its muscles in preparation to evade, yet its speed proved insufficient. Before it could even leap, the dark blade-like limb had already pierced its chest. In that moment, the fearsome rabbit's gaze shifted from confusion to sheer terror. You, a being of the next tier. How can this be possible? For a 9th-grade creature like itself, the might of the next tier was beyond comprehension. Otherwise, its volatile temperament would not have been quelled by the Lord of the Peach Grove. That night, the mantis that hunted it was undoubtedly a 9th-grade beast, a certainty in its mind. Yet, how could it have advanced from 9th grade to the next tier in just a few short days? This was utterly illogical. It had been stuck at the 9th grade threshold for 20 years without a glimmer of progress towards the next tier. Yet this mantis had surpassed 2 decades of its own accumulation in mere days. Lu Qing's blade foot pinned against the ancient tree. Is this truly what you refer to as tearing me to pieces in an upright manner? At that moment, the fearsome rabbit's expression cleared considerably. In truth, I was jesting. Yes, merely a jest. Lu Qing swung his blade foot, severing its head from its body. Your jest has cost you your life. Gazing at the lifeless rabbit head, Lu Qing felt a pang of regret. Regret that this world lacked the presence of chili and Sichuan pepper. Otherwise, a spicy rabbit head would have been delightful. With the 9th grade fearsome rabbit slain, the next order of business was to accrue experience from it. After taking several bites, he received no indication whatsoever. Skeptical, he took a few more bites, yet still, no notification appeared. He comprehended the situation. After advancing to the next tier, experience could only be obtained from creatures of that tier. What a splendid experience package from a 9th grade creature, yet it yielded no experience. Such waste cannot be tolerated. Suddenly, Lu Qing recalled Dezhuang. After emerging from the cave, I spent 4 days grinding experience in the 7th and 8th tiers. And for a day, I competed for the blood spirit mushroom, advancing for 7 days. Yesterday and today at this time, I directly emerged after 14 days. Dezhuang, you haven't starved, have you? As Lu Qing returned to the entrance of the cave, he moved aside the massive stone blocking the way to that moment. Dezhuang was sprawled on the ground, his large eyes filled with deep resentment as he gazed at him. Brother, no, father, my dear father, have you forgotten about me? You left me some food, but it's all gone bad, and the energy has turned into maggots. Though, I must admit, maggots aren't too bad. And I need water. Do you have any idea how I've been surviving these days? I didn't even waste a drop of urine. With a thud, he tossed out the corpse of a terrifying rabbit. Dezhuang's resentment instantly transformed into exhilaration. Wow! 9th tier, boss. No, dear father, you can even hunt beasts of the 9th tier. Incredibly powerful, truly formidable. Tell me, have you reached the 9th tier now? Lu Qing shook his blade-like feet. Not the 9th tier, but rather the 1st tier of the next rank. Dezhuang trembled slightly. He was aware of his boss's rapid advancement, but he never anticipated it would be at such a staggering pace. The next rank, an existence he wouldn't even dare to dream of. Lu Qing turned and conveyed telepathically, I'm heading to the Peach Grove to take care of some matters. Dezhuang replied enthusiastically, understood. Let us take down the master of the Peach Grove then. Meanwhile, the white-witted spirit monkey and a group of soldier bees were inside a tree hollow. The edges of the hollow were piled high with numerous tree-tip fruits. In the center, there was a stone pit, roughly a meter in diameter. This pit was deep and dark, revealing nothing within. The white-witted spirit monkey took a bite of the tree-tip fruit, appearing immensely satisfied. He gestured to the soldier bee leader, "Throw them in." Several flesh worms were tossed into the pit. After a few seconds, the previously tranquil pit suddenly erupted with noise. Then, a furious roar echoed. The largest white-witted spirit monkey shook his head slightly, proving that the existence of the next rank was indeed formidable. Despite consuming so many paralysis worms, nothing happened to him. The paralysis worm was a fourth-tier insect, not particularly powerful, but it contained toxins. Consuming it could lead to paralysis, and a larger quantity could be fatal. Chapter 36. He dares to return. Another white-witted spirit monkey appeared somewhat anxious, pondering what to do next. This cripple was trapped in the pit. Neither fire nor water nor toxins could kill him, and they dared not venture down. What should they do? Approximately 20 years ago, there was only a small patch of peach trees here, a paradise for the three of them. But one day, a powerful white ape arrived and took over. Reluctantly, they surrendered to the overwhelming strength of the white ape to preserve their home. The white ape proclaimed itself the master of the peach grove, enslaving the three white-witted spirit monkeys to labor and cultivate the grove. 2 years later, a great battle ensued. They did not witness the fight, but upon returning, they found the white ape gravely wounded. Its body had been cleaved in two, its head severely injured, and one arm severed, leaving it in a pitiful state. Despite its tenacious vitality, the white ape struggled to crawl into the tree hollow. Just as they prepared to deliver the final blow, the white ape fell into the pit. Thus, they decided to wait until the white ape breathed its last before claiming its life. After all, it was an existence of the next rank, and they had their sights set on the lower half of the white ape. When they were discovered, it was found that a sprout of blood spirit fungus had unexpectedly grown on the lower half of its body. The efficacy of the blood spirit fungus sprout far surpasses that of the white ape's body. Just half of a matured blood spirit fungus could elevate them to the next tier. The three white intellect monkeys were overjoyed. However, they soon realized that the white ape was not dead. Instead, it had completely lost its sanity due to severe head trauma. Every day, it would roar within its burrow, hurling massive stones. The queen bee, residing in the trees, also discovered the blood spirit fungus and, seeking a breakthrough, began collaborating with the white intellect monkeys. Over the course of several years, the peach forest flourished, attracting various formidable creatures. Theo suppressed them. The three white intellect monkeys and the queen bee summoned the master of the peach forest to instill fear. After all, as an entity of the next tier, even without appearing in person, its occasional roars were sufficient to subjugate all beings that ventured into the realm of the master of the peach forest. For many years, no disturbances had arisen. In just a few more days, the blood spirit fungus would mature completely, allowing them to ascend to the next tier and gain total dominion over the entire peach forest, becoming the true masters of the realm. Yet, at this critical juncture, an unforeseen incident occurred. A mantis had plucked the fruits they were guarding and swiftly made its escape. Reluctantly, in pursuit of ascending to the next tier, they were left with no choice but to take a risk and decide to kill the crippled master of the peach forest, utilizing its flesh and blood to seek a breakthrough. To ensure the safest method of eliminating the white ape, they attempted various approaches: fire, flooding, poisoning, and more. Within the burrow, there were hidden currents and water sources, coupled with the formidable strength of the master of the peach forest, making success nearly impossible. Alas, this white ape is so formidable. It seems we shall not ascend in the near future. The queen bee's voice followed. No need to investigate further. There is an intruder. The three white intellect monkeys immediately perked up. The fact that the queen bee was relaying this message indicated that this intruder was likely no ordinary foe. Indeed, the queen bee's voice resounded once more. The mental state of the intruder feels somewhat familiar. That mantis. Ah? The three white intellect monkeys were momentarily taken aback. Which mantis? Surely it must be the one that stole their blood spirit fungus. The elder white intellect monkey promptly inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely." The queen bee's gentle voice was laced with intent to kill. "It snatched away our blood spirit fungus, and I can unequivocally assert its mental state." "It is indeed him." The three white intellect monkeys exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. That mantis actually dared to return. Initially, they were troubled by their inability to eliminate the white ape, but now the mantis had delivered itself right to them. One of them, being rather cautious, asked, "Given that the mantis has returned, is there a possibility that it has advanced?" The elder white intellect monkey shook its head, stating, "That is unlikely. It has been less than 10 days since it took the fungus. The blood spirit fungus contains a vast amount of energy. Not to mention 10 days, even 10 months would not suffice for complete absorption. Furthermore, the metamorphosis from low tier to next tier in insectoid species involves a cocooning and restructuring process. This transformation completely reconstitutes the insectoid body and requires at least several months. Therefore, this mantis could not possibly have reached the next tier. What it said was exceedingly reasonable. Thus, the queen bee and the other white intelligent monkeys were all convinced. Is it possible to pinpoint its location? This time, we must certainly reclaim the remaining blood spirit fungi, and then tear it to shreds. It must not escape. The queen bee's telepathic message resounded once more. Still unable to lock onto the target, yet I sensed it was approaching our direction. Coming this way? Offering itself? Ha ha ha, how foolish. Not only daring to return to the peach grove, but also venturing towards us. It is truly a path to self-destruction. The elder white intelligent monkey, however, shook its head slightly to it sensed something amiss. Judging from its previous behavior, this mantis should not be so reckless and devoid of wisdom. At that moment, a swarm of soldier bees flew over. The queen bee transmitted again, declaring that to ensure absolute certainty, I shall summon all soldier bees, and together with you, we shall ensure that not even a mere mantis can escape. Lu Qing landed steadily on the ground. Before him stood the colossal peach tree, with a gigantic tree hole now clearly visible. Several languid royal bees hovered in the air, appearing rather complacent. Lu Qing chuckled inwardly. Did the queen bee and the monkeys intend to lure him into their territory for a grand encirclement? Very well. Let them have their way. Lu Qing approached the tree hole of the giant peach tree at a leisurely pace. Observing that the mantis had already fallen into their trap, 3 white intelligent monkeys swiftly descended from 3 directions. A vast number of soldier bees and their commander completely occupied the entire space. Among these soldier bee commanders, a few were of the 8th ranked it, seemed they had indeed mobilized their entire force. The smallest of the white intelligent monkeys grinned broadly, transmitting a message that was utterly arrogant. Ha ha ha, what a mindless species, not only daring to return but also to come here. Is this not a path to self-destruction? Another monkey, feeling the tide of victory, jested. Oh, have you dyed your color? Did you think that by changing your hue, we would no longer recognize you? Dyed color? Naturally. Had it been before, Lu Qing might have found these monkeys intriguing, but now, the 9th rank was no longer a mere experience package. Thus, he had no desire to eliminate them, unless they offered themselves willingly. His blade-like limbs extended, the sharp tips sweeping around. Reveal the secret of the Lord of the Peach Grove, and I shall spare your lives. Spare our lives? Now, that is the most amusing jest in the world. Do you, a lowly species, still not comprehend the current situation? You do not truly believe that you, a 9th rank mantis, can contend against the 3 of us who are also of the 9th rank, do you? Chapter 37. Rest assured, Lu shall spare neither the young nor the old. The smallest white intelligent monkey was indeed too loquacious, practically overflowing with mockery. Did it believe victory was already assured? Very well, then it shall be the first to fall. Lu Qing pointed his blade-like limbs at this particular white intelligent monkey, proclaiming, your incessant prattle has sealed your fate. I shall die? Ha ha ha. You clearly do not understand the current situation. Before the opponent could finish speaking, Lu Qing unleashed his skill. A fleeting shadow darted past. The white intelligent monkey merely sensed danger, yet had not yet grasped from whence it came when it felt a chilling sensation in its chest. Lowering its gaze, it discovered a transparent hole had formed at its heart, blood spurting forth in a spray. Standing beside it was the very mantis it had just mocked. The formidable vitality of the creature rendered it impervious to immediate death. Even when its heart was pierced, it collapsed to the ground, its face awash with terror. Although its strength was somewhat inferior to that of its peers, it still boasted the prowess of a 9th-tier entity. Moreover, it possessed a keen sense of awareness. Yet now, it found itself utterly unprepared, caught off guard. This could only be achieved by a being vastly superior, implying that it was a 2nd-tier creature. Only 2nd-tier beings could exhibit such overwhelming might. Lu Qing, unaccustomed to explaining matters to lifeless entities, raised his blade and swiftly dispatched it. The remaining 2 white intelligent monkeys were nearly driven to madness. They were brothers, inseparable since birth, yet now one lay slain at the hands of the mantis. How could they not feel rage and despair? Were it not for their trepidation towards Lu Qing's power, they would have already charged forth for vengeance. Lu Qing turned, shaking the blood from his blade. There were 2 paths, either cooperate or face total annihilation. This included the bee queen and your hive. The bee queen was instantly thrown into a panic. The hive was its lifeline. We will undoubtedly cooperate. After agreeing, the bee queen did not forget to counsel the white intelligent monkeys, urging, monkeys, you too must cooperate. After all, he is a second-tier entity, far beyond our capacity to confront. Survival is paramount. The white intelligent monkeys understood the principle of patience. Faced with such a formidable foe, even thoughts of revenge were futile. To preserve their lives, cooperation was their only avenue. Very well. We shall cooperate. Lu Qing's triangular head fixed its gaze on the two white intelligent monkeys, inquiring about everything concerning the Lord of the Peach Grove. Upon learning that the Lord was crippled and trapped within a cave, he couldn't help but smile. Wasn't he that an experience package waiting for him to claim? Now, lower-tier species no longer yielded experience, but a second-tier cripple was indeed a prime target. The white intelligent monkeys lowered their heads, their eyes concealing resentment. We have divulged all you wish to know. Can we now take our leave? Lu Qing nonchalantly waved his blade. Go ahead. I shall let you off this time, but should we meet again, I shall not be so lenient. With that, he turned his back. The two white intelligent monkeys breathed a sigh of relief. This mantis truly belonged to a low-intelligence species. It seemed oblivious to the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. Luckily, they understood its ignorance. They must depart. Only by leaving could they hope to transcend to the second tier, strengthen their own prowess, and eventually exact revenge on this mantis. The next encounter would find them as two powerful white intelligent monkeys seeking retribution. They exchanged glances before preparing to leap onto a branch. However, at that moment, the mantis, which had turned its back, spun around again. Oh, what a swift reunion. Ah? The two monkeys were visibly taken aback. A mere turn had led to a second meeting. It seemed rather peculiar. Wait, are you serious? Ugh. The elder white intelligent monkey regained its composure. You are not trustworthy. You promised that as long as we cooperated, you would spare us. Lu Qing nodded his triangular head. Indeed, I did say that. However, I also mentioned that upon our next meeting, I would not extend the same courtesy. I never anticipated that we would encounter each other so soon. Never anticipated? Are you attempting to deceive a fool? Look at your adept turning motion. It is evident that this was premeditated. I initially presumed this to be a race of lowly intellect, yet to my astonishment, their cunning surpassed even that of the white-witted monkeys. Their little tricks completely exceeded any expectations. Even the queen bee was left dumbfounded. Ah, is this how we shall meet again? Who would have thought such stratagems could be employed? I have truly broadened my horizons. With such a rule-breaking mantis, should I also consider fleeing? Perhaps it is best to remain. The hive is perched upon the tree, and years of accumulation lie within. Where could I possibly escape to? The white-witted monkey was on the verge of collapse, exclaiming, You lack credibility. You disregard martial ethics. Lu Qing waved his blade like appendages nonchalantly, responding, Say what you will. Regardless, this is our second encounter, and both of you are doomed. With that, he revealed two formidable blades. The mantis, unreliable and even poised to strike, left them with no choice but to flee. As the elder of the monkeys leapt, it suddenly felt a lightness in its body. Then, it beheld its own headless form. Another white-witted monkey had already seized a branch. Suddenly, a flash of red appeared, and it found itself helplessly plummeting to the ground, its claws hanging from the branch. Moreover, it caught sight of its decapitated elder brother. You lack credibility? Lu Qing had severed the monkey's head with a single stroke. Credibility? What need have I for it? Am I to take out alone? This is the jungle. Survival is the utmost priority. I shall not spare the monkeys to return to the mountains. With that, he kicked the severed head away and turned his gaze toward the hive. Queen bee, it is your turn now. Within the hive, the queen bee's corpulent form trembled involuntarily. This mantis is exceedingly ruthless. It seems I cannot escape my fate. She pressed her ample body against 5 larvae. Some of these larvae were chosen to be the next queen, while others were the most promising warrior bee candidates. If I perish, so be it. As long as the next queen survives, and the most promising warriors endure, the colony shall not be extinguished and may even flourish once more. Just as she concealed the larvae, the hive was pierced by a blade-like appendage. With a gentle motion, the wound split open like a door. And Lu Qing strode inside. He cast a glance at the queen. Fat. Truly, she is corpulent. Her excessive girth had rendered her wings miniature. Her size rivals that of an ant queen. Truly, she is a breeding machine. Species, mighty queen bee strength, low-level 9th rank description. The queen possesses formidable mental and perceptual abilities, ruling the entire colony as the reproductive female. The queen bee's rotund body pressed tightly against the base. We mighty bees harbor no grudges. Lu Qing merely grunted in acknowledgement. Indifferent, let them all perish. I care not whether you bear grudges. It appeared she was indeed facing certain death. Should she fall, the hidden larvae would also be exposed. I must strive to secure a chance for the larvae to survive. The queen bee shifted her ample form. I may die, but could you spare these pitiful larvae? Lu Qing retracted his blade like appendage and assured her, rest assured, Lu does not slay the young or the old. Chapter 38. The super experienced package master of the Peach Grove, not slaying the old or the young. But I have grown old, indeed, a veritable old queen bee. In an instant, the queen felt a glimmer of hope for her royal offspring. How splendid! In truth, I am already 26 years of age, and among our great queen bees, I am quite venerable. Otherwise, I would not be engaged in nurturing the larvae. To substantiate my claim, the queen raised her ample posterior, and behold, it was adorned with folds, signaling impending sterility. A queen bee rendered sterile is indeed a sign of advanced age. Lu Qing cast a glance and nodded his triangular head. It seems, indeed, that she has aged. The queen was suddenly overjoyed. Though your previous words still hold true. What words? The queen's corpulent form twisted slightly. You just entered and proclaimed that your great blade spares neither the old nor the young. Of course it holds true. I, Lu, have always been a man of my word. It holds true. The queen's delight deepened. I am indeed advanced in years, and the larvae are but a few months old. So are we not safe? In the next moment, however, the queen's laughter faded. For Lu Qing had raised his auxiliary limbs. The tip of his auxiliary limb was akin to a small dagger, its hardness and sharpness rivaling that of his primary limbs. My apologies, but I possess 6 more small daggers. The queen was instantly rendered numb. 6 small daggers. So you do not slay the old and young with your great blade, but instead employ the small daggers to do so. Watima knew all along that you, this mantis, were not to be trusted. A ruse. It was all a ruse. The queen's voice trembled with a hint of madness. How dare you deceive me? I genuinely believed you had a change of heart, only to discover this despicable trickery. I spit on you, devoid of integrity. You, a mere mantis, are even inferior to a flesh worm. With a swift movement of Lu Qing's auxiliary limb, the larvae met their demise. See, I have not broken my word. The queen did not even wish to struggle. Her corpulent form lay limp upon the ground. Lu Qing delivered a swift end to her existence. The 9th-tier queen bee proved to be of little use, and after pushing aside her lifeless body, the subsequent royal jelly was revealed. Taking a taste, he found that aside from its sweetness, it offered no experience. Other substances were equally unremarkable. Lu Qing departed the hive. Outside, the soldier bees, bereft of their queen's authoritative control, plunged into a frenzied state, engaging in brutal conflict with one another. Their stingers at the ready, Lu Qing descended gracefully before the tree hollow. With all else accomplished, it was time to ascertain whether the Lord of the Peach Grove could provide experience. Approaching the entrance of the burrow, he was met with a furious roar, followed by a massive boulder being hurled forth. With a swift flick of his blade-like limb, Lu Qing cleaved the boulder as easily as slicing through tofu. He then leapt into the burrow. The interior was dim, yet his prowess remained unimpeded. As he descended, he beheld a peculiar monster. The Lord of the Peach Grove was a great white ape, however, at present. One half of its face had been severed, its left arm was entirely absent, and below the waist was devoid of form. Even in its crippled state, it stood approximately 3 meters tall. If it were whole, it could have reached a height of 5 meters. Its white fur shone brilliantly in the moisture-laden environment. A single eye gleamed with a reddish hue, and its stark white fangs dripped with foul saliva, its body marred with scars, presenting a visage of sheer madness. Lu Qing promptly summoned information. Race: white ape. Strength: 2nd tier 4th rank. Injured, reduced to 2nd tier 1st rank. Talent: berserk, gains power augmentation upon entering a state of fury. Description: possesses a formidable physique and boundless strength, capable of launching offensive and defensive maneuvers utilizing external objects. 2nd tier 4th rank. Lu Qing exclaimed in exhilaration. I've struck gold. Surpassing one's own rank brings with it a boon of experience. This white ape possessed the strength of a 4th-tier creature, yet due to severe injuries, could only muster the power of a 1st-tier being. In essence, this meant that by shouldering a lesser risk, he could reap a substantial harvest of experience. Moreover, the creature's frenzied state rendered it even easier to handle. This truly constituted a high-level experience package. The white ape's telepathic communication was intermittent, yet discernible. It seemed to harbor a profound animosity towards the mantis species. Once its transmission ceased, the white ape emitted another furious roar. Its single eye transformed into a deep crimson hue, and its white fur instantly morphed into a blood-red shade. Was it truly going berserk right off the bat? Such immense hatred. The frenzied white ape had lost all semblance of reason. With one arm, it seized a boulder and hurled it at the plummeting Lu Qing. Even with a single arm, its strength and offensive capability were formidable. The massive stone hurtled through the air with a fierce wind. Despite the opponent's apparent disability, Lu Qing remained vigilant. He swiftly activated the skill Blood Shadow Swift Flight, forcefully displacing himself to the cavern wall in an instant. The boulder whizzed past. Exiting the cave, Lu Qing then unleashed his attack skill Blood Shadow Severing Strike. This technique boasted a 50% boost to attack power, combined with his ghostly speed, allowing him to exert his full might. The blade of his foot aimed directly at the creature's head. In a fit of rage, the white ape met the incoming strike with its massive hand, reminiscent of a bedboard, which was pierced through by Lu Qing's blade. However, due to the white ape's exceptionally hard bones, the blade became lodged within the crevice of its skeletal structure. Had the creature possessed another arm, it would have faced dire consequences. Lu Qing swiftly raised his other blade towards the creature's single eye. A successful strike here would likely spell the end for the white ape. Though it was in a frenzy, it still recognized the notion of lethal danger. In an instant, that enormous hand swung wildly. The tremendous force caused Lu Qing's blade to dislodge from the bone crevice, sending him hurtling against the cavern wall. Unfazed, Lu Qing unfurled his wings, making slight adjustments to gracefully land on the ground. Despite its single arm and lack of mobility, the white ape exhibited astonishing ferocity. Such immense strength and robust bones. These attributes prompted Lu Qing to gain a newfound understanding of the tiered suppression. Truly, the prowess of a berserk talent I possess as well. Silver threads rapidly spread from his blade, and in an instant, the crimson hue of his body transformed into a deep black, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. As he activated the concealment talent, not only did his body change color, but his presence also vanished. The frenzied white ape suddenly lost its target. It let out a furious roar, propelling itself into the air with a single arm. Its colossal fist aimed at the spot where Lu Qing had vanished. With a resounding crash, debris scattered in all directions. Failing to strike its intended target, the maddened white ape picked up a stone and hurled it aimlessly. In an instant, fragments of rock flew everywhere. Lu Qing distanced himself, silently shifting locations, biding his time for the opportune moment. The white ape rampaged, smashing everything in its path, sending water and debris flying, its roars echoing throughout the cavern. After several minutes, the white ape paused to catch its breath. Its once blood-red eye began to fade, seemingly regaining some semblance of rationality. Lu Qing, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The frenzy had a time limit. Mantis, die! The roar resonated once more. With one arm serving as a fulcrum, it landed upon the pile of rubble, its single eye observing intently as its palm grasped the scattered stones. Unbeknownst to it, Lu Qing stood right behind. Chapter 39. Truly deserving of the super experience package, a direct leap in levels. The opportunity had arisen. Lu Qing did not hesitate to activate his skills, though merely a short 2 meters separated them. To ensure a decisive strike, Lu Qing unleashed both skills simultaneously. The blade-like feet surged forth in a flash, a phantom darting fiercely towards the back of the white ape's skull, bolstered by dual enhancements. The speed was astonishing. Despite the white ape's awareness, its body, ravaged by frenzy, could not keep pace. Lu Qing's blade foot viciously penetrated the white ape's cranium. However, the skull was far too resilient, and the powerful strike only managed to drive in an inch. Such a depth could hardly be fatal. Failing in his first attempt, Lu Qing swiftly activated his talent, concealing his form. The white ape spun with one arm, yet saw nothing. Its massive fist once again struck the cavern wall, but as expected, it met with emptiness. Just as it was about to roar in frustration, a blade foot appeared before it. The strike pierced through its mouth, cleaving through to its nape. No matter how formidable it was, half of its face was torn open, and a gaping hole emerged at the back of its head. Seizing the moment, Lu Qing's other blade foot plunged into its abdomen. As the two blade feet withdrew, blood gushed forth, and the white ape tumbled down from the rubble. Despite such grievous injuries, the white ape clung to life, even swaying as it attempted to rise on one hand. Yet, the damage to its brain rendered it incapable of maintaining even the most basic balance. The white ape collapsed to the ground, its roars gradually diminishing. Mantis! Lu Qing did not rush forward. He kept his gaze fixed on the creature. Perhaps the blow to its nape had stirred something within it. As the white ape's expression appeared somewhat clearer, no longer as frenzied as before, it feebly raised its hand. An inexplicable look in its eyes, resembling that of a male mantis. Ha! The mantis queen resides in the west. Go forth. That is your paradise. You insect tribe. Await your demise. After uttering a few bewildering words, the white ape's hand fell, its life force extinguished. The white ape possessed formidable vitality. Caution was always prudent. As Lu Qing approached, He prodded the creature with the tip of his blade foot, confirming its complete lack of response before advancing. The nonsensical utterances he discerned were merely the mantis queen in the west, paradise. Yet, at this moment, such details were of little consequence. The paramount task was to harvest this colossal super experience package. Lu Qing took a bite. The notification sound instantly brought him joy. Gained 1 flesh value. To his astonishment, it was a full point. It was worth noting that creatures of the same tier typically bestowed a mere 0.1 experience points. This 4th tier white ape had yielded a 10-fold return, truly an accomplishment of surpassing levels. Lu Qing feasted heartily, experience points surging rapidly in less than a quarter of the time. His experience bar was already full. Just as Lu Qing was poised to level up, he hesitated. After leveling up, he would become a 2nd tier tier 2. Thus, the experience from the 4th tier white ape would inevitably diminish. Previously, it had been inconsequential, as he had not exceeded levels by much. But this time was different. A mere quarter of the experience was sufficient to fill the bar. Would the remainder allow him to ascend another level? If he leveled up now, he would waste a significant portion of the experience. Lu Qing chose to decline and continued to consume this super experience package. Gained flesh value 1, as expected, there was no decay, and he could continue to store it. With no further concerns, he entered a frenzy of accumulation. Gained flesh value 1, gained flesh value 1. The entire white ape had completely transformed into experience points, with the excess already stored away. Since it was not displayed, Lu Qing had no knowledge of the specific amount, nor whether it was sufficient to ascend to the 3rd rank. He summoned the interface and selected to upgrade. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Gradually, energy permeated his entire being. After a wave of warmth and comfort, he had ascended to the 2nd tier of the 2nd rank. Lu Qing dismissed the thought of checking his attributes. Whether he could reach the 3rd rank was the key. A glance at the panel revealed that the experience bar was full, allowing him to finally relax. Onward. Energy accumulation complete. Do you wish to upgrade? Yes. Energy once more coursed through his body, accompanied by the same warm and soothing sensation. The only difference was that this time, the duration was slightly extended. Upon completing the upgrade, Lu Qing suddenly noticed that the cavern, which had felt exceedingly spacious moments ago, now seemed somewhat smaller. It seemed his physique had indeed grown once again. He sensed he had likely reached a height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters. The black blades of his feet had not only enlarged but also boasted more pronounced and robust silver patterns, exuding an air of mystery. The changes in his secondary limbs were minimal, with the tips of his daggers becoming sharper and adorned with numerous barbs. The most significant transformation was in the coloration of his body. The red hue had intensified, making it appear as though his surface was cloaked in a layer of blood. Lu Qing opened his panel. Race. Bloodstinger mantis level. 2nd tier, 3rd rank, 537-3000. Skills. Bloodstinger strike, attack power increase 70, evolvable, blood shadow flight, evolvable, talent, stealth. His offensive skills had once again been enhanced, while his flying abilities remained unchanged. After reviewing his status, Lu Qing swiftly took flight towards the cave entrance. Upon emerging, he strung together the 3 corpses of the white intelligent monkeys within the tree hole. Outside, a multitude of creatures crowded, staring at him with wide eyes. Upon seeing Lu Qing, these beings immediately recoiled a short distance. A cautious voice echoed, "Where is the Peach Grove Lord?" The question came from a 6th-rank stinger insect. "The Peach Grove Lord is dead. Henceforth, you may live and thrive here in peace." Upon hearing of the Peach Grove Lord's demise, these creatures erupted into jubilant cheers. They had been required to provide a fruit from the tree's tip each month, and if they failed to do so, they would meet a fate of utter annihilation. After years of trepidation, they had finally seen the light of day. They had believed that the Peach Grove Lord had ruled them for all these years, unaware that the true rulers were the 3 white intelligent monkeys and the bee queen. Lu Qing had no interest in explaining anything to them. "Why not have you serve as our Peach Grove Lord? With you at the helm, we can develop and thrive here in peace." This proposal immediately garnered widespread support from the multitude of creatures. The Peach Grove was a splendid place, and such a place required a powerful guardian. Most importantly, this mantis showed no interest in these lower-tier species and had no habit of consuming peaches, ensuring their freedom from enslavement. However, Lu Qing was evidently disinterested and had already taken flight to the treetops. The Peach Grove was undoubtedly a delightful place, yet he required advancement, a continual replenishment of energy, to ascend even higher peaks. Naturally, he would not linger here as the laborious ruler of the Peach Grove. With no interest, he also knew that the beehive was a forbidden zone. Any creature that dared to intrude would be reduced to ashes. Upon finishing his communication, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky, while a host of lesser beings watched Lu Qing depart. After a while, they cautiously approached the tree hollow. Chapter 40. The born killer, the fated lone wolf, the corpses of the 9-rank Baijiling monkeys yielded no experience, rendering them of little use, yet they greatly benefited Dezhuang. When Dezhuang beheld the 3 corpses of the Baijiling monkeys, his eyes nearly sparkled with excitement. Impressive. I never expected you to handle all 3 Baijiling monkeys. What of the Peach Grove's master? Is it the great white ape? Is it formidable? How did you manage it, boss? Lu Qing did not engage in idle chatter. He directly instructed, here lie 3 corpses of Baijiling monkeys, and there are copious amounts of royal jelly at the beehive. These resources are sufficient for you to elevate your strength to the low tier 9 rank. Thank you, boss. Dezhuang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. But Lu Qing was already outside the cave, replying, no need for thanks, I will soon venture into dangerous territories. Your advancement is too slow. Following me will be exceedingly perilous. Possessing a system that allowed for rapid upgrades, Lu Qing's talents and skills were exceptionally suited for solitary endeavors, marking him as a member of the assassin class. Most importantly, the disparity in rank between him and Dezhuang was widening. Should they encounter formidable foes in perilous locales, he would be unable to protect Dezhuang. Thus, Lu Qing resolved to have Dezhuang settle in the Peach Grove. The dangers of the grove had been mitigated, and there were virtually no high-rank species. Once Dezhuang reached the 9 rank, he would undoubtedly be the strongest within this realm. Initially, Dezhuang was cheerfully contemplating which monkey to consume first, but as he listened, he began to sense something amiss. Boss, are you planning to abandon me? Lu Qing at you. You're casting me aside once you're bored. You're breaking your promises. He felt wronged, Lu Qing, with a hint of exasperation, replied, the words I taught you. You certainly have not squandered on me, have you? Beyond the western mountains lies a vast prairie teeming with danger. Threats abound everywhere. Don't think that as a low-tier being, you would survive unscathed. Even I, as a secondary tier, may not ensure my safety. Dezhuang crawled a few steps closer, saying, then let us remain in the Peach Grove together, ruling it side by side. This way, we'll be safe and have a steady supply of food. While mere survival sufficed, it would not allow Lu Qing to continue growing stronger. He had no intention of squandering the system's capabilities. Gently shaking his head, he remarked, the sparrow knows not the ambitions of the swan. Huh. What does that mean? What rank is the sparrow? He found himself at a loss, bemused by Dezhuang's single-mindedness. Just rephrase it. I will return to the Peach Grove after some time. Simply wait for me with peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Dezhuang indeed perked up. Exactly, boss. I'll await your return, and together we shall accomplish great things. Lu Qing emerged from the cave and took to the skies. The mountains are high and waters long. Until we meet again. Waiting for you, Lu Qing did not look back. After ascending to a certain height, he began to glide. Dezhuang watched Lu Qing's figure gradually fade away, shaking his triangular head. Alas, I am still too weak. Despite my relentless efforts to consume and level up during this period, compared to the pace of my leader's advancement, I am but a mere trifle. It may be for the best that the leader has departed. I shall strive to break through relying solely on my own exertions. It has sharpened its claws. Now, let me savor the 9th grade meat. Lu Qing soared towards the southwest. Just as the rumors had suggested, beyond the Peach Grove lay a vast expanse of undulating mountains. The mountains were immensely wide. Even with Lu Qing's current speed, it would take him over 10 days to traverse them. Originally, he had intended to fight his way through, hoping to gain some experience points along the way. However, he soon discovered that the majority of creatures inhabiting the mountains were animals, while insects occupied the lowest tier of the food chain in this region. Most importantly, whether animals or insects, there was a conspicuous absence of mid-tier species throughout the mountain range. This was quite disheartening. Lu Qing held little interest in low-grade species and could only focus on his journey. By the time he reached the edge of the mountain range, 10 days had passed, and it was already dusk. At this forest's periphery, both dusk and dawn were shrouded in thick fog, which posed challenges for flying. Lu Qing perched upon an ancient tree, preparing to rest for the night before continuing his journey. The cool night breeze swept through, and Lu Qing comfortably adjusted his position atop the treetop. Before long, a transmission reached him. Have you heard? There has been great turmoil on the prairie. Many insect tribes have begun to clash with one another. Is that true? Really? Of course it is. Today, I captured a golden-armored longhorn beetle on the prairie. I extracted this information through interrogation. It cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this transmission, Lu Qing raised his head to look. Not far away, on another ancient tree, 2 7-feathered roosters were engaged in conversation. Species: 7-feathered rooster, strength, low tier 9th grade. It appeared that these 2 had ventured to the prairie, making them excellent sources of information regarding the situation there. Impressive. The prairie is nearly overrun by insect tribes, yet you dared to go there? Aren't you afraid of being devoured by them? The other seven-feathered rooster puffed out its chest, exuding an air of arrogance. What is there to fear? We are born to feast on insects. No matter how formidable the insect tribes are, they are merely our meals. After boasting, its bravado softened. As long as one does not venture too deep, there is no issue. The insects on this side of the mountains are hard to come by and of low tier, while the prairie offers a delectable feast. Tomorrow, I can take you there to broaden your horizons. All right. Do I hear something? Did you catch that? Stop being paranoid. Our strength here is unmatched. Who would dare? Oh my gosh. Suddenly, the seven-feathered rooster noticed a shadow appearing beside them. This shadow, initially blending into the darkness of the night, gradually became discernible as they recognized it. Upon closer inspection, the two roosters nearly soiled themselves. It was a mantis radiating a terrifying aura, brandishing a massive blade, clearly of mid-tier status. Oh my gosh, a mid-tier powerhouse. Lu Qing, don't move, or you'll be turned into chicken nuggets. The two roosters instantly froze in place. Lu Qing's gaze fell upon one of the seven-feathered roosters. Have you been to the prairie? Indeed, indeed. Please share with me the basic situation over there on the prairie, and once you have finished, you may leave safely. Qiu Lingji paused for a moment. Huh? What aspect would you like to know about? Lu Qing, feeling exasperated, realized that Kuen's intelligence was lacking and that he had to ask each question individually. How vast is the prairie? Kuen twisted his neck, appearing quite perplexed. Aren't you a mantis? Did you not come from the prairie? Damn it, am I asking you, or are you asking me? Lu Qing brandished his sharp blade-like limbs. No more nonsense, just answer my questions. Kuen immediately complied. It's enormous. You can't see the end, even flying. You wouldn't see the limits. It felt as though he had gained nothing from the inquiry. A low-tier 9th rank does not possess the strength to traverse the prairie. Lu Qing began to inquire about more practical matters. What is the strongest species on the prairie? Kuen answered promptly this time, the insect race. The entire prairie is dominated by insects, and there are practically no animals. Even if there are, they quickly become food for the insects. Chapter 41. The prairie, abundant experience awaits me. The prairie is a realm ruled by the insect race. So, which type among them is the most formidable? Kuen's eyes fixed on Lu Qing, his eyelids fluttering slightly. You mantises, isn't this a question you already know the answer to? His lack of intelligence left him unaware that Lu Qing was not from the prairie at all. Are mantises truly strong? This revelation surprised Lu Qing slightly. The prairie is perilous, as even two 9th-ranked Kuns only dare to wander around the outskirts, indicating that the powerful insect races within are mostly above the secondary tier. Logically speaking, the mantis's unique trait of male-killing nature would make it unlikely to produce strong beings above the secondary tier. Is the mantis the only strong one? Are there no other races? Certainly not. There are many powerful insect races, such as the golden armor beetle, the sky-darkening locust, the battle saint beetle, and the bewildering butterfly, numerous, many of which I have never encountered. Just hearing these names suggests that the entire prairie is chaotic, likely rife with constant slaughter among the races. Where there is slaughter, there lies a paradise for leveling up. Lu Qing's interest was entirely piqued. He posed the most pressing question. What is the strength of the insect race? Kuen pondered for a moment. Well, there are varying levels on the outskirts. We only catch some undeveloped little bugs to eat. The adults are generally above the secondary tier, and we cannot provoke them above the secondary tier. Experience is abundant everywhere. Lu Qing's spirits soared. After more than 10 days of relentless flying and traveling, his efforts had not been in vain. He had finally discovered an excellent training ground. Well, do you know the distribution of the various insect races? Kuen shook his head vigorously. Mantis brother, we are merely two chickens. How could we dare to venture recklessly and risk our lives? Naturally, we do not know the distribution of the insect races. Everything we said comes entirely from what we gleaned from the larvae. Lu Qing asked a few more minor questions. Feeling that he was not obtaining much information, he sheathed his blade-like limbs. You are fortunate. I am a mantis of my word. Your bird's nest is quite nice. Kuen quickly corrected him. Mantis brother, this is our chicken coop. Yes, a chicken coop, but tonight it will serve as a mantis nest. Huh? It was evident that the two did not grasp the meaning. The chicken coop is merely a chicken coop? How could it also be a mantis nest? Lu Qing promptly provided the answer, kicking it down with a foot, exclaiming, Ah, you rascally creature, find somewhere else to go. After being unceremoniously ejected, two seven-feathered chickens scampered into the shadows. The coop itself was quite pleasant, even cushioned with soft feathers beneath, suggesting that these chickens indeed knew how to relish life. Lu Qing adjusted himself into a comfortable position. The prairie is indeed a wonderful place. Tomorrow, he would begin to accumulate experience. A night passed in silence. Lu Qing swiftly ascended into the sky. As he approached the mountain's end, the trees grew sparse, replaced by vast, boundless grasslands. After adjusting his direction, Lu Qing headed straight for the prairie. The grass on the prairie was taller than he had anticipated. Standing at 2 meters, Lu Qing found himself unable to see far once he was engulfed in the grass. However, this was undeniably an excellent venue for him to exercise his talent for stealth. He had descended now solely because he had spotted prey. A golden bronze beetle, adorned in a golden exoskeleton. It was undoubtedly a golden armored beetle. Lu Qing concealed himself within the grass, activating his stealth eye in an instant. Silver threads enveloped his entire form, morphing into green. He then began to stealthily approach the golden armored beetle. After several cautious minutes of crawling, he finally caught sight of the beetle among the underbrush. Lu Qing hastily summoned information on his quarry. Species: golden armored beetle. Strength: secondary tier, second rank. A common creature devoid of special abilities. Yet, this was fortuitous, as it was perfectly suited for him. Currently at secondary tier, third rank, with the aid of skills, breaching the defenses of the golden armored beetle should pose no challenge. Lu Qing stealthily advanced once more. The golden armored beetle lay asleep, its two exceedingly exaggerated antennae swaying dramatically even in slumber. The beetle's size was approximately 3 meters, while its antennae extended to an impressive 5 meters. These antennae resembled massive whips, capable of producing explosive sounds with each unconscious swing. The immense power was evident. Lu Qing did not rush into an ambush. Instead, he meticulously observed. The range of the whips was extensive, yet their oscillation created significant gaps. The golden armored beetle was entirely encased in golden armor, indicative of formidable defense, yet it was not without vulnerabilities. To facilitate movement, there was a narrow seam between the head armor and the back armor. Although largely obscured, with the right angle, it could serve as a fatal weakness. Upon identifying this flaw, Lu Qing activated his skills. Enhanced by 2 abilities, he darted to the back of the golden armored beetle like a gust of wind. With precision, the tips of his twin blades pierced through the gap in its back armor. He then pulled sharply to either side, cleaving the beetle's body in 2. Green blood gushed forth, staining the grass. The beetle's head rolled aside, its once vigorous antennae now motionless. The despicable, cursed mantis. The robust vitality of the creature still allowed it to emit a dying sound. However, its voice gradually weakened, and after delivering its final utterance, it fell silent. Lu Qing's blades extracted the succulent flesh from the golden armored beetle and brought it to his mouth. However, the anticipated sound of experience points being awarded did not materialize. The golden armored beetle was a second-rank creature. Why had no experience been granted? This was illogical. Could it be that the system was malfunctioning? Lu Qing took a few more bites, but still, the sound of experience points eluded him. He grew anxious. The blade-like appendage once again probed the corpse of the golden armored beetle. Originally intending to extract a bit more flesh for examination, it instead unearthed a sphere. This orb, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, was stained with greenish blood, featuring a pattern of regular pits and textures. It appeared to possess a semblance of life, exhibiting slight expansions and contractions reminiscent of a heartbeat. A heart in an insect? Preposterous. A tumor? Even more implausible. As the sphere pulsated, Lu Qing sensed a subtle emanation of sanguine energy fluctuations. Sanguine energy? He ingested it, gained 20 flesh value. He could not help but feel a surge of joy. His thoughts suddenly becoming clear. The structure of insectoid species differed from that of exotic beasts. The next tier required a potent mobilization of energy. Exotic beasts possessed hearts, making energy manipulation effortless. However, insectoids lacked hearts, possessing only a heart cavity. In terms of efficiency, the heart cavity could not match the heart. The lower tier. The distinction between the heart of an exotic beast and the heart cavity of an insectoid was negligible. Yet, upon reaching the next tier, when the energy required became significantly greater, the insectoid heart cavity would become insufficient in energy supply. Thus, the next tier insectoids evolved an energy core, this very nucleus of energy. The energy core would accumulate the majority of the insectoid's energy within it, releasing it upon demand before reclaiming it. Its function was akin to that of a heart. This also elucidated why, despite consuming several bites of flesh previously, no experience had been gained. Chapter 42. How ferocious. Whose commander is this? The energy core contained a more concentrated essence of blood and energy. Lu Qing consumed a few more bites of the golden armored beetle's flesh and, indeed, gained 0.1 experience points. Calculating thus, it appeared that 90% of the total energy of next-tier insectoids resided within the energy core. Henceforth, if pressed for time, he could simply consume the energy core. Lu Qing continued his expedition across the grasslands, seeking prey to further his ascension. The various insectoid species upon the grassland had predominantly reached the next tier. experiencing not only a significant enhancement in strength, but also a notable advancement in intellect. Through prolonged evolution, these insectoids had developed a measure of social structure. Much like the societal frameworks of ants and bees, they exhibited clear hierarchies conducive to governance and the consolidation of power. Between the mantid species and the sky-covering locusts, a 10-meter-wide river formed a natural boundary. To the southwest lay the territory of the mantids, while the northeast was dominated by the sky-covering locusts. Despite the river's presence, skirmishes between the races had never ceased. Particularly over the past 2 years, for reasons unknown, conflicts among the various species had escalated progressively. Where previous clashes were merely over sustenance or ascension, encounters now transpired with an utter lack of rationale, resulting in life-and-death confrontations. The scale and intensity of these conflicts were constantly on the rise. Even the smallest skirmishes now mirrored those of sworn enemies, leaving no survivors die. In summary, the struggles upon the grasslands had become exceedingly brutal. Qing Xian was a 4th-tier next-tier commander of the mantid species. His retinue comprised 20 mantid soldiers. Their daily task involved patrolling a designated stretch along the river. The aquatic vegetation along the river grew rapidly. After being cut yesterday, it had already reached over a meter in height by today. Qing Xian instructed his mantid subordinates to trim the newly sprouted water plants during their patrols. The blade-like appendages of the next-tier mantids were exceptionally sharp, rendering the task of cutting grass quite manageable. The true challenge lay in guarding against the large fish lurking in the river. Do not be misled into thinking that staying away from the water means there is no danger. In reality, merely being near the riverbank carries the risk of being attacked by aquatic creatures, such as a long-tongued fish. These creatures can extend their resilient, 5-meter-long tongues like frogs, ensnaring organisms at the river's edge and subsequently tearing them apart with their sharp teeth before swallowing them whole. It is precisely due to such myriad dangers that Qing Xian remains exceedingly vigilant. While tending to his duties of cutting grass, his gaze frequently drifts toward the opposite bank of the river. Having served as a minor leader for a year, he has made significant strides, ascending from the 3rd rank to the 4th, establishing himself as a prodigy within the Mantis clan, and fulfilling the fundamental criteria for promotion to Grand Leader. As an ambitious and talented mantis, his greatest aspiration is to slay 20 colossal locusts and ascend to the rank of Grand Leader, thereby commanding a patrol of 50 mantis subordinates with great authority. However, fate has not favored him. During his tenure as a minor leader, there has not been a single battle in his patrol territory for over a year. Without combat, there can be no pathway to advancement, leaving him in a state of considerable distress, often lamenting his ill fortune. Today, while he was musing about his unfortunate luck as usual, he suddenly heard a commotion. The buzzing vibrations unmistakably indicated the sound of flapping wings. Something was afoot. It was the colossal locusts. Rather than feeling apprehensive, Qing Xian was instantly invigorated. Brothers, it is the colossal locusts. At last, we have an opportunity. The mantises, having endured prolonged solitude, brandished their blade-like forelegs, exclaiming with fervor, "It is time to prove ourselves. Brothers, intercept." After transmitting his command, Qing Xian was the first to ascend into the sky. Once airborne, unimpeded by any obstructing foliage, he spotted the enemy, a swarm of nearly 100 colossal locusts. Though they numbered only 20, the opposing force was formidable, and this impetuous young mantis grew even more exhilarated. Launching the first aerial assault in the realm of flight, mantises are somewhat at a disadvantage. This initial surprise attack proved to be of limited efficacy. Indeed, Qing Xian was struck mid-air by the robust hind leg of a locust, sending him tumbling to the ground. However, this misfortune inadvertently drew the swarm of locusts down to engage in a skirmish. Arrogant Qing Xian dismissed the threat posed by the nearly 100 locusts. In truth, his 4th-rank prowess did afford him a measure of capability to contend with them, yet his subordinates faltered under the overwhelming numbers. Within a mere quarter of an hour, fewer than 5 mantises remained standing on the makeshift battlefield, while the locusts still boasted around 90. The sheer numerical dominance began to wear down Qing Xian's resolve. The true turning point came with the entry of a 4th-rank locust into the fray. In an instant, Qing Xian found one of his forelegs bitten off by this formidable adversary, who then brazenly consumed it before his very eyes. The young prodigy found himself in a state of utter disarray and helplessness. The overwhelming numbers, compounded by the presence of equally ranked 4th-rank locusts executing surprise attacks, rendered him increasingly despondent. Here I am, a proud prodigy of the Mantis clan, having achieved the 2nd tier of the 4th rank at such a tender age, with aspirations of becoming Grand Leader, yet today I am crushed by sheer numbers. How infuriating! Qing Xian, burdened by his frustrations, had no choice but to retreat while fighting, eventually backing away to a sandy slope to avoid being flanked. Just as he struggled to hold his ground, feeling that survival was becoming increasingly unlikely, he suddenly sensed a decrease in the pressure he faced. Peering through the gaps, he beheld a scene that filled him with incredulity. A mantis, resembling a ghostly specter, effortlessly harvested a swarm of grasshoppers. What astonished it the most was the realization that, through discerning colors, this was unmistakably a fourth-tier mantis. This little prodigy was also of the fourth tier. Yet, to slay a third-tier grasshopper would still require considerable effort. However, that mantis could dispatch the grasshoppers with a single, lethal strike. The opponent's two sides were evidently enormous and razor-sharp, adorned with intricate silver patterns. In a mere few seconds, 7 or 8 grasshoppers had been cleaved in twain. Then, even more astonishingly, the fourth-tier sky-covering grasshopper, realizing it was ambushed, erupted in fury. Its robust hind legs unleashed tremendous power, propelling it like a cannonball towards the assailant, with its sharp mandibles aimed directly at the mantis's neck. It vowed to sever it in one bite. The opponent was astonishingly nimble and unpredictable, pressing its back against the ground while raising its scythes. The swift and unrelenting assault transformed the fourth-tier grasshopper into an airborne target, helplessly watching as 2 blades delivered a fatal incision. The fourth-tier grasshopper crashed into the underbrush, its innards spilling across the ground. After rolling over, Lu Qing flapped his wings and approached. Avoiding the grasshopper's kick, he swiftly severed its head. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, taking but an instant. The little commander Qing Xian was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, it had been engaged in combat with this fourth-tier grasshopper, even losing a foreleg in the process. How could such a formidable fourth-tier grasshopper be instantaneously slain by another of the same rank? Chapter 43. Surely not. How could there be such a disparity among those of equal tier? This is impossible. I too am of the fourth tier. Why is it that what I, a mere prodigy, cannot achieve, the other accomplishes with such ease? It must be noted that this was a fourth-tier sky-covering grasshopper, capable of unleashing immense power with its legs and possessing mandibles sharp enough to crush iron. Yet, this remarkably powerful grasshopper was effortlessly dispatched by a fourth-tier mantis. This was illogical, profoundly illogical. Simultaneously, it ignited Qing Xian's desire for victory. If you can accomplish this, then I, the illustrious little prodigy, can achieve it too, and with even greater ferocity. Just then, another fourth-tier grasshopper approached. Without hesitation, the little prodigy Qing Xian charged forward. With all its might, it raced ahead. However, the fourth-tier grasshopper merely needed to deliver a single kick to send it flying. The ferocity of the charge was matched only by the speed at which it was sent hurtling back. Qing Xian's body crashed against the earth, leaving it covered in dirt and aching all over, a most embarrassing sight. Why is there such a vast difference among fourth-tier mantises? Under the enhancement of skills, Lu Qing found dealing with these grasshoppers to be as simple as slicing through vegetables. A single encounter with a third-tier grasshopper was undoubtedly fatal. Even against fourth-tier foes, they could scarcely endure 3 seconds in his presence. It could be said that, among those of equal rank and tier, he was an absolutely invincible entity. Consequently, in a short span, he had already decimated over half of the sky-covering grasshoppers. His formidable prowess was so intimidating that those grasshoppers fled the battlefield in terror, taking to the skies. After severing the head of a fourth-tier grasshopper, Lu Qing unhesitatingly raised his blade toward the mantis. His time spent surviving and leveling up had granted him profound insights into the jungle laws of this world. With a dozen grasshoppers having escaped, that amounted to nearly 100 experience points. What trivial matters of kinship? Leveling up is the ultimate truth. One must seek to rectify the situation with this mantis. The green line gazed at the menacing blade-like appendages approaching with alarming proximity, genuinely startled by their exaggerated enormity. It nearly lost control. With its triangular head and icy gaze, it harbored no doubt that this was a ruthless mantis poised to strike its own kind. To be slain and consumed by a locust was an act of valiant sacrifice after a fierce battle, but to be cut down by one of its own, that would be an egregious injustice. As the blade-like appendage bore down towards its head, the green line instinctively prostrated itself upon the ground, letting out a mournful cry. Mantis do not slay mantis, a flicker of realization sparked within Lu Qing, and in an instant, the blade halted, poised against the opponent's neck. The cessation of his action was not prompted by any verbal summoning, but by the astonishing discovery that the adversary was, in fact, male. Male mantises are inherently frail, yet this one appeared remarkably robust, even larger than Lu Qing himself, who was rather formidable. This discrepancy seemed rather illogical. Observing that the strike had been averted, the green line exhaled a breath of relief. You, an outsider? Have you ventured to the insect song prairie for the first time? Lu Qing, maintaining his composure, nodded slightly in affirmation. The green line's telepathic communication bore a hint of understanding. No wonder then. In the insect song prairie, The slaughter of one's kin is strictly forbidden. Brother, might you kindly shift your blade a tad? I fear you may err. The prohibition against fratricide was indeed a novel concept. After all, in all his prior encounters with insect species, aside from bees and ants, nearly all had engaged in cannibalistic tendencies. Lu Qing lowered the blade slightly, allowing it to rest upon the opponent's abdomen. The abdomen, after all, is a precious vessel for procreation. The green line quivered. No, perhaps you should return it to my neck instead. Lu Qing disregarded its plea, instead surveying the surroundings. The last two surviving mantises cautiously approached, their blades lowered, exuding an air of submission. He turned to the green line, inquiring whether this territory belonged to the mantis clan. The green line nodded vigorously, appearing exceedingly cooperative, especially with its progeny hanging in the balance. Yes, beyond the great river lies our mantis domain. Lu Qing comprehended. Over the past few days, had he truly breached the territory of the sky-darkening locusts? During this time, Lu Qing had engaged in relentless combat to amass experience. The ease of extracting and consuming energy cores had significantly enhanced his efficiency. Coupled with his formidable stealth abilities, which rendered him completely invisible when activated, he had secured an invincible position. Thus, not only had his strength ascended to the 4th tier of the next stage, but he had also brazenly infiltrated the mantis territory. Pray tell, why do mantises refrain from slaying their own kind? Ah? Lu Qing tightened his grip on the blade. The green line nearly lost composure, exclaiming, "Brother, our mantis clan has existed in the insect song prairie for millennia. The tendency to consume our own kind has long been rectified, and the disparity in strength between males and females is negligible. Dear brother, do exercise caution with your blade. I have yet to encounter a female, and I implore you not to sever my existence. So it is. Mantises of the next stage indeed possess superior intellect compared to their lower-tier counterparts. Through prolonged evolution, they have transformed into a social insect species, establishing a hierarchical system, rendering the rectification of certain behaviors somewhat reasonable. Who now governs the mantis clan of the insect song prairie?" The mere mention of this ignited a spark of excitement within the green line, its abdomen even arching slightly in enthusiasm. Certainly, it is the mantis queen Bai Shui, since assuming her position last year. She has governed our clan exceptionally well, and we are beginning to witness the initial signs of glory. Lu Qing, however, held little interest in such matters. What is the queen's strength? She is at the lower tier of the 8th rank, which is somewhat lacking, yet she is young and will soon break through to the 9th rank, potentially becoming the first entity in the insect song prairie to ascend to a higher tier. Lu Qing discerned other implications. He retracted his blade-like limbs, an action that significantly alleviated the tension felt by Qing Xian. The threat of the descendant blade had been effectively mitigated. Lu Qing proceeded to inquire, "Are there no high-tier beings in the insect song prairie?" Although the threat of the descendant blade had dissipated, Qing Xian's tone remained deeply respectful, asserting that there were none. Otherwise, the insect song prairie would have long been unified, leaving no room for the current strife among the 9 clans. The struggle among the 9 clans, Lu Qing felt a profound sense of relief. As long as there were no high-tier entities, no insect would be able to perceive his unique talent for concealment, thus eliminating the risk of being eliminated. "Very well, you may depart." Without further ado, he moved past them and approached the corpse of a 4th-tier sky-shrouding locust. In this vast world, the greatest experience awaits. With remarkable proficiency, he extricated its energy core. Qing Xian observed this scene with a sense of normalcy. The energy core was, after all, a token of their ascension, rightfully belonging to the one who had slain it. However, the next moment prompted an exclamation of astonishment from it, for it witnessed the mantis raising the energy core, intending to swallow it whole. The blood essence and energy contained within the core were immense. Should they choose to consume it, the digestion would take several days. Yet, this individual sought to devour it in one gulp. No, swallowing it whole would lead to an explosion of the body. Nevertheless, Lu Qing merely cast a glance at it, relaxed his grip and consumed it, gained 50 flesh value. Chapter 44. No way, consuming it like that without consequence? An explosion? What nonsense. Such repercussions are reserved for ordinary mantises. How could someone of my caliber face any harm? He truly ate it. Qing Xian felt a profound sense of regret. This foreign mantis possessed extraordinary power, capable of instantly annihilating a 4th-tier opponent. Yet why would it not heed warnings? Eager for quick results, it consumed the energy core of the same rank, and the only outcome could be self-destruction. Alas! Just as it lamented, Lu Qing had already moved on to the second corpse of a 4th-tier sky-shrouding locust. Without hesitation, he extracted the energy core with his blade-like limbs and, under the watchful eyes of the 3 mantises, tossed it into his mouth, gained 50 flesh value. Relishing the explosive flavor of the energy core, He then approached a third-tier sky-shrouding locust. The three mantises stood utterly dumbfounded. After being cautioned, he not only did not restrain himself but consumed one after another. Was he truly unafraid of self-destruction? No, that couldn't be. Yet why did his movements appear so light and unburdened, showing no signs of bodily expansion? This was illogical. Swallowing an energy core of the same rank in one gulp would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. This was a consensus. Yet how is it that this did not apply to him? Lu Qing methodically swept across the battlefield, converting all the corpses into experience points. The three mantises seemed frozen in time, standing motionless, akin to statues. Could there be anything more frenzied in this world? While other mantises perished dramatically after consuming a single energy core, that particular mantis managed to devour over 80. Over 80. Indeed, the sheer magnitude of energy amassed is astonishing. Yet, remarkably, it still appears remarkably vigorous. After consuming the final energy core, Lu Qing glanced at the experience bar. 3684,000, still over 300 points remaining. Just 7 more 4th tier locusts would suffice, as for 5th tier. Battling equals of the same rank is invincible, but facing higher tiers carries a minor risk, which is precarious and should be avoided. The next course of action was naturally to seek out 4th tier insects to accumulate experience. However, the vast expanse of the insect song prairie was daunting, and despite advancing through it, Lu Qing had scarcely encountered any 4th tier foes. Such an opportunity for a coordinated attack, one that could satiate both the thrill of combat and the quest for experience, was unprecedented. In search of 4th tier adversaries, Lu Qing cast his gaze upon the three mantis statues. They formed a patrolling squad and should possess knowledge of the enemy congregation points, correct? With a beat of his wings, Lu Qing approached the trio of mantises. Skillfully wielding his blade-like limbs, he positioned himself at their rear. Qing Xian snapped back to reality, his body trembling once more. Not again. Could we not find a different locale? Oh brother, if you have inquiries, just ask. Must you resort to using your blade? Lu Qing responded with a casual "oh," retracting his blade-like limb. Ahem, it's merely a habit, by the way. Do you know where the gathering place of the locusts is? Qing Xian shook his triangular head, expressing ignorance. This is truly unknown to me. Each squad patrols a designated area. Our squad has been patrolling this region for over a year, never venturing elsewhere, and this is our first encounter with a locust ambush. However, our Mantis clan does have an intelligence unit. The commanding general and the queen, among other high-ranking officials, should possess such knowledge. He recalled the earlier incident of consuming energy cores and cautiously queried, "Brother, may I ask, how is it that you consumed so many energy cores without perishing?" Lu Qing nonchalantly replied, "I advanced from lower-tier battles. My physique is unique." With a shift in conversation, he inquired, "Do you happen to know how to obtain intelligence from other races?" This? Qing Xian pondered intensely, finally responding after some time, "You could join our Mantis Red Feather Camp. That would grant you direct access to the intelligence unit, thus allowing you to uncover many of your desired secrets." The Red Feather Camp is one of the 7 major camps of the Mantis clan, led by General Hongying, a formidable presence of the 8th tier. Indeed, that is a viable solution. Whether one prefers solitude or companionship is inconsequential. What truly matters is the availability of resources for advancement. In such an expansive realm, aimless wandering relies solely on fortune, and certainly, the effectiveness of a coordinated group far surpasses solitary endeavors. With intelligence in hand, one could launch pinpoint assaults, raking in experience swiftly. As for the queen, she is of no concern. Very well, I shall join the Mantis clan. From this moment forth, we shall unite to repel the incursions of other races, safeguarding the honor of our Mantis clan, allowing the glint of our blades to shine across the entirety of the insect song prairie. For Lu Qing, uttering grandiloquent phrases is a mere trifle. With a single declaration, he ignited fervor within Qing Xian and the other 2 mantises. Qing Xian and the trio of mantises curled their blade-like limbs and bowed their bodies in reverence, as if in worship. The realm of existence was far too elevated. Subsequently, they raised their singular blades, proclaiming, "For the glory of the Mantis clan." After a brief pause, Qing Xian bent its body and I inquired, "I am called Qing Xian. What shall I call you?" "Lu Qing," came the reply. "Even mantises can flatter. That is a splendid name. What makes it so splendid?" "I cannot say. It simply is. Your flattery is rather mediocre." Lu Qing then steered the conversation back on track. "How does one join the Mantis clan?" Qing Xian responded succinctly, "You need only to meet our commander, General Hongying, at that time. You will be able to choose your career path." "Career path?" "Indeed. You may select from patrol teams, combat squads, intelligence units, foraging parties, and the like. Every adult or foreign kin can choose a squad to join. After all, our Mantis clan does not harbor idle mantises. You are a 4th rank, and having recently slain 2 similarly ranked locusts, securing the position of a junior commander should be well within your reach. Qing Xian elaborated on matters of rank advancement. The clan possesses a detailed hierarchy, from junior commanders to supreme generals, all requiring martial achievements. In Lu Qing's eyes, experience was paramount. He held little interest in promotions. After a cursory understanding of these matters, he broached the topic of searching for the queen. Qing Xian immediately responded, "Our squad has suffered severe losses. With only the 3 of us remaining, we must head to the main camp to replenish our forces, and with my guidance and recommendations, we can bypass many obstacles. We should go together." He then glanced at the corpse devoid of energy cores. "Do you wish to keep the corpse of the 4th rank sky-covering locust? The corpse could yield 5 points of experience, but consuming it would be excessively time-consuming." Lu Qing dismissed the notion. "No, dispose of it as you wish." The 3 mantises rejoiced. Although the energy core was absent, the remains could provide sustenance and be fashioned into jerky, making it a splendid choice for a snack during patrols. They divided the corpse of the 4th rank sky-covering locust and embarked on their return to the main camp. The injured Qing Xian flew at the forefront, while Lu Qing and the other 2 followed closely behind. During their journey to the mantis stronghold, Lu Qing took the opportunity to inquire further about the mantis clan. For instance, he learned that the mantis clan could only be considered a mid-tier force in the struggle among the 9 clans. The truly formidable ones were the fighting saint beetles, the golden horned beetles, and others. The conflict among the insect clans and the insect cry prairie resembled a prolonged tug-of-war, though in the past year and more, due to certain exceptional circumstances, the battles had grown increasingly brutal. Chapter 45. One moment obedient, the next you charge forth. Do you know why the intensity of battles has escalated in the past year? Lu Qing asked the nearby mantis soldier. "I do not know. We are merely foot soldiers, and patrol mantises are rather inconspicuous in our profession, so we are not privy to such information." Lu Qing nodded, refraining from further inquiries. After several hours of travel, they finally beheld the encampment of Hongying. Qing Xian directed its blade-like limbs towards the distant camp. There it is. The Hongying encampment bore little in the way of fortifications. The most prominent features were the makeshift pavilions constructed from grass. Despite their agile limbs, erecting these rudimentary structures was no simple task for the mantises. Qing Xian, with an air of pride, proclaimed, "Behold the magnificence. This method of constructing awnings has spared us mantises from the rain, truly one of the greatest inventions throughout history." However, to someone like Lu Qing, who had witnessed grand spectacles, such humble awnings were hardly impressive. Nevertheless, at least there was a place to rest, marking a farewell to the turmoiled mantis. Numerous mantises traversed in and out of the camp, and when the 4 of them entered, there was not a single obstruction. It appeared that kin could come and go freely. The largest tent belonged to General Hongying, where all affairs and decisions were resolved. This tent was indeed more spacious, with weeds serving as walls, essentially resembling a rudimentary grass hut. They descended from the air about 100 meters from the camp. Qing Xian, limping, urged, "Come, I shall take you to meet General Hongying." Upon reaching the entrance of the camp, Qing Xian curled his blade-like limbs. "Patrol squad, I seek an audience with General Hongying." An authoritative yet feminine voice responded promptly, "Enter." Qing Xian and Lu Qing stepped inside. The exterior of the camp appeared exceedingly simple, and the interior was no different. Aside from a layer of fine grass covering the ground, there was hardly anything else. In a more central position, a female mantis, approximately 3 meters in size, resided. Her mouthparts and antennae were a vivid red, resembling corn silk. This must be General Hongying. Her keen gaze swiftly fell upon Lu Qing and the mantis tribe of the insect-singing grasslands. The base of the wings was green, while Lu Qing's was strikingly red, making him easily identifiable. "An outsider?" Lu Qing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I traversed the mountains from the eastern forests." Hongying's triangular head inclined slightly, her tone infused with admiration. A male mantis, having fought his way to the next tier, was indeed a remarkable feat. Not just remarkable, but nearly impossible. Qing Xian recounted their encounter with the swarming locusts, detailing Lu Qing's legendary emergence. Hongying's gaze frequently shifted to Lu Qing, yet she did not seem overly astonished. After all, a mantis forged in the crucible of battle would undoubtedly possess rich combat experience and formidable skills. Qing Xian then conveyed Lu Qing's desire to join the camp. Without hesitation, Hongying assented. "Very well. Our mantis tribe has always stood united against outsiders, treating all, whether newcomers or native kin, with equality. According to our customs, new members may choose their roles among the tribe's warriors at will." Lu Qing had already devised a plan and responded without hesitation. "I wish to join the intelligence squad." Hongying paused momentarily, for the intelligence squad was tasked with frontline duties and was quite small in number, making it exceedingly perilous. What I mean is, you may first join the patrol squad to familiarize yourself with the insect-singing grasslands. What I seek is danger. Without peril, how can one gain experience? To avoid further trivialities, Lu Qing straightened his neck resolutely and declared, "For the development and expansion of the mantis tribe, I fear no danger. Allow me to venture to the front lines, to shed blood for my kin." Your resolve is commendably high. Upon hearing the words of the commander Hong Ying, a surge of fervor coursed through him. He felt that denying the other party's entry into the intelligence squad would be his fault. "Very well, you shall join the intelligence team." His tone was imbued with admiration. "You are a promising individual, and I eagerly await the day you achieve merit." Seizing the opportunity, Qing Xian inquired, "Given Lu Qing's formidable strength, could he be appointed as a junior commander?" Hong Ying shook his triangular head, stating, "I hold him in high regard, yet the martial merit regulations of our Mantis clan are clear. Without achievements, one can only serve as a soldier. However, with his prowess, I believe he will ascend swiftly." Lu Qing exhibited no interest in titles and remained silent. Hong Ying then assigned Qing Xian a new task, dispatching him away before turning to arrange matters for Lu Qing. He summoned a male mantis of 4th-tier strength, Fu Feng, saying, "I have added a capable intelligence soldier to your ranks. Since you are about to undertake a mission, it would be prudent to take him along for training." After speaking, he directed his gaze towards Lu Qing, indicating that Fu Feng would be his guide henceforth. Once outside, Fu Feng led him to another small encampment. Due to the urgency of the mission, Fu Feng refrained from further conversation and commenced their departure with 11 waiting mantises. Lu Qing followed suit as they soared southward. During the flight, Fu Feng began to instruct Lu Qing, the novice. "You encounter such a perilous reconnaissance mission on your very first outing. It can only be said that your luck is unfortunate. Our squad is quite adept at securing achievements. Typically, most soldiers are promoted within 6 months. Of course, this also implies that we will face significant danger, with the constant possibility of being encircled and annihilated. Especially this time. We have received intelligence indicating a considerable gathering of golden armored beetles at the border. We must ascertain their strength, numbers, and purpose of congregation, which is exceedingly perilous. Thus, it is imperative to adhere strictly to my directives as your junior commander. This will ensure your survival and allow you to attain merit, understood?" "Good baby," Lu Qing promptly affirmed. "I understand completely and shall absolutely follow the junior commander's arrangements." Fu Feng nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Excellent. It is rare to find a newcomer with such a willingness to obey orders. As a new member, you require a new designation. From today onward, you shall be known as Fu Shi-san." Before Lu Qing could respond, Fu Feng's communication abruptly shifted. Ahead lay the gathering ground of the golden armored beetles, with an estimated count exceeding 100, displaying formidable strength. "All soldiers, heed my command. Descend immediately. We must stealthily approach a short distance to avoid detection." Not far away, nearly 100 golden beetles, their carapaces glistening under the sun, formed a conspicuous mass. In matters of intelligence gathering, one must approach covertly to ascertain the enemy's intentions. Should we be discovered, given their overwhelming numerical advantage and considerable flying speed, our squad would likely face dire consequences. Thus, Fu Feng commanded all mantises to descend to the ground. However, upon hearing an unusual sound above, he turned and was nearly struck with fright. The very rookie who had just pledged to be absolutely obedient was now charging excitedly towards the gathering of golden armored beetles. "No, you must be out of your mind. You incessantly profess obedience, yet when I command you to descend, you recklessly charge towards the gathering of the golden armored beetles. Soon enough, the beetles will discover our little team and pursue us. Tearing us to shreds, it will undoubtedly be a certain death. What terrible luck to have taken on such a naive fool. I am doomed because of him." Fu Feng despaired as he watched Lu Qing rush towards the gathering. Chapter 46. "Did I instruct you to gather intelligence only for you to eliminate them all? Come back. Return swiftly," Fu Feng transmitted anxiously, unwilling to be led to his demise by this rookie. However, the headstrong Lu Qing did not even glance back. Fu Feng's transmission was tinged with an almost tearful tone. There were several 4th-grade golden armored beetles and nearly 100 3rd-grade ones. "We are finished. He will be the end of us." The other Mantis members were thrown into a state of panic. "No, little commander, what is the situation with this newcomer? He brazenly charges forward. Does he not realize he will bring about our ruin? We may need members, but we cannot simply recruit any Mantis. Now, we can only await our demise at the hands of the golden armored beetles. Run! If we do not flee, we shall have no hope of survival." The Mantises were in disarray. Little Commander Fu Feng felt a bitter pang in his heart. What terrible misfortune to encounter such a reckless novice. And he cannot even be called back. He made a swift decision. With the overwhelming number of golden armored beetles, We had no means of defense and must prepare to flee at this juncture. Escaping was our only viable course of action. As for the mission, it was certain to be unachievable. Fu Feng began directing the recently landed mantis swarm to take flight once more. Lu Qing was filled with exhilaration. Experience, it was all about experience. Nearly 100 golden armored beetles were sufficient for him to break through to the 5th grade. Overcome with excitement, his 2 blades trembled in his grasp. Even before reaching close quarters, silver threads enveloped his entire being, transforming him into a celestial blue hue. The golden armored beetles remained oblivious to the fact that a mantis was eagerly charging towards them. Lu Qing's first target for slaughter was the 4th grade golden armored beetle. Having traversed much of the grassland over recent days, he had thoroughly discerned the weaknesses of the golden armored beetles. Upon closing in, the tip of his blade pierced the crevice of its armor. With a slight exertion, he decapitated it, achieving an instantaneous kill. The 4th grade golden armored beetle was utterly unaware of its fate until it was too late. Its formidable vitality allowed it to emit a warning before its demise. Enemy attack. Several golden armored beetles, witnessing the separation of their comrade's body, were momentarily bewildered. Enemy attack? Where is the enemy? They glanced about, seeing nothing. Suddenly, a blurred mantis silhouette appeared, and in an instant, a blade swept through, severing the head of one golden armored beetle. Interrupting its warning, the indistinct figure vanished once more. Indeed, there was an enemy attack. The golden armored beetles frantically lashed their whips overhead. In that instant, chaos erupted. Lu Qing commenced his harvest. His stealthy talent was executed with impeccable precision. Each fleeting appearance was accompanied by the use of his skills to eliminate a golden armored beetle. Quickly, we must flee. Fu Feng commanded the intelligence team to retreat. As for the newly recruited mantis, in such circumstances, its demise was undoubtedly certain. Soon, the mantises had taken to the skies, preparing for a swift retreat. Once they were all set, Fu Feng could not resist glancing back at it. Initially intended to witness how the disobedient rookie mantis would be torn apart by the army of golden armored beetles. However, when it turned its head and clearly saw the scene below, its wings tilted involuntarily, nearly causing it to plummet. Fortunately, a mantis beneath it provided some support. Commander Fu Feng, be cautious. At that moment, Fu Feng had no time to concern itself with such trifles. Its gaze was fixed intently on the happenings below. Commander, what ails you? Were we not meant to retreat? Why do you stand still? The bewildered team members looked toward their leader. Noticing Fu Feng gazing downward, the mantises could not help but cast their own glances. Upon witnessing the scene below, they seemed as if ensnared by a spell, frozen in midair. What is happening? What am I witnessing? Wasn't this reconnaissance? Is this how one gathers intelligence? 1 against 100. Such nimble prowess, striking with lethal intent, surely claiming a golden armored beetle. Fu Feng took a considerable time to regain composure. A nearby mantis inquired softly. Commander, do you mean to say this is the rookie you sought? As a fellow 4th tier, it was astonishing that he could not withstand even a single exchange against it. Is this method of intelligence gathering particularly unique? Fu Feng steadied its form, its blade coiling tightly. I never anticipated that one day we would gather intelligence in such a manner. One mantis reminded. Shall we descend? I see that rookie is about to finish off the last of them. Indeed, with a single strike for each, 100 or so would fall effortlessly. Let us go down. Lu Qing's figure moved like a wraith, having swept across the entire battlefield in mere minutes. There remained but one last foe, a 2nd-tier golden armored beetle. With minimal experience, it was no match. Thus, Lu Qing sheathed his blade and turned to the arriving captain, speaking earnestly. I remain steadfast in my mission. Allow the commander to gather intelligence on this final adversary. Fu Feng, you certainly have not forgotten your purpose. You were tasked with reconnaissance, and yet you have vanquished them all with such a number, you could ascend directly to the rank of Grand Commander. What was your name again? Lu Qing replied with earnest simplicity. I recall the commander named me Fu Shisan. That was merely for the sake of convenience in command, a name chosen at random. But now, it is different. This mantis, single-handedly engaging 100 golden armored beetles, is an existence to be remembered. What I seek is your true name. Lu Qing approached the corpse of a 4th-tier golden armored beetle, skillfully extracting its energy cord. Lu Qing. Under the watchful eyes of the mantises, he consumed the energy core in one gulp, acquired 50 flesh and blood points. Fu Feng momentarily froze, then cautiously inquired, do you consume them directly? Indeed. One swift gulp saves effort. Fu Feng. What kind of prowess is this, to swallow the energy core in one go? After the brief exchange, Lu Qing continued his endeavor to amass experience. With just over 300 experience points required for leveling up, The 4 4th-grade golden armored beetles yielded 200 points. The remaining points were accrued solely from the 3rd-grade ones. Each 3rd-grade beetle provided 5 experience points, and with over 100 points remaining, the 40 beetles were more than sufficient. After exhausting all the experience he could gather, his energy reserves were fully charged. However, instead of hastily proceeding to level up, he approached the team that was in a state of shock. "Captain, why are you hesitating to take action against this 2nd-grade golden armored beetle that is paralyzed with fear?" "Take action? What do you mean by that?" What he meant eluded the commander. Before he could comprehend the situation, Lu Qing swiftly severed all the beetle's auxiliary limbs and then cut off its most powerful whip-like appendage. The golden armored beetle screamed in agony, "Mantis brother, grant me a swift end soon." The beetle was reduced to a mere stick amidst its cries. Now, it posed no threat whatsoever. "Feel free to inquire as you wish. You may take it back for questioning, Commander Fufeng. This is truly a living embodiment of death." Chapter 47. You were tasked with gathering intelligence, and you slaughtered them all. Without further ado, the golden armored beetle was reduced to a stick. Once indifferent to life and death, the beetle now begged desperately for a merciful end. It turned out that intelligence could be extracted in such a manner. Fufeng gazed at Lu Qing's seemingly harmless demeanor, feeling as though he himself was but a novice in comparison. Standing upright, Lu Qing deemed this segment of intelligence gathering successfully completed. "Where shall we proceed next to extract more intelligence, Commander? Please, issue your command." From his tone, was he becoming addicted? Did he wish to find another location to continue this endeavor? Fufeng suddenly felt a bit dizzy. "Almighty Mantis God, what kind of species is this?" After catching his breath, he continued, "Our recent mission is to investigate why golden armored beetles are congregating here. But now they are all dead, one could say the task has been accomplished, right? To receive the next mission, we must first return to the main camp to report." After his stammering explanation, Lu Qing understood. One task at a time. He shook his wings, impatiently urging the mantises, "All right, let us swiftly return to report, so we can find the next mission site." With that, he took to the skies first. Upon turning back to see the mantises staring blankly at him, Lu Qing felt a twinge of annoyance. "Are you all made of wood? Can't you feel the urgency? Move, everyone, and quickly." Urgency? What a ridiculous notion. They had come to complete an intelligence-gathering mission, only for it to turn into an outright slaughter. It should be termed a massacre. The task was completed in an instant. How could there be any sense of urgency left, though some were reluctant? Under Lu Qing's insistence, they all swiftly took to the air. Commander Fufeng personally grasped the stick made from the golden armored beetle, and the group of mantises set off on their return journey. "Lu Qing," Fufeng called out, "why didn't you keep 2 energy cores from the 4th-grade golden armored beetles? That way, you could become a small commander. A small commander. What good is that? 50 experience points are far more beneficial than a general. I have no interest in positions of power. I simply wish to be a frontline soldier, charging into battle for you all." Fufeng expressed profound admiration, remarking that there are far too few mantises with ideals like yours. Lu Qing cast a glance at it and said, "Less chatter, move swiftly. Time is of the essence." With that, he snatched the golden armored longhorn beetle's staff. The blade of his foot hooked painfully into the beetle's shell, urging Fufeng, the commander, to accelerate its flight. The golden armored longhorn beetle, in great distress from the pain, cried out incessantly, "Be gentle. It hurts. Can you not show a little mercy to your captives?" Lu Qing retorted without hesitation. "Mercy is out of the question. If you utter another word, I shall break your prominent mandibles." The beetle whimpered pitifully, "I implore you, cast me into the water to drown, or set me ablaze. Anything but this torment. Do you not seek intelligence? Ask away. If I conceal anything, I shall consider myself a mere worm. I beg of you, once your questions are done, grant me a swift end." Fufeng felt an overwhelming sympathy for the beleaguered golden armored longhorn beetle. "Lu Qing, should we not inquire further? We are pressed for time. There is no opportunity for questioning now. We shall interrogate it upon our return to the main camp." Fufeng retracted his neck, exclaiming, "All right then, let us hasten our journey." The group of mantises quickened their pace, flying with all their might, while only the golden armored longhorn beetle continued to plead for mercy. The assembly of mantises landed steadily before the main camp. Lu Qing flung the beetle's staff aside, stating, "Now we can question it. Once finished, report back swiftly and receive new orders. Fufeng, I appointed you as commander, yet you treat me with such disregard. This constant bickering, I truly have no patience left." Being an experienced commander, Fufeng proceeded to inquire about critical intelligence. "Tell me, why have you congregated there?" The golden armored longhorn beetle sighed inwardly. "At last, the question has been posed. We aim to ambush your small encampment. Where there is a main camp, a smaller one naturally follows, typically erected by the battle teams of mantises. Just as we completed our assembly, before we could even have a proper meal, we were ambushed. Oh, woe is me. We were annihilated by a single mantis. 100 from the 3rd and 4th ranks had not even had a morsel to eat before being utterly destroyed by a 4th-rank mantis. The most tragic part was its own fate. Originally a 2nd rank, it had merely come to join, only to become a harbinger of disaster, ultimately reduced to a mere staffed. Fu Feng nodded thoughtfully. Ambushes occur daily. Are there any other locations where longhorn beetles are gathering? I truly do not know. I am but a 2nd rank, sent where I am directed, lacking any insight. However, during the assembly, I overheard that a large force is preparing to launch a decisive battle against your main camp. The beetle mournfully divulged all it knew. In the end, it pitifully twisted its neck, exposing its tender flesh. I have shared all that I can. Might you grant me a swift end? It had indeed spoken without reservation. Fu Feng turned to Lu Qing with an inquiring gaze. What are you looking at? You are the junior commander. Well, you do acknowledge that I am the junior commander. Fu Feng promptly dispatched the golden-armored longhorn beetle. After years of gathering intelligence, I never expected the process of interrogation to be so uncomplicated. Lu Qing fixed his gaze intensely upon the beetle. Did you not hear the intelligence? As the great battle looms, an air of tension envelopes you. Hurry and report the intelligence, then swiftly seek out the next mission. Be off. Upon finishing, you raise your auxiliary foot, embodying a demeanor that conveys, if you are not anxious, then I shall be your source of urgency. Observing the auxiliary foot, which is sharper than one's own blade, Fu Feng hurriedly asserts, I shall go at once. At once. The tension is rising, it is indeed upon us. With a flurry of movement, it races towards the main camp. General Hong Ying, the intelligence team, and the small captain of the Fu division, Fu Feng, request an audience. Inside the camp, General Hong Ying feels a wave of perplexity wash over them. The Fu division? Hadn't a mission been assigned earlier in the morning? That outsider had even allocated a task to their squad. How could it be that so little time has elapsed, and they have returned to the camp? Had they failed to complete their mission? Or had the soldiers been discovered by the enemy, resulting in their annihilation? It is not uncommon for intelligence teams to meet their demise when their reconnaissance fails. Typically, a seasoned small captain with slightly superior skills could survive such an encounter. Hong Ying turns to the main seat and then communicates, enter. The one who steps in is none other than Fu Feng. Hong Ying snorts coldly, clearly displeased as they communicate. Weren't you assigned to carry out a reconnaissance mission? Why are you back so soon? Do you realize that delaying military operations is a grave offense? Fu Feng remains unflustered, clutching its auxiliary foot, asserting that the mission has been accomplished. Hong Ying responds, What do you mean by that? Accomplished is accomplished, with no further implications. Accomplished. You were dispatched this morning, and yet by afternoon you return, claiming to have completed it. Can that possibly be believed? Chapter 48. The Captain General. This is absurd. When has reconnaissance ever been so expedient? Yet, Hong Ying contemplates, feeling that Fu Feng is not the type to speak without substance. Naturally, they must inquire further. Has the reconnaissance mission indeed been fulfilled? Or were they discovered by the golden-armored beetles, leading to the annihilation of the entire team, with only you managing to escape? The latter scenario seems more plausible. Returning alone, or perhaps during the escape. Capturing a weaker golden-armored beetle to mitigate one's transgressions. Hong Ying feels their deductions are likely accurate. However, Fu Feng does not exhibit the anticipated signs of panic. Remaining calm and composed, it cradles its auxiliary foot, stating with steady emotions, the mission was completed. Well, it could be said that we were discovered by the golden-armored beetles. Perhaps, could be discovered, and then, Lu Qing eliminated them all. Hong Ying emits a cold snort. See, I was correct. It believes it has deduced the truth. Yet, the subsequent communication from Fu Feng leaves it utterly flabbergasted. After being discovered, that they were all killed. All killed. Have you lost your senses, young one? Although specific intelligence is lacking, as the general of the camp, I am aware that a considerable number of golden-armored beetles are gathered there. Your squad, a motley crew of misfits, thinks they could annihilate them all? I surmise that, as I predicted, all your soldiers were indeed slain. Before Hong Ying could continue their inquiry, Fu Feng, lacking confidence, hesitantly presses on. Cautiously seeking verification, it admits, I have never encountered such a situation before. May I ask? General, does this count as completing the reconnaissance mission? This utterance sends Hong Ying into fits of laughter. Certainly, it shall be done, provided that what you say holds true, and we shall duly acknowledge your contributions, contingent upon the presence of your soldiers. Upon hearing these words, Fu Feng's spirits soared instantly. There are merits to be gained. Splendid. Indeed. All my subordinates are alive and well, each brimming with vitality, not a trace of exhaustion among them. After declaring this, he turned to summon all his mantises, allowing them to parade before him once again before sending them off. Hong Ying was left in a state of astonishment. They are truly all alive. Then, what on earth transpired? Did you manage to extract intelligence while ensuring everyone's survival? Fu Feng promptly responded, General Hong Ying, are you experiencing a lapse in memory? Did I not just mention that all the gathered golden armored beetles were vanquished? Ah? Hong Ying felt her mind struggling to keep pace. Was what he had just asserted genuinely true? How could that be possible? There were no fewer than 100 golden armored beetles present, among which were several of the 4th rank. Even if their team boasted a 5th rank, given such a disparity in numbers, it would be inconceivable to preserve the lives of all the soldiers, ensuring every mantis returned unscathed. Pray, elaborate on your squad's exploits. Fu Feng began to recount the events and their outcomes in detail. Due to the urgency of the mission, I led the newly joined mantises back to the team, and we set off without delay. At that moment, I was utterly terrified. Lu Qing was exceedingly reckless. I never anticipated he would carve a path of destruction, taking down one foe after another. Even the 4th rank mantises could not withstand several blows. Within Hong Ying's heart, tumultuous waves surged forth. A single 4th rank mantis had annihilated over 100 golden armored beetles, and among them were indeed numerous 4th rank entities. This was utterly absurd. As a seasoned general, she had witnessed countless formidable mantises, yet she had never encountered one capable of single-handedly facing 100 adversaries. Truly, Lu Qing's presence was akin to that of a specter, unfathomable in its prowess, and his very coloration seemed to shift in accordance with his surroundings. Hong Ying was once again left in shock. To be able to adapt to one's environment. This was manifestly a gift. There existed mantises of exceptional talent amongst their ranks. Upon reaching a certain level of strength, a rare few could awaken their innate abilities. After a lengthy pause, the commanding general, Hong Ying, finally spoke, requesting that Lu Qing be summoned. Very well, Fu Feng promptly called for Lu Qing, somewhat displeased, grumbled. What is this little commander up to? This back and forth is becoming quite tiresome. In Fu Feng's presence, the air of authority typically associated with a commander was absent. As he gently explained, it is merely that General Hong Ying harbors doubts. I am merely running about for our collective merit, so bear with me a little. Bear with you? Not a chance. I care not for accolades or recognition. Lu Qing replied dismissively. Whether there are merits or not matters little. Just ensure General Hong Ying arranges our next mission without delay. As he spoke, he brandished his dual blades. My blades thirst for battle, and I can no longer contain my eagerness. A battle-hungry mantis indeed. Fu Feng hastily acquiesced. Right away, I shall bring this matter to attention. But for now, retract those blades, lest you harm me. Lu Qing's blades were exceedingly sharp. Fu Feng had witnessed firsthand as they sliced through the armored bodies of golden armored beetles with ease. The two mantises strode into the grand camp. Hong Ying scrutinized Lu Qing, her gaze sweeping from top to bottom, as though seeking to peer into the depths of his being. Just now, I overheard Fu Feng saying, with a single strike, you have dispatched 100. Lu Qing nodded his triangular head. I have indeed eliminated them all. Such a decisive response left Hong Ying momentarily at a loss for words. What talent! What prowess! Excellent, truly excellent. After a few compliments, Hong Ying continued, with such strength and achievements in battle, I intend to have you form a small team of any military branch you choose and appoint you as the junior commander. Once you assume the role of junior commander, should you reach the 5th rank and complete 1 or 2 assigned missions, you will be promoted to senior commander. After becoming a senior commander, the opportunities for earning military merits will increase significantly. With your innate talent, your growth will undoubtedly be swift. I predict that within 3 years, you will attain the position of deputy general. In fact, within 10 years, you could possess the capital and strength to establish your own battalion. Lu Qing nearly retched. Damn it, can a mantis really weave such grandiose visions? 3 years, 10 years, all manner of promotions. The promises are too extravagant. He could no longer bear to listen. If he continued, he would truly be sick. I do not wish to be a junior commander. I only desire to be a common soldier, to serve our mantis tribe with all my might. Hong Ying was taken aback. Is there a mantis who does not wish for an official position? Could it be that the blueprint I painted lacks grandeur? Typically, when a mantis hears such words, they would already be clamoring with excitement. Yet, here he was, outright refusing, insisting on remaining a common soldier. Fu Feng, standing nearby, felt a twinge of regret. What a splendid opportunity. A single mission could promote you to junior commander, particularly with a grand general to guide you. If only this opportunity were mine, I would be overjoyed to soar around the camp 3 times. After rejecting the offer, Lu Qing rubbed his hands together and said, General Hong Ying, our reconnaissance mission has been completed. Shouldn't we be assigned to other tasks? He added, it would be best to arrange something challenging. Otherwise, it won't be enough. No. I hope the process of gathering intelligence is not too easy. Chapter 49. Master Lu, you truly are formidable. This declaration left Hong Ying utterly flustered. Arrange something challenging, or else it won't suffice. What a battle-hungry individual. The mantis tribe delights in such warriors. The more combative, the better. Hong Ying suggested, how about a combat team? That would be even better. A combat team. The moment it begins, a horde of mantises will rush in, leaving little for anyone to claim. Where's the thrill in that? There's no competition in an intelligence team. No mantises to contend with? Lu Qing resolutely declined. No, Fufeng, the junior commander has been quite good to me. I cannot part with him, Fufeng, who is truly caring for whom. Had it not been for your previous bullying, I would have believed it. Yet, why does that sentiment sound so pleasant? Hong Ying was utterly baffled by this mantis's thoughts. He was simply too different. Very well, if that is your wish, then you shall continue alongside the Fufeng team. As for the mission, I shall grant you your desire and assign you a challenging one. Fufeng, on the side, was in disarray. You truly are assigning something difficult? Lu Qing is unfazed. But General, shouldn't you consider us? Though his heart was filled with unspoken grievances, he dared not utter a word in light of Lu Qing's imposing presence. Merely casting a look of plea towards Hong Ying, however, Hong Ying remained utterly oblivious to her little commander. At the southwestern border by the river, there exists a small camp of locusts. I suspect that within this encampment, there may be more than 3 fifth-grade locusts. You should venture forth to investigate the specifics, how many 5th grade and how many 4th grade locusts are present, so that I may dispatch a combat team to eradicate them. After speaking, she turned to Lu Qing, remarking, the mission concerning the 5th grade locusts certainly presents a considerable challenge, does it not? Lu Qing nodded in agreement, exclaiming, indeed, 5th grade is just right. His energy had already accumulated, ready to ascend to the 5th grade at any moment. This 5th grade mission was truly fitting for him. However, Fufeng was unaware of this. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Brother Lu, my dear brother, both of us are merely 4th grade, yet we are tasked with scouting 5th grade locusts. These locusts possess tremendous explosive power and swift flight, not to mention their superiority in grade. We don't even know how many 5th grade ones are present. If we go, we won't even have a chance to escape. Please reconsider, grant us a path to survival. Logically speaking, it was indeed true. A 4th grade facing a 5th grade, especially one as adept at flight as the locusts, would scarcely have any chance of fleeing. This was not merely an increase in difficulty. It was a perilous leap in challenges, a veritable gamble with death. Hong Ying, stroking her red whiskers with a knife foot, remarked that it was possible to change the plan, saying, if you wish to switch, we can certainly do so. Change? Absolutely not, Lu Qing declared, holding his neck high. For the sake of my mantis clan, we shall brave any danger. We are not cowards, am I right, little commander? Huh. Fufeng was momentarily speechless. The mantises were fierce creatures. How could they ever concede to the disgraceful notion of cowardice? We must proceed. Regardless. Fufeng muttered reluctantly, very well. Such boldness. Truly worthy of the little commander who leads me to serve the mantis clan. Come, let us embark on the reconnaissance mission. Under your command, we shall undoubtedly accomplish our task flawlessly. With that, he extended his knife foot, ready to charge forth. Wait, don't push me. I still have a few words to exchange with the commander. Lu Qing pressed on without hesitation, insisting, no time for idle chatter. We must heighten our sense of urgency. Fufeng gazed at his eager comrades with a pained expression. Fu Qi was the first to inquire. Little commander, what news? Any battle merits? Fufeng, feeling utterly drained, replied, yes, the general has already recorded our achievements, all average merits, with 3 tiers of battle merits, large, medium, and small. Now they could earn average merits without lifting a finger. They had struck gold. Fu Qi, puzzled, asked, receiving average merits is a splendid outcome. A few more instances like this, and we could all be promoted. But why does it seem you are not particularly pleased? Damn it, of course, I am not pleased. Here I am, the esteemed little commander, being coerced into a death mission. How could I possibly be happy? He countered. Are you also thrilled? Absolutely. Those are battle merits. You are all celebrating prematurely. Fufeng continued wearily. A new mission has arrived. To scout the combat encampment of the Shroud Sky Locusts. The task is urgent. We must depart immediately. Huh. The mantises were left dumbfounded. So soon? We've just earned merits and not even had a moment to rest before setting off again? Lu Qing urged them forward. This is an opportunity to earn merit that the little commander has fought for us to attain. Let us hasten and not squander the little commander's heartfelt intentions. Fufeng has once again become a task I willingly undertake. Lord Lu, your mind works far too swiftly. I can hardly keep pace. Faced with the ruthless Lu Qing, It dared not voice its concerns and could only take the lead in taking flight. Let us depart. For an early demise that brings an early conclusion and respite. All 13 mantises ascended into the AIR. As they glided above, one of the mantises inquired. The mission involves the locust camp that obscures the sky. Is it a combat camp or a logistics camp? The distinction between the two is immense. Fufeng oriented itself, not forgetting to respond, combat camp. The mantises nearly faltered in their flight. Little commander, have you lost your senses? The combat camp is fortified by locusts of at least 5th rank. We are not there to gather intelligence, but to deliver mantis heads from afar. Fufeng felt helpless. Did it not understand this? Once a task is accepted, there is no room for regret. Stealing a glance at Lu Qing, it noticed the latter sharpening his blades, sending a chill through its heart. Enough with the chatter. Everyone, fly swiftly. They set out at noon, and by evening, they arrived at the boundary river. This river spanned roughly 30 meters, and at intervals, bizarrely shaped giant fish leapt from the water's eye in this otherworldly realm. The stranger the creature, the more formidable it is. Even Lu Qing dared not approach recklessly. After crossing the boundary river, Fufeng made an estimate. It turned to Lu Qing. We should reach the camp before nightfall. Lu Qing responded with a non-committal hum. With only about half an hour until nightfall, it was high time for an upgrade to avoid being flustered in the face of adversaries. Thus, he altered his flight posture, allowing his comrades to land and rest. Let us prepare to procure intelligence in one decisive strike. One decisive strike. Fufeng's communication trembled slightly. No, Lord Lu, do you intend to use the same method as last time to procure intelligence? Indeed. Is there a problem? The problem is significant. Last time, without hesitation, Lord Lu had aimed a great blade at the head of the celestial beetle. This time, however, there are 5th ranks involved. 5th rank. If Lord Lu were to act likewise, they would all perish. 5th rank. Should we not consider a more serious approach to intelligence gathering? Stealthy reconnaissance might offer a chance of survival. Yet, how could Lu Qing possibly acquiesce? I have always conducted my affairs in earnest. Lu Qing settled amidst the underbrush. If you lack the courage to confront danger head-on, you may retreat to a safe distance. Rest assured, I shall not disclose to the other mantises that you are a coward. Fufeng. Lu Qing disregarded it further, plunging into the thicket to prepare for his upgrade. Chapter 50. Is this all it takes? Upon entering the undergrowth, Lu Qing immediately began to summon the system for an upgrade. Energy accumulation complete. Shall you ascend? Yes. The accumulated energy surged forth, coursing swiftly through his body. Lu Qing was once again enveloped in warmth and comfort. The minor upgrade occurred rapidly. Within mere minutes, he ascended from 4th rank to 5th rank. He called forth his status panel, Race, Bloodslaughter Mantis Level, Secondary 5th rank, 124-5000, Skills, Bloodslaughter Rend, Attack Power Increase 100, Upgradable, Bloodslaughter Rush, Flight Burst Increase 50, Upgradable, Talent, Stealth upon reaching 5th rank. His physical form did not undergo significant changes, still standing at approximately 2.5 meters. The sole distinction lay in the vividness of his crimson HUE. In terms of skills, there has been yet another enhancement. The offensive capabilities have surged to a level where the attack power has effectively doubled. This translates to a remarkable potential for explosive damage in an instant, allowing one to unleash exponentially greater force. Theoretically, even the most formidable defensive opponent among the same tier, the Battle Saint Beetle, would be unable to withstand a single strike, while even those with slightly weaker defenses, such as the 6th tier, could be dispatched with a single blow. Furthermore, with the concealment talent, which is rather cunning, there exists a reasonable probability of success when challenging foes of higher tiers. Naturally, should an opportunity for success present itself, Lu Qing would refrain from recklessness. Such challenges carry inherent risks, and given the harsh conditions for survival, a prudent approach to development is essential. Moreover, another flying skill has been further enhanced. It is understandable that the mantis is not a species particularly adept at flight, resulting in a smaller increment. However, a 50% increase in instantaneous flight capability is certainly sufficient, at least among opponents of the same tier. Even avian creatures skilled in flight would find it impossible to evade the onslaught of 1's enchanted blade over short distances. The most significant transformation post-promotion is the blade foot. The change in the blade foot primarily manifests in its size. Previously, it was already quite large among its peers, and now, having ascended, it has grown even more substantial. With an unchanged physique and an enormous blade foot, it is impossible to maintain a low profile. Upon comprehending these changes, Lu Qing emerged from the thicket. Fufeng was crouched on the ground, gazing sorrowfully at the azure sky, perhaps contemplating his own demise. Upon sensing movement, he turned to look. Oh, Lu Qing, I can sense a change in you. Indeed, there has been a transformation. Having just leveled up, one cannot help but feel a surge of eagerness. Now, let us be on our way. The darkness will serve our purpose well. With that, he urged the mantises to proceed. The locust encampment lay hidden within a tangle of weeds. This species is not picky about its diet, relishing even the most unassuming of vegetation, leading to a barren landscape. As night fell, the locusts had settled into the earth to rest. Not far off, a squadron of mantises began to descend. Fu Feng glanced at Lu Qing, aware that he was the central pillar of their strategy. What are your plans? Should we send the smallest, Fujio, to scout ahead, testing the safety distance? Then we could lie in wait for 3 to 5 days, allowing us to ascertain the number of 5th-tier locusts present. This was undoubtedly the most prudent method for gathering intelligence and offered the highest chance of survival. Clearly, Fu Feng still harbored some hope that Lu Qing would not act recklessly. The little commander speaks wisely, Lu Qing affirmed, instructing Fujio to scout while the others concealed themselves. Fu Feng felt a surge of joy. See, I knew Lu Qing was not a reckless mantis. However, in the next moment, Lu Qing shattered his hopes, stating, "You may pursue your plans. I shall charge forward as I see fit." What? Fu Feng was rendered speechless. If you are going to charge, what is the point of our scouting? This is all for naught. Lu Qing, I know you are formidable and valiant, but facing 5th-tier opponents head-on leaves us with no chance of victory. While he continued to hesitate, attempting to persuade Lu Qing to reconsider, the latter had already taken to the skies, hurtling towards the encampment. I need to farm experience. This is the priority. I have no time to dally. Lu Qing activated his concealment talent, becoming a specter in the night. Fu Feng, who had only managed to utter half a sentence, was left dumbfounded. No. Are you that impatient? Now Lu Qing has rushed over, asked the little commander. He had already devised a plan on the way. You all hide. If the shadow locusts come searching, you retreat. As for whether you can escape, let fate decide. After saying this, he hurried in the direction Lu Qing had disappeared. Approaching the small encampment, he heard no sound. Didn't Lu Qing charge in? Soon, he discovered a patrol squad. This squad of 7 locusts had all perished. Among them was even a 5th-grade locust. Could a 5th-grade powerhouse execute such silent kills? Lu Qing must have attained 5th-grade status. No wonder he had suddenly undergone some changes in appearance. However, was Lu Qing's promotion too swift? Fu Feng pressed on, finding the corpses of locusts at every turn. 4th grade, 5th grade. All were decapitated, a single strike fatal. Most importantly, the entire encampment remained eerily silent. Having slaughtered so many locusts without alerting the enemy, this assassination prowess was astonishing. Just as he marveled in his heart, a 5th-grade shadow locust suddenly leapt out ahead. An ambush. Oh no, I've been discovered. The 5th-grade locust, with its powerful leg muscles and aided by flight, charged forth in an instant. Its enormous mandibles aimed directly at his neck. One bite would surely sever his head. Alas, the enemy's speed was too swift. Fu Feng, only 4th grade, could barely react. Just when he felt his end was nigh, a massive blade foot emerged from the darkness, measuring 2.5 meters. The blade foot struck with pinpoint accuracy into the locust's head. Lu Qing's figure then flickered into view amidst the shadows. He shot a glance at the little commander and said irritably, "Get out of the way, don't hinder my performance." Fu Feng, devoid of any indignation, promptly turned to flee. Lu Qing's figure once again melded into the darkness, commencing another wave of slaughter. Fu Feng returned to the previous spot. "Little commander, why are you back?" Scolded back by Lu Qing. He did not hide his earlier embarrassment, even lifting his head and puffing out his neck, as if being reprimanded by Lu Qing was a matter of honor. Lu Qing is 5th grade, silently slaying those locusts as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. The group of mantises was utterly astonished. What? 5th grade? Just this morning, he was still 4th grade. You don't understand. This is genius, rapid promotion, tremendous strength. It seemed he understood. The mantises exchanged a few words, then they heard chaotic sounds coming from the direction of the small encampment. Before long, the sounds gradually faded away. Fu Feng paused for a moment. Could it be all resolved? This was rather swift. Not merely a bit, but extraordinarily fast. How long has it been since the beginning? About 10 minutes, perhaps? And it was all settled in this short span? Chapter 51. Leveling up is that simple. Let's go take a look. Come on. A group of mantises cautiously made their way over. Corpses, locust bodies strewn everywhere. Lu Qing, meanwhile, skillfully extracted energy cores. Gained 70 flesh value. A 5th grade locust can provide 70 points of experience. With 7 5th grade locusts, that amounts to nearly 500 points. The experience provided by the 4th tier locust has diminished significantly, decreasing from a previous 50 to a mere 20 now. However, the numbers are sufficiently abundant, with nearly 200 of them. That's a total of 4,000 experience points in total. A little over 4,000 has been amassed, thus bringing the next level within reach. This encampment is truly a treasure trove. Fu Feng conducted a count, revealing 7 5th-tier locusts and nearly 200 4th-tier locusts. This certainly qualifies as a formidable little camp. Typically, annihilating such a camp would necessitate a stronger contingent. Yet, this very camp was effortlessly dispatched by Lu Qing alone. Goodness, how powerful must he be? They felt that Lu Qing possessed the strength to contend with 6th-tier opponents. Lu Qing feasted while they savored a bit of broth. Fu Feng exclaimed that the accolades came too easily, completely shedding any previous fears. Moving forward, whatever Lu Qing proposes, we shall comply without question. A chorus of mantises voiced their agreement. 2 significant accomplishments in a single day, each more impressive than the last. Such fortuitous events befalling them could hardly invite dissent. After completing the experience farming and observing the final stretch of the experience bar, Lu Qing urged once more. All right, it's time to return and submit the mission. We must hasten, as time is of the essence. At Lu Qing's urging, the mantises took to the skies, heading back towards the main encampment. Hong Ying had already laid down soft grass, preparing to assign tasks to the combat team before resting. Just then, Fu Feng burst in. Back so soon? Hong Ying was perplexed as before. The task assigned to them was quite challenging, involving a camp guarded by 5th-tier locusts. Naturally, they would return upon completion. The task is completed. Such speed and efficiency. Fu Feng began to report, stating that there were 7 5th-tier locusts, 198 4th-tier locusts, and additionally 7 3rd-tier locusts, making it a mid-tier camp in terms of overall strength. The leader of the combat team, who had been waiting for task assignments, suddenly brightened with interest. General Hong Ying, you need not worry about our combat mission any longer. It has just presented itself. Previously, Hong Ying had been pondering how to assign tasks to the combat squad. As it turns out, fate has intervened. Hong Ying nodded. Excellent, your combat team can undertake this mission. However, before she could finish her sentence, Fu Feng interrupted. No need. This left the combat team leader somewhat displeased. Task assignments are the general's prerogative. What business does a mere subordinate have in this matter? Fu Feng retorted. I merely wish to inform you that the little camp has already been destroyed. Hong Ying's body trembled. What? Destroyed? You departed in the afternoon and returned at midnight. Surely this time was barely sufficient for a round trip. Who was responsible for its destruction? Was there any involvement from other races? Fu Feng nonchalantly replied, it was undoubtedly Lu Qing who obliterated it. Who else could it be? Other races. That area is our boundary with the locusts. How could there possibly be other races involved? The combat team leader was equally perplexed. Lu Qing? Who is that? The members of my team. Are you implying that a small encampment possessing 7 5th-tier locusts was obliterated by one of your intelligence squad members? Fu Feng nodded repeatedly. Indeed, that is precisely the case. This revelation elicited laughter from the Grand Commander, who exclaimed, Ha ha ha, General Hong Ying, do you truly believe such a tale? To his surprise, Hong Ying nodded in affirmation. I do believe it. She had previously encountered Lu Qing and was aware that he was a mantis who had unlocked his innate talent. Once one has awakened their potential, their prowess is undeniably formidable. Anything is conceivable. The Grand Commander was momentarily taken aback. Hong Ying provided clarification, stating that he was a mantis who had unlocked his abilities, having fought his way to the insect song prairie. The Grand Commander quickly grasped the situation. Unlocking one's talent, every mantis that has done so possesses extraordinary combat capabilities. Moreover, as an outsider, the path to advancement is fraught with uncertainty. Such a prodigy's overall combat strength would be exceedingly terrifying, rendering him highly suitable for their combat squad. The Grand Commander promptly articulated his thoughts. Thus, this mantis named Lu Qing is even more fitting for our combat squad. General, why not allow him to join us? Hong Ying was well aware of this. However, Lu Qing exhibited no interest in the combat squad whatsoever. I shall assign you other tasks. As for Lu Qing, he merely wishes to remain with the intelligence team. Please summon Lu Qing. As the Grand Commander beheld Lu Qing entering, he was momentarily taken aback. What an impressive pair of blade-like limbs! This Grand Commander possessed 6th-tier strength and stood nearly 3 meters tall, yet his blade-like limbs were only half that length. In stark contrast, Lu Qing's blade stretched an astonishing 2.5 meters, nearly equal to his own body length, adorned with silver patterns that bespoke his exceptional nature. Lu Qing, would you be interested in joining our combat squad? The benefits here are exceptional, and you would undoubtedly thrive. To his astonishment, Lu Qing did not even glance in his direction. No, I'm not interested. My greatest aspiration at present is to become a senior intelligence reconnaissance expert. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying was rendered speechless. I assigned you to gather intelligence, yet you annihilated the encampment. Had I not been aware of your capabilities, I might have believed you. Hong Ying then tasked the Grand Commander to depart. She scrutinized Lu Qing from head to toe. Your blades have changed. You've reached 5th tier? Hong Ying's discerning eye was indeed remarkable. Indeed, I have leveled up. I was a 4th tier in the afternoon, and by evening, I had ascended to 5th tier. Such a pace of advancement is virtually unheard of. At that moment, Hong Ying was 100% certain that he was an unparalleled genius among mantises. Excellent. I have 3 intelligence tasks available. Feel free to choose. As for military merits, I can arrange for you a Grand Commander position. Lu Qing outright declined. No, Hong Ying resignedly listed the 3 tasks. Once Lu Qing made his selection, he promptly rejoined Fu Feng and the others. Engaging in battle twice a day, albeit one-sidedly, still consumed considerable stamina. Coupled with continuous flight, Fu Feng and the others could no longer endure, prompting Lu Qing to allow them a night's rest. The following day, at dawn, they once again embarked on their journey of intelligence gathering. Once again, it is the encampment of the celestial covering locusts. Lu Qing, undeterred, bravely ventures forth alone, swiftly amassing experience. Upon completion, he successfully ascends to the 6th rank of the secondary tier. In Chapter 52, titled The Battle Saint Beetle, a splendid source of experience awaits. After reaching the 6th rank, Lu Qing's stature has increased slightly, growing from a height of 2.5 meters to approximately 3 meters. Typically, mantises of the 6th rank measure between 2.5 to 3 meters, so his size is not particularly exaggerated. The most striking aspect remains his blade-like limbs. Previously, these limbs matched his earlier height, measuring around 2.5 meters, but following his advancement to the 6th rank, they have also grown, now extending to about 3 meters and 2 centimeters. Lu Qing cannot help but speculate. Could the enhancement of his skills have resulted in larger and sharper limbs? It is indeed a possibility. Species: Blood Shadow Mantis level. Secondary Tier 6, 3,206 6,000. Skills: Blood Shadow Strike, Attack Power Increase 120, Evolvable, Bloodthirsty Rush, Flight Burst Increase 50, Evolvable, Talent. Stealth. The next upgrade is not far off. The insect chirping grasslands truly serve as an excellent locale for leveling up, especially after joining the Mantis faction, as he can accurately locate the experience packages. Within just 2 days, he has ascended 2 ranks, averaging a level up once a day, when Lu Qing, now larger and with even more formidable limbs, appears before Fu Feng and the other mantises. An immediate silence envelopes the group. Fu Feng trembles, exclaiming, "The female mantis has delivered joyous news." Another rank up. Who has ever witnessed such rapid elevation? Lu Qing brandishes his 2 colossal blades, confirming his advancement to the 6th rank. Go be honest. While his strength has indeed increased, he feels little else has changed. Fu Feng, astonished, responds, "Is that all? Just a bit more strength? Our kind is already renowned for our attack power. An increase in strength significantly amplifies our offensive capabilities." However, Lu Qing's statement leaves Fu Feng hesitant to counter, merely echoing with curiosity, inquiring if there are any secrets to rapid advancement. Without hesitation, Lu Qing replies, "Hunt foes of the same rank." Fu Feng, slightly taken aback, asks, "Isn't there a simpler method?" "That seems rather challenging." Lu Qing, taking to the skies, quips, "Dreaming while asleep is the fastest way. One could become invincible without a doubt. Quit dawdling. Once this is settled, I must return to accept new tasks." Throughout the day, from dawn until dusk, Lu Qing has taken down 3 small encampments. Typically, these encampments host fewer than 10 5th-rank creatures, which yield a mere 20 points of experience, while 4th-rank creatures provide only 3 to 5 points. Consequently, Lu Qing has once more revised the conditions of his intelligence-gathering mission. Are there any encampments fortified by 6th-rank creatures? I seek to gather intelligence on them. Hong Ying is momentarily taken aback. Thus far, he has completed 5 missions. 1 involving a gathering place, which he decimated outright, and 4 small encampments that he obliterated. Now, he directly inquires about 6th-rank targets. Who conducts intelligence in such a manner? The combat teams are not as fierce as you. Hong Ying scrutinizes Lu Qing closely. Wait, have you advanced again? From 5th rank yesterday to 6th rank today? Such rapid growth. Have you been using potions? Lu Qing affirms, "Indeed, I leveled up this morning. Hong Ying remains stunned for a while before finally stating, "Very well, there are indeed encampments manned by 6th-rank creatures. I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. Moreover, considering your remarkable abilities and contributions, it would hardly be excessive to appoint you as a deputy general. Just imagine leading 1,000 troops directly into the enemy camp. How impressive that would be." However, such grandeur is merely superficial. Only experience holds true value. I have no interest in such matters. Let us expedite the assignment of tasks. With your current capabilities, aspiring to be a mere foot soldier seems rather lacking in ambition. Hong Ying could only nod helplessly, conceding to arrange a 6th-tier intelligence mission for you. Yet, the significance of intelligence pales in comparison to your prowess. After all, you have already vanquished foes with greater efficiency than a combat squad. To the northeast, there lies a camp of the devouring beetles, presided over by a 6th-tier devouring beetle. Known for their formidable defensive capabilities, these beetles possess armor that leaves no weaknesses, presenting a challenge for our offensive strategies. The devouring beetle's defense is exceptionally robust, making it difficult for adversaries of the same tier to breach it.in confrontations with the devouring beetles. The mortality rate among mantises is noticeably higher than that of other insect tribes. Is that acceptable? If not, I can't provide you with an alternative. Lu Qing, of course, had no objections. With his skills amplified by 1.2 times, coupled with his sharper blade-like limbs compared to his kin, he was confident that the devouring beetle could not withstand his strike. Very well. I shall undertake this mission on behalf of our young leader. The inconspicuous Fu Feng had long since grown accustomed to this dynamic. Lu Qing, how far will we be waiting for you this time? Due to previous disruptions that nearly thwarted Lu Qing's endeavors, they had decided to maintain a greater distance. 3 miles away. Perhaps Fu Feng responded with an acknowledgement before inquiring, "What if you cannot breach the devouring beetle's defenses?" Lu Qing cast a sidelong glance at him, retorting, "Then I shall breach your defenses." This time, Lu Qing encountered the exceptionally resilient devouring beetle, its body resembling a massive grinding wheel, its hardshell wings forming an impenetrable armor when closed. Its head was also encased in thick armor, presenting a truly comprehensive defense. The creature bore a resemblance to a large ladybug, its carapace a pale blue adorned with numerous golden spots. Recognizing the formidable nature of this insect tribe, Lu Qing resolved to first test his skills against a 5th-tier specimen. Emboldened by his stealth talent, he silently approached a 5th-tier devouring beetle from behind. Activating his attack skill, he swiftly thrust his weapon into the creature's back armor. With a 12-fold enhancement and the unparalleled offensive power of a 6th tier, he pierced through the shell. The wounded devouring beetle attempted to cry out for help, only to be silenced by another blade plunged into its head. Lu Qing withdrew his weapon, and the 5th-tier beetle fell. Its defenses shattered. Continuing his stealthy pursuit, Lu Qing searched for a 6th-tier specimen. After scouring nearly the entire camp, he finally located one. To ensure a lethal strike, he activated both skills simultaneously, combining rapid movement with overwhelming attack power, and precisely pierced the devouring beetle's head. The dignified 6th-tier beetle did not even comprehend what had transpired before it succumbed. Having effortlessly breached the 6th-tier beetle's defenses, Lu Qing felt liberated to unleash his full potential. The devouring beetles exhibited sluggish reactions and lacked agility. Their once proud defenses were rendered ineffective, making them a perfect target for accumulating experience points. Thus, he annihilated the entire camp, eradicating over 300 devouring beetles. Currently, the 4th-tier Zerg provides 3 to 4 points of experience, while the 5th tier yields 20 points, and the 6th tier offers a substantial 80 points. This wave has granted Lu Qing over 1,200 experience points. However, after the tier upgrades, the experience gained has noticeably diminished. The primary reason for this is the scarcity of 6th-tier creatures. Next time a mission arises, one should seek out camps brimming with the battle saint beetles for grinding. In recent days, Hong Ying has found herself in quite a predicament. Before Lu Qing's arrival, she would typically assign 5 or 6 small or large teams daily to undertake missions, with each endeavor taking no less than 5 or 6 days, creating a rather orderly and leisurely cycle. Ever since Lu Qing appeared, that one team has been tasked with a minimum of 3 missions a day, and sometimes as many as 5 or 6. Particularly lately, Lu Qing has developed an obsession with the battle saint beetles, claiming they are sluggish and easy to handle. To satisfy this gentleman's fervent desire for revenge on behalf of his kin, she, as the commander, has had no choice but to deploy 17 genuine intelligence teams to locate the 6th-tier camps of the battle saint beetles. Chapter 53. A mantis worth 1,000,000 troops by today? She has come to fully comprehend that this one mantis, Lu Qing, is far more efficient than 10 combat teams combined. Just as she was grappling with this realization, she spotted Lu Qing and his entourage arriving at the main camp. Hong Ying felt an intensifying headache. This gentleman has now visited for the 5th time today, and it is only just evening. Well, it seems we are due for yet another mission. Indeed, in the next moment, Lu Qing spoke up, "General Hong Ying, you are quite inconsiderate. You have only arranged for me a mere camp with 13 6th-tier beetles." Instantly, Hong Ying felt her energy core pulsating with pressure. Good heavens! With 7 combat teams resting, I have shouldered the burden of assigning you this task. 13. A typical 6th-tier mantis might not even slay a single beetle in a day of relentless hacking. You've been handed this task, and you'll complete it in mere hours, and yet you dare to say I am inconsiderate. Hong Ying was almost driven to the brink of frustration. So, you wish for something more challenging? Very well, there is indeed a formidable task. To the south of the Battle Saint Beetles camp, there is a gathering site on the hills filled with 6th-tier beetles. If you have the audacity, go ahead and raid it, but I must caution you, It is perilously close to the main camp, and any disturbance could potentially summon 7th or even 8th tier beetles for reinforcement. Her intention was to intimidate Lu Qing, urging him to take a breather and leave some tasks for the other combat teams. After all, as one of the 7 major camps, it would not do to let the other mantises remain idle. Surprisingly, Lu Qing agreed without a moment's hesitation. If only I had known such a prime location existed. Had I known there was a gathering ground for 6th tier creatures, I would not have to run back and forth aimlessly. His talent for stealth is remarkably extraordinary. Unless faced with an exceptionally keen-sensed Zerg, none could detect his presence. The Battle Saint beetles, being rather slow, are merely a source of experience. This alone is sufficient to render him invincible. Even if confronted by 7th or 8th tier foes, he could simply vanish. Thus, it is no wonder he agreed so readily. Ha ha ha, General Hong Ying, you are truly generous. Hong Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. Her intent was merely to frighten him, yet he took her seriously. Such a task would only be feasible if a large contingent were mobilized for a decisive battle at the main camp. Should one venture forth as a team or alone? What distinguishes such an endeavor from a mere march to one's demise? I suggested that a brief respite of a day or two would be prudent, allowing the true intelligence squad to retrieve the vital information and select a more suitable course of action. This would be exceedingly appropriate. It fails to grasp the urgency possessed by a mantis that yearns insatiably for experience. After uttering these words, Lu Qing promptly turned and departed. Thus, the matter was settled. This task was now his. Hong Ying, gazing at Lu Qing's retreating figure, found herself helplessly standing still, bidding him farewell. The assignment originated from her, and he had accepted it. What more could she do? As for the likelihood of its successful completion, she was already aware of Lu Qing's talent for stealth. Such an ability, even if faced with insurmountable odds, could still allow for a strategic retreat. It was now time to contemplate the recent orders dispatched by the Queen. Just yesterday, the latest edict arrived, indicating that negotiations with the Saint battle beetles had once again collapsed, and a significant confrontation was likely to erupt within the year. The Hong Ying camp needed to prepare post-haste. Engaging in battle against the highly resilient beetle camp was destined to be a brutal affair. The power disparity between the two factions was minimal, and the Mantis tribe possessed no discernible advantage. Even a victory would likely be a Pyrrhic one. Surrounding them were the ominous locusts and golden-armored longhorn beetles, poised to take advantage should the two tribes clash. The situation appeared exceedingly complex. While she pondered these matters, Fu Feng and the other mantises finally returned. In recent days, Lu Qing had been on a rampage, fully unleashing his speed upon receiving his assignments, relentlessly accumulating experience, utterly indifferent to whether Fu Feng's squad could keep pace. Consequently, Fu Feng's team found themselves utterly exhausted. As for not keeping up, that was a monumental task in itself, and they were compelled to follow. Fu Feng, weary and drained, stumbled back into the camp. General, has Lu Qing returned? Hong Ying replied, he has already made 5 trips. This is only your 3rd. Fu Feng's team was lacking in speed. Lu Qing had completed 5 missions and engaged in battle 5 times, having eradicated nearly 50 6th grade beetles today alone, and still possessed the vigor to embark on his 6th mission. Meanwhile, Fu Feng, a mere 4th grade lieutenant, had only managed to lead his team to the 3rd mission site. Upon returning, they were all nearly incapacitated from fatigue. He is already off on his 6th mission today. Fu Feng, exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming, "What on earth? Is he on something? How is it becoming increasingly difficult to share in the glory of battle?" Hong Ying shook her head. You have all accrued quite a bit of merit. Everyone can be promoted by 1 rank. Team members can advance to lieutenant, and should you break through to the 5th grade, you too can ascend to the rank of captain. While the accolades have been sufficiently amassed, the real challenge lies in achieving promotion. After all, they are not like Lu Qing, for whom advancement is as simple as feasting on meat. In truth, the energy Lu Qing had amassed in recent days was sufficient for a breakthrough to the 7th grade. However, as 7th grade Saint battle beetles were exceedingly rare, advancing might become even more challenging post-promotion. Hence, he chose to remain at his current level, focusing on swiftly eliminating 6th and 5th grade foes. The 6th grade beetle gathering ground that Hong Ying had informed him of was an excellent venue for experience accumulation. Lu Qing, the experience-hungry fiend, cherished this opportunity immensely. Being close to the camp, he activated his stealth early on to scout for the gathering site. The heavens do not forsake the diligent. After an arduous search spanning 3 hours, he finally located the gathering site in the dead of night. This place lay approximately 50 to 60 miles from the beetle camp, not too far, yet not particularly close to the beetle's flying speed. It could be reached in a mere 10 minutes. Beneath the dense shroud of night, Lu Qing activated his hunting mode. The sharp sounds of carapace shattering frequently echoed in the air. Each strike was a precise incision to the head. Leaving no room for struggle as dawn broke, Lu Qing ceased his relentless pursuit. 133 Sixth-tier beetles, a formidable backbone of strength, had silently transitioned into his experience points. Upon finishing the experience package, Lu Qing felt the weight of fatigue settle upon him. A full 24 hours of intense operations was a strain even for him. Consequently, Lu Qing flew several miles and found a grassy hollow, where he indulged in a well-deserved slumber. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the camp of the Battle Saint Beetles. A sixth-tier gathering had been inexplicably eradicated, nearly driving the beetle general to despair. Even in the resource-rich insect song prairie, nurturing a sixth-tier beetle posed significant challenges. Now, in the span of a single night, over 100 core forces had vanished without a trace. They were oblivious to the identity of their assailant, who had breached their defenses and silently annihilated the entire gathering. It was inconceivable that any other race, even those at the 9th tier, could achieve such a feat. This sent the entire camp spiraling into anxiety and panic. Could the general remain calm under such circumstances? Chapter 54, Troublesome. Pursue me further, and I shall be enraged. If the strength of the Battle Saint Beetles was once regarded as formidable in the vicinity, it had now been drastically diminished. The eradication of the 6th-tier backbone left the camp scarcely functioning. The commanding general had intended to consolidate his 6th-tier forces for significant endeavors, only to find that this vital strength had been extinguished before any plans could materialize. All 7th-tier commanders and deputy generals, as well as 6th-tier leaders, promptly commenced a search within 100 miles. The remaining forces were strictly prohibited from venturing out and were ordered to fortify the camp. Gradually, the situation stabilized. Yet, the camp remained critically understaffed. The beetle general was left with no choice but to seek assistance from the king, hoping to summon some 6th-tier reinforcements to guard against potential ambushes from other insect races. The deputy commander, Golden Armor, stood out among the Battle Saint Beetles with a somewhat unique appearance. While the carapaces of other Battle Saint Beetles were predominantly blue with golden speckles, his was rich in gold adorned with blue spots. Despite its peculiar appearance, his shell boasted superior defensive capabilities compared to the average Battle Saint Beetle. Achieving 7th-tier strength in just 10 years, he was regarded as an absolute genius among his kind. The name Golden Armor was bestowed upon him by the Beetle King himself, marking him as the most likely candidate to reach the 8th tier and independently command a camp in the next decade. Search meticulously. Spare no corner. Golden Armor commanded, leading a squad of beetles in a thorough search. As the beetles spread out, their mandibles agape, they swept through the undergrowth like a leaf shredder. In this straightforward and brutal search, nothing could remain concealed within the weeds. Golden Armor stood elevated, surveying the surrounding terrain. At that moment, a 4th-tier Battle Saint Beetle took to the air. The reason it ascended only halfway was that it had been cleaved in two at the dual-wing juncture. Lu Qing suddenly sprang forth from the thicket of weeds. Having been roused from a deep slumber, his irritability was certainly magnified. As for the matter of him first eliminating the gathering, I was already in a state of readiness. Why bother with that? With a swift sweep of his dual blades, Lu Qing dispatched 3 low-ranking beetles, sending them to their demise. They were of inferior quality, lacking in experience, and he struck them down merely to vent his frustration. The imposing golden beetle, stationed at a higher vantage point, quickly discerned the situation. Initially taken aback, it was poised to summon reinforcements when it realized that the mantis was merely of the 6th rank, prompting a sigh of relief. After all, as a dignified 7th-rank vice commander, crushing a 6th-rank opponent would be a trivial task. The golden beetle promptly unfurled its wings and dove toward Lu Qing's position. Upon nearing, the massive insect landed with a resounding thud, its wings retracting to form an impenetrable defensive stance. Mantis clan. Indeed, it is your handiwork. Its telepathic communication was laced with uncontainable fury. Lu Qing cast a discerning glance at the creature. 7th rank. This posed a more formidable challenge. He decided to test the waters to see if he could breach its defenses. Adopting a tone of feigned confusion, he transmitted, "What do you mean? I have no understanding of your words." The golden beetle, upon receiving Lu Qing's transmission, was momentarily perplexed. Wasn't this mantis the one responsible? It seemed unlikely. After all, a 6th-rank mantis would find it quite difficult to penetrate their defenses, let alone annihilate them overnight. Just as it hesitated in contemplation, Lu Qing suddenly lunged forward. Activating both of his skills, he dove headfirst toward the beetle's head. The beetle's reactions were already slower than those of the mantis, and with the element of surprise on Lu Qing's side, his left blade struck accurately against the golden beetle's head. Clang. There was no breach in its defenses. The right blade followed suit, targeting the hardened carapace, but was repelled with force. Although the defenses remained intact, the tremendous impact still sent a jolt of pain through the golden beetle. It opened its mandibles, unleashing a torrent of bluish liquid in a moment of urgency. Lu Qing raised his blade to deflect the liquid. With a flick of his foot, the liquid was sent back into the beetle's maw. He noticed that his blade, now tainted with the liquid, was emitting faint wisps of smoke. It seemed this substance possessed a slight corrosive quality. Nevertheless, his blades were exceptionally resilient, rendering this minor corrosion inconsequential. The golden beetle, momentarily choked by its own decades-old phlegm, became even more enraged. However, Lu Qing chose not to engage further. He swiftly burrowed into the grass, activating his concealment to prepare for an exit. As he advanced and turned, sensing an anomaly in the air, he looked up to see the golden beetle plummeting from above. The angle of its descent was slightly askew, allowing Lu Qing to evade effortlessly. What is happening? How could I be detected even while cloaked? He glanced at the faint bluish residue on his blade. Could it be that the beetle's saliva possessed a tracking capability? Unwilling to yield to fate, Lu Qing concealed himself once more, cautiously altering his direction to avoid detection from the swaying grass. Yet, the golden beetle transformed again into a projectile, hurtling directly toward him. It must be due to that blue liquid. After dodging, Lu Qing recognized the futility of escaping on the ground, and so he chose to take to the skies. The beetle's flying capabilities were mediocre, and while his own were also average, they were still superior to those of the beetle. However, the opponent was a 7th-rank creature, and its wings spread wide, granting it a speed that slightly outmatched his own in the air. This was troublesome. Nevertheless, as the beetle's wings unfurled, its vulnerabilities were laid bare. Lu Qing executed a sharp turn, directing his dual blades toward the tender flesh of his adversary. The golden-armored insect swiftly folded its wings, allowing Lu Qing's formidable blade to strike against its back armor. After plummeting from midair, it unfurled its wings once more, pursuing Lu Qing with relentless fervor. Lu Qing gazed, roundly astonished, not expecting such a tenacious creature. It seemed that capturing him would not be an easy task, and the golden armor audaciously began to taunt him. Cowardly as a timid worm, the mantis, how preposterous! If you cannot overcome, what sort of insect retreats? Dare to engage me for 300 rounds. Lu Qing pivoted to launch a surprise attack, yet the creature instantly retracted its back armor, denying him any opportunity. Quite clever, indeed. It seemed to mock, oh not flee. You spineless wretch, they say the mantis possesses valor. I reckon it is merely a cowardly disposition. This was, after all, Lu Qing's first encounter with an insect that dared to engage in verbal sparring. If you pursue me further, I shall be incensed. The golden armor intensified its chase, fueled by anger. I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Should you dare to halt, witness how your golden-armored progenitor rends you asunder. To his astonishment, Lu Qing found himself bullied by a beetle. At that moment, he noticed another 7th-tier beetle approaching from the left, evidently having received word of the commotion and now joining the fray. One was already troublesome enough. Now there were 2. No. In less than a minute, an array of 5th and 6th-tier battle beetles ascended to pursue him. The 6th and 5th-tier beetles, though slightly slower, posed little threat, but those 3 7th-tier ones were particularly formidable. Against other species, even a 7th-tier opponent might yield a chance of victory, yet the beetles, renowned for their defensive prowess, if they could not breach their defenses, how could he hope to prevail? Lu Qing could only fly with his head down, the 3 beetles converging behind him, relentless in their pursuit. If merely chasing were enough, the golden beetle's constant taunts were an added insult. Is this a mantis? I had thought it merely a winged worm, flying quite swiftly. I wonder how long it can endure. Chapter 55. You can ascend 2 tiers merely by entering a thicket? In such moments, one might tolerate the banter. Lu Qing flew on, his wings leaving a trail of afterimages. Brothers, unleash your insults. Just as Lu Qing presumed the 3 beetles would all engage in verbal warfare, he heard a whoosh. Turning his head, he beheld a torrent of green liquid hurtling towards him. Not this spray. Lu Qing swiftly altered his flight path, narrowly evading the onslaught. Yet the other 2 beetles had already begun their barrage. He could only struggle to evade, finding himself in a rather dire predicament. The golden beetle erupted in laughter. This mantis cannot cope. If but a single droplet lands upon its wings, it shall lose its final avenue of resistance. Exert yourself. Indeed, while Lu Qing's blade was formidable and resilient, the durability of his wings was but mediocre. Should they become coated, corrosion would ensue. In that case, trouble would surely follow. As the 3 beetles unleashed their green corrosive liquid with increasing ferocity, their taunts grew louder. Dodge all you wish, but how long can you evade? Dare to intrude upon our territory, and your ultimate fate shall be to be torn to shreds and consumed by us. A mere mantis, we beetles are your natural nemesis. Even if you are a mantis endowed with extraordinary talents, we shall still have the upper hand. Lu Qing found himself beleaguered and completely on the defensive, with scarcely a moment to retaliate against their verbal jabs. If this continued, it was only a matter of time. Here lay the domain of the beetles, a territory with which he was unfamiliar. It was indeed an inhospitable situation. When cornered, even a rabbit can bite. How much more so a great mantis like Lu Qing? Since they are relentlessly pursuing him, he shall respond with something fierce. He used his blade-like legs to shield against the oncoming spray of green liquid. Then, with a swift folding of his wings, he plummeted towards the ground. The leading golden-armored beetle rejoiced. He is finished. Quick, pursue him. The three beetles folded their wings and followed suit. Descending as well, Lu Qing was aware that he had been doused in green liquid, and simply hiding would have little effect. Therefore, upon touching the ground, he immediately burrowed into the dense grass, 5 meters high, utilizing the foliage to conceal his form, and then swiftly navigated through it, using his blade-like legs to carve a path. The three beetles spread their hardened wings. They did not pursue into the grass but hovered in mid-air. The golden-armored beetle, filled with confidence, laughed heartily. With the green liquid on him, he cannot escape. Let us intercept him from the other side. Flight, of course, is swifter than running. Not to mention that the mantis was ensconced within the thicket, allowing the three beetles to leisurely make their way to the other end of the grass. The foliage rustled, clearly revealing the mantis's trajectory within. This mantis seems rather dim-witted. The golden-armored beetle continued with nonchalance. Although the weeds are tall enough, they occupy such a vast area. Where could he possibly hide? How laughable, indeed. The golden-armored brother was too understated. I would say this mantis is utterly foolish. Our main force is right behind. This delay is merely granting us the opportunity to surround him. Surrounding? A mere 6th-grade mantis hardly requires our beetle troop to encircle it. Let my two elder brothers grant me a chance to shine. Watch as I tear it apart single-handedly. Within the thicket, Lu Qing did not enter the grass merely to flee. He concealed himself there to buy a little time for advancement. Energy accumulation complete. Shall I promote? Yes. 7th grade. He glanced at his experience, 7,000, still full. It seems the hardships of the past few days were not in vain. He could directly ascend to the 8th grade. In that case, let us go completely mad. Shall I promote? Yes. 8th grade race. Blood hidden mantis level. Secondary 8th grade, 1157 8000. Skills. Blood hidden residual strike, 200 attack power increase. Blood hidden swift flight, 70 flight burst increase. Talent. Concealment. The consecutive promotions caused Lu Qing's physique to swell to 4 meters and 5 centimeters. His two blade-like legs exceeded 5 meters in length. The most significant change, aside from his size, was his eyes, which had turned a vivid red, a larger physique, greater strength, and an exponentially increasing attack power. The attack power of an ordinary 8th grade attack now surpasses that of a 6th grade attack combined with dual skills several times over. Furthermore, the skill's attack power enhancement had reached twofold. With the dual skill augmentation, he felt confident in breaking through the defenses of a 9th grade beetle. It could be said that after reaching the 8th grade, he possessed genuine capability to surpass levels. The upgrade completed just as he reached the edge of the thicket. With a swift stroke of his dual blades, he severed the grass on either side, leaving no obstruction above. With a powerful flap of his wings, he leapt into the air. Oh, he is about to emerge. The golden-armored beetle remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, still indulging in light-hearted banter. The other two beetles were utterly indifferent to the imminent emergence of Lu Qing. It might as well happen. I have grown somewhat weary of waiting. Alas, this mantis is still too weak. I sincerely hope a more formidable one appears, or it would be dreadfully uninteresting to tea that moment. Lu Qing soared into the air. His massive figure hovered aloft, his crimson eyes gazing down upon the three beetles. The trio stared fixedly, clearly recognizing the anomaly. Golden armor. I can't shake the feeling that this mantis seems to have. Perhaps grown larger. The golden armor beetle's body trembled incessantly. Not perhaps, but it has indeed grown larger, and its strength seems to have reached the 8th rank. Impossible. When we were pursuing it earlier, it was clearly at the 6th rank. The three beetles were utterly flustered. Just before this mantis entered the thicket, it was undeniably, 100%, at the 6th rank. There was no doubt about it. But why, in such a brief span, upon emerging from the thicket, did it experience such a dramatic increase in size and strength, soaring to the 8th rank? This was simply beyond their limited comprehension. It must be an illusion. It has to be an illusion. We must have eaten mushrooms. We seem to not have eaten mushrooms. Lu Qing cast a cold gaze upon the three beetles. Weren't you dismissive of my low strength, finding it uninteresting? Well, now it has become interesting. Indeed, it had become interesting. The three beetles felt a wave of trepidation. However, Golden Armor quickly regained composure. Do not panic. We are beetles, adept in defense. Even if it truly is at the 8th rank, it cannot breach our defenses in a short time. As long as we delay a bit, our commander will arrive. Lu Qing raised his large blade. Is that so? Come, let us see. Golden Armor, being obstinate, thought. Let us see then. Immediately after, it retracted its armored wings and landed on the ground. Curling its legs into a defensive posture, it was already a prodigy among beetles, and with its unique golden structure, it had great confidence in its defensive capabilities. Lu Qing folded his wings and descended directly. This time, he did not employ any skills but rather struck at Golden Armor's shell with sheer brute force. The moment the left blade made contact with the shell, a crisp sound echoed, and then, as if slicing through tofu, Golden Armor was cleaved in two. The speed of the blade and the motion was so swift that the beetles merely caught a fleeting glimpse of Lu Qing's figure. Golden Armor too saw but a shadow and heard a sound, not even registering a hint of pain. Is that all? Golden Armor glanced at its fellow 7th-rank beetle. Did you see that? Even one stronger than us could not breach our defenses. This is the unparalleled defensive power of our beetle kin, so rest assured. Chapter 56. The Tiny Mantis, Watch Me Cut It Down. While speaking, Golden Armor crawled forward, eager to showcase its splendid shell and formidable defensive prowess. However, it felt as though its hind legs were somewhat unresponsive. The other two beetles stared blankly as their little prodigy, Golden Armor, crawled along, its rear end seemingly missing. After crawling a few steps, Golden Armor heard its companion's telepathic message. You've lost your rear end. Huh? What do you mean? Can one truly lose their rear end? It laboriously turned around, only to behold a severed torso oozing green blood. It was not that the defenses had been breached. Rather, the blade had been too swift. How could this be? It was inconceivable that defenses could be so easily dismantled. Lu Qing's blade, sharp as a spearhead, rested upon its cranium. The tip gradually penetrated, delivering a fatal blow. The other two beetles were paralyzed with terror. Tio emerged from a thicket and instantly slay a golden beetle. These ordinary 7th-tier creatures had no hope of resistance, flee, yet, before the thought could fully materialize, Lu Qing activated his flight skill, with speed surpassing that of an 8th tier, augmented by a 70% surge of instantaneous power. He left behind a solid afterimage and in the blink of an eye, cleaved the two 7th-tier beetles asunder. The arriving 6th and 5th-tier beetles, upon witnessing this spectacle, turned tail and fled. The commanding general of the Saint Beetles, Bai Yao, had already discerned that the massacre at the 6th-tier gathering was the work of the mantis. Soon after, news arrived that the mantis had been spotted, with 3 7th-tier pursuing it. If 3 7th-tier could not contend with a single 6th-tier, then what purpose did these beetles serve in the world? A sense of security washed over it, alleviating its grim mood somewhat to that moment. A horde of 5th and 6th-tier beetles descended, some tumbling down in their haste. General, it's bad. The mantis is coming. The mantis approaches the camp? Could it be that the mantis clan seeks a decisive battle at our encampment? Who instilled such confidence in them to dare confront us? A decisive battle indeed. This could serve as an opportunity to eradicate the mantis and expand our territory. It had anticipated a grand confrontation. No, it was not a battle. A 6th-tier beetle, tumbling and scrambling, approached. Just a single mantis. Only one mantis. What? Bai Yao was momentarily bewildered. Only one mantis. What could a single mantis accomplish, except for courting death? Within the camp resided over 10,000 beetles, with more than 1,000 exceeding the 5th tier. If it were merely one, even if it were a 9th-tier mantis, it would gain no advantage. With their formidable defenses, they could exhaust the 9th-tier mantis to death in the insect song prairie. Numbers are the crucial factor in the insect race's triumph. Why panic? Can our beetles truly fear a mantis? Let alone merely one? They appeared utterly inexperienced. General, it's different. This mantis is extraordinarily fierce, unlike any mantis we've encountered. Fierce? Is there any insect race on the insect song prairie that could rival the ferocity of our beetles? Bai Yao grumbled as he crawled outward, a band of useless creatures. Watch as I annihilate the enemy with ease. Upon emerging, he beheld the mantis mercilessly slaughtering beetles. A red-eyed mantis, wielding 2 massive blade-like limbs, relentlessly swung them. The blades were razor-sharp, conjuring black phantoms. With a single strike, it cleaved 3 4th-tier beetles and a 5th-tier beetle in twain in a swift counter. It also dispatched a 6th-tier beetle. Most astonishing was the mantis's speed. With each movement, it left behind an afterimage. The figure, born of explosive velocity, was beyond even the general's capacity to capture, resembling a specter. By heaven! The defenses upon which the beetles relied felt as fragile as dried grass. utterly incapable of resistance. Is this truly a mantis? Stay calm. Behold the stature of this mantis. At most, it is merely of the 8th rank. With the addition of Feikai, 2 8th rank combatants should hardly fear a single diminutive mantis. Feikai is a newly appointed 8th rank general from 2 years prior. The Beetle King is currently preparing for new camp arrangements, and once these are complete, it will be time for Feikai to depart this place and assume his duties. After regaining his composure, General Bai Yao once again exuded an unparalleled aura of dominance. With a swift kick, he sent a beetle head flying, inwardly cursing, "Wretched obstacle." He bellowed with authority, "What is there to fear? This mere mantis is but an 8th rank. Watch as I cleave it asunder." True to his reputation as a beetle general, his commanding words brought a semblance of order to the chaotic scene. Many beetles yet to engage in battle applauded, exclaiming, "The general is magnificent. The general is formidable. Our general truly excels. General, annihilate that small mantis." With spirits bolstered, Bai Yao felt a surge of elation. See how my position commands respect. A single utterance can rally the troops. While the mantis may be fierce, this general does not falter. Nevertheless, to ensure victory, he resolved to join forces with Feikai for a decisive strike, aiming to solidify the beetle's reputation. He glanced around, searching for General Feikai in such a grand spectacle. Why had he yet to appear? Could it be that this fellow had once more sought the embrace of a female beetle? A nearby 5th rank beetle gingerly nudged a beetle head on the ground. "General, what you have kicked aside is none other than General Feikai's head." Bai Yao was instantly struck dumb. The very head he had dismissed as an obstacle belonged to Feikai? Upon closer inspection, the grotesque visage of the deceased beetle confirmed it. By the heavens, it truly is. "General, the mantis continues to slaughter our kin. Time is of the essence. Please strike swiftly." "Strike? What folly! Feikai is also of the 8th rank. Such a grim fate befalls him, and my strength surpasses his only marginally. Charging forth would surely lead to my demise. If I were to perish, how would my 18 female beetles fare against those lecherous fiends? Thus, I cannot allow myself to be vanquished. General, do not dawdle. Charge forth, avenge our fallen brothers. Charge, charge, charge." You lot only know how to charge. If it were a female beetle, you wouldn't need to urge me. I would have charged long ago. That is a god of slaughter, a mantis capable of severing a general's head. "General, hasten." The urging continued. The dire truth was that the mantis was clearly advancing towards them. Bai Yao understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. With his massive form, he adeptly spun around, thinking to retreat and don his armor before returning to vanquish the mantis. The surrounding beetles were bewildered. "We are beetles. Our armor is our very skin. What more armor do we require?" Yet Bai Yao would not grant them the opportunity to voice further confusion, launching himself back without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, he unfurled his armored wings and took to the skies. "General, General," a throng of younger beetles was utterly perplexed. "What is happening? Is the general fleeing?" Lu Qing halted his blade, surveying the ground littered with beetle corpses. 36 6th rank, 8 7th rank, and 1 8th rank. An 8th rank yields 200 experience points, while a 7th rank offers merely 30, and a 6th rank provides 5. Those below 6th rank yield no experience, thus are not worth counting. The slaughter had been exhilarating, yet the experience gained was disappointingly scant. The thought of an 8th rank escaping was vexing. 200 experience points, and you dare run away? After Lu Qing brushed aside these experiences, he spread his wings and pursued the direction of the 8th grade beetle. Chapter 57. What is pursuing our beetles? Do you mantises lack any sense of urgency? Hong Ying was incessantly pacing back and forth within the camp. 3 days had passed. Lu Qing had been gone for 3 days without a trace. The insect-chirping grasslands were fraught with peril, and the task he had assigned to him was located near the gathering place of the 6th grade beetles, in close proximity to the beetle camp. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, a round trip within a day should pose no issue, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. At this moment, a 6th grade mantis arrived at the camp. "General Hong Ying, this is the commander of the intelligence team." The commander had been dispatched yesterday by Hong Ying to seek clues regarding Lu Qing. Hong Ying hurriedly approached. "Have you obtained any news about Lu Qing?" The commander shook his triangular head. "No, we intended to delve deeper into the beetles' territory, but for some unknown reason, the density of beetles at the periphery is exceedingly high, making it impossible for us to infiltrate. After waiting in vain for an entire night, we had no choice but to return empty-handed. There is not a shred of information regarding Lu Qing." Hong Ying couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The increased density of beetles at the periphery? Could it be that the beetles had sensed their intention to engage in a decisive battle at the camp? But Lu Qing, she held him in great regard. The tasks he had accomplished during this period were nearly equivalent to those of 10 combat teams. The Mantis clan required such a valiant warrior. Yet now, the commander whispered, General Hong Ying, if Lu Qing has ventured deep into the heart of their territory, I fear the odds are dire. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's spirits plummeted. It was all her fault. Had she not sought to scare him into taking a break, she would not have assigned such a perilous task. Had that task not been arranged, then, the depths of the beetle territory were riddled with peril, not to mention the presence of powerful 8th-grade generals. Overseeing it. 3 days without news was not merely ominous. It was a matter of certain death. Sigh. Hong Ying suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her. She squatted down on the grassy ground, appearing despondent and mournful. General Hong Ying, if you have taken a liking to Lu Qing, then there is no need to distress yourself over it. Lu Qing is most likely not coming back. Your empty heart also requires new fulfillment. I, Tai Wei, am a formidable presence in our camp. If you seek a male companion, allow me to make an attempt. And I assure you, I will satisfy the general. Moreover, the most crucial point is that I absolutely do not care who occupies your heart. I only concern myself with who occupies your body. Tai Wei stood tall, striving to appear both valiant and magnanimous. Hong Ying shot him a glance. Get lost. All right then. Tai Wei scampered away, his blade tucked under his arm. Hong Ying resumed her pacing within the camp. At that moment, another commander from an intelligence team flew in. General, we have intelligence. Hong Ying's heart leaped at the prospect of news about Lu Qing. Her spirits lifted instantly. What intelligence? Speak quickly. The commander hastily responded. There has been unrest in the perimeter territory of the beetles. Many beetles are running about aimlessly, suggesting some internal turmoil. Hong Ying felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Did you not venture into the beetles' territory? This is perplexing. I am uncertain why the number of beetles has surged exponentially. During the recent turmoil, they scurried about in droves, leaving us with no opportunity to infiltrate. Hong Ying pondered for a moment, intending to investigate the causes of the chaos and the increase in beetle numbers. Before she could finish her thoughts, another intelligence commander burst in. Serious news, General Hong Ying. It's complete chaos. Nearly 1,000 beetles have suddenly invaded our territory, fleeing in every direction. The patrol and combat teams have already begun to engage the enemy. 1,000 beetles is no insignificant number. It constitutes a significant force. Hong Ying suspected that the beetles might be prematurely initiating a decisive battle, and these were likely their vanguard. What caliber of beetles could be leading them? The vanguard of a decisive battle would certainly be commanded by beetles of the 7th or even 8th tier. However, the intelligence commander shook his triangular head, stating there was no leader. They were charging blindly, without formation. This situation seems rather unusual. Before Hong Ying could contemplate further, yet another combat team leader entered the camp. General, we have encountered a surprise attack from beetles. Under my astute leadership, we successfully subdued the attacking beetles. We even managed to capture one alive. After speaking, Dao Zhu tossed a 3-tier beetle, its slender legs severed, onto the ground. Hong Ying glanced at the beetle and promptly inquired of the combat leader, what tier were the beetles you faced? The previously confident leader hesitated slightly. Well, the highest was 4-tier. Hong Ying was rendered speechless. A combat team led by 6-tier warriors was ambushed by 4-tier beetles and only managed to capture a 3-tier one. Surely, this was an attempt to claim credit. Without further comment, she approached the beetle. The creature had retracted its head into its carapace, trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified. Speak. Why did you invade the territory of our mantis clan? The beetle, however, dared not even protrude its head, let alone respond. Hong Ying used her blade to hook its joint, forcibly pulling its head out. Upon seeing Hong Ying and the surrounding mantises, the beetle nearly fainted from fear. A mantis. It's a mantis. Please, don't kill me. This was strange. Over the long years of conflict, beetles, with their thick armor, had a natural advantage against mantises, never fearing them, and often looked down upon them. Yet, this particular beetle was utterly terrified. I ask you again, why did you enter our mantis territory? I don't know. I just ran in. Please, don't kill me. Beside them, the irritable intelligence officer exclaimed, enough with the nonsense. Watch me chop you up. Dao Zhu swung his blade down onto the beetle-esque carapace with a resounding dong. The blade bounced off, leaving only a slight crack on the carapace. The 5-tier officer felt instantly embarrassed. He had intended to deliver a decisive blow to the small beetle, only to find his attack ineffective. If it took 2 strikes from a 5-tier mantis to deal with a 3-tier beetle, one could only imagine the futility against one of the same tier. This single strike, however, seemed to restore the beetle's confidence. Ah, I'm still alive. Ha ha ha. I withstood the mantis's blade. Hong Ying stared at the frenzied beetle, utterly at a loss for words. I see this quite normal. How did it become so deranged? Hong Ying, losing her patience, swiftly dispatched the opponent's elytra with her strike. For this 8th-grade mantis beetle had no time for hesitation. The beetle truly regained its composure. Hong Ying reiterated her question. Naturally, we were chased out. From where were we pursued? And by what? The beetle faltered. What are we being chased by? Do you lack any sense of urgency? Both Hong Ying and the mantises within the camp were left speechless. What sense of urgency could we possibly have? At that moment, another intelligence commander entered, further amplifying the already bustling atmosphere of the camp. General Hong Ying, the border is in complete disarray. Beetles are swarming everywhere. We must suppress them. Chapter 58. It is he. The emotional tension reached its zenith. Hong Ying pondered briefly before decisively slaying the beetle with a single stroke. Come, follow me to the border. As a distinguished general of the mantis camp, her advance towards the border would undoubtedly lead a substantial force. Thousands of mantises surged forth, bearing down upon the border with immense momentum. Approaching within 10 miles of the border, scattered beetles came into view. These beetles, of lowly strength, were utterly incapable of resistance against the might of the thousands. In truth, the beetles had been fleeing in terror. Her mantis soldiers engaged the beetles while the procession continued forward. Along the way, they encountered several waves of scattered beetles. These beetles, possessing diminished strength, were in a frenzied flight, appearing as though they had seen a specter upon spotting the mantises, devoid of any inclination to resist. Hong Ying sensed something amiss. Previously, even low-grade beetles would exhibit confidence and stubbornness when faced with mantises. What had befallen these beetles today? Upon reaching the border, chaos indeed reigned in the air and on the ground. Vast numbers of beetles surged across the border. Faced with the mantis's pursuit, they offered no resistance, merely fleeing in desperation. The mantis squads were diligently exterminating the beetles, yet the sheer volume of beetles rendered it inevitable that some would slip through the net and escape into the territory. Hong Ying commanded, "Prepare defenses." The various mantis squads commenced a comprehensive eradication of the invading beetles. Crossing the border, Hong Ying entered the beetles' domain. In the past, a single step beyond the threshold would provoke fierce resistance. However, today there was not even a hint of counteraction. At that moment, a 4th-grade beetle plummeted from the sky, landing not far from Hong Ying. With a swift motion of her wings, she ensnared it. The beetle's short legs flailed in panic. The mantises are pursuing. Run for your lives. Those 2 large blades are terrifying. Let me go. I must. What the hell? You are a mantis too. The beetle, in a state of utter alarm, ceased its frantic movements after a few desperate kicks. Having already sustained severe injuries with its carapace cracked, this fright was enough to extinguish its life. Hong Ying discarded the carcass and gazed into the distance. The beetle had just mentioned a pursuing mantis. A mantis capable of inciting such widespread panic among the beetles must possess formidable strength, even shattering their understanding of their own defenses, thereby instilling profound fear. Judging by the direction in which the beetles fled, it appeared to lead to their camp. The beetle camp must have encountered some upheaval, explaining the mass exodus of low-grade beetles. A sudden thought struck Hong Ying. Lu Qing? Yet she promptly dismissed the notion it could not possibly be Lu Qing. When Lu Qing departed from the encampment, he was merely at the 6th rank, yet the beetle camp was fortified by 2 formidable 8th-rank beetles. Not to mention the nearly 10,000 beetles within the camp. To suggest that Lu Qing, a mere 6th rank, could single-handedly dismantle the beetle camp is absurd. Not even a 9th-rank mantis could accomplish such a feat alone. So, what on earth could have transpired? Beside him stood a mantis with knife-like limbs of a striking azure hue, known as Qing Ka, a trusted guard of Hong Ying. Though only of the 5th rank, it was exceptionally astute and held in high regard by Hong Ying general. Judging by the direction they fled, it seems they are heading towards the camp. Could it be that the queen has dispatched the Grand Ancestor? The term Grand Ancestor referred to the sole 9th rank of the mantis clan, renowned for having outlasted 2 mantis queens, as for its prowess. Age does not necessarily equate to strength in the insect realm. The older one becomes, the more one's capabilities wane. This 9th rank Grand Ancestor could only muster about 30% of its former strength, which, frankly, is merely a slight advantage over an ordinary 8th rank. In a prolonged battle, it might even prove inferior to an 8th rank, existing more as a talisman than a true combatant. Hong Ying shook her head slightly, dismissing the notion, it is impossible. The Grand Ancestor struggles to walk, let alone single-handedly breach the beetle camp. Could it be that the queen had ascended to the 9th rank and was personally intervening? After some contemplation, Hong Ying quickly negated this possibility. It was highly improbable. The queen was indeed extraordinarily gifted, advancing rapidly, yet she remained a distance away from achieving the 9th rank. Such a breakthrough could not occur in such a short span, especially against the formidable defenses of the beetle camp. This option was ruled out, as was that Lu Qing then considered another possibility. Could it be a powerful outsider mantis? A high-tier mantis entity? If that were the case, everything would suddenly make sense. Once an insect enters a high-tier form, its strength can become overwhelmingly terrifying, effortlessly dealing with lower-tier insects. If indeed it was a high-tier counterpart, then the situation would appear considerably more plausible. Hong felt a growing conviction in this possibility. Just then, the fleeing beetles surged in number. Run! They are pursuing us! How terrifying! They are coming! Hong Ying's spirit lifted. The approaching entities might very well be high-tier mantis beings. The mantis clan ought to pay their respects. Hong Ying immediately commanded, "There may be a powerful member of our clan present. All mantises, sheathe your blades and prepare to pay homage." All mantises promptly complied. A powerful member of our clan, to have caused such turmoil in the beetle camp. How formidable must they be? Maintaining an attitude of reverence is essential. If a powerful member of our clan were to feel pleased and remain in the insect song prairie for a time, the mantis clan would reap immense benefits, potentially restoring our former glory. The majority of mantises gazed intently towards the southwest, while a small faction began clearing away the beetles. Soon, a mantis figure emerged behind the fleeing beetles. Hong Ying's heart soared with joy. Indeed, it was a member of the mantis clan. All, pay homage. Her words abruptly halted as she discerned the identity of the newcomer. Standing at 4.5 meters, with a blade-like limb exceeding 5 meters in length, the sight was unmistakable. With a single sweep, swathes of beetles tumbled down. The pair of crimson eyes, wings fluttering leisurely, it seemed so familiar, so very familiar. Could it be Lu Qing? Hong Ying trembled slightly. Though his stature had grown, she could still recognize that it was indeed Lu Qing, who had vanished for 3 days. 3 days prior, Lu Qing had been of the 6th rank, and she had assigned him a perilous task. Originally, I feared that after 3 days of absence, the situation would be dire, yet to my astonishment, I returned to discover I had already reached the 8th rank. Could it be that the destruction of the beetle camp, which sent the beetles into a frenzied retreat, was orchestrated by none other than me? That seems implausible, especially with 2 8th-rank beetles stationed there. Could there be other formidable mantis warriors? As Lu Qing approached the front lines, he beheld a sea of red mantises kneeling in reverence before him, instantly uplifting his spirits. How commendable! This modest labor of mine has not been in vain. Just look at how the esteemed General Hong Ying pays me such lofty respect. I must admit, this moment has indeed elevated my emotional value among the mantis clan. Splendid! Lu Qing retracted his wings and landed gracefully on the ground. Observing the still-dazed Hong Ying, he remarked, "General Hong Ying, it truly moves me to receive such grand homage from the commander of the camp. Please, rise." Hong Ying, taken aback, quickly stood. "Lu Qing, is it truly you? Have you encountered any high-ranking entities?" Chapter 59. What the hell? A living infernal king? Lu Qing shook his blade-like limbs, pondering what high-ranking beings could possibly dwell here in the resource-scarce insect-whispering prairie. Upon entering the next tier, the prairie indeed served as a paradise for gaining experience. However, now that he had ascended to the 8th rank of the next tier, the resources here appeared rather meager. Not to mention, high-ranking forms were an entirely different matter. Hong Ying was momentarily stunned. If there were no high-ranking entities, then who could have decimated the beetle camp, leaving the beetles in a state of utter despair? It couldn't possibly be. Hong Ying struggled to regain composure. It seems that the beetle camp has encountered some issues. Are you aware of this? Of course, I know that I initially thought a large camp would be formidable, yet the 8th rank beetles couldn't withstand even a single strike from me. From what you imply, it was you. Hong Ying appeared utterly incredulous, her gaze fixed intently upon him. You destroyed the beetle camp? Indeed, the 2 8th rank beetles were pathetically weak, though one named Bai Yao was quite adept at fleeing. Hong Ying was flabbergasted. It was indeed him. 8th rank beetles were feeble, Bai Yao could escape? This. The mantises present exchanged bewildered glances, realizing that he single-handedly challenged a camp guarded by 2 8th rank beetles. They had heard whispers of a certain Lu Qing who was exceptionally formidable, exhibiting extreme destructiveness and aggression, but they had never anticipated he would be this powerful. Hong Ying remained in a daze for quite some time before regaining her senses. You truly are absurd. Indeed, it was absurd, said General of the Mantis camp. She too was an 8th rank warrior. Yet, breaching the defenses of a foe of the same tier was no simple task. Even if one were fortunate enough to breach the defenses, it would surely be exhausting. Not to mention facing 2 8th rank opponents simultaneously. And Lu Qing had managed to deal with both with apparent ease, having the capacity to annihilate a multitude of beetles, leading to their complete collapse. This, She trembled as she communicated telepathically. The ones fleeing were all beetles below the 5th rank. Please, do not tell me you eliminated those above the 5th rank. Quite astutely, I did indeed vanquish them. Ah, that is indeed a wealth of experience. Were it not for the lack of experience among the 5th-tier beetles, these 5th-tier beings would have no hope of escaping. Lu Qing spread his wings and ascended slowly into the air. The camp was now devoid of anything save for the corpses of the beetles. If any of you are interested, feel free to collect the remains. As for me, I must return to the main camp, for I am utterly exhausted after these past few days. With that, Lu Qing flew towards the direction of the mantis camp. Hong Ying stared blankly at his retreating figure, and after a considerable pause, instructed the mantis beside her, all mantises, proceed to the beetle camp, advance. The main force soon arrived at the beetle camp, where the ground was strewn with shattered beetle remains, the entire encampment having been utterly devastated. Just a glance around revealed the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. Before long, Hong Ying encountered the corpse of the 8th-tier beetle, Fei Kai. Despite possessing formidable defenses, Fei Kai had been decapitated. Alongside him lay the remains of over a dozen 7th-tier beetles and dozens more of the 6th tier. It is indeed true. What Lu Qing said is completely accurate. The camp fell so easily? Hong Ying remarked, I merely intended to frighten you. A 6th-tier being, yet you truly arrived and annihilated the camp. My goodness, just how powerful must Lu Qing, an 8th-tier, be? Upon returning to the main camp, Hong Ying found Lu Qing reclining and resting with his head tilted back. Just as she was about to enter quietly, she heard Lu Qing's voice resonate in her mind. You're back? Hong Ying responded with a slight hum, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lu Qing's formidable blade-like limbs. They are so large, possessing both heft and sharpness, and no wonder they can breach 8th-tier defenses. Lu Qing rose and said, Stop staring, we have important matters to discuss. Important matters? She quickly straightened her posture. What is it? Look, the beetle camp has been taken care of by me, and as I am not one to sit idle, I was wondering, could you possibly divulge another camp to me? I would like to tackle it alone, and you all can handle the aftermath. Hong Ying nearly lost her composure. Initially, it was about gathering forces, then it was about small camps, and now he wishes to take on a large camp. Lu Qing continued, ideally, it should be a beetle camp. The beetles are both foolish and clumsy, slow in their movements, and even though their defenses are high, that poses no issue for me. I relish the challenge of cutting down such foes. They provide a satisfying experience. If there are any beetle camps, let me know, and I shall eliminate them for you. Hong Ying trembled slightly. Good heavens, he is a living embodiment of death. What others consider a tough nut to crack. He turns into a living target, and he aims to wipe them all out. Is he truly intent on eradicating the beetles? Ruthless. Lu Qing shifted his blade-like limbs, urging her. What are you pondering? Speak up. Hong Ying, glancing at the imposing limbs before her, quickly replied. Our camp corresponds to the very one you have destroyed. As for others, the journey is long, and I am unaware. Lu Qing responded with a thoughtful oh. A camp for a camp, quite reasonable. It is normal not to know about the others. He then shifted the conversation. If you lack information on the beetles, I am open to exploring other insect races as well. I am not picky. If you cannot acquire information on the beetles, then pursue other insect races. You truly are not choosy. I find myself apprehensive that you might create chaos and dismantle our encampment. Hong Ying promptly asserted that the camp of the celestial grasshoppers is viable. However, given their overwhelming numbers and the courage boost they receive when gathered, a rout is simply inconceivable, rendering them a formidable adversary. If you so desire, you may venture to the grasshopper camp. Lu Qing's crimson eyes gleamed with excitement. An abundance of foes translates to a wealth of experience. What difficulty could possibly deter me? My blade is adept at cleaving through challenges. Splendid, splendid. You are quite generous, Hong Ying. Lu Qing rose and polished the blade of his weapon. By the way, how many grade 8 creatures are present in the celestial grasshopper stronghold? Approximately 3. Lu Qing's enthusiasm surged further. That seems rather scant. Scant, you say? Hong Ying was momentarily taken aback. Yet, it suffices. As I have reiterated, I am easygoing and not particular. You truly are easygoing. As Lu Qing prepared to depart, Hong Ying hurriedly interjected. Is there a resting place available? I can arrange that for you. Lu Qing waved his blade dismissively, indicating he needed no special arrangements and could find a suitable spot himself. Would you require female companions? I could procure a team for you. I am certain they would be quite eager to assist in your endeavors. Hong Ying spoke earnestly. Lu Qing was rendered speechless. There is no need for procreation. With that, he exited. Good heavens, the mating ritual was laid bare, yet it was claimed there was none. Hong Ying, assuming Lu Qing was merely being fastidious, called after his retreating figure. Actually, I could be of assistance too. Assistance, you say? I must eradicate these primal desires of the females. I have a penchant for consuming female specimens. Should you be inclined, you are welcome to join me. Truly, the situation has turned upside down. Hong Ying visibly trembled, not daring to respond further. Chapter 60. My plan. A direct cut through Lu Qing entered a large grass hut, designated as the quarters for a combat squad. Over 30 members of the fighting unit were preparing to rest. Despite the day's efforts in thwarting and exterminating the beetles resulting in no significant injuries, they were utterly fatigued from their frantic movements. Just as the commander turned his head to rest, an anomaly caught his attention. Upon turning, he found a massive blade poised before him. What did he beheld? Lu Qing's scarlet eyes, and his subsequent words faltered in terror. Lu Qing felt a twinge of confusion. According to Qing Ka's account, this hut was supposedly arranged by Hong Ying for his repose. Why then were there other mantises residing here? Could it be that these mantises had occupied the space upon seeing it unoccupied? To encroach upon my territory is to court disaster. Lu Qing's blade swayed, the gleaming edge descending upon the tail of the grade 6 mantis. What do you mean by this? Huh. The commander was bewildered. I had just lain down when the lone hero Lu Qing entered, placing his blade against my tail, seemingly poised to deliver a fatal blow, and then inquired what I meant. How would I know what you mean? No, is there not some misunderstanding here? Lu Qing's blade quivered. You have already come to bully me, yet you speak of misunderstandings? Do not tremble. You mustn't shake. I would never dare to bully you. Even if I were imbued with the courage of a grasshopper, I would not presume to do so. With a single mantis wielding dual blades, the slaughter commenced, cutting through the ranks of beetles, causing a mass rout of nearly 10,000, with countless casualties, a display of sheer ferocity. Lu Qing had become a solitary hero, renowned among the mantis camp, with no mantis unaware of his prowess. Even if he were to grow 100 heads, it would not suffice to withstand a single strike from Lu Qing. How could they dare to bully him? The other mantises remained utterly silent, paralyzed with fear, lest the terrifying blade-like limbs descend upon them in the next moment. Just then, Qing Ka, responsible for arranging accommodations for Lu Qing, entered the greenhouse. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Qing Ka instantly panicked. Oh, great leader, how have you provoked this god of death? This god of death slaughters beetles as effortlessly as one would cut grass. To provoke him is simply. Qing Ka stepped forward, raising his blade-like limb, and struck down towards the head of the great leader, Hong Tian. You have been utterly reckless to provoke Lu Qing. Hong Tian, feeling wronged, was on the verge of tears. Who among my kin understands? I had just settled down when Lu Qing barged in and caught me off guard, not to mention being struck by Qing Ka. I truly do not know how I have incurred Lu Qing's ire. His thoughts were laden with grievance. Observing this, Qing Ka cautiously inquired, is there some misunderstanding? Lu Qing interjected with his blade-like limb. Misunderstanding? Occupying my territory. Is this not simply bullying a newcomer? And you dare claim it's a misunderstanding? You even feel wronged. With that, another blade-like limb rested menacingly against the opponent's neck. Hong Tian, am I bullying you? Is it not a matter of wishing for my own demise to bully you? Qing Ka's mind nearly malfunctioned. He understood now. Hong Tian had occupied Lu Qing's territory? Well, he was at a loss for words. Lu Qing shot him a glance, urging him to speak plainly and not to dither. Qing Ka whispered softly, actually, the place next door was arranged for you. A mistake. Lu Qing was not an unreasonable mantis. He retracted his blade-like limb and patted the still-dazed Hong Tian. Did you not hear, Qing Ka? You have mistaken your place. The adjacent area is where you belong. Qing Ka, you misheard. What I meant was. Lu Qing swatted him away with a blade-like limb, asserting, I have cleaved through the beetle camp. How could I mishear? He turned to the still-stunned Hong Tian and the other mantises, asking, am I mistaken? The two blade-like limbs swayed ominously up and down, causing the assembly of mantises to tremble in fear. It was evident that he had his eyes set on this place. Hong Tian was the first to react, acknowledging, indeed, we were in the wrong. We have occupied the wrong space. We shall leave at once. The group of mantises hurriedly departed. Only then did Lu Qing, satisfied, retract his blade-like limbs. Tio recognized one's error and amend it is a great virtue. Be more astute next time. He reclined on the soft grass. Ah, how comforting. Just outside, Hong Tian nearly stumbled. The soft grass had taken him a month of careful selection to assemble. The relentless days of high-intensity slaughter had left Lu Qing utterly exhausted. He slept soundly until the midday sun of the following day. Upon awakening, he felt revitalized, ready to cleave through 2 more camps. Nothing is more paramount than the pursuit of advancement. Lu Qing made his way directly to the mantis camp. Seeking out Hong Ying, General Hong Ying was still pondering how to report the situation at the border to the Queen. In the triangular region, beetles, mantises, and locusts stood in a delicate balance, with victories and defeats among them. Yet no significant progress had been made. However, this time, Lu Qing single-handedly slaughtered the most formidable beetle camp, and it was contemplating whether to seize the opportunity to expand its territory. Upon seeing Lu Qing enter, Hong Ying candidly stated, "I am prepared to commend you to the Queen. Lu Qing, indifferent to accolades or recognition, replied, "You may arrange those matters as you wish. I remain detached from fame and fortune. What do accolades and the Queen matter? You can judge my worth as you please. I merely seek a guide to avoid the ordeal of searching for the beetle camp for half a day as I did last time." Finding a guide is essential. It is known that there are relatively few mantises in the locust camp. There is an intelligence team aware of this, but they are already deployed on a mission. As for what I know myself, that poses a challenge. Hong Ying pondered for a moment, considering whether to delay. She knew that the intelligence team with the precise location was already on assignment, which she was also aware of. However, the camp was bustling with activity. "Bustling, my foot," Lu Qing interjected. "I have annihilated the beetle camp. Now, I am targeting the 2 locust camps. The equilibrium of the 3 factions has vanished." "What do you mean by being busy?" Hong Ying reflected on this. "You make a valid point. I suppose it would be best for you to serve as my guide. With your 8th-tier prowess, you can certainly alleviate my concerns. I am a dignified general. And what is the duty of a general if not to contend with beetles and locusts? Lead me, and I shall return a piece of territory to you. Should the Queen be pleased, you might find yourself promoted. But no buts. It is already afternoon. Time waits for no one. Can you display a bit of decisiveness?" While persuading, she forcibly pulled him along as fellow 8th-tier practitioners. Hong Ying's resistance paled in comparison to Lu Qing's presence in the locust camp. 30,000 locusts congregated. The so-called camp lacked any facilities. Within a 10-mile radius, not a blade of grass grew. It was all barren land. Hong Ying pointed with her blade feet. "There it is ahead. What are your plans? Do you have a strategy?" Lu Qing's twin blades sprang open with a swift motion. "I have a plan, and that plan is to slice straight through." Chapter 61. "I asked you to hold them off, and you were eliminated?" "Hong Ying, what sort of plan is this?" "The locusts triumph through sheer numbers. A camp of this size must have at least 30,000. Adding the 2 of us to the mix, rushing out recklessly could easily lead to being overwhelmed. And this race has never known fear. I recall that your talent allows you to conceal your form. Why not?" She turned her head to see Lu Qing charging toward the locusts, brandishing his great blade. "I haven't even finished outlining the plan." Lu Qing, however, was determined to charge as for his talent for concealment. It was intended for assassination. With his strength now capable of cleaving through 9th-tier foes, there was no need to activate any special talents. As he surged forward, his twin blades operated like a reaper, obliterating a squad of locusts in an instant. Locusts below the 5th tier posed no challenge to him, so he deliberately sought out areas with higher-tier foes. The locusts, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the massive mantis, soon began a reckless and fearless assault. Yet, Lu Qing's great blades were terrifying, and swathes of locusts fell before him. 5-meter-long locusts with azure wings raced toward the battlefield. Long-standing adversaries. Hong Ying immediately recognized that these 3 were indeed the generals of the locust horde. 3 8th-tier locusts had arrived simultaneously. It was inconceivable that one could face 3 at once. Hong Ying hastily quickened her pace to catch up with Lu Qing. 3 8th-tier locust generals have come. They are quite formidable. I will need some time to deal with one. Can you hold off too? Seeing that Lu Qing did not respond, she assumed he was struggling. Although it was indeed a challenging situation, there was no alternative. "You hold off too, and I will swiftly take care of one." With the arrival of the 3 locust generals, the swarming locusts instinctively cleared an area. Hong Ying reaffirmed, "Just as I said, you must hold off too. Otherwise, we will have no chance of turning the tide." Without waiting for Lu Qing's reply, she charged at one of them. The 3 locust generals were quite incensed. How dare a mantis invade their territory, and with only 2 of them at that? They resolved to eliminate her and feast upon her. The 3 locusts propelled themselves forward with tremendous force, akin to cannonballs. Having anticipated their movement, Hong Ying successfully intercepted one of them. The sky-darkening locusts felt no pain, were oblivious to fatigue, and while Hong Ying was confident she could handle one, it would require considerable time. "Lu Qing, you must hold on. Once I deal with this one, we can turn the tide." As Hong Ying evaded the locust attack, she couldn't shake her worry about Lu Qing's situation and glanced back. However, that single glance rendered her momentarily frozen in disbelief. Her plan was for Lu Qing to hold off 2 locusts while she swiftly dealt with one. Yet she indeed witnessed Lu Qing holding off 2 locusts. With his blade-like appendage inverted, he extracted the energy core from the 8th-tier locust general and discarded the headless carcass. "I asked you to hold off those 2, and you annihilated one instead?" "You truly did." From the moment she intercepted one to the instant she turned back, only a few heartbeats had passed. In that brief interval, Lu Qing had already decapitated it and removed its energy core. After completing this feat, Lu Qing's form suddenly became elusive, and in the next moment, he was directly before the last locust. With a swift strike, the locust's head flew off. The speed of it, even Hong Ying, as an observer, failed to register what had transpired. Indeed, he possessed the capability to slay insects of the same tier. Against the relatively weak defenses of the locusts, it was an effortlessly simple task. Lu Qing, feeling somewhat apologetic, remarked, "My apologies for taking that locust mainly because I was afraid it would escape. This was a source of experience points. If it had fled, retrieving it would be a laborious endeavor." Finally, Hong Ying came to her senses. She realized Lu Qing was likely quite powerful, but she had never anticipated he was this strong. The 3 8th-tier locust generals had been dispatched without even a chance to struggle. His formidable jumping ability and incredible speed rendered the locusts utterly ineffective before him. Their lack of fear of pain, fatigue, or death offered no advantage against Lu Qing. He was astonishingly powerful, exceedingly strong, beyond what she had imagined. Were it not for his physical limitations, she might have doubted he was an 8th-tier mantis. Such a vast disparity existed even among those of the same tier. Lu Qing skillfully extracted the energy core, effortlessly dispatching dozens of encroaching locusts. Even in the absence of the general, these locusts charged forward fearlessly. The crucial point was that many of them were of lower rank. Lu Qing, unperturbed by their experience, welcomed them all without hesitation. With a flourish of his dual blades, he struck them down with lethal precision. After severing several low-ranking locusts, Hong Ying gazed around, only to find the sky and ground teeming with swarms of locusts. The relentless onslaught of these creatures was overwhelming. It would be prudent to summon a larger force for their extermination. As Lu Qing swung his blades, another dozen locusts met their demise. Indeed, it was better this way. Sparing you from being a hindrance here. Hong Ying, had it been earlier, it would have retorted. Yet, judging from Lu Qing's recent performance, he spoke the truth. Spreading her wings, Hong Ying ascended and swiftly departed from the battlefield, heading back towards the main camp. This tireless combat machine, with each swing of his blade, could annihilate dozens of locusts. The experience points from the 6th and 7th ranks fueled Lu Qing's endurance. Soon, the ground was littered with the carcasses of locusts. Hong Ying flew urgently, by the time she returned to the camp, evening had fallen. There was no time to rest. She immediately convened the main force. A throng of mantis warriors was summoned. "General, it's already night. Why have you gathered us?" Hong Ying succinctly explained. "A night raid on the locust camp point." One of the commanders appeared somewhat taken aback. "A night raid? Is that even feasible?" Another commander interjected. "Isn't it still a raid if we strike during the day?" However, with the locusts vastly outnumbering them, nearly 3 to 4 times their strength, would they truly gain an advantage by engaging? Uncertain, but following the general's orders is never a mistake. "What about the lone hero, Lu Qing?" As the assembly concluded, Hong Ying announced, "Lu Qing has already launched a surprise attack on the locust camp. We must hasten to provide support." The lone hero had already ventured forth. With a decisive sweep of her blade, Hong Ying commanded the march. As the mantis army advanced, several commanders convened to discuss the situation. The general had mentioned that Lu Qing had proceeded to the locust camp. Given the locust's vast numbers, fearlessness, and relentless nature, do you think Lu Qing has become ensnared, prompting us to assist him? It is quite possible. Although formidable, Lu Qing possesses only the strength of an 8th rank, making it plausible for him to be overwhelmed by the locusts. Who would have thought that we would have a day to rescue a lone hero? Ha ha ha. Spirits lifted considerably. Silence. Ahead lies the locust camp. Chapter 62. The mantis army entered the territory of the locusts. What met their eyes was a gruesome sight of countless locust carcasses strewn across the ground. The sheer density was terrifying. Tens of thousands of locusts, not a single living one in sight. The commanders were bewildered. Wasn't the plan to provide support? With not a single one left alive, what was there to support? Is this what the general meant by assistance? All had perished, most likely cleaved in twain. This was a staggering number of locusts. Wasn't it said that locusts moved swiftly and had explosive power? How could they all meet such a grim fate? First, it was the beetle camp, now the locust camp. Could it be that Lu Qing is akin to a mantis? Truly formidable. Let us observe the arrangements made by the general. Indeed, what of General Hong Ying? Upon witnessing the sea of locust corpses strewn about, Hong Ying was taken aback. "I have led a great army to your aid, only to find that you have already decimated them all? Tens of thousands. Even if these locusts were to stand still for this general to strike, they could exhaust him to death." Yet, Lu Qing accomplished this monumental feat single-handedly in such a short span of time. Consequently, the accompanying army of mantises has become utterly superfluous, or perhaps not entirely. They can still help in the cleanup. Some of the resilient locusts, severed in two yet not quite dead, are swiftly dispatched by these mantises. They will then take the plump remains back to prepare dried meat. Meanwhile, Qingka whispered a query, "General, is this what you refer to as support?" Hong Ying cast a glance at it, deeming the question unnecessary. "Are you implying that our support is redundant?" "No, I mean your words are unnecessary. Go, assist in the battlefield cleanup." The mantises commenced their organization. Hong Ying began to search for Lu Qing's figure. Logically, with this encampment devoid of life, Lu Qing should be here. Yet, he remains elusive. Could it be? There are two major camps of locusts. Upon arrival, he had already informed Lu Qing of the location of the other camp. Now that this camp has been cleared, then, Hong Ying felt a surge of determination. She promptly led her elite team towards the next locust camp. Indeed. From a distance, Hong Ying and her cohort of mantises beheld the locust army, a dark cloud obscuring the sky, encircling a particular location. Through the dense swarm, a crimson figure was seen darting left and right, cleaving through the air. With each flicker of the red silhouette, clusters of locusts were cleaved in twain. That figure was none other than Lu Qing. The ferocious and swift locust posed no challenge before him. His dual blades swept through them as if they were mere weeds. Despite Lu Qing's formidable prowess, these locusts remained oblivious to the concept of fear, charging forth without a hint of trepidation. The mantises accompanying Hong Ying were instantly invigorated. By heavens, after toiling throughout the night, we finally glimpsed some living locusts. "General, give the command." "My data him, little blades are eager for action." "Indeed, give the order to charge. If you delay, our efforts will be in vain, and we may not even have the chance to strike." With Lu Qing's astonishing harvesting speed, they genuinely feared missing the opportunity to relish in combat. Hong Ying wasted no time, raising her blade with decisive authority. "Attack!" A throng of mantises lunged forward, claws bared. They observed Lu Qing's slaughter as if he were mowing grass. But upon engaging, they realized the reality was far from simple. The locust hind legs retained formidable strength, their speed remained swift, unyielding to pain, and unacquainted with fatigue. Proving to be as troublesome as ever, it was only due to the initial surprise assault that they had gained an advantage, compounded by Lu Qing's prior decimation of numerous elites. Were they to confront the locusts head-on, these mantises would likely be overwhelmed. Nevertheless, they represented a force in their own right. This, in turn, curtailed Lu Qing's time spent slaughtering lower-tier locusts. Once the pressure abated, he surveyed the battlefield and noted that only a few scattered locusts remained engaged in combat with the mantis army. He withdrew his blades and glanced at the approaching Hong Ying. Just as she was about to communicate, Lu Qing interrupted her. "Our relationship is amicable, yet we must keep our accounts clear. I single-handedly conquered this camp, and your assistance was rather limited. I shall not compete with you over the energy cores of rank 5. But all cores of rank 5 and above shall rightfully belong to me. Friendship is one thing, but I shall not grant you even a modicum of experience points." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying was rendered speechless. A solitary mantis could not consume a single energy core of the same rank in months. "Do you presume that everyone is like you, treating energy cores as mere snacks? Ordinary mantises expend very little energy, and our warehouse currently holds a substantial stock of energy cores, sufficient for our army's use for 50 years. How could we possibly contend with you over them?" "What?" Lu Qing's eyes suddenly glimmered with excitement. "A vast quantity of energy cores in the warehouse? Indeed." Hong Ying sensed something amiss, exclaiming, "But that is military supplies." Understanding dawned upon Lu Qing, who nodded earnestly. "I comprehend. Let us discuss this later. For now, I must gather energy cores." After saying this, he deftly returned to the battlefield, skillfully extracting the energy core from a rank 6 locust and tossing it into his mouth. Once his task was complete, dawn broke on the horizon. Lu Qing glanced at his experience bar, 6,547 8,000. With just 1,500 more experience points needed, vanquishing one more large camp would suffice. However, considering the borders of the 3 territories, the camps of the other 2 clans had already been eradicated. The next target would have to be the mantis camp. Furthermore, Hong Ying mentioned a significant stockpile of energy cores. Lu Qing observed Hong Ying, who was commanding the mantis army, and she seemed to sense his gaze. Shivering slightly, "Why do I feel a bit cold?" Lu Qing was not in a hurry. Upon returning to the mantis camp, he rested for a day, and once rejuvenated, he sought out Hong Ying at this moment. She appeared quite relaxed in the territory where the 3 clans intersect. The camps of the other 2 clans had been completely annihilated, and the initiative was entirely in their hands. Whether to occupy or to gradually consume would depend on the queen's disposition. All of this was thanks to Dado, General Hong Ying. "You seem quite at ease," Lu Qing remarked as he squatted down on the grass. Upon seeing Lu Qing, Hong Ying offered him a piece of freshly sun-dried locust leg meat. "Come, try this. It's just been dried and tastes absolutely exquisite." Lu Qing showed little interest in such fare, pushing it away with a knife. I am rather discerning. I do not partake in such ordinary food. Is this truly ordinary? Hong Ying questioned, puzzled. Which mantis could possibly refuse a morsel of meat? Then it dawned on her. Ah, right. You prefer energy cores. See, you've hit the nail on the head. Lu Qing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. You are exceedingly clever, General. Being praised by a lone hero filled her with pride. One must understand that within the mantis camp, Lu Qing was regarded as a near-mythical figure. To receive commendation from him made her feel quite elated. Ha ha ha, not too shabby, not too shabby. Lu Qing patted his stomach, realizing that after a day of rest, he was indeed a bit hungry. Alas, I still have no desire for ordinary food. Then let us eat energy cores. Our campus warehouse is well stocked. Now you're talking. Clever. Lu Qing nodded again. Yes, yes, yes. Chapter 63. Freebies bring me joy. Lu Qing nodded and then inquired, there are no restrictions, I presume? Hong Ying pondered for a moment, acknowledging that there were restrictions for other mantises, requiring military achievements for exchanges. However, you, as our camp's god of slaughter, have single-handedly eradicated the camps of the beetles and locusts, accumulating an unquantifiable amount of battle merit, thus rendering any restrictions irrelevant. Isn't that splendid? Lu Qing's two blade-like limbs rubbed together, and he added, I feel quite embarrassed about this. Hong Ying immediately waved her blade limbs dismissively, asserting that it was of no concern. Especially considering the abundance of energy cores, there was no way one could consume them all. The insect tribe's expressions have always been remarkably straightforward. Over the years, the camp's warehouse had amassed tens of thousands of energy cores, stacked high in LOW. Lu Qing had vanquished 3 camps, and the most he could have consumed at one time would be the 2 camps of locusts from the day before, totaling perhaps 300 to 400 cores when combining ranks 6 to 8. Where else could he possibly consume more? 1,000 would be the limit. The mantis tribe's warehouse was not lacking in that regard. While Hong Ying assumed that Lu Qing could not consume much, she was unaware that his consumption held deeper significance. Lu Qing was in high spirits. What a delightful opportunity to benefit without cost. Let us act swiftly, General Hong Ying. Without hesitation, Hong Ying seized a locust leg and set off towards the warehouse alongside Lu Qing. On their way, Lu Qing posed a question. Why did we not encounter warehouses at the camps of the sky-obscuring locusts and the fighting saint beetles? Hong Ying explained that it was simply due to their lack of storage habits. For instance, the sky-obscuring locusts consume anything and everything, never discerning between grass and meat, and their digestion rate of energy cores surpasses ours significantly, with much energy expelled before absorption, thereby negating any necessity for storage. As she spoke with increasing enthusiasm, she noted that among the insect tribes, our mantis tribe's blade limbs afforded us immense convenience. The blade limbs enable us to accomplish various tasks, such as constructing shelters. Our blade limbs are indeed unparalleled among the insect tribes. They can deftly slice through meat and extract energy cores intact, combined with our slower absorption rate, allowing us to store them effectively. Mantis, a magnificent race, having never encountered the world outside, Lu Qing refrained from saying much, merely nodding in agreement with his triangular head. Hong Ying gestured towards a nearby grass hut, indicating their destination. The vast grass hut appeared rather rudimentary. However, the location was quite favorable, open and elevated, impervious to flooding and conducive to ventilation. As the warehouse was a place of considerable importance, a dedicated patrol team was assigned to oversee it, along with several record officers. The mantises lacked written language. Thus, the recording of military achievements relied solely on Hong Ying's seals. The so-called seal involved using a broad grass resembling bamboo to create markings with the serrated edges of their blade limbs. Each mantis left distinct impressions, making this a unique method of record-keeping. Leading Lu Qing into the warehouse, Hong Ying greeted the record officers, who, upon realizing Lu Qing's intent to consume energy cores, did not display surprise. Upon entering, they were met with heaps of energy cores, meticulously categorized. The first, second, and third ranks had formed mountains, while the fourth and fifth ranks were somewhat fewer. 2 substantial piles of 6th rank cores were present, but 7th rank cores were exceedingly scarce, numbering perhaps only in the tens. As for the 8th ranked, where were the 8th rank cores? Lu Qing was in a state of urgency. An 8th tier energy core is worth several hundred experience points. Hong Ying, in a tone of helplessness, remarked, an 8th tier general. With years of campaigns and battles, who would dare to charge into the heart of the enemy camp like you? Moreover, regardless of the faction, 8th tier generals are not so easily defeated. Since the day I was born, I've heard that the number of 8th tier generals who have been eliminated is few and far between. Lu Qing pondered for a moment and conceded, that's true. While the insect races engage in relentless combat, decisive battles are rare, especially in a tri-faction conflict where such confrontations seldom occur. It's a pity not to have an 8th tier energy core, but it is not of great consequence. After all, to reap without sowing, one must accept some imperfections. After absorbing Hong Ying's words, Lu Qing noticed a particular detail in her expression. Wait a moment, are you suggesting that there are 8th tier energy cores in other regions? Indeed, the Queen's treasury contains them, though I cannot speak to their quantity. Excellent. The Queen. Lu Qing felt an overwhelming eagerness to meet her. Very well, once I procure the energy cores from the storeroom, you shall escort me to meet the Queen. I had already intended to do so. Lu Qing then focused his attention on the 7th tier energy cores before him. There were dozens of them, each offering a considerable amount of experience points. He was determined to accumulate experience. He deftly scooped one up and tossed it into his mouth. The energy core was instantly absorbed and stored by the system. Gained 45 flesh points. With uninterrupted motion, in a matter of moments, he transformed all 32 7th tier energy cores into experience. His experience meter surged dramatically. Indeed, reaping without effort brings me joy. Elated, Lu Qing began to process the 6th tier energy cores. With a 2-tier deficit, the experience yielded was merely in single digits. Gained 2 flesh points. Though the yield was modest, the sheer quantity was impressive. This substantial pile must surely amount to several thousand. A few thousand energy cores equate to over 10,000 experience points, a sure path to leveling up, and he could even save nearly 10,000 experience points. Given his previous experience with advancement, Lu Qing surmised that ascending to a higher form from the next tier would require between 30 to 50,000 experience points. This meant he needed to save. There was no alternative. The 8th and 9th tier elite insect races on the insect cryplanes were scarce, and if he were to leap directly to the 9th tier, he might not even have enough from slaughtering the mantis clan to level up. Reaping without effort is both tedious and delightful. Lu Qing relished this monotony. 1 energy core after another was tossed into his mouth, and he was thoroughly engrossed in the activity. However, Hong Ying, who had been watching, was not feeling the same joy. Based on her estimates, 1,000 energy cores should be Lu Qing's limit. How could he still be consuming more? He must have already devoured several hundred by now. Not only did he show no signs of stopping, but his pace also quickened, as if he were insatiable. Hong Ying felt her own energy cores were suffering. Brother, these are the culmination of decades of accumulation in our camp. It pained her greatly, yet she did not intervene. In comparison to these energy cores, Lu Qing's achievements were, damn it, this was no solace. Fearing that if she continued to observe, she might truly bleed from the heart, she turned away, leaving behind a parting remark, I shall wait outside for you. You indulge to your heart's content. Upon hearing this, Lu Qing responded, Ah, how considerate. You are truly looking out for me. I shall not disappoint the general's good intentions and will indulge wholeheartedly. Reading. No, can't you hear the gritted teeth in my voice? She leaned against the grass wall and stepped out, all the while reassuring herself he is quite all right. 2,000 is undoubtedly his limit. Having consumed 2,000, we still possess ample reserves. Do not panic. Chapter 64. I implore you, hurry and depart. Hong Ying leaned against the wall as she exited the warehouse, patiently waiting at the doorway. However, the record officials curiously approached. General, what is the matter? Lu Qing is consuming energy cores, and I find it somewhat unbearable to witness, hence I stepped outside for some fresh air. Unbearable to witness? What do you mean? Do energy cores prick the mouth? General, what is there to feel sorry about? Well? Hong Ying hesitated for a moment before waving her blade-like appendage. He is eating far too rapidly. Eating rapidly? Lu Qing is exceptionally unique. He can devour an energy core in a single bite, and the entirety of the mantis camp is well aware of this. But how much can he possibly consume? The record officials remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still lightly persuading Hong Ying. Our camp has a history spanning several decades, accumulating quite a lot. A mere handful of energy cores is nothing, General. Do not be so stingy. Stingy? Hong Ying nearly choked in exasperation. The mantis tribe is notoriously straightforward in their communication, and though she was infuriated, she could not lay blame. Stingy? I allowed him to indulge freely, and yet I am the one being called stingy. You simply have not witnessed his eating style. Forget it, you will understand soon enough. The several record officials appeared unconcerned. And no matter how much he can eat, can he truly clean out the warehouse? Hong Ying, weary of further discussion, turned away and ceased to engage with them. Time passed slowly. Lu Qing's actions never ceased. Thousands of energy cores were still sufficient for him to patiently consume for a considerable duration. At last, Lu Qing's blade-like appendage found itself empty. Turning his gaze, he saw the ground completely devoid of remnants. He had devoured everything. His experience gauge was already full, rendering further consumption unnecessary. What remained were energy cores below the 5th tier, incapable of providing experience. Thus, the frugal Lu Qing chose to cease his indulgence. After standing upright, He retracted his blade-like appendage. Splendid. He then swayed his body as he exited the warehouse. Outside, Hong Ying grew tense upon seeing Lu Qing emerge. He has come out, indeed. The record official promptly inquired, how much did you consume? Not much, less than 30%. The record official nodded its triangular head, assuming he referred to 30% of the 6th-tier energy cores. Indeed, 30% is not much. Make a note of it. After uttering a couple of phrases, the record official leaned toward the warehouse once more. The lower tier area was stacked high. The 4th and 5th tiers remained unchanged. 6th tier, 7th tier, where are the items? The record official shook its head and looked again. There were simply no 6th or 7th tier energy cores. The 7th tier was scarce, yet top-tier quality. Everyone coveted it when the opportunity arose, which was understandable. However, the 6th tier .2 towering heaps, numbering in the thousands, piled together, they could surpass the size of an 8th tier mantis by twofold. Lord Lu, you must be referring to 30% of the total, correct? Lu Qing, what else could it be? He glanced at Hong Ying. General, there is nothing to be concerned about here. Let us depart. Depart? Hong Ying requires support. The accumulation of the mantis camp over decades, and you completed it in merely 1 hour? I, as a general, shall now have to consume 5th-tier cores to enhance my strength. We must prioritize the matter at hand. General Hong Ying, keep up. Lu Qing turned back. Hong Ying. Very well, this general possesses a considerable capacity for tolerance. Yet why do I harbor such a desire to slay you? Upon reflection, damn it, I wouldn't dare. Here she comes. Hong Ying's steps appear somewhat unsteady. Several recording officials are trembling as they lean against the grass wall. It's over. There will be no provisions for the high-ranking commanders above the 6th rank. No need to panic. Recently, we have amassed a plethora of beetles and locust corpses. Although the remains of higher ranks are less effective, they can still suffice. But alas, those valuable resources have already been distributed among the commanders. Who could possibly claim them? Certainly not I, but Hong Ying, the general. Lu Qing languidly squats on the grass. Indeed, grinding experience is exhilarating. Once the thrill subsides, one yearns for another round. It feels as though grinding 7 times in a single night is hardly excessive. There is no experience left to acquire in this border region. It is time to contemplate a change of employment. The reserves of General Hong Ying are indeed vast, allowing me to grind for such an extended period. Hong Ying appears disheartened. As long as you are content? Lu Qing shifts slightly. Is there anywhere else to procure energy cores of the 6th rank or above? Are you returning for more? Damn it, have you become addicted? Brother, the warehouse has been entirely depleted by you. What remains are merely those corpses. If you desire them, a mere command would prompt the commanders to present them to you. As for anything else, both tribal camps have been annihilated. What else could possibly remain? That makes sense. The corpses, however, are of little use. Consuming them yields negligible benefit. The remains of the 8th rank provide but a few experience points, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the vast gap of tens of thousands of experience points. Swift grinding is Lu Qing's objective. Very well then, Lu Qing sighed. Such a splendid place I have grown accustomed to, and now it is all gone. Alas, it is time to seek the queen. Hong Ying's eyes brightened. Hurry and find her. This killing deity, our humble camp can no longer sustain. With a heart full of eager anticipation, her transmission trembled slightly. Is that so? When shall we depart? I shall have the mantis escort you. No, I will personally accompany you to meet the queen, Lu Qing chuckled. How considerate, I almost feel reluctant to part with you. No, please don't. Let us go. Let us set off immediately. Yet, Lu Qing suddenly lost his urgency. A couple of days' rest. Furthermore, how could a dignified general abandon the camp without permission? No more rest. The queen possesses countless treasures. Energy cores are but one of them. There are many items even more valuable. If you delay, unforeseen circumstances may arise, and that would be a tremendous loss. The matters here are few, and I also need to personally report our achievements to the queen. Leaving for 10 days or half a month poses no problem. That makes sense. Shall we depart then? Yes, Hong Ying decisively affirmed. The insect chorus filled the vast grassland. The territory controlled by the mantis is also quite extensive, stretching from the southwest to the northeast. Lu Qing and Hong Ying flew for 2 days. Just before noon on the 3rd day, they finally arrived. Hong Ying's spirit lifted. Just beyond this small river lies the destination, the queen's capital, resplendent and bustling. You best be prepared. Resplendent and bustling? Lu Qing's interest was piqued even further. He was eager to witness how the civilization of the mantis tribe had developed. As they hovered above the small river, Hong Ying gestured towards it with her blade-like foot. Though the river was not wide, it harbored ferocious long-finned fish, known for their fierce nature. Approaching within 10 meters above the surface could invite an attack. So one must exercise caution. Fish lack energy cores and must consume flesh and blood to gain energy and experience. The method of consumption is inconsequential. What matters is that these fish can indeed provide experience. What is the strength of these longfin fish? They are above the 6th rank, with instances of 9th rank longfin fish having been recorded. Their methods of attack are both stealthy and swift, making them difficult to anticipate. We are unable to enter the water, leaving us in a passive position. Even I find it exceedingly challenging to capture a 6th rank longfin fish, and against higher ranks. We can only expect to be on the receiving end of their assaults. Lu Qing let out a sound of acknowledgement. If there truly was no place to gain experience, this river could serve as an option. He secretly took note of this. Chapter 65. The Mantis Queen. After crossing the small river and traveling several dozen miles, Lu Qing finally beheld the magnificent mantis city described by Hong Ying. The thatched huts were indeed present, appearing somewhat more exquisite than the camp. However, this was only true for a select few, as these huts fell short of even the standard of a corn stalk shelter constructed by a 5-year-old child. The ground had been repaired, with the traces of such work glaringly evident, resulting in a somewhat level appearance. There were walls as well, composed of relatively hard timber, sharpened to a point and thrust into the earth, seemingly providing some defensive capability, though they could hardly withstand any insectoid assault. Essentially useless, a classic case of superficiality. This was the capital that Hong Ying took such pride in, boasting to the heavens, and yet this was the result. Of course, as mantises, achieving this was no small feat. At the very least, they had grasped the concept of a city. Hong Ying drew closer, her voice resonating with pride. How about it? Majestic, isn't it? Well, it's acceptable. Lu Qing endeavored to select his words carefully. However, Hong Ying was displeased. Have you ever seen anything of note? How grand, how spectacular, and you have reduced it to merely acceptable? I have indeed seen many things. This matter was not one for debate, as Lu Qing was not present to engage in arguments. Yes, it is grand and spectacular. It nearly blinded me. Satisfied, Hong Ying replied. That's more like it. Now, let us descend. The capital has its regulations, and flying above is prohibited. Upon landing, several mantis soldiers approached them. Upon recognizing Hong Ying, they greeted her enthusiastically. Ah, General Hong Ying, you have been away for some time. Who is this? How unfamiliar. Hiss, their stature suggests they are of the 8th rank. Your camp has welcomed a new 8th rank. Congratulations. Hong Ying expressed her pride. Indeed, my camp has recently promoted an 8th rank. I am on my way to discuss this with the Queen. In the Insect Song Prairie, the 8th rank undoubtedly represented a formidable faction. The Mantis clan had only a handful of 8th rank members, and each promotion signified a significant enhancement in the overall strength of the clan. This was indeed a momentous occasion. The Mantis soldiers regarded Lu Qing with eyes full of respect. However, Lu Qing paid little heed to this, choosing instead to survey the entirety of the capital. The scale of the city was immense, populated with various mantises, including some small mantises of lower rank. As they passed an open area, they observed hundreds of small mantises undergoing combat training. Learning to fight was akin to attending school. It was a mandatory course for the mantis kind. Lu Qing glanced a few times, and Hong Ying began to explain. The young mantis is inherently of only a low-tier 3rd rank, requiring nurturing during its growth period to become a secondary-tier warrior. Being born as a low-tier 3rd rank is already quite commendable. Wild mantises, upon maturity, only reach the 1st rank. The most complex and largest thatched house in the entire capital is the Queen's Palace. General Hong Ying has entered to report, while Lu Qing waits outside. Not far away stands a squad of internal guards, all possessing strength around the 6th rank. With nothing to occupy his time, Lu Qing approached them. Gentlemen, hard at work, I see. Lu Qing, being an 8th rank, was a third larger in stature than they were, and his dual blades were exceptionally imposing, instilling a strong sense of intimidation. The internal guards all nodded and bowed. Indeed, how shall we address you? An 8th rank, possibly a general about to establish a camp, engaging in conversation could only be beneficial. Lu Qing, a mere soldier from General Hong Ying's camp. The guards glanced at the enormous blades. You are but a soldier? Does it not seem so? They certainly did not believe it. How could an 8th rank be merely a soldier? Certainly not. An 8th rank, among our mantis tribe, no, throughout the entire insect whistle prairie, only the pinnacle of combatants can establish a camp. How could one possibly be merely a soldier? Although he had vanquished 3 camps, achieving unparalleled military merit, strictly speaking, he remained but a soldier. Hong Ying had long wished to promote him, yet he had never acquiesced. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Qing gestured toward the palace. Such opulence in the Queen's palace. It must surely house many treasures. Indeed. Our mantis tribe is exceptionally prosperous and powerful, undoubtedly possessing numerous treasures. Lu Qing felt a surge of delight within. Pray, elaborate. Certainly. The mantis bore no ulterior motives. Whatever Lu Qing asked, it answered candidly. The queen's physique was a full circle larger than Hong Ying's. She had already reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank, nearing the 9th. Should she break through to the 9th rank, she would be the first queen in 3 generations to achieve such a feat. In terms of appearance, her wings were a striking pink, a stark contrast to many other mantises. This hue, among the mantis tribe, is referred to as Queen Pink. She squatted upon a light red grass mat, exuding a certain regal authority reminiscent of a queen. Hong Ying, why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to seek an opportunity to launch an assault on the St. Beetle camp? Years prior, there had been signs of the 9 domains sacred lands awakening, which was precisely why the conflicts and rivalries among the 9 insect tribes had intensified. Approximately half a year ago, the Beetle King intruded upon the territory of the mantis tribe. Upon being discovered, a fierce battle ensued. Faced with the beetle's formidable defenses, the mantis tribe found themselves at a disadvantage, suffering significant losses. The already deep-seated animosities between the 2 tribes escalated into bitter enmity. For this reason, the queen had sent word to the distant Hong Ying, instructing her to seize the opportunity to retaliate against the beetle camp. Though the command had been issued, the queen was aware that it was nearly impossible. Her intent was merely to increase the pressure on the distant front, thereby restraining the competition for the 9 domains sacred land. Little did she expect that merely a few months later, General Hong Ying would return. Hong Ying replied, "Your Majesty, regarding the assault, the beetle camp has been annihilated, and even the 2 locust camps have been destroyed. What am I to assault now?" After organizing her thoughts, Hong Ying slowly conveyed, "Well, the beetle camp has indeed been eradicated. Nay, it should be said, completely obliterated." The queen abruptly sat up on the grass mat. It was only then that Hong Ying noticed a large scar on the queen's abdomen. "What did you say?" The queen clearly did not believe it. The strength of the border camps was almost evenly matched. Otherwise, there would not have been such stability over the years. Moreover, the beetles were a high defense species, effectively countering the high attack of the mantises. To breach the beetle camp, one would need an overwhelming numerical advantage and be willing to pay a hefty price. Hong Ying's camp was merely adequate. The queen did not believe it had the capability to annihilate the beetle camp. Thus, she inquired again with evident skepticism. Hong Ying remained composed. "I say, the beetle camp has already been eradicated. Aside from a few low-ranking escapees, the majority are dead or wounded." This time, her message was exceedingly clear. Hong Ying had no reason to deceive herself. Moreover, such matters could be clarified by simply sending a mantis on a quick reconnaissance. The queen sat back down, striving to calm her emotions. "Then tell me, how did you dismantle the beetle camp?" Hong Ying replied, "It was quite simple. One mantis handled it." Chapter 66. Is it him? The queen was momentarily taken aback. To resolve it with just one mantis? If it were truly that easy, there wouldn't be ongoing conflicts among the 9 clans. That jest is far from amusing. "What jest?" "If you don't believe me," Hong Ying asserted solemnly, "this is no trivial matter for the mantis clan." The queen rose once more, gracefully gliding to stand before Hong Ying. "Your camp, the strongest, should be your camp general. While your strength is commendable, it does not rank among the top in our 7 mantis camps. Don't think that even if you were given another camp, you could obliterate a beetle camp." This was the truth, and Hong Ying was aware of it. The crux lay in the emergence of a particularly formidable mantis from her camp. The beetle's seemingly indestructible exoskeletons were akin to mere weeds before Lu Qing. "Previously, my camp was indeed the strongest, but that is no longer the case." Hong Ying continued, "My camp has recently acquired a .8th tier, an exceptionally powerful 8th tier, capable of single-handedly slaying all beetles above the 6th tier in the beetle camp." The queen grew increasingly astonished as she listened. An exceptionally powerful 8th tier? A single mantis could take on the entire beetle camp and emerge victorious? That is utterly impossible. Even a 9th tier mantis would find such a feat unattainable. The sheer number of beetles in just one camp is beyond the capacity of any single mantis unless it has evolved into a higher form. The legendary higher form makes this even more implausible. Yet, Hong Ying's demeanor did not suggest she was joking. "Are you certain?" "Of course. The heads of 2 8th tier beetles have already been prepared for display, and soon a mantis will deliver them to the capital. By the way, it wasn't just the beetle camp. The locust camp has also been eradicated." Hong Ying dropped another bombshell. This? The queen paused for a moment. "I recall there were 2 locust camps on your border." "Correct?" "Indeed. Both have been annihilated, and the heads of 6 8th tier locusts will soon be sent to the capital." "Was it also that mantis?" "Yes." The queen inhaled sharply. "All the enemies at the border have been vanquished? A single mantis? Could it be so absurd?" The more she pondered, the more improbable it seemed. Even an 8th-tier warrior could not possibly achieve such an outrageous feat. Yet, Hong Ying spoke with unwavering confidence. Just then, the royal guard reported, "Your Majesty, the spoils of war have arrived from the Hong Ying camp." Hong Ying immediately brightened at this news. She had not expected the 6th-tier leaders to exert themselves so vigorously, arriving only shortly after her. While her words were simple, the 6th-tier leaders who delivered the spoils were nearly exhausted. They had traversed day and night, pushing themselves to barely keep pace with Hong Ying and Lu Qing's journey. "The spoils have arrived." The queen was momentarily taken aback, then commanded, "Quickly, bring them forth." The guards dragged in 6 heads of locusts and one of a beetle. From the size of these heads, it was evident they indeed belonged to 8th-tier creatures. After a careful examination, the queen gazed at Hong Ying with astonishment. Could it be that what she claimed was true? Was there truly a single mantis that accomplished this seemingly impossible task? After a moment, the queen abruptly asked, "Where is he?" "He is waiting outside." "Quickly, let him end up by the way." "What is his name?" Lu Qing. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled. "Are you saying there is a 9th-tier energy core in the royal treasury?" "Indeed, that is a glorious symbol of our mantis clan. In a few years, I estimate we could possess 2 9th-tier energy cores. Oh? How so?" The royal guard promptly replied, "Our ancestor, alas, is quite aged and may not endure for long. Once he departs this world, our mantis clan will possess 2 cores, won't we?" The mantis clan does not adhere to a strict hierarchy. Their respect for the strong is a matter of internal reverence, and they speak as they please. Being an 8th-tier warrior, absorbing a 9th-tier energy core would indeed be a leap in rank. What kind of experience points would that yield? The mere thought of it was exhilarating. As Lu Qing contemplated how to procure a 9th-tier energy core, he heard Hong Ying's telepathic message, "Lu Qing, the queen requests your presence." Lu Qing quickly bid farewell to the guards and entered the queen's chamber. From a mantis's perspective, the queen was quite an impressive sight, especially with her pink wings, which exuded a delightful blend of charm and allure. However, Lu Qing, this outlier, lacked the aesthetic appreciation typical of his kind, and he was somewhat face-blind. His impression of the queen was limited to her beautiful wings. Both the queen and Lu Qing observed each other. At first glance, she noticed his 2 exceedingly exaggerated blade-like limbs. For a mantis, these limbs were not only weapons but also symbols of strength. And those red eyes, upon seeing them, the queen sensed an extraordinary talent in him. "Lu Qing?" "Yes." Lu Qing rubbed his blade limbs and asked, "Is it necessary to bow?" The queen was momentarily taken aback. What an unusually courteous mantis. She held an exceedingly favorable impression of Lu Qing, as he was the first among outsiders to inquire about etiquette. "No, we mantises only bow in the presence of superior beings." After the queen spoke, she paused for a few moments before gesturing with her blade limbs toward the spoils. "I just heard Hong Ying say, all of these were accomplished solely by you?" After posing the question, it fixed its gaze intently on Lu Qing. "Not quite." Lu Qing cast a glance at Hong Ying. "During the extermination of the locusts, Hong Ying attempted to assist me by restraining one. Although it proved somewhat futile, it still contributed a modicum of merit." The mantis would not blush. Otherwise, Hong Ying would surely be as red as a ripe apple now. Truly, he accomplished it all by himself. The queen could no longer remain seated. She rose and circled around Lu Qing. This stature undoubtedly indicated an 8th-tier being, but how could Lu Qing possess such formidable prowess? He single-handedly vanquished 3 large camps. Not to mention a single 8th-tier mantis, even 5 could not achieve such a feat, yet everything signaled that this exceptionally gifted mantis had indeed done so. How astonishing! I have already heard from Hong Ying that you are an outsider who has awakened your talents. We mantises have always treated everyone equally. You may develop freely within the insect-chirping prairie. Lu Qing, of course, felt reassured. "If you are willing, I can arrange for you to establish another large camp. Become a general by establishing a large camp." Lu Qing firmly declined. "No, I am too free-spirited and not suited to be a general. If the queen is willing, I would appreciate being assigned some high-risk tasks. I enjoy adventure, by the way. I have heard that the queen has a treasury. It would be best to have some rewards from the treasury when arranging tasks." This unexpected turn left the queen momentarily taken aback, nearly causing her to stumble. Chapter 67. I relish this aged and battle-worn demeanor. Of course, the queen paid it no mind. As a dignified queen, her treasury was undoubtedly ample. She replied nonchalantly, "Certainly, our mantis tribe is always accommodating. Any position you desire can be arranged. As for rewards, as long as you achieve merit, you may choose as you please." "Oh, Hong Ying, is there something wrong with your neck? Why are you swaying back and forth?" "Hong Ying, I am merely reminding you, my dear queen." Lu Qing's appearance, seemingly ordinary, was in fact a true bottomless pit. "My large camp's warehouse." Lu Qing stood right before her, so she naturally dared not say more. Well, I have been quite busy lately, overwhelmed with tasks. The queen nodded. Indeed, General Hong Ying is diligent. Lu Qing then inquired, Hong Ying, have you completed the matters you reported? The queen should have assigned you a new task for the large camp, right? Yes, it has been arranged. Then hurry along and get to work. Give the queen and me some space. Hong Ying felt a sense of helplessness. Aren't you just afraid I might let something slip? Fine. The matters here have already concluded. Rewards will be dispatched by a dedicated team, and there is truly no need for me to linger further. Thus, my queen, I shall take my leave. The queen had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing that Hong Ying was leaving, she casually waved her hand. Very well, let's reorganize the camp and prepare to join forces at the West River with the Lan Chi camp to pressure the St. Beetle. Hong Ying cast a deep glance at the queen, saying, My queen, may you be well. I am quite well indeed. Suddenly so polite, I find myself a bit unaccustomed. Hong Ying turned to Lu Qing, still formulating her words, but Lu Qing preempted her with a mental message. Hong Ying, we have indeed become acquainted as friends. Henceforth, should you encounter any challenging matters, do not hesitate to seek my assistance, for I am ever willing to go to great lengths for a friend. Of course, if fortune smiles upon you with valuable resources, do not forget about me. Hong Ying, what a splendid sentiment to offer one's unwavering support to a friend. Were it not for my vast storage being utterly barren, I might have believed it wholeheartedly. With a firm expression, Hong Ying turned and departed. Once she left, Lu Qing resumed discussing serious matters. Your Majesty, please inform me of the most perilous locations, for I am eager to achieve great deeds. Such eagerness? You could take a stroll around the capital to witness the splendor of our mantis city. What is there to behold? I have seen countless spectacles. I would not specifically venture to admire your capital. Prosperity signifies comfort, and I am not one to indulge in ease. Let us focus on the mission. I appreciate this disposition. Very well. The queen rose and declared, the most treacherous region for our mantis clan lies within the 9 Domains Sacred Ground. The 9 Domains Sacred Ground is the very heart of the entire insect chirping prairie. The territories of the 9 insect tribes extend from this sacred core. The 9 Domains Sacred Ground holds immense significance. While territories may be diminished, the sacred ground must not cede an inch. Within, the foremost powerhouses of each insect tribe engage in fierce competition. Lu Qing interjected, filled with anticipation, how formidable are they? Are there any at the 9th rank? To gain experience from defeating those of a higher rank, one must amass a 4-digit figure. With his current prowess, he could undoubtedly vanquish opponents of greater rank, and he yearned to encounter those at the 9th rank. Yet the queen shook her head. There are indeed 9th rank beings, but that they are either aged or severely weakened. Lu Qing's spirit soared. Ah, I relish those who are both aged and weakened, easy to slay. The experience they offer is invaluable. This sacred ground is a veritable dreamland for me. Just as Lu Qing was about to inquire further, a voice interrupted, Your Majesty, why have you summoned me? Turning to look, a mantis with antennae 3 meters long ambled in leisurely. This mantis was over 5 meters in length, appearing stiff in its movements, and with its elongated antennae, it clearly resembled a venerable elder. This must be the great ancestor, the only 9th rank mantis of the clan. Once again, the queen rose, great ancestor, indeed. The old mantis exuded an air of superiority. Even before the queen, it merely nodded its triangular head slightly, then resumed gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. Embodying the solitude of a master, is this an outsider? Quite impressive. To possess 8th rank strength, it took notice of Lu Qing, raising its head with haughty pride, and continued, in our mantis clan, we do not judge by strength but by contributions. Only those who contribute can be entrusted with greater responsibilities. What an ostentatious display. Having spent considerable time in this foreign realm, it was the first time Lu Qing encountered such an arrogant mantis, and an elder at that. Mimicking the other's posture, he raised his neck and head. Old one, what contributions have you made? So blunt. He noticed the mantis's antennae quivered violently for a moment. You little rascal. How dare you be so disrespectful? Are you seeking to test the sharpness of my blade-like limbs? The venerable ancestor raised his aged blade, adorned with white spots, and as it was thrust forward, not only did the motion appear sluggish, but it also emitted a series of sharp clicks. Such a familiar sound. Lu Qing did not hesitate. The over 5-meter-long sword swished open and was poised directly at the old one's neck. My blade is not without its advantages. The venerable ancestor shuddered, seemingly taken aback that Lu Qing would act so swiftly. With only a couple of years left to live, how could he dare to strike? Just moments ago, he had relied on his 9th-tier prowess to intimidate and test this outsider. Little did he expect that this was a ruthless mantis, ready to place the blade at his throat at the slightest provocation. Not to mention his advanced age, Even in his prime, facing such an exaggeratedly massive blade would have rendered him utterly speechless. Conceding inwardly, yet maintaining an outwardly proud demeanor, he appeared resolutely unyielding. The old one's bones remained quite sturdy. Very well, I shall oblige you. With a swift motion, the blade was brought down. The distinction between dying of old age and being slain is indeed vast. Terrified, the venerable ancestor transmitted a message: do not jest. It is not that my bones are resilient, but rather that my upper body is afflicted with an ailment of the elderly mantis, rendering me immobile. My queen, do say something. Surely you do not wish to witness my demise at his hands. The queen nearly burst into laughter at the sight. The old mantis, who typically relished in displaying superiority, found himself in a most pitiable situation today. Given Lu Qing's nearly monstrous strength, should he truly strike, there would be no opportunity for pleas for mercy. Aware that she could no longer spectate idly, the queen promptly conveyed, what the venerable ancestor says is true. The elderly mantis does suffer from such ailments, inhibiting significant movement of the upper body. His prideful demeanor and defiance are not intentional. Lu Qing nodded in understanding, slowly retracting his blade. So that is the case. Barely had the words left his lips when, before the venerable ancestor could exhale in relief, the blade was once again poised at his neck, yet he had just been ostentatious. I detest when other mantises flaunt their superiority. The queen stifled her laughter, choosing not to transmit any further. The venerable ancestor, now thoroughly cowed, pleaded, do not wield the blade, do not wield it. I shall cease the charade. Only then did Lu Qing withdraw his blade. This is how it should be. If you behave yourself, I shall also extend my respect to the elderly and the young. However, should you act with disrespect due to your age, I shall have no choice but to extract your energy core. Chapter 68. A Bountiful Harvest. The Queen's Inner Sanctum. So, it seems you have your sights set on my energy core. The venerable ancestor mused inwardly, though he dared not express it outwardly. Observing that the old mantis had calmed down, the Queen finally introduced, the venerable ancestor oversees the 9 domains sacred grounds, typically managing affairs pertaining to the sanctuaries. This is Lu Qing, an 8th tier, yet his strength is exceptionally formidable, far surpassing that of his peers. The venerable ancestor held his head high, thinking, strength is not something one finds in the aged mantis. However, sensing Lu Qing's unfriendly gaze, he hastily amended, over there must be the 8th tier beetle head and locust head. Correct? Those are the creatures Lu Qing hunted single-handedly. Oh? The venerable ancestor couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Qing once more. The locusts might be relatively easy to deal with, but the beetles present a severe challenge for mantises. Even at his prime, he struggled against 8th tier beetles. Yet, this seemingly diminutive 8th tier fellow demonstrates such prowess. Indeed, it appears he is exceptionally powerful. The Queen summoned me. Could it be that she intends to assign Lu Qing to the 9 domains sacred grounds? The Queen nodded, affirming, precisely. The competition within the 9 domains has grown increasingly fierce, and our elite warriors are gradually falling behind in terms of reinforcements. If this continues, it is likely that we will eventually be pushed out. With the emergence of a formidable mantis like Lu Qing, we can alleviate some of this pressure. The Holy Land is the very foundation of the insectoid tribes on the Bugle Grasslands. Should we be expelled from the Holy Land, the mantis will lose access to its unique resources and will inevitably descend into obscurity. The Grand Ancestor, stationed in the Holy Land, is well aware that the mantis tribe is at a disadvantage in this struggle. Though it may project an air of superiority as a 9th tier, when it comes to actual combat, it dares not claim it can contend even with an 8th tier opponent. The Queen bears wounds inflicted by the golden-armored beetle several months prior. Very well, then, Lu Qing shall accompany me to the Holy Land. At this moment, Lu Qing interjected, I am amenable to any destination. I am the blade of our mantis tribe, ready to strike wherever commanded. However, even the flesh-eating bugs require sustenance to be of value. As a towering figure of 4 meters and 5 centimeters, I cannot enter the battlefield on an empty stomach, can I? Quite reasonable. The Queen was not one to be stingy. We have ample supplies of 8th tier locust leg meat and other insectoid carnivorous delicacies. I shall take you there and allow you to feast to your heart's content. Lu Qing replied, do you truly believe I am hungry? I possess a natural disinterest in meat. I typically consume energy cores. Rest assured, my appetite is quite modest. He demonstrated by lightly tapping his blade-like feet to indicate the minimal amount he consumed. The Queen dismissed it casually. Energy cores, you say? We have plenty. That is no issue at all. Given your contributions, you deserve a reward. How about I grant you 1 8th tier energy core, along with 5 7th tier ones? Not sufficient. Lu Qing protested immediately. These offerings combined do not even amount to 4 digits in experience points. I am about to dedicate myself to your mantis tribe, and you attempt to placate me with such trifles? He waved his blade-like feet, exclaiming, "More, far too much. It is simply unmanageable. The Queen, your generosity is overwhelming. Such lavish rewards leave me quite astounded." In truth, Lu Qing's appetite was quite small. With such an abundance, it would be a waste. It would be better to allow me access to the inner treasury for a modest repast. Little did the Queen know that Lu Qing was nicknamed the bottomless pit. Her admiration for him grew. Look at this. He refuses the rewards, merely requesting to graze in the inner treasury. How great can a mantis's appetite be? An 8th-tier mantis, consuming merely 1/5-tier energy core in a day is already impressive. Truly, he is not greedy. Such noble character in a mantis is exceedingly rare. Since you insist, very well, you may roam the inner treasury at your leisure, feasting for 3 to 5 days without issue. And upon your exit, you may take an 8th-tier energy core with you, Lu Qing humbly responded. No need for that. As long as the Queen ensures my fill, that is sufficient. Seeing Lu Qing's exceptional nobility, the Queen felt it inappropriate to press further. "Do as you wish, but I advise you to refrain from touching the 9th-tier energy core. It is not out of stinginess. Rather, I fear you may be unable to absorb the energy of the 9th tier. Contact with such energy by an 8th tier could prove perilous," Lu Qing mused inwardly. "That poses a danger for you, not for me. I can absorb it just the same." Yet he expressed, "Your concern for my well-being is truly touching. Queen, rest assured, I shall never place myself in jeopardy." Neither lies were told, nor was there any denial of consuming the 9-tiered energy core. Perfection? Yet, the Queen mistakenly believed that Lu Qing had consented to refrain from disturbing the 9-tiered energy core. "Very well, let the Grand Ancestor escort you forth. My injuries have not yet healed, making movement arduous." The Grand Ancestor readily accepted the task. After Lu Qing departed, the Queen further instructed the Grand Ancestor. "This Lu Qing possesses a noble character and surely would not bring forth any 8-tiered cores. Therefore, you shall procure 2 from the inner vault for him. 2 8-tiered cores." The Grand Ancestor inwardly marveled at the Queen's generosity. "Ah, Lu Qing, there is no need for you to be so restrained. What a splendid opportunity for reward. A touch of greed is entirely understandable." The Grand Ancestor walked alongside, his head held high, adopting a mentor's demeanor. Lu Qing absorbed his words. "If that is the case, perhaps I shall indulge in a modicum of greed." Upon finishing his thought, he once again pressed the knife down a few centimeters, just a little. The Grand Ancestor nodded slightly, maintaining his proud stance. "Indeed, the 9-region sacred land is fraught with peril. It is only natural for us to be somewhat greedy in such circumstances." Yes, Lu Qing nodded vigorously, heeding the Grand Ancestor's advice. "Look, we are almost there." The Grand Ancestor slowed his pace, and once inside, he encouraged Lu Qing to indulge. "Eat to your heart's content. The Queen is not stingy." Yes, Lu Qing nodded repeatedly, following the Grand Ancestor's counsel. As the inner vault was guarded by a cadre of mantises, each approximately 3 meters in size, their strength hovered around the 6-tiered level. Grand Ancestor. As a living emblem of the Mantis clan, who could possibly be unfamiliar? The guards saluted. The Grand Ancestor stepped aside, allowing Lu Qing to pass, and addressed the guards. "This gentleman is a distinguished contributor to our Mantis clan, granted entry to the inner vault by the Queen's decree." Naturally, the words of a living emblem held great weight. They promptly parted, allowing Lu Qing to enter. Lu Qing, unceremonious, pushed open the grass door. Just as he was about to step inside, the Grand Ancestor added, "The Queen mentioned you may feast for 3 to 5 days. However, the situation at the sacred land is rather pressing, so you should perhaps limit it to just 1 day. 1 day? That would be devoured in no time." "No need. I will be swift, emerging before sunset." "With merely 2 hours until sunset," the Grand Ancestor exclaimed. "Quite the commitment." Lu Qing entered and closed the door behind him. The inner vault was exceedingly vast, brimming with a plethora of treasures. Specimens of various insectoid and exotic beasts, all meticulously dried, could be found here, representing nearly every race Lu Qing had encountered. Additionally, there were some dried herbs that likely possessed medicinal properties, alongside some peculiar stones, equally intriguing. However, Lu Qing showed little interest in these. His sole objective was the energy cores. Chapter 69. Experience soars. My kindness knows no bounds. The energy cores within the inner vault were also meticulously categorized. There were no lower tiers. The minimum began at the 5-tiered level. The abundance of 5-tiered cores was staggering, occupying nearly 1/3 of the immense warehouse, estimated to be in the 5-figure range, possibly even reaching 6 figures. Had Lu Qing entered here at the 5-tiered level, he would have been utterly elated. Truly, the Queen's resources are profoundly rich. The quantity of 6-tiered cores was also substantial, no less than 10,000. 10,000, if fully consumed, that would equate to 20,000 experience points. The 7-tiered cores numbered close to 100, each yielding 40 to 50 experience points. These 100 pieces amount to 4 or 5,000. 8 grade 0.5 pieces of the 8th grade, each around 500 points, which totals over 2,000. As for the 9th grade, just as those inner guards mentioned, there is only one piece of the 9th grade. As for how much experience it can provide, that can only be determined after the farming is done. Let us get to work. Without any psychological pressure, Lu Qing was the first to rush towards that 9th grade energy core. After tossing it into the intake device, the system absorbed the energy, and a prompt sounded simultaneously, gained 1,500 flesh value. For each grade, one can gain 1,005. Spot on. Unfortunately, there is only one. Next came the 8th grade energy cores. After processing 5 of them, he earned over 2,000 experience. Lu Qing entered a frenzy of farming. The great ancestor did not leave. If Lu Qing needed a whole day, it would have departed as well. However, Lu Qing had just promised that he would only take until sunset. This amount of time was still bearable for it. The great ancestor listened carefully. It was very quiet. Lu Qing did not make any noise. This lad has quite a good temperament, worthy of cultivation. After muttering to itself, it found a spot with some grass and squatted down, waiting quietly. One energy core after another was tossed into the intake device, and the energy contained within was instantly absorbed by the system. Lu Qing moved swiftly, and the mountain of 6th grade energy cores gradually diminished. Gained 2 flesh value. Gained 1.7 flesh value. Finally, after more than 2 hours of struggle, the mountain was completely depleted. After the last core was processed, Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief. The mechanical, continuous exercise had left him feeling fatigued. Fortunately, he had completely exhausted the queen's inner stored. It was empty. Though he was somewhat tired, the harvest was bountiful. Since his experience bar was already full, he could not check the exact amount. It was estimated that he had accrued around 30,000 experience points this time. Coupled with the previous harvest, it was conservatively estimated that he now had over 40,000 experience stored. As for how much experience was required to ascend to a higher form after the 9th grade, Lu Qing speculated it was between 30 to 50,000, but that was merely a guess. What if the required experience exceeded 50,000? The entirety of the insect chirping prairie would not suffice for his farming, so Lu Qing set a small goal for himself. First, to farm for 100,000. 100,000 would definitely be enough. Now that the queen's inner store had been thoroughly depleted, Lu Qing, in a buoyant mood, swayed his body, lazily pushed open the grass door, and strolled out with flair. The great ancestor needed to move around from time to time. Otherwise, it would be unbearable due to the pain throughout its body. There was no choice. The old mantis had to stay active. Just as it was moving, the grass door was pushed open, and Lu Qing stepped out with casual elegance. The great ancestor grew increasingly appreciative. He kept his word, emerging at sunset as promised. In this day and age, there are too few mantises like Lu Qing who possess such integrity. Remarkable. After finishing his farming, Lu Qing began to modestly speak the truth. No need to praise me. I am rather ordinary, quite mundane. In fact, humble, so humble. The great ancestor shook its upper body, reminiscing about its younger days when it too was a mantis known for its integrity and humility. Soon, it discovered that Lu Qing had emerged empty-handed, without any energy cores. This only heightened its admiration. Faced with such alluring energy cores, Lu Qing had the fortitude to come out empty-handed. Noble, exceedingly noble. Truly a mantis deserving of being a role model. One must not neglect him. Lu Qing. The queen has bestowed her favor, so it would be a waste not to accept it. You must be open-minded. Open-minded? I have already been quite generous. I have eliminated all items above the 6th rank in the inner treasury. What more can I do? Am I to dispose of the useless 5th rank items as well? The ancestor shook his rigid triangular head, insisting it was insufficient, too insufficient. Alas, you are simply too kind-hearted. Is this not enough? Should we strip the queen's inner treasury bare, leaving her utterly bereft? Lu Qing expressed his strong agreement, acknowledging his excessive kindness. After all, he had not touched any other items. The ancestor continued to persuade. Go on, acquire an 8th rank energy core. Do not worry about anything else. Our mantis queen is exceedingly magnanimous. The queen's generosity is indeed commendable. However, having cleared everything out, there is naturally no need to procure anything further. After all, I am truly benevolent. There is no need to take anything. I am already immensely satisfied. Yet the ancestor shook his triangular head, insisting, you must take one. We cannot let you go without due reward. Lu Qing replied, truly, it is unnecessary. I wouldn't mind if I am slighted. Seeing his unwillingness to retrieve anything, the ancestor resolved to fetch one himself. Wait for me. I shall bring you one. You are simply too bashful. Indeed, I am quite bashful that it is really not needed. However, the ancestor had already stepped inside. I initially intended to procure an 8th rank core for Lu Qing, but upon entering, I was utterly astounded. The inner treasury was overflowing with items. The energy cores were merely a fraction of what lay within. Some of the items possessed value that rivaled the energy cores. Yet, there was not a single 6th rank core left. The ancestor even began to doubt his own failing eyesight. He approached the shelves. 6th rank, gone. 7th rank, absent. 8th rank, still missing. Completely clean. Suddenly, the ancestor remembered the 9th rank energy core. It hurriedly turned to look. The place where the 9th rank core had been stored was equally bare. 9th rank, gone. What on earth is happening? Why would the 9th rank have vanished? The energy contained within energy cores can only be absorbed by those of the same rank, meaning that this 9th rank core should only be accessible to oneself, given one's qualifications and strength. If a lower-ranked individual attempted to absorb it, they would risk catastrophic consequences. Yet, it had simply disappeared. The ancestor rushed outside. It cast a deep glance at Lu Qing and then summoned the inner guards to inquire. The guards reported, the queen's inner treasury is brimming with energy cores, and the 9th rank has always been present. You may go inside and see for yourself. The guards stepped inside, and it wasn't long before they were all left utterly dumbfounded. What is happening? The energy cores were clearly abundant, with both 8th and 9th ranks available. How could this be? Listening to the panicked whispers of the guards, the ancestor looked once more at Lu Qing. Evidently, this entire situation must have been orchestrated by Lu Qing. As for how it was accomplished and why even the 9th rank core had vanished. One cannot conceal anything on a mantis. Could it be that he absorbed them all? Chapter 70. Mantis Queen. I have been played. Should I still be pleased? Absorb them all? The ancestor found this thought to be utterly absurd. No mantis has ever been able to absorb high-ranked energy cores. No one can. Yet the question remains, where have the 9th rank cores gone? What happened to all those 8th, 7th, and 6th ranks? The ancestor decided to inquire further. Lu Qing, when you entered, did you see the energy cores? Lu Qing replied candidly, indeed. I consumed them all. The grand ancestor was momentarily taken aback. What? You consumed them all? Low grade cannot absorb high grade. That's the common understanding. That may be true for you, but I can absorb them. Even higher grades pose no issue. Otherwise, do you think my blade would have grown so formidable? The grand ancestor fell silent, realizing the truth. He must have truly consumed them all. The question lingered. Why was he seemingly unharmed? Could it be that he was indeed exceptionally gifted? Suddenly, the grand ancestor recalled a previous conversation with Lu Qing, where he had foolishly encouraged him to take more. Wonder Lu Qing was unfazed. Having consumed everything, what need was there to take more? Moreover, he had spoken of only consuming and not taking, eschewing rewards, leading the queen to believe him noble in character. Noble, my foot. He had clearly deceived us all. Grand Ancestor, why are you silent? It snapped back to reality. What mood do I have left for conversation? I am feeling rather distressed. Lu Qing, however, discerned this and retorted, why be upset over something that isn't yours? He then reconsidered. Indeed, this is the inner treasury of the queen, not mine. Why should I feel distressed? The grand ancestor's mood lightened somewhat. You're right. I shouldn't feel distressed. If anyone should be upset, it ought to be the queen. I shall report this. Do you wish to accompany me? Lu Qing declined, stating, no, I shall not go. The queen was indeed upset. Initially refusing the rewards, she merely sought to consume a bit from the inner treasury, believing Lu Qing to be of simple nature and noble character. Little did she know, she had been thoroughly tricked. While the consumption of the other energy cores was somewhat painful, the loss of the single 9th grade core weighed heavily. It was the only 9th grade core currently possessed by the Mantis clan, a privilege reserved for those who ascended to the rank of 9th grade queen, only to have it. The grand ancestor remained unperturbed, calmly addressing the queen, do not be angered. I consider this a fortuitous event. What nonsense is this? How can one not be angry? My precious energy cores have been consumed. Though Lu Qing had devoured the treasury, he would also lend his strength to our Mantis clan. Especially given his formidable prowess, he might alter the dynamics of the 9 domains sacred land. If he could indeed change the landscape of the 9 domains sacred land, then your treasury would be worth its weight in gold, for the sacred land symbolizes resources. Well said. After all, it was never yours. The queen was not genuinely angry, for all of this was agreed upon by her own words. Yet, she felt a genuine pang of loss. After a long pause, the queen finally managed to utter, go, hurry to the sacred land. Do not delay for even a moment. As she watched the grand ancestor depart, the queen nearly lost her balance, causing her injury to throb painfully. eliciting a sharp intake of breath. Why precious energy cores? This is worse than death. The sacred land was not far from the capital. Indeed, it could be described as quite close. At Lu Qing's speed, he could reach it in an hour. However, the Grand Ancestor, in his advanced age, managed to extend the journey time by a factor of 2. During this time, Lu Qing inquired about the sacred land. Rumor had it that the core of the 9 domains sacred land concealed immense secrets. Once these secrets were unraveled, boundless resources could be obtained, paving the way for the clan's dominance over the grasslands. The Great Ancestor spoke with great vividness, occasionally interspersing tales of his youthful valor. Yet Lu Qing found himself increasingly disinterested. What endless resources! What dominion over the grasslands! Such tales were but cliches. Can one truly believe in stories? In any case, he did not. Ahead lay the so-called 9 domains sacred ground, which appeared to be nothing more than a vast mountain of disarrayed stones. It turned out that the heart of the insect-chirping prairie was merely a chaotic heap of rocks. Do not be deceived by its unassuming exterior. Within, an abundance of resources lay hidden. Resources that Lu Qing's spirits lifted instantly. What resources? Unique flora and fauna. Lu Qing was rendered speechless. The mantis is a carnivore, after all. There are many non-aggressive flesh-eating worms. These worms feed on peculiar plants and flowers, brimming with immense energy, which can be effortlessly absorbed by our insect kind. They are a divine bounty. Flesh-eating worms. This was familiar to him. Lu Qing could not help but reminisce about the joyful days spent with devouring, stealthily harvesting ants to cultivate flesh-eating worms. What kind of strength do these worms possess? Lu Qing was eager to know. 5th rank. Some of the larger ones can rival the 6th rank, yet they lack offensive capabilities and are abundant, allowing for unrestricted consumption. Flesh-eating worms do not produce energy cores. To farm for 6th rank, one must consume them mouthful by mouthful. One could imagine. After laboriously eating for half a day, the result would yield merely 1.5 experience points. Faced with a deficit of tens of thousands, wouldn't one be driven to despair? Despite their merits, flesh-eating worms were not suitable for him. Thus, Lu Qing posed the question he yearned to know most. Are the elites of the 9 insect tribes of the insect-chirping prairie all present within the 9 domains sacred ground? Indeed, this is a focal point of contention. The elites are certainly within, and these strange stones shift daily, altering pathways, if fortune does not favor one. A large expanse of rocks may move, leading to an encounter with other insect tribes, resulting in a life-and-death struggle. Lu Qing candidly inquired. Do other insect tribes also possess venerable and battle-worn 9th ranks like yours? Forgive my bluntness. The Great Ancestor's 2 antennae perked up. What venerable and battle-worn? In the days of yore, I wielded 2 blades, cutting my way from east to south, from west to north, without so much as a blink, causing other insect tribes to flee at the mere sight of me. As Lu Qing saw him about to boast further, he interjected, Our mantises do not blink, after all. The Great Ancestor paused momentarily, then, invigorated, straightened his neck. Am I speaking of blinking? It is about the aura, the formidable presence of 2 great blades. Lu Qing casually brandished his 5-meter-long blade. Is yours truly that grand? The Great Ancestor instantly fell silent. Grandeur is relative. In comparison to you, there are indeed 9th ranks, but only 3 tribes possess them in their prime, as long as there are some. The Great Ancestor continued, Well then, we have arrived. We must descend and enter through the crevices of the rocks. Otherwise, we risk being swept away by the whirlwind above. Above the chaotic rocks swirled a tornado. This was not a conventional tornado. It was a phenomenon formed by the unique terrain, persisting throughout the year. Should any creature attempt to fly overhead, it would be ensnared. After landing outside the rocky expanse, the Great Ancestor skillfully led the way into the cave. The changes in the outskirts are not substantial. Typically, only the mountainous rocks in the core area undergo movement. Today, I shall guide you in familiarizing yourself with the terrain. Upon entry, a glimmer of light filters through the apex, and the passage, having been renovated, is quite level. In Chapter 71. The sacred land of the 9 domains, there are indeed numerous forks in the path, reminiscent of an ant nest. The periphery is intricate and convoluted, yet with a few familiarizations, one can easily memorize it, recalling the early days when I first arrived. Just as I anticipated the ancestor would begin to boast of his past exploits, Lu Qing's foot deftly flicked a pebble, striking it upon the ancestor's head, effectively interrupting his narrative. As expected, the ancestor's blade-like foot clutched his triangular head, eliciting a pained reaction. Hiss! It must be the stones swept away by a tornado, Lu Qing. Indeed, one must exercise caution. The ancestor pressed onward, astonished that you would still concern yourself for this old fellow. Of course, as they conversed, they emerged from the passage, revealing a vast expanse before them. The terminus of the passage lay in immense space, filled with an array of peculiar flora and trees. Some rather unthreatening, yet corpulent insects crawled amidst them, a congregation of mantises perched upon rocks, diligently overseeing their surroundings. This is one of our mantis clan's resource areas. This modest locale can annually yield 100 sixth-tier mantises. The use of one of indicates that there are many such places. Upon seeing the ancestor, the guardians offered their greetings. As the only 9th-tier elder of the mantis clan, he commands a certain prestige. The ancestor inclined his neck in acknowledgement. Resource areas are of paramount importance within the sacred land of the 9 domains, as their quantity directly influences the developmental strength of our insect kin. As he elaborated, he traversed the space, selecting a passage to proceed further. Along the way, they encountered a multitude of similar expanses, finally arriving at the main base. The mantis clan's headquarters is exceedingly vast, resembling a colossal cavern, albeit with fissures allowing shafts of light to penetrate. The preceding passages lead to the core region, where the rocks and walls are subject to change. Each alteration presents unknown dangers, necessitating extreme caution when venturing into the core. Typically, there is but one day within an 8-day cycle suitable for entry. Here, however, is where our elite convenes. The ancestor unfurled his blade-like legs, presenting an air of sophistication for Lu Qing to behold. Indeed, Lu Qing was witnessing a grand spectacle. Among the thousands of mantises dwelling in the cavern, a fifth were those disabled, lacking blade-like legs or limbs. Observing their strength, the weakest among them were 5th-tier mantises, serving as the main force. The 6th and 7th tiers diminished sequentially, with the rarest being the 8th tier, totaling a mere 7. After a few glances, Lu Qing lost interest. Let us dispense with the trivialities and directly discuss strategies for engaging in conflict with other insect tribes. Still maintaining his stance with blades extended, upon hearing Lu Qing's impatient transmission, the ancestor retracted his rigid limbs. Are you not going to familiarize yourself with the terrain? It is quite easy to wander into another insect tribe's territory. Without hesitation, Lu Qing retorted, is it not feasible to familiarize oneself while fighting? It saves trouble. Fighting while familiarizing oneself? What kind of strategy is that? I have truly witnessed the wonders of life. The ordinary mantis must be shown a thing or two. But Lu Qing is no ordinary being. It has experienced such matters firsthand. The grand ancestor was momentarily taken aback before finally uttering, very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Turning to a group of mantises, it called out, you there, Bai Hui, step forward. Bai Hui, a general of the 8th rank, stood among the 7 great generals, distinguished by its exceptional prowess. Particularly notable were its dual scythe-like limbs, a striking grayish-white, wielded with a force that surpassed that of its fellow 8th rank counterparts. If any mantis among their kind possessed even the slightest chance of advancing to the 9th rank, it would undoubtedly be the queen or Bai Hui. Consequently, Bai Hui's demeanor was rather haughty. The only reason it responded to the grand ancestor was due to its authority. Had it been any other mantis, a mere glance would have sufficed for Bai Hui to consider it a defeat. With a gentle flap of its wings, it gracefully approached, Grand Ancestor. What do you summon me for? In its telepathic communication, Bai Hui's neck and head mirrored that of the Grand Ancestor, yet the distinction lay in the Grand Ancestor's affliction, while Bai Hui exuded genuine pride. This was merely Lu Qing, a newcomer among them. Before it could finish its thought, Bai Hui interjected, I have no intention of guiding a newly arrived mantis, Grand Ancestor. Perhaps you should seek another. Guiding? How naive. The Grand Ancestor replied nonchalantly. It is not merely a matter of guidance, Lu Qing. Unable to tolerate the old one's verbosity, directly conveyed to Bai Hui, what guidance? We shall strike at the heart of the beetle's lair. Instantly, the entire cavern fell silent. Almost all mantises turned their gazes toward them. Who is this? Coming in and demanding to assault the beetle's lair. What a profound enmity! Bai Hui was momentarily taken aback. It had assumed the Grand Ancestor had instructed it to lead the newcomer, but it was unexpected that this newcomer sought to attack the beetle's stronghold. Had it lost its mind? The beetle's lair was governed by the formidable Beetle King. Moreover, a few months prior, there had been a conflict during which the queen had sustained injuries from the Beetle King. And here it was, boldly seeking the beetle's lair? Did it think it surpassed even Bai Hui? It scrutinized Lu Qing from head to toe. The most striking feature was the pair of scythe-like limbs. Bai Hui had believed its own limbs were substantial until it beheld Lu Qing's, realizing its own were merely miniature versions. However, what significance did the size of the limbs hold? The mantis art is rooted in combat technique. Bai Hui sneered disdainfully within. Entering the beetle's lair would be tantamount to courting death. This outsider likely remained oblivious to the might and terror of the beetles. Even one as formidable as Bai Hui found it exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses. What was this newcomer? that it would dare suggest accompanying it to its demise. Bai Hui's tone dripped with scorn, its head held high to exhibit its arrogance. Upon hearing this, the Grand Ancestor recognized an opportunity for amusement. Throughout the day, it had come to understand Lu Qing to some extent. Engaging in conversation, a little exaggeration was permissible. However, one must never overreach, lest it provoke Lu Qing's ire, with potentially grave consequences. Did one not recall the last mantis that attempted to show off before me? Now its gaze was as clear as crystal. Bai Hui's arrogance was due for a reckoning, and it was the perfect moment for Lu Qing to teach a lesson, as for the comparison of their strengths. Indeed, could a being with a 9th-rank energy core be a mere morsel for the meat beetles? The Grand Ancestor's deduction proved astutely accurate. Lu Qing was indeed displeased. The last mantis that flaunted its superiority before me now possessed a gaze of clarity. When he felt displeased, his blade-like limbs instantly unfurled, aiming directly for the opponent's head. Bai Hui, seasoned from countless battles, had already begun to prepare for defense the moment Lu Qing moved. However, he did not anticipate the astonishing swiftness of Lu Qing. Before he could react, the formidable blade had already traced a ghostly arc past his head. Bai Hui merely sensed a gust of wind rushing into his mouth. By the time he regained his composure, Lu Qing's blade had embedded itself beneath him, producing a resounding thud as half of his large tooth fell to the ground. Now, repeat what you just said. Chapter 72. Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your promotion to 9th rank. Bai Hui was taken aback. His gaze now clear. Lu Qing's speed was so extraordinary that he barely had time to react before losing half of his formidable tooth. It is worth noting that the hardness of his tooth, essential for feeding, was not inferior to that of the blade. Yet, it was severed in an instant, indicating that Lu Qing's blade had attained sharpness, power, and speed far surpassing that of an 8th rank. Gazing at the blade looming so close, Bai Hui's pale belly trembled. What did I just say? It was not intentional arrogance. He had simply forgotten in the wake of such a fright. Meanwhile, the elder calmly provided a reminder. Let me help you recall. Even I, Bai Hui, find it exceedingly difficult to breach defenses against a beetle. What makes you think you can compel me to accompany you to death? The natural advantage of his upward tilt allowed him to mimic perfectly. Bai Hui's heart felt a shade of gray. Did I say that? I doubt I misspoke. Lu Qing withdrew his blade from the ground. Misspoke? Pick up your tooth. Bai Hui paused, bewildered. Huh? I said to pick up your tooth. He hurriedly used his blade to retrieve his large tooth. This serves as a reminder. Today it was your tooth that fell, but next time it could be your head. Bai Hui nodded frantically, no longer exhibiting his previous defiance. He understood. Given Lu Qing's decisive action, he had no doubt about the outcome should he disregard this warning. The elder chuckled to himself. Serves you right, acting so proud, only to end up like this, truly laughable. The nearby mantises stared blankly at Lu Qing. How proud and powerful Bai Hui had been, yet, in an instant, he had turned submissive. What on earth was this new mantis? Once Bai Hui had been subdued, Lu Qing inquired again. Now, I wish for you to guide me to the beetle's lair. Do you have any objections? Bai Hui initially shook his head, then quickly communicated telepathically. We cannot go. The Beetle King is incredibly powerful, and there are 8 beetle generals. If we venture there, I fear we may not return. Why not choose another location? I can help you familiarize yourself. Another location? I seek the beetle's lair. That is where all the experience lies. Lu Qing had no intention of changing his mind. He dragged his blade across the ground, instantly slicing the stones in half. I am not negotiating conditions. I am threatening you. Do you comprehend that? Bai Hui. With such blatant clarity, what could I possibly misunderstand? When has a threat ever been articulated so overtly? My proud little hot-tempered self. Bai Hui drooped its head. To go or not to go? It truly feared Lu Qing's blade. To go. The beetle is so formidable. I say that just courting death? How to choose? Yet Lu Qing offered it no time to ponder. With a flick of his blade, he declared, No worries, I shall find another. With so many mantises around, surely one could suffice. What was meant by finding another was. Bai Hui understood all too well. He immediately nodded. All right, I shall go. Only then did Lu Qing retract his blade, remarking, I should have said so earlier. I am quite easy to negotiate with. Bai Hui mused. Had it not lost half of a large tooth, it would have believed him. Nearby, Dazhu, having finished his gossip, cheerfully transmitted, See, I see this a splendid agreement. Our mantis clan is indeed very harmonious and affectionate. So affectionate. Bai Hui drooped its head, inwardly cursing Dazhu for his lack of decorum. You bring along such a powerful newcomer and offer no warning, merely watching the show. And now you speak of harmony and affection. Lu Qing's eagerness to gain experience was palpable. Let us proceed. Reluctantly, Bai Hui led Lu Qing toward the passage, glancing back 3 times at a particular female mantis. Once they departed, the group of mantises swarmed in. Dazhu, what exactly is this newcomer? They seem extraordinarily fierce, Dazhu chuckled and conveyed. An outsider, nothing particularly special, disperse now. Bai Hui, being among the elite fighters of the mantis clan, had just lost a large tooth to a single strike, and yet Dazhu claimed there was nothing special? After a few casual remarks, Dazhu promptly dismissed the mantises. Weary from the journey and Lu Qing's incessant urging, Bai Hui found a patch of soft grass to recline upon and began to doze off. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Rejoice, Your Majesty. You have ascended to the 9th rank. A throng of beetles surrounded a massive 7-meter-tall beetle. This was the Beetle King, the mightiest among the beetles. Months ago, it had personally defeated the Mantis Queen during a struggle for dominance, securing a substantial cache of resources. With the nourishment from these resources, the Beetle King, already at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, achieved a breakthrough, reaching the 9th rank. The Beetle King became the sole 9th rank sovereign of the Beetle clan. The entire beetle community erupted in jubilation. 9th rank. Their collective strength had always been formidable, yet lacking a 9th rank leader, they had struggled in conflicts against races with 9th rank champions. But from this day forth, everything would change. The beetles too had attained the 9th rank. They had leaped to become one of the most formidable forces in the 9-domain sacred land. Ha ha ha, my little ones. Today I have successfully reached the 9th rank. From henceforth, our beetle clan shall dominate, truly contending for superior resources. The other beetles cheered in unison. The Beetle King looked at the younger beetles, instantly filled with pride. Having reached the pinnacle of its existence, 9th rank, finally achieved, from this moment onward, I shall lead the beetles to the zenith of our clan. The Mantis Queen, you narrowly escaped last time, but should I encounter you again, you shall certainly experience the difference between a queen and an ordinary mantis. 3 days of feasting. Then we shall launch an assault on the mantises, ensuring our beetle clan makes its name known in the sacred domain. The beetles erupted in cheers once more. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. The news of the Beetle King ascending to the 9th rank spread like wildfire among the beetle clan. Every beetle that heard this announcement erupted in jubilant cheers. On this very day, a reconnaissance team captured a low-ranking beetle. Without much interrogation, this lowly beetle passionately proclaimed, "Kill me! Our great king has been promoted to the 9th rank, and your Mantis clan shall pay the price for my demise." This revelation was indeed significant. After disposing of the beetle, the team hurried back to their lair to report the development. Great Ancestor, wake up! A grave matter has arisen. Upon awakening, the Great Ancestor was in a foul mood. What is all this noise? I am still alive. The mantises were known for their straightforwardness. If he were truly dead, they would rejoice, for it would allow their clan to secure another 9th rank energy core. The Great Ancestor was nearly infuriated. Speak. What is it? The mantis hastily reported, "We have received word that the Beetle King has indeed ascended to the 9th rank." Chapter 73. Such an unusual request, I encounter it for the first time. The Great Ancestor snapped to attention. What? How did you come by this information? We captured a 5th rank beetle, and it revealed this information with its own mouth. The ascension of the Beetle King to the 9th rank was undoubtedly momentous for the Mantis clan. After all, they were situated right next to the Beetle clan, both in their realm and in the sacred land. Should the Beetle clan be the first to produce a 9th rank individual, it would certainly lead to oppression and encroachment upon the Mantis clan. Given that the beetles already possessed a natural advantage, the promotion of their king to the 9th rank would render the mantises even more vulnerable. Suddenly, the Great Ancestor recalled Lu Qing and Bai Hui. They were heading straight for the Beetle clan's lair. This could only be described as exceptionally unfortunate. The distinction between having and not having a 9th rank individual was profound. Without a 9th rank presence, Lu Qing, despite facing defeat, could likely retreat unscathed. However, with the Beetle King now at the 9th rank, any moment of inattention from Lu Qing and his companions could lead to dire consequences. Lu Qing was a formidable mantis, highly valued by both him and the Queen. It was imperative that he did not fall before achieving victory. Hurry, we must retrieve Lu Qing and Bai Hui. Quickly, if they truly venture into the beetle lair, they will be in grave danger. Under the Great Ancestor's leadership, 2 7th rank mantises accompanied him in the search. Upon traversing the passage, they arrived at a resource area dominated by beetles, where an 8th rank beetle resided. While Bai Hui communicated telepathically, he turned to look around. Where is Lu Qing? Wasn't he right behind me? At that moment, Lu Qing approached from ahead. Can you not move any faster? Bai Hui, in a panic, positioned his blade appropriately and whispered, quiet down. Ahead lies a beetle resource point with an 8th rank presence. I am aware. Lu Qing nonchalantly discarded a beetle's head at Bai Hui's mind struggled to comprehend. I just mentioned there was an 8th-ranked beetle ahead, and you directly tossed out an 8th-ranked beetle's head? I hadn't even finished my sentence before you executed it. Move quickly, stop dawdling, urged Lu Qing. Spurred by his insistence, Bai Hui finally regained his composure and traversed the passage to reach the resource area. Upon witnessing the scene within the resource area, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Not merely that solitary 8th-grade beetle, but the entire resource area was devoid of a single living insect. When did this blade strike? Soon, it uncovered another astonishing fact. All energy cores above the 6th grade had been excavated. While I was still warning of danger, you exterminated them all and extracted the energy cores. Lu Qing, without granting it a moment to ponder, urged it to hurry and lead the way. Bai Hui, in a dazed manner, nodded. Brother, how desperate are you? They continued onward. At each resource site they passed, Lu Qing left not a single one alive. Utterly bewildering. Bai Hui, being of the same 8th grade, must you be so abnormal? How difficult is it to conquer a resource site? Losing a few elite mantises might not suffice. Yet here you are, swiftly clearing them out. If one were to bring a legion of mantises, they could easily seize control. With such prowess, even a 9th grade being could not achieve this. It is simply outrageous. Eventually, there was a stray survivor. Just as Lu Qing and the others departed, a 5th grade beetle took flight towards another passage. The Beetle King was in high spirits. Such excellent genes must surely be passed on to the females, enabling them to produce more young beetles with 9th grade potential. Amidst its busy endeavors, the 5th grade beetle flew in. Great King, invasion, invasion. An invasion is a serious matter. Let us see which race is so blind. The Beetle King kicked the female aside. What race dares invade? Mantises. The Beetle King immediately burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I was just about to seek trouble with the mantises, and here they come knocking on my door. Wonderful. Splendid. It seems today shall mark the day of my renown as the Beetle King. Forward, witness my might. The Beetle King swayed its massive form, flying over the peculiar stones, landing upon the colossal rock at the heart of its lair. Little ones, mantises are invading my beetle's resource area. Now it is time for them to experience my power. Tonight, we shall feast upon the mantis queens. The beetles were instantly invigorated. Long live the king. Long live the king. Just as the Beetle King was about to summon its minions to witness the spectacle, 2 mantises appeared at the passage's end. They have arrived so swiftly? Very well. The Beetle King glanced and noted the presence of merely 2 8th grade mantises. Its enthusiasm waned. Not enough to slay. Back when it was 8th grade, tormenting 8th grade mantises was child's play. Now having ascended to 9th grade, dealing with 8th grade mantises would be a breeze. Bai Hui, upon seeing the Beetle King's immense stature, sensed something amiss, trembling uncontrollably. It's over. It's over. The 8th grade Beetle King has advanced to the 9th grade. This time, we are truly doomed. Run, run. If we delay, we won't even have the chance to escape. As Bai Hui communicated telepathically, it had already readied itself for flight. Yet, beside it, Lu Qing remained unfazed. Run? Why should we run? 9th grade. That is a 9th grade being. Bai Hui was thoroughly panicked, flapping its wings in preparation for takeoff, only to be knocked down by Lu Qing's foot. Lord Lu, if you wish to perish, do not drag me down with you. I doubt I have yet to pass on my lineage. In that moment of hesitation, the entrance was already sealed by a swarm of beetles. Bai Hui felt utterly despondent. It's over. Now, even fleeing is no longer an option. It is over. It is over. It is over. We are doomed. Ha ha ha. The mighty Beetle King gazes down upon 2 mantises. Do these diminutive mantises understand the gravity of their location? Lu Qing, unperturbed, replies, indeed. It is the lair of the beetles. And do you know who I am? The Beetle King inquires once more. Lu Qing retorts, who are you? A beetle, or perhaps the offspring of this mantis beside me. Ah? Bai Hui. How is this even connected to me? Are you afraid that the Beetle King harbors a grudge against me? At once, the Beetle King was incensed. I am of the 9th rank, at the pinnacle of the 9 domains sacred land. Do you dare to insult me? You 2 pitiful and oblivious mantises have successfully provoked my ire. You shall be the first mantises I tear asunder after attaining my 9th rank. You ought to feel honored. What do you mean? To be torn apart and feel honored? Lu Qing's blade foot suddenly sprang forth. You will be the first 9th-ranked beetle to die beneath my blade foot. You should feel privileged, witnessing such audacity from mere mantises, who even dared to brandish their blades and mock him in return. The Beetle King erupted with disdainful laughter. We beetles are your natural predators. When I was of the 8th rank, your queen was already defeated. Now that I have ascended to the 9th rank, you still dare to confront me with your blade foot. Do you truly fail to comprehend the current situation? With my defenses and might, dispatching you will be as effortless as dealing with a mere maggot." The Beetle King, growing more animated in his tirade, folded his armored wings and assumed a defensive stance, exuding confidence. Come, come, come. I shall allow you 3 strikes, Lu Qing remarked. I cannot fathom how this came to be. It demands that I grant it 3 strikes upon its initial approach. Such an odd request is a first for me in this lifetime, but of course, I shall oblige. Chapter 74. Do not flee. A deal is a deal for 3 strikes. The saintly fighting beetle. Bai Hui had long anticipated the outcome. What are beetles? The most proficient defenders among the 9 clans. An 8th rank against an 8th rank. Its blade foot may not even breach their defenses. Now that the Beetle King has ascended to the 9th rank, the mantises stand no chance. Not to mention 3 strikes. Even 300 would be in vain. Nevertheless, being a mantis, Bai Hui still possessed a fighting spirit. It took a bold step forward, standing before Lu Qing. Regardless, we are destined to die. Shall hold off the Beetle King, while you deal with the smaller ones. Eliminate as many as you can. Even if we perish, we have nothing to lose. What the hell? The one standing opposite me demands 3 strikes, and you wish to contest with me? Yet Bai Hui indeed displayed a measure of courage, which Lu Qing appreciated. Very well, I shall be less of a bully towards you henceforth. With a powerful strike of his blade foot, he sent Bai Hui aside. What are you staring at? Let me tell you. Such a fortuitous opportunity is not to be contested with me. After being knocked aside, Bai Hui was left bewildered. Am I competing with you? No. Is that not what I meant? I am sacrificing myself for the sake of righteousness. How can you not comprehend this? Only by following my plan and leveraging your speed to slay a few more beetles shall we not suffer loss. My intention is to shield you from the Beetle King. Lu Qing interrupted directly. You? Go cool off. His blade foot sprang forth in an instant. The mighty Beetle King proclaimed with an air of arrogance, "Prepare yourself, for I am coming." The Beetle King declared, "I shall grant you 3 strikes. As I have said, little mantis, beware, lest your blade-like limbs shatter." He had not regarded the mantis before him with any seriousness. What of the 8th rank? What of the 9th? The surrounding beetles, eager for entertainment, joined in the raucous jeering. Our king could merely stand still and exhaust you to your demise. Little mantis, tonight I shall annihilate your entire clan and then savor the essence of your queen. Hurry, strike our king 3 times, and then come for me. Today, I shall see you perish. Amidst their cacophony, the figure of the mantis shimmered like ripples across water. An almost imperceptible afterimage surged toward the Beetle King with astonishing speed. Being of the 9th rank, Lu Qing activated his dual skills. The velocity of his full capabilities was astounding, leaving the beetles to witness only a fleeting shadow. With rapidity and augmented strength, his elongated blade-like limbs sliced toward the Beetle King's back wings. This strike represented the pinnacle of Lu Qing's current strength. The blade emitted a crimson arc, striking precisely at the base of the wings with ferocious intent. If there were any part of the beetle that was most resilient, it would undoubtedly be the wing base connecting to the carapace. And Lu Qing had aimed for the hardest point. With a resounding clang reminiscent of metal clashing, the sound was soon followed by the grinding of metal against metal. Though the Beetle King was at the 9th rank, he still suffered from a sluggish reaction. He merely sensed a gust of wind and felt as though something had brushed past him. Because Lu Qing's strike was so swift, he did not perceive the full force of the impact. By the time the Beetle King regained his composure, Lu Qing had gracefully descended back to the ground. It was not difficult to conjecture the scene. That mantis must have struck itself. The Beetle King erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, did I receive a blow? I felt nothing. Suddenly, the Beetle King felt significantly lighter. Turning his head, he discovered his heavy back wing had fallen to the ground. What? How could my wing fall? A sense of dread washed over the Beetle King's heart. Impossible. When he was of the 8th rank, even the most formidable queen of the Mantis clan could not inflict a scratch upon him. Now that he was at the 9th rank, how could another mantis sever one of his wings? This was unfathomable. The previously boisterous beetles fell into a stunned silence. Their once invincible king had been struck down by an 8th rank mantis, severing a wing from the most fortified point. They would never have believed it had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. Bai Hui had already steeled himself for death, even targeting 3 6th rank beetles, fearing that higher ranks might prove too resilient. Just as he prepared to seize an opportunity to strike, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. What? Lu Qing severed the Beetle King's wing. This is astonishing. Lu Qing surveyed the fallen wing with satisfaction. Indeed, as he had surmised, the defenses of the 9th rank beetle were rendered ineffective beneath his blade. He flicked his blade-like limbs. Indeed, that was merely the first strike. Now, stand firm, for the second blow is imminent. The Beetle King suddenly regained his composure. What? A second strike. After the first, I have already lost one of my proud elytra. And you truly intend to deliver a second blow? Stripped of my esteemed defense, I have become an easy target, vulnerable with my soft flesh exposed. At this moment, any bug of the 7th grade or above could easily slay me. A proud 9th grade creature. Now, as Lu Qing approaches for the second strike, panic seizes me. Why short legs flail wildly as I attempt to turn away. Wait, let me rest for a moment before we continue. Rest? I perceive you intend to flee. Such petty tricks cannot deceive him. Lu Qing flaps his wings, hovering in midair, and no need for rest. I am quite swift with that. His wings erupted with force, transforming his form into a mere shadow. This time, Lu Qing aimed for the Beetle King's remaining elytron. Just as before, after Lu Qing's final strike, the other elytron plummeted to the ground. Truly, a disarmament? The Beetle King now felt astonishingly light, yet his spirits were weighed down by an immense gloom. Were it not for his short legs, he would have wished to strike his own head in frustration. Damn it! I should not have boasted. After 2 strikes, I have already lost one of my elytra. And what of the final blow? Would it not simply drain my life force entirely? There is no escape now. After all, without wings, how can I hope to outrun a mantis with only my short legs? Thus, he resigned himself to his fate. Why? Our beetle defenses are unparalleled among the insect race. How can you? At this moment, Lu Qing's thoughts were solely on the energy core, leaving him no time to provide any final answers. Under the watchful gaze of the other beetles, his blade foot traced a brilliant red line through the AI. In an instant, the Beetle King's body was severed. The extraction of the energy core had already yielded experience. The strike landed precisely at the edge of the energy core, and as the beetle's head fell, the core was revealed. With a deft flick of his blade foot, Lu Qing sent the energy core straight into his mouth. The core was instantly absorbed by the system, gained 2,100 flesh value. 2,100! The last energy core from the mantis tribe was only 1,500, yet the Beetle Kings yielded 600 more. Could it be that freshness is of superior quality? Chapter 75. With time on my hands, I shall continue to seek out locusts for sport. The beetles finally comprehended the gravity of their situation. My heavens! The newly crowned Beetle King had barely begun to lead them towards glory before meeting his end. The most formidable of armors proved utterly incapable of withstanding a single blow. This mantis is astonishingly powerful. They are undoubtedly doomed. Lacking the courage of locusts, the beetles immediately descended into chaos, fleeing blindly. Bai Hui stood frozen in place. Initially believing themselves doomed, they had even devised plans for a sacrificial retreat. Yet, with just 3 strikes, Lu Qing had dispatched the Beetle King. Aware of his might, they had not anticipated it to be to such a degree. This was a 9th grade Beetle King. Renowned for its defensive prowess, it crumbled like an eggshell beneath the blade of an 8th grade Lu Qing. What manner of monster is this? Lu Qing cast a glance at Bai Hui. Stop dawdling. 3 5th grade bugs just fled. Aren't you going to pursue them? He had no interest in 5th grade foes. Such tasks were better suited for Bai Hui. The latter, regaining his senses, responded with increasing clarity. I will pursue them immediately. The mood of the great ancestor was exceedingly heavy. The Beetle King has ascended to the 9th rank, and yet Lu Qing and Bai Hui have collided head-on with it. Even at the height of their own prowess, facing the Beetle King would have offered no chance of victory. Moreover, with only 2 8th-rank beings, their chances were even more grim. Although one of them was exceptionally formidable, such strength paled in comparison to the prowess of a 9th-rank opponent. The outcome was all too predictable. Certain death awaited them. After much difficulty, they had awakened such a powerful 8th-rank mantis, only for calamity to strike before they could even prove their worth. The fortunes of our mantis clan are truly dismal. Hurry, everyone, we must hasten. Despite the narrowness of the passage, in a bid to increase their speed, the Grand Ancestor commanded the mantises to adopt a flying posture en route to the beetle's lair. Lu Qing, Bai Hui. You must hold on. The Grand Ancestor had already resolved in his heart that if they reached the beetle's den and Lu Qing and Bai Hui were still alive, he would risk his own frail existence to secure them a glimmer of hope. The Grand Ancestor urged his fellow mantises onward with fervor. Keep up, keep up. The beetle's lair lies not far ahead. Move faster. The end of the passage was in sight. Without hesitation, the Grand Ancestor plunged into the cavern. Upon entering, he brandished his almost rusted sickles, taunting, Beetle King. What skill is it to bully 2 8th ranks? Come, come, let us engage in a battle of 300 rounds. Yet, before his message could fully resonate, he halted in his tracks. Not far away lay a colossal headless corpse. It had encountered the Beetle King before, and only a 9th-rank Beetle King could possess such a formidable size. What transpired? Why does the Beetle King lack a head? Furthermore, Why are there shattered beetle corpses strewn about? What in the world has happened? The Grand Ancestor stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Bai Hui, having pursued a few fifth-rank beetles, returned. Grand Ancestor? What brings you here? The Grand Ancestor snapped back to reality, tremblingly gesturing towards the corpses and remnants scattered on the ground. What is the meaning of this? Bai Hui landed gracefully, folding his wings. Isn't it obvious? They have all been cleaved apart. Am I blind? That is not the question I am asking. I wish to know who dealt the blows. Did some insect clan assist you? Bai Hui replied without hesitation. Assist? It was a battle upon meeting. Who would assist? These were all taken down by Lu Qing. Was it I who did it? Lu Qing? This, the Grand Ancestor, still uncertain, inquired once more. These corpses, particularly that of the Beetle King, were slain by Lu Qing. Bai Hui discarded the remains of 3 fifth-rank beetles. I have stated it once, and now I shall reiterate. Of course, it was Lu Qing who dispatched them. Otherwise, was it I? The Grand Ancestor's sickles trembled as he pointed towards the Beetle King's corpse. But this is the Beetle King of the 9th rank. Lu Qing is merely an 8th rank. It is inconceivable that he could have slain the Beetle King. Do you find it absurd? I too find it absurd. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Let me tell you, the Beetle King was quite arrogant, demanding Lu Qing to strike him thrice. Yet, the first blow severed his carapace. He recounted the events, leaving the Grand Ancestor quietly astonished. The inherent defensive capabilities of beetles naturally suppress those of mantises. However, in the presence of Lu Qing, this advantage proves utterly ineffective. Even the 9th-tier Beetle King was swiftly overcome. Just how formidable is Lu Qing, who stands at the 8th tier? Speaking of which, where is Lu Qing? His figure is conspicuously absent from the beetle's lair. Perhaps he has gone off in pursuit. The approaching mantises gazed in awe at the colossal corpse of the Beetle King, marveling, is this truly the newly ascended 9th-tier Beetle King? It seems rather unimpressive. Having dispatched a 9th-tier beetle, what might be the strength of this newcomer? Did not the Ancestor previously state that Lu Qing possessed 8th-tier prowess? 8th tier? Which 8th tier could possibly cleave a 9th-tier beetle asunder? Is it conceivable that Lu Qing is not excessively strong, but rather that the Beetle King is simply weak? Weak? You dare to utter such words? Have you forgotten what severed your blade foot? While this group of mantises engaged in incessant discourse, Lu Qing had already returned. Upon seeing the Ancestor, he greeted him. What brings you here? The Ancestor was momentarily rendered speechless. After a pause, he replied, we initially came to rescue you too. Yet it appears that such aid is no longer necessary. Lu Qing responded with a simple oh. Well then, within the beetle's lair, I have dealt with the 9th-tier Beetle King and 8 8th-tier beetles. The remainder is for you to handle. The Beetle King and the 8 8th-tier beetles represented the backbone of the Beetle Clan in the 9 domains sacred land. With their demise, the Beetle Clan has effectively been ousted from this territory. Consequently, the mantises shall wholly reclaim the beetle's domain. As for the beetle territories beyond the 9 domains sacred land, the Queen will gradually encroach upon them. Lu Qing moved closer to the Ancestor. To our left lies the Beetle Clan. What resides to our right? The sky-shrouding locusts, came the reply. Lu Qing's eyes brightened at once. With their low defenses and reckless nature, they do not flee. Engaging in battle with them is immensely gratifying. The thought of the sky-shrouding locusts stirred his interest. Are there any 9th tier among them? None, but within the 9 domains sacred land, there are quite a number of 8th tier sky-shrouding locusts, around 20, forming a force that should not be underestimated. The Ancestor turned to Lu Qing, transmitting his thoughts with a hint of confusion. What do you seek the locusts for? Naturally, to convert them into experience points. Since we have some idle time, why not seek out the locusts for some amusement? The Ancestor was momentarily left astounded. Wait, you just eradicated the Beetle Clan's stronghold, and without even catching your breath, you are already eyeing the sky-shrouding locusts? Chapter 76. Accumulating experience points after a brief moment of reflection. The Ancestor regained his composure. With such a vast territory belonging to the holy fighting beetles, we should first solidify our gains and develop for 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 years? You'll end up as decrepit as the old roaches. Lu Qing impatiently interjected. Having obliterated the beetle lair, do you believe this vast expanse can simply escape? It's not as if I'm sending the entire army. Just find me a guide as per usual, and you needn't concern yourself with anything else. Lu Qing's thirst for experience was exceedingly potent, as he was ever so close to achieving a higher form. Without waiting for old Deng to respond, he turned to the side and called out, Hey, Bai Hui, come here. At that moment, Bai Hui was savoring the flesh of the Beetle King. As it turned its head, its arrogance re-emerged. Everyone, step aside. This is the meat of the Beetle King. If you wish to partake, you must queue behind me. I, Bai Hui, do not share my meals with other mantises. The other mantises promptly stood back, looking helpless and fearful at the defiant Bai Hui. Just then, Lu Qing's voice transmission arrived. Upon hearing Lu Qing's message, Bai Hui's haughty demeanor vanished in an instant, and it curled its blade-like limbs, adopting a submissive posture as it flew over. I'm here. I'm here. Did you call for me? I have yet to fully familiarize myself with the terrain of the 9 domains sacred land. Shall we head over to the area of the sky-shadowing locust? After this incident, it understood what Lu Qing meant by familiar terrain. See? Now that's more like it. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Hui replied, No problem, when shall we depart? Right now. With that, it took the lead and flew towards the passage, in such a hurry. One might think that Lord Lu is rushing to meet a female, Bai Hui remarked, flapping its wings and heading in Lu Qing's direction. The ancestral blade-like limbs scratched its triangular head. Wait, aren't you two going to ask me, the one in charge, about this? The sky-shadowing locust was located on the opposite side of the mantis territory. Thus, they needed to retrace their steps back to the mantis domain before advancing into the locust's territory. This process went exceedingly smoothly. Upon entering the locust's first resource area, the guards stationed there were momentarily stunned, seemingly puzzled as to why a solitary mantis dared to intrude upon their territory. Subsequently, these locusts began to attack with wild abandon. The locusts, unafraid of death, surged towards their enemy without a hint of chivalry. Lu Qing relished such encounters. With 2 large blades, he simply slashed away. The massive left blade-like limb, streaked with red, swept through, casually decapitating 7 locusts with a single stroke. The right blade-like limb was equally formidable, severing 8 locusts in one blow. In mere moments, over 100 locusts lay lifeless. Just then, Bai Hui's blade-like limb had just sprung forth, ready to showcase its formidable combat skills before Lu Qing. However, in a matter of seconds, more than 100 locusts had been neatly dispatched. Lu Qing felt unsatisfied. Retracting his blade-like limbs, he spat, They don't withstand a cut at all. Bai Hui was rendered speechless. Not withstand a cut. The locusts rely on their speed and numbers, charging in waves. Their frenzied assault would make any race retreat in fear. Yet such a powerful insect race, and you've dispatched them so effortlessly. It's not that they are weak. It's simply they've encountered a freak. Stop dawdling. Quickly lead the way to the next resource area. Bai Hui snapped back to reality, retracting its extended blade-like limb and hurriedly continuing to guide the way. So close to reveling in glory, Lu Qing flicked his blade-like limb, splattering green blood onto the ground. This was within the lair of the sky-shadowing locust. The ground was littered with countless fragments of the locust's corpses. This species was abundant. Inside the lair, there were nearly 5,000 sky-shadowing locusts, all of them above the 5th rank, with even 17 of them reaching the 8th rank. 17 8th-tier beings, although lacking a 9th-tier counterpart, certainly instilled a sense of trepidation that deterred any 9th-tier entity from making a hasty incursion. Yet, despite the formidable prowess of these locusts, they were effortlessly dispatched by Lu Qing, as if he were slicing through ripe vegetables. In fact, due to their reckless audacity, not a single one managed to escape. Just as Lu Qing was reveling in the thrill of the hunt, an unexpected silence enveloped the scene. All had been slain. Upon hearing that Lu Qing was merely a hair's breadth from completion, Bai Hui quietly sheathed his small blade. This juncture, he finally comprehended his role. When I claimed to be a guide, I was indeed just that, a mere guide. It was not that I lacked the desire to engage in battle. Rather, the opportunity had eluded me entirely. Aside from guiding, there was simply no chance for me to partake in the fray. Lu Qing adeptly dispatched all energy cores. Turning to Bai Hui, he inquired, Which tribe lies to the right? More yet? Is that enough? The golden-armored longhorn beetle, Bai Hui replied. The golden-armored longhorn possesses immense strength, and its dual whips wield considerable might. Due to the absence of territorial overlap, conflicts with the mantis tribe are relatively infrequent. This is splendid. Engaging them will surely be entertaining. Bai Hui, somewhat hesitant, remarked, Aren't you weary? We've already vanquished 2 insect tribes. Lu Qing brandished his blade-like limbs, exuding vigor. Not weary in the slightest. I am currently brimming with energy. You may be energized, but as your guide, I am thoroughly exhausted. Bai Hui reminded. The longhorn beetles do have 9th-tier members, and they are quite formidable. Their dual whips can be devastatingly precise. 9th tier, indeed. Over 2,000 experience points. Understood. Let us hasten our journey. I am most eager. Bai Hui unfurled his wings. Aren't you concerned about being struck by the golden-armored longhorn's whips? Your words only heighten my anticipation. The lair of the golden-armored longhorn is a species endowed with both defensive and offensive capabilities. Longhorn beetles are seldom attacked by other races. The longhorn king measures 4 meters in length, yet its antennae whips extend an astonishing 6 meters. When these whips are unleashed, their immense force can obliterate any target. It is precisely this combination of both offense and defense, along with their overwhelming strength, that has rendered their kind rather complacent. However, this complacency was shattered today. Lu Qing soared into the lair and landed upon a massive boulder, his dual blades gleaming. I implore you, strike me with your whips. Such audacity left the Longhorn King momentarily bewildered. What is happening? I was savoring my meal when a mantis leaps forth, begging me to whip it? How perverse! Do you think my whips are mere playthings? When my antler whips descend, I assure you, little mantis, you shall be eviscerated. The mere act of intruding upon the territory of the golden-armored Longhorn had already incited the Longhorn King's ire, but the audacious demand for punishment only fueled its wrath further. Very well, I shall oblige. The Longhorn King unfurled its armored wings and charged towards Lu Qing, when it deemed the distance sufficient. It gave a slight shake of its head, and the two whips, imbued with colossal strength, lashed out. The whips, as expected, swept across the mantis's neck. The Longhorn King was brimming with confidence. Even a 9th-tier mantis would be severely injured by such a strike, let alone this mere 8th-tier creature. This insignificant mantis, truly unaware of its impending doom. Suddenly, it sensed something amiss. The whips had struck true, yet there was no resistance. It felt as though it had encountered nothing at all. Then, astonishingly, that mantis vanished. That was not a physical form, but merely an afterimage. Chapter 77. Please, whip me. Upon discovering that it was merely an afterimage, the golden-armored beetle felt a sharp pain in its abdomen. It swayed momentarily before plummeting from the sky. Before it could even touch the ground, it beheld a familiar half-rear end descending. A fragment of a wing fluttered in the air. Whose rear end has been discarded? As this thought crossed its mind, it realized that it had completely lost sensation in its hindquarters. Turning to glance back as it fell, it saw its lower body utterly absent. What the hell? That's mine. Lu Qing brandished his large blade suspended in midair. The golden-armored beetle, racked with agony, fixed its crimson gaze upon Lu Qing. Did you not implore me to whip you? Why are you dodging? Lu Qing gradually descended to the ground, remarking, indeed, I granted you an opportunity. You cannot strike such a large target. You are utterly inept. I offered you a chance, yet you remain futile. Enduring excruciating pain, the golden-armored beetle attempted to shake its head and launch another assault. Yet, Lu Qing's blade was swifter, cleaving its head clean off. Its antennae, along with its severed head, flopped to the side, still twitching. I am of the 9th rank. Why can I not defeat this mere 8th rank mantis? The formidable vitality sustained it until it completed its final telepathic transmission. However, it would never have the chance to discover the answer. Lu Qing's blade curved, extracting the energy core, which he promptly consumed while it was still fresh. Acquired 2,300 flesh valued. Oh, an additional 200 points. What a profit! The cadre of golden-armored beetles, witnessing their king's energy core being devoured, seethed with indignation. Despicable! They have slain our king. Brothers, avenge our king. Yes, let us exact retribution, using the mantis's blood to honor our king's spirit. Brothers, do not retreat. Slay it. Hey, do not flee. It is but one. Why are you running? The golden-armored beetles only thrived in favorable conditions. After their king was slain, they clamored fiercely yet scattered swiftly. Just moments ago, they had gathered, but in the blink of an eye, they dispersed in all directions. This sudden turn left Lu Qing bewildered. Initially, hearing their furious cries, he anticipated another opportunity for harvest. To his dismay, the golden-hued swarm revealed itself to be a bunch of cowards. This cluster of golden-armored beetles fled in all directions. Unless he could replicate himself, pursuing them effectively would prove quite limited. Lu Qing chased after one 8th rank beetle, calling out, Hey, do not run. Come, whip me. You have already cleaved our king in two. I shall whip you. Whip your mother. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lu Qing had already caught up. With a swift stroke, he severed its head. He could not afford to excavate the energy core, as he swiftly turned to pursue another 8th rank beetle. Hey, do not flee. I shall not strike you. This one, emboldened, dared to glance back. Upon seeing the enormous blade, it nearly succumbed to fright. I trust you, you absolute. The blade fell. Damn it, this is bad. I've been hit. There was no time to chase the 7th rank beetle. Lu Qing relied solely on his extraordinary speed to deliver fatal strikes to those 8th rank beetles. After pursuing 4 in quick succession, the golden-armored beetle's lair was nearly devoid of 8th ranks. Just as Lu Qing was about to concede, he heard a telepathic message from Bai Hui. Here, I have intercepted 3. Hurry, I can't hold on any longer. Lu Qing hurriedly flew towards the direction of the transmission. Upon entering the passage, he beheld Bai Hui, who had occupied the narrowest part. 3 8th-tier creatures, followed by another 8 7th-tier ones, were blocked. Naturally, the 3 8th-tiers, desperate to escape, would not surrender easily. Their whips lashed out at Bai Hui with reckless abandon. The confined space left little room for evasion. Bai Hui could only parry twice with his 2 blades before being struck 4 times by the Tianyo's whips. The sounds of muffled groans and cracking whips melded together. Ouch, that hurts. After several rounds, his abdomen was already covered in wounds. If these had been the Tianyo king, a few blows might have even disemboweled him. Lu Qing swiftly dispatched 2 with a single strike, sending them to their demise in mere seconds. While extracting the energy cores, he praised, "I didn't expect you to be quite resilient, daring to block so many 7th and 8th tiers." Bai Hui leaned against the stone wall, emitting a sound akin to a weary groan. "Resilient, my foot. My secondary limbs are wedged in the crevice. I can't even turn around. Do you think I enjoy being whipped?" Lu Qing glanced up. And indeed, Bai Hui's secondary limbs were deeply lodged in the stone fissure, though that's how it is. "I thought you had a peculiar taste," he remarked, tossing an 8th-tier energy core into his maw. Bai Hui pleaded, "Brother, could you refrain from eating it just yet? Please free my secondary limbs first." "Simple enough." Lu Qing rose, raised his blade, and swiftly shattered the stone. Bai Hui promptly extracted his secondary limbs and curled up, casting a resentful gaze at Lu Qing. "You promised to whip them, yet here I am, on the receiving end." Lu Qing stifled a laugh, tossing an 8th-tier energy core to him. Bai Hui immediately perked up and caught it. This round of lashes wasn't in vain. Quite the reward. He took a small bite, then sighed with delight through the transmission. Delightful. Lu Qing remarked, "See? The process and the outcome of the whipping are seamlessly connected." He discarded the remaining energy cores and turned to Bai Hui, who was now riddled with scars. "So, how are you holding up? Can you still move?" Bai Hui's blade wobbled, still impaled with the leftover energy core. "I'm too injured to move at all." After transmitting, he added a few more groans. Lu Qing shook his wings, lamenting, "What a pity. If you could move, I was planning to reward you with another 8th-tier energy core. But never mind, never mind." Bai Hui instantly perked up. With a flap of his wings, he rose. "I can move. Just a trivial injury. Even if 18 Tianyo were to whip me simultaneously, I could endure it. In fact, I've come to love that feeling of being lashed." As he transmitted, he picked up a Tianyo's head and waved it about, demonstrating his formidable spirit. "I can move. That is splendid." Lu Qing inquired, "Which insect tribe lies to the right?" Bai Hui pondered for a moment. If the rumors are accurate, it should be the three-tailed scorpion. Three-tailed scorpion. This was the first time he had heard of scorpions existing here since stepping into the insect whistle prairie. Of course, this was largely because he had never asked before. The three-tailed scorpion is highly venomous, with a remarkably sharp tail, belonging to an exceedingly perilous species within the 9 domains sacred land. Most importantly, it possesses 3 tails, each exhibiting exceptional agility. Furthermore, its pincers exert tremendous strength. Although the three-tailed scorpion does not belong to the 9th rank, it undoubtedly stands as the most formidable entity in the 9 domains sacred land in terms of overall prowess. Lu Qing nodded affirmatively to "No matter. My great blade does not discriminate by species." Bai Hui hastily added, "I do. I lack experience in confronting three-tailed scorpions, so you must rely solely on yourself. And no worries, if there's a chance to flee, just intercept. Wouldn't he that leave me riddled with holes?" Chapter 78. The Scorpion's Venom. Will the scorpion be poisoned? Under Lu Qing's urging, Bai Hui reluctantly took to the skies. However, as soon as it ascended, it transmitted, "I have no idea where to go." Having never ventured into the territory of the three-tailed scorpions, it was oblivious to the location of their lair. After a brief contemplation, Lu Qing concluded, "What about finding a golden-armored longhorn beetle?" The golden-armored longhorn beetle fears for its life. Capturing one to lead us should pose no issue. Lu Qing and Bai Hui did not expend much effort in locating a 7th-rank golden-armored longhorn beetle. The beetle, highly alert, took flight the moment it sensed a mantis approaching. Bai Hui quickly extended its blade-like appendage. "Don't flee. We're not here to harm you. We merely require your assistance." Naturally, the beetle would not heed such words. "And you speak of seeking help? Our king was slain." With that, it spread its wings and attempted to escape. Bai Hui's speed could not match that of the 7th-rank beetle, especially since the latter was familiar with the terrain. Leaving Lu Qing to handle the situation. Just watch how effortlessly I accomplish this. Activating his flying skills, Lu Qing instantly left behind a phantom image. In mere moments, he found himself behind the golden-armored longhorn beetle, 7th rank. Unable to restrain himself, he delivered a slightly heavier blow than intended. merely severing its head. The beetle, not immediately dead, transmitted a voice filled with resentment. "No, please, not to kill me," Lu Qing, equally vexed, retorted. "Had you not flown so swiftly, would I have needed to strike you? If I hadn't struck, I wouldn't have overexerted myself." Under its dying gaze, Lu Qing skillfully extracted the energy core while transmitting. Gained 21 flesh value. Quite remarkable. Before the beetle's eyes, he consumed its energy core, causing the beetle to succumb to despair. That moment, Bai Hui finally caught up. Gazing at the dismembered 7th-rank beetle, Bai Hui was rendered speechless. "Wherein we supposed to find a guide? You've struck rather heavily. I shall be more cautious next time. Its head is gone, and you consider this merely striking heavily?" Bai Hui was at a loss for words, but Lu Qing soon discovered a new development. "Oh, look over there." In an inconspicuous corner, a 5th-rank golden-armored longhorn beetle trembled in fear. "Fear not, we shall not slay you." The beetle quivered. "You said the same to my father." "Ah, so you are of the same family. A mere 5th rank. I certainly do not mind. Rest assured, we only wish for your assistance." "Assistance with what?" "Seek the lair of the 3-tailed scorpion. If you are unaware, then your worth to us is negligible, and Bai Hui will assuredly end your life." Beside him, Bai Hui interjected. "I know the location of the 3-tailed scorpion's lair." "Excellent, lead us there." The golden-armored beetle obediently spread its wings and flew towards the passage. Lu Qing and Bai Hui followed closely behind. With a gentle flick of its whip-like antenna, the golden-armored beetle revealed the entrance to the lair of the 3-tailed scorpion. "I have brought you here. Can we depart now?" "Depart? I don't recall ever agreeing to let you go," Lu Qing pondered. Indeed, he had made no such promise. "I am a man of my word. Since I did not promise to release you, I cannot do so. Eradicate the roots of the problem. It is only fitting that your father is dealt with, and it would be unreasonable to spare you." "Little beetle, have you ever heard the phrase, 'A family of insects must remain united'?" The golden-armored beetle, filled with confusion, queried, "What does united mean?" "It matters not if you do not understand. You shall learn in your next life." With a swift motion, Lu Qing's blade pierced through its head. The massive blade penetrated entirely, and the 5th-grade beetle did not emit even a sound. It was not due to its resilience, but rather because it had perished instantaneously. After eliminating the 5th-grade beetle, Bai Hui had already reached a fork in the path. The left path led to the lair of the 3-tailed scorpion. Thus he chose the right. Lu Qing, disregarding him, proceeded directly towards the left passage leading to the lair. Bai Hui emerged from the right passage. Faintly cursing, "A dead end, ugh, a path of no return. There is no way forward that way." While the 3-tailed scorpions do not belong to the 9th grade, their strength undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 within the 9 insect tribes. They possess black carapaces, measuring approximately 3 meters in length, with their 3 scorpion tails extending to nearly 5 meters. The barbed tails glimmer with a faint blue glow, indicative of their potent venom. Their pincers are robust and powerful, producing a metallic clang upon contact. They exhibit remarkable agility in movement. Aside from their inability to fly, they seem devoid of any weaknesses. Lurking upon a stone was the largest of the 3-tailed scorpions, its size significantly surpassing that of an ordinary 8th-grade specimen, with its 3 tails extending over 6 meters. This must be the Scorpion King. Upon seeing its form, Bai Hui trembled in fear. Those tails are terrifying, and those pincers, they are not smaller than my blade. If caught, it would undoubtedly sever in two. Lu Qing cast a sidelong glance at him. "Are you afraid already? It's poisonous. How can one not be afraid? Among the 9 great insect tribes, only they possess venom. Just a slight contact can induce excruciating pain. How could one not fear?" Lu Qing's blade extended, and he turned to pose a question. "Tell me, if scorpion venom were to poison another scorpion, would it succumb to the poison?" Why do I feel this is rather profound? Not the time for such contemplations. We are on the brink of battle. Fair point. Let us not dwell on it in an instant." Lu Qing's wings erupted with power, his afterimage gradually fading. The next moment, he found himself atop the back of a 3-tailed scorpion. This was an ordinary 8th-grade 3-tailed scorpion, caught completely off guard by Lu Qing's astonishing speed. As he landed on its back, Lu Qing's blade-like appendage traced a crimson line, targeting the scorpion's tail. Composed of segments, the tail ensured agility, yet it also harbored a critical vulnerability in its defense. Without even deploying an attack skill, Lu Qing effortlessly severed a portion of the tail. Seizing the fallen appendage with another blade, he aimed the barbed end at the scorpion's back and plunged it deep into the soft carapace connecting to its head. The 8th-grade 3-tailed scorpion finally registered the assault. Hissing, it felt an intense pain. The mantis has invaded. My back itches terribly. It writhed, attempting to utilize its remaining 2 tails. only to find itself utterly devoid of strength, unable even to lift its tail. What is happening to me? Confusion engulfed it, as it could not comprehend the sudden wave of weakness and a hint of nausea. A nearby three-tailed scorpion, which had begun to encircle, chimed in, "You have been poisoned. Poisoned? But I am a venomous scorpion. You have been struck by your own stinger." The poisoned scorpion sought to communicate for help, only to realize it could no longer transmit its thoughts. In a mere 10 seconds, the scorpion began to spew blue foam, and within moments, it lay completely motionless. Chapter 79. You annihilated them all? In midair, Lu Qing glanced at by Hui.it. Seems the scorpion's venom can indeed vanquish its own kind. Bai Hui nearly plummeted from the sky. I just said there was no need for discussion. You found it reasonable, yet you turned around and captured an 8th-grade three-tailed scorpion. In no discussion, you went straight to experimentation. The Mantis clan. I never anticipated you could stealthily invade our territory. The Scorpion King crawled closer, lifting its head slightly to fixate on Lu Qing in the air. Why did the golden armored longhorn beetles not impede your advance? Have your two clans perhaps forged some clandestine pact? Lu Qing responded nonchalantly. The golden armored longhorn beetles? Those cowards were driven away by me. Surely, you aren't as timid as those beetles? He genuinely feared that these scorpions might flee as well, which would mean a significant loss of experience. The Scorpion King erupted in fury. We three-tailed scorpions are not to be compared with those timid longhorn beetles. We will shred any intruding foe. It then transmitted, "Haha, you're merely an 8th-grade mantis, daring to come here. Come down and see if I don't pierce you to oblivion." Lu Qing wasted no words and unleashed dual skills directly upon the Scorpion King. The scorpion's reaction speed was fairly decent, yet against Lu Qing's monstrous prowess, it was utterly ineffectual. As its form blurred into an afterimage, it sensed impending doom. Instinctively, it extended its pincers. That primal reaction fortuitously connected with Lu Qing's blade. The sound of metal clashing echoed in an instant. The Scorpion King felt as though its pincers were no longer its own. Turning to inspect, it discovered a significant dent where its pincers had collided with Lu Qing's blade, revealing tender flesh beneath. Its once ironclad pincers had been so thoroughly compromised by the mantis's blade. However, just as it prepared to mobilize its venomous stinger, Lu Qing had already delivered a decisive strike to the soft carapace on its back. The tremendous force cleaved through its armor. Why King avenged the mantis, tearing it to shreds. The swarm of scorpions did not flee. Instead, they surged towards Lu Qing with reckless abandon. It appeared that the Scorpion King had indeed spoken the truth. Lu Qing brandished his dual blades and commenced a fierce battle. His valor was remarkable. Lu Qing's blades clashed head-on with the pincers of an ordinary 8th-tier scorpion. The scorpion's hardness was not comparable to that of the Scorpion King. Thus it was cleaved in two by Lu Qing's strike, its head severed cleanly. Several venomous stingers came hurtling towards him. Lu Qing swept his great blade horizontally, severing them all with ease. Upon witnessing Lu Qing's audacity, Bai Hui felt a competitive spark ignite within him. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess to ensure you refrain from bullying me in the future. Bai Hui brandished his blade and launched an attack against an 8th-tier three-tailed scorpion. The scorpion's pincers extended outward. A direct confrontation? Allow me to showcase the strength of our mantises. Bai Hui's blade collided with the pincers. The anticipated scene of the pincers being cleaved asunder did not materialize. Instead, the opposing pincers ensnared his blade in an instant. Bai Hui comprehended the truth. It was not that the three-tailed scorpion was weak, but rather that Lu Qing was extraordinarily strong. 3 stingers lunged towards Bai Hui's abdomen. Restrained as he was, he could only awkwardly evade while attempting to withdraw his blade. The Grand Ancestor was exceedingly busy, overwhelmed with pain, yet his spirits remained high. A significant number of mantises had been dispatched, successfully claiming the territory of the beetles. Grand Ancestor, hurry, hurry. A mantis flew in haste to deliver the report. The Grand Ancestor twisted his body, urging calmness. Speak slowly. Slowly? There is no time for that. Lu Qing and Bai Hui have already breached the territory of the locusts. What? The Grand Ancestor was aware they had ventured into the locust domain, but he had not anticipated their swift progress. It is well known that locusts triumph through sheer numbers. Within the 9 domains sacred land, their numbers are indeed the most formidable. Are you certain? The messenger mantis landed, surrounded by carcasses, not a single survivor in sight, and given the locust's nature, any intruder would face relentless pursuit. Once dead, one is at rest. The Grand Ancestor's mind raced. A vast expanse of territory. After seizing the beetles' domain, their defensive capacity would be significantly diluted, and now they had captured another large area. It is evident that the mantises are insufficient. However, the situation was urgent. Such a substantial morsel must be consumed. lest it fall into the hands of other insect tribes. Quickly, report to the Queen and request the mobilization of 1,000. No, 3,000 elite troops into the sacred land. Hasten. The external elite were somewhat lacking, yet under these circumstances, they could still hold their ground. 3,000 represent the entirety of the mantis elite, including those above 5th tier from various camps. As the mantis troops set off to inform the Queen, the Grand Ancestor felt a waning of his pain, invigorated by the prospect. Lu Qing, you have truly astonished me. In just over a day, 2 nests have been conquered. Ha 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 ha. Just as he reveled in his triumph for a few fleeting moments, another mantis soldier arrived to report. Grand Ancestor, the golden armor longhorn beetles are in full retreat. Some have already fled their stronghold. Upon investigation, the golden armor longhorn beetles have been decimated by Lu Qing, with not a single 8th tier survivor. The Grand Ancestor stood momentarily stunned. The golden armor longhorn beetles have been annihilated. This species only prevails in favorable conditions. When faced with adversity, they flee. Their route is entirely reasonable. However, such a vast territory. Must we, the Mantis clan, also receive this? You go seek the Queen and request an additional 3,000 troops. Whether they are elite or not is of little consequence. What truly matters is their numbers. It is aware that there are not so many elite fighters. For now, let us secure the territory first. Not long after this mantis departed, another one flew and a tremor coursed through the heart of the great ancestor. The earlier excitement over acquiring territory has now turned to fear. Lord Lu, you are my sovereign. Our mantis clan is limited in numbers. Please do not allocate any more territory to us. However, what one fears often comes to pass. Great ancestor, the lair of the 3-tailed scorpions has been breached, leaving a landscape littered with poisonous stings and corpses. The great ancestor trembled, urging, very well, go, seek the Queen. As soon as this mantis departed, it collapsed onto the ground. For insect clans have been annihilated. Lu Qing, please cease your attacks. We do not possess that many mantises. Of course, Lu Qing remains oblivious to the conflicting emotions of the great ancestor. His sole focus is to accumulate experience. The day when all 9 clans are extinguished will coincide with his ascension to a higher form. Lu Qing calculated. Grasshoppers, beetles, longhorn beetles, scorpions, and the recently vanquished fire-breathing insects. 5 clans in total, which leaves 4 remaining. It is drawing near. Beside him, Bai Hui trembled. Brother, you do not intend to annihilate the Mantis clan as well, do you? What do you mean by that, brother Bai? Bai Hui was on the verge of tears. Of the 9 clans, 5 have been eradicated. If you eliminate the remaining 4, it includes us as well. Oh, right, I inadvertently included you in that count. Bai Hui sighed, brother, do you truly believe you are amusing? Chapter 80. The Queen. The expansion of territory has been rather aggressive. Let me take a breather. In the capital of the Mantis clan. The Queen is recuperating. The last time the inner treasury was raided by Lu Qing, the energy core of the ancestral source was consumed, causing her considerable distress. Coupled with her injuries, the past few days have been quite arduous. Just as her mood soured, a mantis entered. The mantis was not bound by many formalities. As long as it passed the inner guards, it could approach the Queen. Upon seeing the incoming mantis, she recognized it had returned from the sacred land. Immediately, she straightened her posture, adopting a regal demeanor. Has anything transpired upon returning from the sacred land? The reporting mantis promptly bowed its blade-like legs, stating, I am here on the great ancestor's orders to summon the elite to the sacred land. The Queen immediately rose. I asked the situation dire. Could it be that the Beetle King has already ascended to the 9th tier? Previously, during the struggle against the Beetle King, the Mantis clan suffered significant losses, with resource points seized by the beetles. The Beetle King was already perilously close to the 9th tier, and after acquiring that resource point, it could very well ascend. The Mantis quickly conveyed, indeed, the Beetle King has ascended to the 9th tier. As expected, the Queen slumped back down, feeling utterly defeated. The beetle's thick armor and high defenses make it exceedingly difficult for mantises to breach their defenses. Now that the Beetle King has ascended to the 9th tier, it poses a grave threat to the Mantis clan. Furthermore, due to their proximity, the Mantis territory may once again be compressed. Such compression signifies a reduction in resources, which is extremely detrimental to the development of the Mantis clan. The Queen had even resolved to return to the sacred land herself, despite her severe and unhealed injuries. The number of elites in our clan is rather limited. To fulfill the requirements, we must summon reinforcements from the 7 camps, which will take some time. Therefore, I shall lead the capital's elites to provide support and hold the line for now. What support? What does hold the line mean? What is the Queen talking about? The messenger mantis appears bewildered. Has the Queen misunderstood? We do not require support. We only need 3,000 elites, and no support needed. Hasn't the Beetle King already reached the 9th rank? How can we not need assistance? Given the beetle clan's hostility towards us, they should surely invade. The beetle clan no longer harbors animosity towards us. The messenger mantis continues, for the beetles in the sacred land have been completely annihilated. We are not requesting the queen to gather elites for support. Rather, we intend to take over their territory, as the beetles' domain is quite fertile. Ah? The queen stands frozen in shock. What does this mean? The beetles have been entirely exterminated. How is that possible? Did you not just say the beetle king had reached the 9th rank? How can it now be said that they have been eradicated? The 9th rank. The sacred domain of the 9 regions. No. Throughout the entire insect song prairie, it represents an absolute pinnacle of combat power. A race as defensively formidable as the beetles attaining the 9th rank is nearly invincible. Unless they perish from old age or willingly choose death, there is virtually no race capable of slaying them. Could you be mistaken? Or has there been an error in communication? Error. I witnessed with my own eyes the dismembered remains of the beetle king. I even sampled a bite. The meat was somewhat tough. The messenger mantis relays the message promptly, affirming, indeed, I personally tasted the beetle king. Had it not been for the urgency of the task, I could have indulged to my heart's content. Indulged? The queen finds it increasingly unbelievable. The beetle king is truly dead? How did this happen? Lu Qing, the outsider you dispatched, severed the beetle's wings with 3 strikes, reducing the beetle king to mere flesh. 3 strikes reduced the beetle king to flesh. Lu Qing, so powerful. One must recognize that he is a 9th rank entity, the pinnacle of combat power on the insect song prairie. Yet Lu Qing is merely an 8th rank. Can an 8th rank truly triumph over a 9th rank with such ease? The queen's heart is tumultuous with astonishment. It is utterly unfathomable. So revolutionary. Very well, the 3,000 elites will depart for the sacred domain before dawn to consolidate our gains. The messenger mantis is instructed to withdraw at once, leaving the queen in solitary contemplation. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? In less than 2 days, Lu Qing has achieved such merit for the mantis clan. This surprise is indeed monumental. With the deaths of the beetle king and the elite forces, it will be exceedingly difficult for the beetle clan to recover for over 100 years. Moreover, as they decline, the mantis clan shall gradually flourish. After consolidating resources, we may cultivate a 9th rank. At that time, the glory of the mantis clan will shine brightly upon the insect song prairie. The 3,000 elites required for the sacred land are challenging to assemble. However, since the territory is already ours, we must produce these 3,000 elites to seize complete control over the beetles' lands and resources. The queen begins to deliberate from which major camp to extract true elites. Just as she ponders, another messenger mantis returns from the sacred land. Your Majesty, the ancestor demands 1,000 elites. The very first sentence nearly causes the queen to falter. How has 3,000 transformed into 1,000? Is there some mistake? 3,000 may still be a feasible number, but 10,000? Where could one possibly find so many mantises of superior rank? It is truly unattainable. How could the great ancestor be so oblivious to this? Furthermore, such a multitude of elites is unnecessary. The queen, in her impatience, mused that with just one beetle's territory, 3,000 elite soldiers would suffice. What rationale is there for 10,000? No, indeed. The signaling mantis extended its blade-like limbs, indicating the presence of the locust-s territory, 2 domains. The great ancestor understands that we do not possess that many elites. Thus, a force of 10,000 mantises of reasonable strength would be adequate. The locust-s territory? Could it be? The queen's voice trembled. Has the locust-s stronghold also been breached? The signaling mantis nodded fervently, affirming that indeed, it had been conquered, leaving not a single survivor. Truly, all the elites have perished. That was also Lu Qing. Yes, precisely him. He was formidable. You should have witnessed the scene. Goodness, the ground was littered with locust corpses. Not a single intact one remained. The signaling mantis reminisced about the locust-s stronghold. It swayed its triangular head, as if seeing the world anew. The locust-s stronghold has been slaughtered. In an instant, the queen felt as though the energy core of her ancestral lineage had been worth its weight in gold. Lu Qing, a mere 8th tier, had eradicated both the beetles and locusts in just over a day. Our mantis clan's territory has expanded over 3-fold. Such an abundance of resources can be utilized without reservation. As long as we stabilize our development, it won't be long before we witness the emergence of a multitude of even more powerful mantises. At that time, the mantis clan shall gradually ascend to become the most formidable force in the 9 domains sacred land. And the likelihood of this is exceedingly high. Truly, the heavens have favored our mantis clan. Such a bounteous opportunity must be seized, even if it requires gritting our teeth. 10,000 shall be no problem. Immediately mobilize the troops from the 7 camps. The resources outside the sacred land pale in comparison to those within. Thus, it is imperative to prioritize arrangements within the sacred land. The signaling mantis swiftly departed. Just as the queen was about to issue orders to the 7 camps, another signaling mantis arrived. Chapter 81. Advancement? Higher form. More news. Could it be that Lu Qing has captured yet another stronghold? Indeed, this signaling mantis was even more forthright. Your Majesty, the 7 camps should directly occupy the sacred land. There is far too much territory to claim. The queen stood up, trembling, and demanded, "Speak clearly, die in truth. The territory has expanded yet again. Not only have the golden armored beetles fled, but even the territory of the 3-tailed scorpions has been seized." The 3-tailed scorpions? To be candid, the Mantis clan's territory is still quite distant from that of the 3-tailed scorpions. There is hardly any intersection, given that 2 other clans lie between them. Encounters would only be likely upon entering the core area when the stone formations shift. I never anticipated that both the 3-tailed scorpions and golden armored beetles would. Just how powerful has Lu Qing become? This? Very well, I understand. After dismissing the signaling mantis, the queen found herself in a quandary. For new territories have been added, all larger than that of the Mantis clan. Bringing back all 7 camps might barely suffice. However, does this mean abandoning the grasslands? The queen swiftly resolved her thoughts. If abandonment is to be, then so be it. The more resource-rich 9 domains sacred land is the true prize. No, it is now the holy land of the 5 domains, as 4 clans have already been expelled. In truth, the 9 domains have been reduced to a single domain, for Lu Qing has traversed the area and annihilated every last one. Not a single foe remains. 8 insect clans, tens of thousands of elite warriors. The experience gained is undeniably substantial. A conservative estimate would place it at around 50,000. Thus, coupled with prior accumulations, Lu Qing has achieved his anticipated milestones. Bai Hui is utterly exhausted. Over the past 4 days, he has circled the vast expanse of the 9 domains. Traversing such an immense territory is undoubtedly a strenuous endeavor. While Lu Qing remains vigorous and spirited, Bai Hui has already taken to resting against a massive rock. He can no longer go on. He is truly spent. Given that the entire Holy Land has now become the dominion of the Mantis clan, he can rest wherever he pleases. Lu Qing has also found a spot to recuperate for a brief moment. With sufficient experience at hand, the next step is to seek a place for advancement. In the span of 4 days, he has vanquished all 8 insect clans, particularly the camouflage butterflies, where 2 were of the 9th rank, which was quite unexpected. Bai Hui scratched his belly, expressing concern that Lu Qing might inadvertently eliminate the Mantis clan. Of course, this was said in jest. When he first joined the Mantis clan, Lu Qing had indeed contemplated such a possibility. However, he has always held deep affections, as the Mantis clan has been quite kind to its own. Through various experiences, bonds have formed. With such feelings, killing is out of the question, unless the experience offered is extraordinarily high. Just kidding, he dismissed thoughts of the first sword upon landing. How could Lu Qing, a person so sentimental, engage in slaughter against his own kin? Bai Hui, if it weren't for your tales of the forest mantis lord, I might have believed you. Lu Qing, invigorated, stood upright, stating that it was due to the colorful winged creature's persistent attempts to target him that he had no choice but to eliminate it. Upon hearing this, Bai Hui suddenly perked up. Come, brother, elucidate the meaning of target in detail. Look at that, a solitary mantis can indeed grasp the crux of the matter. It's quite literal. You may return. There's a cave over there that seems suitable. I am preparing for an advancement. Bai Hui sprang up suddenly. Are you about to break through to the 9th rank? You were already formidable at the 8th rank. If you reach the 9th, how powerful will you become? Lu Qing pondered for a moment. 9th rank? I have amassed experience for over half a month. I cannot settle for just reaching the 9th rank. However, there was no need for further elaboration. He replied vaguely, about that, yes, now hurry along. Furthermore, it would be best to prevent other mantises from approaching, lest they inadvertently harm him during his advancement. Primarily, he wished to avoid any disturbances. The last time he transitioned from a lower to an intermediate rank, he needed to undergo a transformation. This time, he was advancing to a higher form. A conservative estimate suggests it would require around a month. He certainly did not wish to be interrupted halfway through the transformation. Bai Hui promptly assured him, rest easy, the Grand Ancestor Lao Deng will undoubtedly arrange this matter clearly for you. He had accompanied Lu Qing throughout the eradication of the 8 clans, earning immense merit, second only to the legendary insect Song Prairie. Such achievements, of course, warranted a touch of pride. Just as Bai Hui turned, he noticed the Grand Ancestor, 20 meters away, gazing intently at him. Lao Deng? That term is rather novel. This is the second time I have heard it. The first was from Lu Qing himself. Such an extraordinarily powerful being is not one to be trifled with. Yet, Bai Hui dared to utter it. After all, It was once a ninth rank, and its lingering power still remains. The white ash instantly wilted. It seems that after being called upon numerous times, it has become rather habitual. The great ancestor also understood that this was not the time to deal with this little brat. So with a cold grunt, he chose to leave the area, lest it disturb Lu Qing's ascension. Once they departed, Lu Qing immediately began his preparations. He occupied the available cave, then used his blade-like feet to excavate a massive stone. Now, his blade feet were exceedingly sharp, making the task of mining a stone quite effortless. After sealing the entrance, Lu Qing promptly accessed the panel. Energy accumulation complete. Shall I advance? Yes. Instantly, energy began to surge within his body. The ninth rank, an effortless breakthrough. He glanced at the experience BAR'd. IT was still full. Lu Qing felt reassured. Energy accumulation complete. Shall I advance? Notice, after advancing, the host will attain a higher form, and the system will automatically upgrade. Shall I advance? Yes. Commencing advancement. The energy form erupted from his body, manifesting into a tangible essence that enveloped Lu Qing entirely. Subsequently, he gradually drifted into a comfortable slumber. 4 days passed, and 16 waves of messengers arrived. The queen grew increasingly numb. 8 of the 9 clans had perished. Today, only her clan remained in the 9 domains sacred land. Their territory had suddenly expanded tenfold, and henceforth, all resources would belong to the Mantis clan, making it impossible not to grow stronger, as for the remnants of the other insect clans. It was certain that they could not be exterminated entirely, given their overwhelming numbers, which were utterly unquantifiable. However, it could be asserted that for at least 100 years, the 8 insect clans would be unable to rise again, and may even fade into oblivion with the passage of time. As for the Guardians, the entire area was under the dominion of the Mantis clan, and every resource point belonged to them, thus rendering any oversight unnecessary. Once they conducted their assessments, they could simply reap the rewards periodically. Had the glory of the Mantis clan truly been realized so effortlessly, it felt like a dream. To unify the insect-chirping grassland, all it took was a single Lu Qing. This unification of the entire insect-chirping grassland left the queen momentarily stunned. She felt compelled to meet the great benefactor. The queen promptly made her way to the sacred domain. However, upon arrival, she was informed by the great ancestor that Lu Qing was on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank. Even at the 8th rank, he was already invincible in the insect-chirping grassland, and now he was poised to ascend to the 9th rank. Should she consider stepping down and yielding power? The queen felt it necessary to ponder this matter seriously. Chapter 82. The core of the 9 domains sacred land. Your Majesty, what shall be our next course of action? Inquired the great ancestor regarding the subsequent affairs. Now, the entire 9 domains sacred land had transformed into the territory of the Mantis. The resources here were exceedingly abundant, so much so that the entire clan could not possibly deplete them all. Yet, it could not be that the entire clan moved in, could it? The queen had already contemplated arrangements regarding this matter. The capital could not remain without Mantis guardians, as it served as a testament to the glory of Mantis civilization. I could lead a large camp to be stationed in the capital, while only the 4 most essential camps remained, with the rest entering the sacred land. Furthermore, I would specifically assign the less powerful adult mantises to transport resources to various camps. Once the situation stabilized, the camps could strike against the remaining forces of the other clans, thereby honing the skills of the mantis soldiers while simultaneously eradicating the strength of the other insect clans. Moreover, it is imperative to engage in a degree of competition regarding the allocation of resources to avoid complacency. The queen methodically conveyed her arrangements to the grand ancestor, who wholeheartedly affirmed her plans. Truly, she is our esteemed queen, and such arrangements are nothing short of perfection. If Lu Qing were present, he would undoubtedly remark that the grand ancestor is unsophisticated. Regardless of the quantity of resources, in his realm of high martial arts, the competition is already overwhelming. 6 days have swiftly passed. During this period, the Mantis clan has largely adjusted itself according to the queen's directives. The 7 camps, comprising elite mantises, have all undergone modifications. The entire clan now exudes vitality and exuberance. As night fell, the queen, the grand ancestor, Bai Hui, and other high-ranking mantises gathered in the core area. Access to the sanctum's inner zone is granted only every few days. As the inner structures are in constant flux, one must exit within a day. Otherwise, once the entrance closes, escape becomes impossible, and upon the next opening, even corpses would be lost to time. Although the core area harbors no resources, it conceals a secret. Legend has it that unraveling the mysteries of the core will yield unimaginable rewards. Consequently, each time it opens, 10 mantises venture inside. Previously, other insect clans had entered simultaneously, resulting in inevitable conflict. Now, with 8 clans either annihilated or fled, The core poses no threat of strife, in the absence of conflict. The secrets within can be better deciphered, prompting the queen and the grand ancestor to decide to enter the core area together, hoping to glean some insights. Ideally, they would uncover the hidden secrets, but if not, it is of little consequence, for the current resources are more than sufficient. Moonlight streamed through the crevices, illuminating the stone walls. The once stable walls began to shift in mere moments. A passageway emerged, and the prepared mantises stepped inside. The core area is exceedingly intricate, resembling a labyrinth, shrouded in utter darkness. Each appearance differs significantly, necessitating considerable time to locate the secret. However, with no other insect clans to contend with, they could focus intently on their search without the need for vigilance. After much exploration in the darkness, the 10 mantises finally arrived at the heart of the core. It is an expansive chamber. While mantises possess night vision, its utility is somewhat limited. Bai Hui extended his blade-like limb, releasing a firefly. This seemingly unremarkable firefly, however, possesses the prowess of a low-grade 6th-tier creature. As it ascended, its abdomen began to swell rapidly, emitting a soft glow. Under its illumination, everything within the cave came to light. At the center stood a colossal stone pillar, 3 meters high, adorned with various symbols. The ground was similarly etched with esoteric markings. These symbols appeared to follow some pattern, yet the current intellect of the Mantis clan could not discern it. The queen gently brushed her blade against the symbols on the ground. What could these be? Might they be the fabled written language? After a moment of contemplation, the grand ancestor communicated telepathically. It is highly probable. According to legend, these are the remnants left by the ancient insect deities. It is said that these ancient deities were not individuals, but rather a collective of their kind. They possess a unique civilization and formidable strength. In the insect-singing prairie, a group of golden-armored beetles grazes leisurely. Under the impact of Lu Qing, the beetles are the swiftest, thus the most powerful among the remnants. While the beetles are at ease, they remain blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, the underbrush rustles, and the sky seems to darken in an instant. One golden beetle raises its head, nearly succumbing to fright. Suspended in midair, a centipede, its body perfectly straight, gazes down upon them. This creature exceeds 20 meters in length, its terrifying eyes coldly fixated on the assembly of beetles. Flee. The first beetle to notice and react is on the verge of turning to escape. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a stream of green liquid is sprayed onto the back of the golden beetle. The beetle's formidable armor, second only to that of the scarabs, appears utterly ineffective against the corrosive liquid, which seeps through with alarming ease, leaving the beetle motionless for the rest of its life. The colossal centipede, with a gentle twist of its body, encircles the remaining golden beetles. A chilling voice resonates within the beetles' minds. Where is the ancient relic? The golden beetles are bewildered. If asked where the tastiest grass lies, they could respond immediately, but when questioned about relics, what is that? Is it edible? The beetles shake their heads, their antennae swaying in unison. What is a relic? We do not know. The giant centipede, however, possesses little patience. Each of its 100 legs is as sharp as a spear. With a slight movement, it rains down upon them like a storm of arrows. In an instant, over 20 golden beetles are pierced through, left chilled to the core. The enormous mandibles open and close, consuming one golden beetle whole. Notably, among them is a 6th-grade beetle, measuring 3 meters in length. This bite fits perfectly within the centipede's massive jaws. After a satisfying crunch, a hint of coldness seeps into the centipede's voice. Ancient legends proclaim that within this prairie lies an ancient relic. Should you choose to remain silent, you shall all become my sustenance. The gaping mandibles resemble an endless black hole. They harbor no doubt that if they fail to provide any information, they will continue to be devoured. The golden beetles fear death, in a desperate bid for survival. Their minds race. Among them, a 5th-grade beetle first thinks of the Holy Land. Without hesitation, it conveys, "Centipede King, I know, I know." The survival instinct of the golden beetles dictates that invoking the king's name is always prudent when their lives are at stake. Oh? The centipede's head immediately turns toward it. If I divulge this, will you allow me to leave? It seems wise to negotiate terms first. After all, the insect race is straightforward and generally trustworthy. Chapter 83. The Centipede Seeking the Relic. The centipede unhesitatingly agrees. Certainly, if you can provide me with clues regarding the ancient relic, I shall ensure your safe departure. Upon receiving this response, the beetle feels its life is secure. There exists a place known as the 9 Domains Holy Land. Within this sanctuary, resources abound, filled with numerous legends and secrets. It must be the ancient relic you seek. Furthermore, that location is occupied by a formidable group of mantises. The mantises are exceptionally powerful, having eradicated all 8 insect tribes. The Centipede King, should you decide to venture forth, do exercise utmost caution. The transmission from the centipede swiftly arrived on a mantis. Is it of the advanced form? The golden armor beetle nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is of the advanced form. Otherwise, our king of the 9th rank would not have been dispatched in an instant. For 30 years, our king has roamed the sacred land of the 9 domains, a figure of great renown, feared by all insects. Yet, beneath the blade of a mere mantis, he faltered before a single strike. It is merely a 5th rank golden armor beetle, yet it comprehends that its 9th rank king was slain in the blink of an eye. What else could possess the power to slay one of the 9th rank if not an advanced form? The centipede certainly believed it, it mused. I never anticipated that this expanse of grassland could still harbor such advanced insectoid forms. Nevertheless, it matters not. No insect shall impede my quest for the ancient relics, a mantis. I have yet to encounter an advanced form of mantis. The other golden armor beetles, realizing they had lost the initiative, began to eagerly indicate the direction. This way, yes, towards the hills, and if one follows that path, one shall arrive in 10 days. I shall guide you. I implore you, spare my life. To survive, one must be cunning. I can carry one of your legs. This way, you may conserve your strength. The centipede indeed granted it a leg. However, it failed to catch it, and was instead met with a piercing chill. Its secondary limbs descended like a rain of spears, swiftly harvesting the remaining morsels. It was no exception for the first to transmit the message, the 5th rank golden armor beetle. You are untrustworthy. The centipede promptly retorted, we centipedes have never known what trust is. It then devoured it whole. After consuming these little tidbits, the 100-legged centipede began its ascent towards the hills. Its 100 legs moved with remarkable rhythm, propelling it forward with astonishing speed, and in mere seconds, it reached the hilltop. Following the information provided by the golden armor beetles, it commenced a rapid movement in that direction. The golden armor beetles estimated 10 days for their pace, but for the 100-legged centipede, it would discover the sacred land after just a day. Upon sighting the sacred land, the centipede's spirits soared. After a decade of searching, it had finally found it. Impatiently, it hastened towards it. Upon spotting an entrance, it burrowed inside. Its body was both thick and long, making the entrance somewhat cramped. Yet, it mattered little. Once within the relics, enduring some discomfort was only to be expected. However, after only a few minutes, it found itself emerging rear first. The sacred land of the 9 clans is exceedingly complex. Without a creature familiar with the terrain to guide it, the myriad of branching paths would surely lead to despair. When Lu Qing had a great ancestor to guide him, he too struggled for a long while to grasp even a modicum of understanding. After this setback, the 100-legged centipede resolved to seek out a creature to act as its guide. Just then, a small mantis emerged not far away. As it prepared to pounce, it discovered that the small mantis was quite cunning, promptly retreating. Upon approaching, there was no sign of the small mantis anywhere. The relics lay tantalizingly close, yet entry was denied. In its impatience, the 100-legged centipede devised a plan. It burrowed in once more, using its sharp secondary limbs to dig inward. Yet, given the vastness of the relics, which resembled a mountain, attempting to excavate its way in might prove less reliable than capturing a few other insectoid creatures. After dismissing the previous notion, it conceived another idea. The relic was a massive circular structure, yet its height was merely a few dozen meters. Why not simply climb to the top and create an opening? It was time-efficient and labor-saving. How clever! I am truly brilliant. Once the centipede resolved to proceed, it swiftly ascended. Indeed, the elevation at the top was not significantly varied, and there were fissures and gaps everywhere. With newfound confidence, the centipede surged towards the central area with great vigor. In the distance, a tornado was visible. The tornado soared into the heavens, yet only a gentle breeze could be felt in its vicinity. This led the centipede to believe that the tornado posed little threat. Moreover, its numerous legs were not merely ornamental. Its formidable grip was sufficient to withstand a mere tornado. Thus, it boldly ventured inside. In the next moment, the centipede's many legs became futile. It was swept into the air by an irresistible force. As the tornado whirled, the centipede gradually ascended. Outside the sanctum, a colossal centipede appeared, so immense. The little mantis spread its 2 tiny blades wide. Unable to articulate its astonishment, it drew a line on the ground. Gazing at such an extensive line, the adult mantises were also taken aback. They organized a few daring mantises to venture outside and assess the situation. As soon as they emerged, they beheld the centipede being lifted into the sky. Such a large centipede truly exists. Could this be the legendary advanced form? It is highly plausible. Otherwise, how could it possess such a size? The tornado might not harm it, so we should promptly report to the queen. The queen resides in the core area and will not emerge until tomorrow morning. Never mind, while the centipede is being swept away, we must quickly inform our brethren to refrain from venturing out, and resource transport must be temporarily halted. Yes. Inside the cave, energy transformed into a red substance, enveloping Lu Qing like an egg. Half a month had already passed. This egg had grown from an initial size of 5 meters to approximately 10 meters. The previously spacious cave was now slightly inadequate. Fortunately, the egg had ceased its growth, and its color was gradually lightening. The mantis queen and her companions did not unravel the secrets of the sanctum despite the absence of threats from other species. Upon their disheartened emergence, they received news of the centipede. The queen was taken aback. It could be the advanced form. The centipede suffered hardships but bore no anger. The ancient relic was indeed extraordinary. This also indicated that the relic was still operational. I have not come to the wrong place. It captured a few golden stag beetles. Not that it could not catch others, but only these golden stag beetles were willing to act as guides. Under duress, this 7th-grade golden stag beetle led the centipede into the sanctum. The internal space was considerably more spacious, and the centipede successfully arrived at a resource point. It spotted the mantises fleeing. The centipede unleashed a spray of venom, striking down over a dozen weaker mantises, who then stiffened and perished. Chapter 84. Advancement. The Void Reaper. The centipede's venom was exceedingly potent. Even slight exposure would result in death within a short period. The remaining mantises all scurried into the passage. The terrain here was exceedingly difficult for the exaggeratedly lengthy centipede to pursue. It possessed neither the inclination to pursue a swarm of mantises nor the desire to divert its course. Instead, it allowed the golden armored longhorn beetle to continue guiding them closer to the core region. The golden armored longhorn beetle, witnessing the ferocity of the centipede, could not help but entertain a few cunning thoughts. Approaches to the core region were available from various directions within the 9-domain sacred land. Yet these particular golden armored longhorn beetles chose to lead the 100-legged centipede toward the mantid clan's lair. Consequently, the mantids, who had yet to evacuate, found themselves cornered within their ancestral domain by the centipede. The queen, witnessing the terrifyingly formidable centipede, felt a chilling dread wash over her. Evacuation would require time, and in the face of the centipede, they were utterly powerless to resist. A hint of despair laced the queen's voice. Just as the mantid clan had begun to recover, they were caught off guard by the appearance of a centipede. No less, in its advanced form, a lower-tier entity stood no chance against an advanced form. Resistance was entirely futile, especially given that within the lair lay a newly arrived batch of exceptionally gifted young mantids. These juvenile mantids represented the clan's brightest future, and any losses here would drastically undermine the potential of the mantid clan. The queen turned in despair. The centipede swiftly dispatched a multitude of mantids. At that moment, a voice resonated beside her. "Queen, take these young mantids and flee." Turning to look, she found it was the Great Ancestor. The Great Ancestor raised its head, extending 2 nearly rusted blade-like limbs. Having momentarily caught, it also extended a secondary limb to free the blades. That was an advanced form of centipede. "Great Ancestor, you." The Great Ancestor's blade-like limbs crossed in defiance. "I have reached the 9th tier for 17 years, yet have never truly drawn my blades. Today, let me, with this lower-tier form, challenge the advanced form fearlessly, just as our ancestral warriors did." The queen was momentarily taken aback. Was this truly the most timid 9th tier in mantid history? Was this the same Great Ancestor who spent each day posturing and boasting grandly? Hurry and go. I may not hold out for long. By the way, you might not know, but I too have awakened a combat talent. The revelation struck the queen. The Great Ancestor possessed a combat talent. Such talents could awaken, albeit with a minuscule possibility after reaching the lower tier. The queen had been unaware of this for all these years since the Great Ancestor had never mentioned it. "My talent is quite formidable, but it comes at a great cost. Quickly, take them away." Blood ignition. The Great Ancestor's transmission abruptly ceased, and in an instant, its eyes transformed into an insectal blood-green hue. The base of its blade-like limbs glimmered with a vibrant green. Vivid crimson spread rapidly, and in mere moments, the previously deep blue blades morphed into a sanguine green. The green blood coursed through the blades, and with each pulse, they grew larger. After several moments, the Great Ancestor's blades had reached around 5 meters in length. Combat talent. Blood ignition. The cost of blood. It unleashed its full potential, leaving it blood-dry and lifeless thereafter. The queen staggered back in astonishment. In that moment, the Great Ancestor exuded immense power, seemingly rivaling that of the 8th tier Lu Qing. The Great Ancestor's blood-green eyes fixed upon the queen. "Funfin, I shall protect you this once." The queen was overwhelmed with astonishment. The mantid clan had no concept of a father. From birth, they were collectively raised. They might know of their mother, but typically, the identity of the father was of no concern. Funfin was the name given by her mother, the former queen, known only to the two of them. But now, beside her, Bai Hui grasped the queen's blade-like limb firmly. Hurry, evacuate. There was no time for contemplation as the young mantids of the White Ash organization began their retreat. As they exited their lair, the queen could not help but glance back at the great ancestor. That formidable figure, drenched in a blood-green hue, could it truly be father? The power awakened by the great ancestor had reached its zenith. The affliction of the old mantis was instantaneously dispelled. It possessed a singular strength that would only manifest once in its lifetime, and its confidence surged in tandem, with dual blades crossed before its chest. The brilliance of the ancestral warriors illuminated its form, pledging to defend its kin at the cost of its life. The blades parted, slicing through the air with emerald light, a battle to the death. The centipede had sensed the anomaly. It regurgitated the mantid it had intended to swallow, casting a cold gaze upon the great ancestor, whose buffs were fully stacked, a peak of the next tier. This could be intriguing. Its mandibles opened wide, unleashing a torrent of venom. The great ancestor flapped its wings, evading the onslaught while ascending into the air. For a centipede measuring over 20 meters in length, there was no advantage to be found in the confined heights of a resource point barely exceeding 10 meters. Undeterred by its missed strike, it rose abruptly, 5 pairs of supplementary legs, thrashing like lances toward the great ancestor. The dual blades, aglow with green radiance, began to parry the assault. However, even at the pinnacle of the 9th tier, it was still merely next tier, and how could it withstand the might of a higher form? In a single exchange, 7 gaping wounds marred its body. The awakening of the talent blood ignition rendered it devoid of pain. The dual blades remained steadfast. Not bad. Among all the next tiers, you are the strongest. But still, it is insufficient. The centipede sprayed venom onto its own supplementary legs. This was not self-harm, but rather an act of poisoning. This time, a single hit would spell your demise. The crimson eggshell shattered violently. A colossal mantis unfurled its form. Lu Qing surveyed his blade-like limbs. In terms of proportion, they remained impressively vast. The barbs on his blade limbs had fused entirely, forming a serrated structure akin to a saw. The previous red hue had shifted to a pale purple. Lu Qing summoned his status panel. Race. High-tier mantis form. Initial Void Reaper 16730, 500000. Skills. Void Rend, evolvable, power increase of 300, accompanied by Void Strike. Void Traverse, evolvable, utilizes void energy for movement. Speed of 300, talent. Stealth, conceals form and aura based on the environment. Void Mastery, rudimentary understanding of void energy, applicable in combat. Notification. System upgrade complete. Advancement energy will be fully acquired. Lu Qing glanced over the details. Previously, any difference exceeding the 3rd tier would preclude the acquisition of flesh energy, but following this upgrade, the restriction on tier disparity for energy acquisition had been lifted. This meant that even absorbing a low-tier first-grade flesh worm would yield experience. However, the energy from these lower-tier entities might experience significant degradation when converted to the energy required by Lu Qing. Overall, it was a positive development. As long as he devoured, he could grow stronger. Little by little, it would accumulate into a slower path of advancement. In terms of size, he had now surged to a height of 10 meters. His blade limbs remained as formidable as ever. Lu Qing gently swung his blade-like limbs, carving a deep mark into the cavern wall. Chapter 85. The calamity of the Mantis clan, the ancestor's blood ignited. Having upgraded himself, the system had also undergone enhancements. It was time to greet those little mantises and then depart from this place in search of a more suitable locale to continue his grand endeavor of ascension. With a swift stroke of his blade, a massive boulder was cleaved in two. However, with his body now greatly enlarged, the previously spacious passage had become somewhat constricted. Lu Qing could only wield his blade-like limbs to clear the obstructing stones. Now endowed with immense strength and sharper blades, the act of cutting through stone felt almost indistinguishable from severing weeds. The ancestor was struck 5 times by the poisoned appendages. Yet, during the eruption of its blood-burning talent, it possessed a degree of resistance to toxins, thus avoiding immediate demise. The centipede, however, was furious. How could its venom fail to slay a mere 2nd-tier mantis? Infuriated, it lashed its tail, a massive blade-like appendage, aimed directly at the ancestor. Should it connect, dismemberment would be inevitable. At that moment, the ancestor had resolved itself to face certain death. The blood-burning ability had its limitations, and there was no time left for mere evasion. It stood its ground, its green hue reaching its zenith. To endure? Indeed, to endure. Under the immense disparity of power and natural weaponry, The dual blade-like limbs shattered instantly, leaving a horrific gash across its chest, the pulsing energy core starkly visible. The centipede's tail bore a minuscule notch. Insignificant, yet it drove the centipede's rage to its peak. The ancestor collapsed to the ground, feeling the ebbing of power and life. However, upon glimpsing the now vacant nest, it felt an unexpected ease, reclining with a chuckled "Ha! Who would have thought that even in my old age, I could carve a slight indentation in the advanced form of a centipede? Worth it. Worth it." The centipede stood rigid, coldly glaring at the fallen ancestor. In that moment, it felt that its advanced form had suffered a tremendous humiliation. Die. The centipede's appendages descended like a storm, intent on turning the ancestor into a sieve. Following closely behind, Bai Hui urged the juvenile mantises to hasten their flight. Meanwhile, the queen appeared as if she had lost her soul, mechanically propelling herself forward. "Queen, the centipede approaches with great ferocity. The ancestor may not withstand much longer. You must urge the front to accelerate." The queen snapped back to reality, glancing at the direction of their escape before swiftly darting to the forefront of the group. "Hurry, do not let the ancestor's blood be shed in vain." This group of juvenile mantises had their limitations in speed. No matter how hard they tried, they could not fly any faster. They were already exerting themselves to the utmost, yet their pace remained sluggish. The juveniles were anxious. If only the great hero Lu Qing were here, he would surely be able to drive off the great centipede. Indeed, the great hero Lu Qing is so formidable, dealing with a centipede would be effortless for him. Within the Mantis clan, tales of Lu Qing's valor were legendary, and these juveniles regarded him as their idol. In their eyes, Lu Qing was the most powerful mantis in existence, second only to their revered mantis god. What a trivial centipede! Before Lu Qing, it would merely be a meal. Upon hearing the juvenile's thoughts, the queen could only manage a bitter smile. Even if Lu Qing had ascended, he was still merely a ninth tier. It is essential to understand that the centipede is indeed a being of a higher evolutionary form. The difference between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. They simply do not comprehend. The escort, Bai Hui, hastened to catch up, lamenting that this is a calamity for our mantis clan, one that even Lu Qing cannot avert. Although he is formidable, he cannot contend with such advanced forms. "You shall understand when you mature. Hurry and take flight." Yet the younglings resisted. Lu Qing is their idol, the most powerful being in existence. One young mantis boldly craned its neck, proclaiming that the great hero Lu Qing could undoubtedly vanquish the great centipede. Bai Hui, with his straightforward nature, interjected, "How can you not understand? That is an advanced form. Do you grasp what an advanced form is? I do not care. The great hero Lu Qing can defeat the great centipede." It was evident that no amount of explanation would sway them. The great hero Lu Qing is indeed the unrivaled champion of the world. Bai Hui, feeling helpless and on the verge of urging them again, suddenly heard a cacophony ahead. It was the sound of stones colliding. Something unusual lay ahead. He swiftly darted forward, extending his blade-like limbs to block all the young mantises. The little creatures tumbled to the ground in disarray. The halted queen was likewise engulfed in anxiety. Bai Hui inquired, "Could it be that the centipede has circled around to the front?" A sense of melancholy blossomed in the queen's heart. If the centipede truly had maneuvered ahead, then the grand ancestor must have already. They anxiously gazed down the passageway. Suddenly, a colossal purple entity shattered the stone wall and emerged up blade-like limbs. "Is it a mantis?" Then Lu Qing appeared. His transformation was so profound that even the queen and others failed to recognize him. They stared in awe at the 10-meter-tall mantis, their minds momentarily incapacitated. "Oh, what a coincidence. Did you know I was coming out and come to greet me?" Although his appearance had altered, his telepathic communication remained unchanged. The languid tone, laced with a hint of jest, was all too familiar to them. Bai Hui hesitantly ventured, Lu Qing." Lu Qing approached, lowering his gaze to the 4-meter-tall Bai Hui. "It is indeed your Lord Lu." "There was no mistaking it," the queen exclaimed. "Ah, it truly is Lu Qing." His advancement to the 9th rank was no secret. Nearly every mantis was aware of it. Yet upon witnessing him now, standing 10 meters tall with 13-meter-long blade-like limbs. "Is this truly the 9th rank?" Bai Hui craned his neck to behold Lu Qing's crimson eyes. "Lord, you are not 9th rank, are you?" After much stammering, he finally managed to utter those words. "What 9th rank? After half a month, I would merely rise to the 9th rank? Who do you think I look down upon? Half a month to the 9th rank? Or do you disdain me?" Bai Hui retorted. "If I had such an advancement speed, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. You cannot possibly be of a higher formed." Lu Qing, somewhat helpless, interjected. "Enough said. How about it? Impressive, isn't it?" The queen was struck with a mix of shock and joy. shocked at the astonishing rate of his advancement. It was simply outrageous. Just a month prior, he was merely of the 8th rank. Who would have thought he had already attained an advanced form? Joyous, for the Mantis clan had found hope. Heaven has favored our Mantis clan. Lu Qing has unexpectedly reached an advanced form, and now we are saved. Lu Qing felt a hint of confusion. What is happening? Bai Hui struggled to articulate his thoughts, prompting the queen to quickly summarize the situation. A centipede has invaded the sacred ground, and the Grand Ancestor is currently fending it off. This centipede, capable of causing the queen and Bai Hui to flee. Could it possibly be of the 9th tier? The queen interjected. It is a centipede of an advanced form. Lu Qing was immediately intrigued. Having just attained an advanced form himself, is it not fortuitous that an experience package is being delivered to his doorstep? This is indeed a fortunate turn of events. Lu Qing swiftly made his way to the resource point. As expected, he encountered the centipede. This advanced form of the centipede, resembling a spear, was relentlessly stabbing at the Grand Ancestor. Chapter 86. The Thunderfire talent of the centipede. The centipede seemed to sense the presence of a truly formidable entity. It halted its movements, standing tall as it gazed in the direction of Lu Qing. Upon realizing that Lu Qing was, in fact, a mantis of an advanced form, it momentarily froze in astonishment. To think that in such a resource-scarce expanse as this prairie, an advanced mantis could thrive was indeed surprising. The insect-chirping prairie is undeniably a bountiful haven for lower-tier insect species. However, advancing to an advanced form here is nearly an impossibility. It initially presumed Lu Qing to be a native prairie mantis. As the centipede scrutinized Lu Qing, he too observed it, albeit with a different intention. He was examining its data. Species, centipede form, initial, Thunderfire poison insect talent, toxic enhancement, capable of releasing potent toxins, Thunderfire, awakens Thunderfire talent, requiring special guiding movements, lacking skills yet possessing dual talents, and one of them being Thunderfire. What could Thunderfire entail? Lu Qing was uncertain but felt it must be formidable. With 2 blades poised, purple energy swirled around, as if a certain force wove through the blade's appendages. The power of the void. Presently, Lu Qing could only harness a fraction of this void power. Yet, even this modest amount significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to surpass most flying insect species, which he had previously struggled to emulate. As he activated his flying skill, Lu Qing's shadow remained in place while he surged towards the centipede with terrifying velocity. His intention was straightforward. The Thunderfire talent seemed quite powerful, yet he could entirely prevent it from being unleashed. The centipede, forewarned, could perceive Lu Qing's incredibly swift silhouette, yet it was incapable of executing a significant maneuver in time. In this fleeting moment, the centipede's 3 pairs of secondary legs lunged toward Lu Qing's form. Without hesitation, Lu Qing launched his attack skill, Void Rending. Instantly, the purple hue of his blade appendages reached its zenith, emanating a soft violet glow akin to that of fluorite. The blade appendages, seemingly ordinary, struck at the centipede's secondary legs. Void Rending was unassuming, yet immensely powerful, and coupled with the augmentation of the Void Strike. This seemingly mundane attack harbored tremendous energy. The centipede assumed this would be a routine counterattack, even beginning to contemplate its next move. However, when the blade appendage collided with its spear-like secondary legs, its sharp and resilient limbs severed as if they were mere grass being harvested. 3 pairs of secondary legs, 6 spears, plunged into the earth in pain. The centipede staggered backward, retreating 100 meters. Temporarily disengaged, it examined its wound. The injury was clean, revealing the sharpness of the mantis's blade appendages. It's nothing. I merely lost 6 legs. I still have 94 left, it reassured itself. There was no way around it. It was simply overrun with legs. After repelling the centipede, Lu Qing found himself before the Grand Ancestor. The Grand Ancestor's body was riddled with holes, from which green blood flowed, quickly igniting into flames. It appeared as though its entire form was engulfed in green fire. This was the blood-burning talent, which consumed its very essence even without sustaining injuries. The Grand Ancestor lay on the ground, on the brink of death. The moment it caught sight of Lu Qing, its compound eyes shimmered with an inexplicable radiance. Lu Qing. Lu Qing nodded, his blade-like legs embedded in the debris nearby, remaining silent. The Grand Ancestor had chosen to sacrifice itself to buy time for the Mantis clan's offspring. Once the blood-burning talent was activated, there was no hope for salvation. Moreover, its body had been severely pierced. It proved with its life that even among the insectoid races, true heroes existed. Lu Qing felt a surge of emotion. From their first encounter, with his blade poised at its throat, he realized that had it chosen to activate its blood-burning talent for the sake of its dignity, he would likely have been unable to defeat it. Yet, the Grand Ancestor had displayed cowardice. leading Lu Qing to think of it as the most timid of all ninth-tier beings. He had even taken the opportunity to bully it on several occasions. However, when the inevitable disaster struck, it fearlessly unleashed its singular talent in this life. Reflecting on it now, I truly am not human. Though, I was never human to begin with. The Grand Ancestor's eyes brightened, fixating on Lu Qing, its blade-like leg ensnaring Lu Qing's. As it posed the question it yearned to know most. Lu Qing, do you think I am fierce? Lu Qing replied, his tone grave, to challenge a higher form with a lower tier. Fierce, indeed. I have never encountered such a valiant mantis. Ha, cough, ha ha, I am fierce. Its eyes dimmed slightly. I know you covet my energy core, but you shall be disappointed. Its telepathic speech quickened, its blade-like leg tightening. After blood burning, the energy core becomes useless. You should refrain from consuming it. All right, Lu Qing responded. And about the mantis clan, the mantis queened at you. The light in its eyes vanished entirely, the flames consuming its body extinguished. Its blood had run dry. It was dead. Lu Qing withdrew his blade from the ground, turning his gaze to the centipede, which was now poisoning its secondary legs. According to the laws of the insectoid realm, the strong devour all. There was little to say about the Grand Ancestor's demise. Yet, only the strong could truly devour. Let us see who the true stronghold is. Purple energy coiled around his blade-like legs as Lu Qing launched his second wave of assault. The centipede brandished its numerous secondary legs, launching a ferocious attack. With its multitude of limbs, it twisted its body, and the forest of spears surged forth. Lu Qing mercilessly slashed forth, emitting a purple glow. In an instant, 12 of its secondary legs were severed. The centipede writhed in pain, its body twisting as its tail slammed against the stone wall, sending debris flying. Over 80 limbs remained. Before it could catch its breath, Lu Qing descended from the air. This time, he activated dual skills. Empowered by the void force, multiple afterimages appeared along his trajectory. The upright centipede prepared to unleash venom to counter Lu Qing's assault. However, it had underestimated the mantis's speed. The venom passed through the afterimages. Before it could make another move, Lu Qing's two blades had already descended. These strikes were aimed at its head. The centipede managed to shift slightly, evading the blow to its head, yet its legs were not as fortunate. Lu Qing's blades, akin to a peeling instrument, sliced downwards, removing the spines from the centipede. This strike severed half of its legs, rendering the centipede incapable of locomotion. Unless it learned to slither like a snake, with half of its limbs lost, the centipede writhed in agony, its body contorting into a twisted mass. This mantis possesses remarkably sharp blades. Without using my ultimate technique, I stand no chance, little mantis. Today, you shall perish beneath my thunderous flames. Chapter 87. Wait, did you just consume it? The centipede's body crackled as if electrified, emitting sharp sounds. Then it stood upright, bending into an unpointed question mark. Was this the guiding movement of the thunderous flames? Lu Qing soared through the air, vigilant against its actions, initially intending to deliver a decisive blow, preventing it from harnessing the thunderous flames. He was surprised to find he had only severed half of its legs, and no matter. He would observe what this thunderous flame truly entailed. The centipede's guidance was instantaneous, its mandibles opening to expel an energy core. Upon reaching its advanced form, it possessed certain innate abilities enabling the energy core to detach from its body, thus unleashing formidable power to annihilate foes. The centipede's thunderous flame talent operated in this manner. Once expelled, the energy core spun rapidly, surrounded by faint red flames, with small bolts of lightning dancing around its perimeter. The core bobbed up and down, its electric tendrils thickening. Ha ha ha. Thunderous flame baptism. Crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, mantis, you shall meet your demise under my thunderous fire. Its voice abruptly ceased. The energy core, bouncing up and down, was devoured by Lu Qing. Lu Qing. I never anticipated that there would be insectoid creatures willing to voluntarily offer their energy cores while still alive. Such a fortuitous event, I simply cannot refuse. Thus, with a swift motion, he scooped it up and consumed it. For him, who possessed a system, any form of energy was as good as melting in his mouth. What thunder, what fire. Once ingested, all was the same. Apart from a slight tingling and warmth, it bore no distinction from the ordinary or lesser forms. No, the experience points were even greater. Gained 9986 flesh points. 10,000 experience points. What a delightful find. A truly generous centipede, recognizing my need for experience and presenting itself so willingly. Such simplicity in this creature is indeed rare. Lu Qing sincerely expressed his gratitude, letting out a satisfied burp. Thank you, the centipede. What just happened? No, what is going on? My energy core, once expelled, should have unleashed tremendous energy. In merely 3 seconds, it could reach its peak, then erupt with formidable, thunderous flames. No, the moment I turned, you simply consumed it. Consumed? Indeed, for it felt a complete severance from the energy core, unable to sense even a trace of connection. It was as if the energy core, upon entering the mantis's mandibles, was entirely digested. That was my energy core, the core that contained 90% of my power. Under normal circumstances, not only would eating it raw harm foes, but even a mere touch would invoke the wrath of the thunderous flames. How could it simply vanish here? The centipede was utterly distraught, devouring the energy core without leaving a trace. What kind of monstrosity is this? The most absurd part is that after consuming it, you express gratitude as if it were a favor to me? Do I truly require your thanks? The centipede seethed with rage, wishing to unleash a torrent of curses upon the ancestors of the mantis for 18 generations. Yet, although its size remained unchanged, the absence of the energy core rendered it powerless, stripping it of the formidable energy of its advanced form. It was likely that a mere second-tier 8th-grade insect could effortlessly overpower it. Devoid of strength and unable to contend, no amount of fury could alter the reality of its diminished capabilities. Survival. The only path forward was to endure, to regenerate the energy core, and to nurture itself for a century or more to reclaim its former glory. In that instant, clarity returned to the centipede's gaze. No need for thanks, no need for formality. It was merely an energy core, hardly a remarkable item, but if it pleases you, so be it. Without the support of potent energy, even its question mark form could not be sustained, collapsing limply to the ground, half erect. If you have a fondness for energy cores, I shall bring you another next time. Flattery, such excessive flattery. More to bring? Lu Qing's blade foot plunged into the earth, its edge poised upon the centipede's head, like a guillotine ready to descend. In truth, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor, a facade, merely a facade. I am, in fact, quite honest. Lu Qing's blade foot penetrated its exoskeleton. Speak. Why have you come here? The centipede complied eagerly. Ancient relics. If one could unlock them, they would yield immeasurable resources. Relics, the sanctum of the 9 domains. No wonder this place is so peculiar. Lu Qing pondered. How does one unlock the relics? I do not know. The blade foot pressed deeper. It sensed the sharp edge and the specter of death. I truly do not know. It is said that relics require deciphering. I have merely heard tales of them. As for how to unlock them, I am at a loss. The reason it sought ancient relics was due to the difficulties in evolving to a higher form. Only with greater resources could it advance further. Lu Qing acknowledged this with a mere, "Oh. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiries." The centipede cautiously transmitted, "Then, may I leave?" What a preposterous notion. I believe I have not granted you permission to depart. Have I? However, I am benevolent enough to spare you. But as for them, that will depend on your strength. Lu Qing withdrew his blade foot, sidestepped, and deftly severed its venom gland. Just then, the queen and Bai Hui, along with other mantises, returned. The centipede wasted no time in twisting its body to flee. However, with more than half of its legs severed and its venom gland cut, its speed was severely hampered. Observing the centipede's feeble state, the queen and Bai Hui realized it had been gravely injured by Lu Qing. With a swift motion, the queen unsheathed her blade foot, ready to slay it in vengeance for the ancestral kin. The mantises charged forth, launching a frenzied assault upon the centipede. Though it bore an exceptionally thick armor, it also had vulnerable soft flesh beneath. When its strength was formidable, the soft flesh remained impervious. But now, in approximately 10 minutes, the centipede was reduced to 100 segments by the relentless strikes. Along with the few guiding golden armored beetles, they were also shattered. Some mantises had begun to bite. The queen retracted her blade-like limbs and turned to the side of the great ancestor. Her secondary limbs gently caressed the wounds. Mantises do not shed tears, yet moisture welled in the queen's eyes. Great ancestor, the sacred ground will not open for another 7 days. For these 7 days, Lu Qing remained idle in the nest, revered and worshipped by the nymphs. It was already the 6th day. The queen crouched beside Lu Qing, shooing away the nymph mantises. The energy core of the great ancestor. Do you desire it? She held a dimly glowing 9th-grade energy core in her blade-like limb. She assumed Lu Qing would eagerly accept it, but instead, he shook his head, declining. You should keep it as a memento. The queen responded with a soft "oh," raising her gaze to the towering Lu Qing. I wish to bequeath the throne to you. I believe that under your leadership, our mantid clan can usher in a new era of glory. Chapter 88. The ancient teleportation array. Lu Qing was taken aback. How can a 10-meter-tall figure like me become a queen? Isn't it true that our mantid clan can only have a queen? I am but a male. The queen, unfazed, replied. Some things can indeed change. Our mantid clan is continuously evolving, and certain archaic rules can be discarded. After all, many insect species are ruled by males. Are you serious? Lu Qing promptly rejected the notion. I have no intention of claiming dominion. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the insect song grassland. This is merely a waypoint in my journey, nothing more. He had come to the insect song grassland in search of a better place to upgrade. If he were looking to idle away his days, the peach grove would suffice for his leisure. Upon witnessing Lu Qing's resolute refusal, the queen hesitated before speaking. Are you implying that you intend to leave the insect song grassland? Yes, Lu Qing did not conceal his intentions. Once the secrets of the sacred ground are unveiled, I shall depart. Where will you go? I do not know. I will head north. The centipede came from the north, so there should be a suitable place to be found there. The queen ceased her telepathic communication. She realized that Lu Qing was destined to leave, and soon. Some mantises are not meant to belong anywhere. They have their own pursuits, which are impossible to impede. However, the queen raised her triangular head, her pink wings fluttering slightly. Lu Qing, do you know? You are exceptionally remarkable, surpassing all the mantises I have ever encountered. Lu Qing felt an unsettling sensation. When a female suddenly declares your exceptional nature, it either signifies flirtation or an impending advance. Sure enough, the queen's pink wings gently leaned towards Lu Qing. It would be a great pity for someone as extraordinary as you to simply depart. Why not leave a seed? I will ensure that our offspring becomes the new ruler, and I believe it can indeed bring an even brighter future for our mantid clan. Lu Qing stood up, resolutely asserting, I regard you as a leader, and yet you wish to pursue me. It matters not. Our mantid clan is indifferent to such matters, as long as one desires, do not even think about it. I, Lu, have long since lost the ability to procreate. You might as well seek out other mantises. The queen was momentarily taken aback, pondering to herself, what a trivial matter this is. Just indulge in a moment of joy, for I willingly bear the burdens and toils of the future. Why such a grand reaction? Aren't males inherently lustful? Otherwise, how could they propagate? Little did she know, Lu Qing had long since lost interest in the allure of mantises. No, I observe that your mating appears quite vigorous. Not at all vigorous. Utterly useless, merely a fade. With a spread of his wings, Lu Qing declared, right? I have matters to attend to. As soon as his message was transmitted, he flapped his wings, instantly conjuring a gust of wind and departing from the vicinity. The force of wind generated by his massive frame nearly caused the queen to stumble. Once she regained her balance, Lu Qing's figure had vanished without a trace. In exasperation, she thought, must you truly be so dramatic? It's just a transaction. Are you really going to perish over this? With joy at your disposal, you still refuse to partake. You must truly be unwell. I cannot perish, yet I cannot thrive either. My psyche is utterly twisted. Today marks the moment the core area of the sacred ground is unveiled. After several hours of waiting, the stone wall began to shift slowly. After quite some time, a passage finally emerged. Bai Hui, who had long been prepared, communicated, after each transformation, the route of the passage is never fixed. However, it is not overly complicated. And with a bit of time, we shall enter the true core area. Let us proceed. Bai Hui, the queen, Lu Qing, and several elite 8th-rank mantises ventured inside. The passage was spacious, and Lu Qing felt no sense of crowding. With the absence of competition from other insect tribes, there were naturally no unexpected occurrences. Approximately 3 hours later, they finally found the correct path. This group of mantises successfully arrived at the core area. Bai Hui explained, within the sacred ground lies an array of peculiar symbols and strange stone pillars. Deciphering their meanings is exceedingly challenging. As they spoke, they had all entered the core area. Upon entering, Lu Qing was instantaneously rendered motionless. What secrets lie here? Is it not merely an array? Lu Qing hailed from a world of advanced martial arts, where ancient formations also existed, though his understanding of them was limited. As one of the most exceptional talents of the martial academy, Lu Qing had previously had the opportunity to study ancient formations. The classifications of formations are numerous, each capable of invoking diverse effects. They are truly a kaleidoscope. There is nothing beyond their scope. The array before him was exceedingly intricate and profound, more so than any ancient formation he had encountered previously. With the knowledge he had acquired, the only conclusion Lu Qing could draw was that this was a teleportation array. A teleportation array. In a world occupied by insectoid beasts, a teleportation array actually exists. Could it be that the ancient insect tribes or beasts were once formidable enough to craft and utilize such formations? Or perhaps, a supremely powerful being had visited this place, leaving behind the array. Lu Qing, are you also captivated by such an esoteric phenomenon? Quite normal, for when we first encountered it, we were even more astonished than you. "Ah, what are you doing?" Lu Qing disregarded Bai Hui and approached a stone pillar directly. He struck the pillar 3 times with his blade-like appendages. Now endowed with immense strength, his gentle strikes reduced the stone pillar to rubble. A spherical stone, half a meter in diameter, fell to the ground. This stone possesses a natural luminescent effect, its surface delicately smooth, as if an ethereal energy flows within it. It is known as the formation stone, specifically designed to provide immense power to formations. By placing the formation stone at the focal point, the formation can be activated. The reason it is encased in stone is due to the unique energy field within the formation stone, which attracts smaller stones to converge around it. Over time, this results in the formation of a stone pillar centered around the formation stone. Bai Hui and the queen gazed in astonishment at Lu Qing. This stone is so extraordinary that their instincts led them to suspect a profound connection between it and the secrets of the sacred land. It's rather swift, a mystery that has eluded us for centuries. And you, upon mere arrival, have extracted such a wondrous stone. What is this? Lu Qing hooked the blade onto the formation stone. The formation stone. This is indeed a formation. They lacked any understanding of formations, hence they gazed at Lu Qing with a mix of curiosity and reverence. What is a formation? It can be simply understood as a mystical array that harnesses the energies of heaven and earth. While Lu Qing communicated telepathically, he noticed the focal point. As long as the formation stone is placed at the focal point and the formation remains intact, it will activate. However, he refrained from doing so. This is a teleportation array. But to where will it transport? Is it a suitable place for his advancement? Are there any dangers? All these remain uncertain. Chapter 89. Advancing amidst wandering, Lu Qing pondered for a moment. The unknown is the most perilous of all. He decided to return the formation stone. Principle and creed. Avoid risks when possible. Just as Lu Qing contemplated whether to withdraw, Bai Hui approached. Since we are here, why not give it a try? A splendid idea. Lu Qing pulled Bai Hui to the front of the formation stone. This is the formation stone. Simply place it over there, yes, in that groove, and the formation will activate, transporting you to an unknown location. Bai Hui, puzzled, inquired, "Why me?" "Well, you suggested it, didn't you? Shouldn't you be the one?" After a moment of reflection, Bai Hui decided against it, thinking that if he were transported to a place devoid of female mantises, he would remain a solitary mantis for eternity. Such realization is indeed quite profound. Lu Qing ignored him, instead directing his gaze around the formation, hoping to uncover additional clues. After searching for a while, Lu Qing indeed discovered some peculiar engravings on a stone wall. It appeared to depict a painting. There were ripples, likely representing water, and strange shapes that could signify islands. If that is the case, then the large central mass should be a giant island surrounded by numerous smaller islands. Thus, could this painting represent the destination of the teleportation? Other mantises gathered around. This image must be of the starry sky. With so many stars, I sense it pertains to the ocean. After a brief survey, not finding any other clues, Lu Qing addressed the mantises. "All right, let us depart." The destination of the teleportation array remains uncertain to Lu Qing. To be prudent, he ultimately decided to temporarily abandon this place and head north instead. Upon exiting the sacred land, Lu Qing bid farewell, while the queen watched him leave with a lingering sense of reluctance. Lu Qing's flying speed was astonishingly swift, at least 5-fold faster than before. After ascending, he traversed the vast grasslands in less than a day. Beyond the grasslands lay a range of mountains. He took a moment to observe, discovering that the mountains were inhabited by exotic beasts, specifically a horde of second-tier beasts of the 3rd and 4th ranks, devoid of any formidable entities. These beasts required the entirety of their prey to gain experience. Thus Lu Qing, after consuming a few, felt his enthusiasm wane and continued on his journey. Upon crossing the mountains, he encountered a stretch of grassland that gradually thinned out into desert. Within the desert resided a species of sandworm, colossal in size and concealed beneath the sands, all of which were of the 2nd tier. Being merely a passerby, Lu Qing effortlessly harvested a wave of them, garnering 1,000 experience points. The desert was vast. It took Lu Qing a full 10 days to discover an oasis. This oasis was home to a group of 2nd-tier exotic beasts, struggling to survive on their limited water supply. One could imagine that if Lu Qing, with his remarkable speed, required 10 days to traverse the desert, these beasts, on foot, would likely take a month to escape its grasp, and that was without losing their way. Once the oasis's water source ran dry, even the most resilient of these beasts would meet their end in the sands. Lu Qing paid them no mind, merely landing to replenish his own water supply. Upon witnessing a being of higher tier, the exotic beasts scurried away, too timid to intrude. Lu Qing then continued his flight northward. Every couple of days, he encountered another oasis, inhabited by hardy beasts or insects. After passing 5 or 6 oases, He found no more. Half a month later, Lu Qing had successfully traversed the expanse of the desert. The mountains effectively halted the desert's encroachment. This particular range was ruled by the Tian Du Feng of the insect race, with its queen at the peak of the second tier, ninth rank. Due to resource limitations, reaching a higher tier was unattainable, and the queen longed to evolve into a superior form. Thus, Lu Qing absorbed it, indirectly aiding it in fulfilling its lifelong dream. Continuing northward, Lu Qing arrived at the coastline. The tumultuous waves of the sea were not particularly daunting. However, the sight of colossal creatures leaping from the depths deterred him from attempting to cross. Reluctantly, he opted to fly along the shore, hoping to find a suitable location for his advancement. Although he did not discover a place for his upgrade, he nonetheless accumulated a substantial amount of experience. The resources along the coast were exceedingly abundant, particularly a species of giant crab measuring 5 meters, a standard second tier, ninth rank, capable of providing 600 experience points. The energy required for higher forms differed entirely from that of the second tier. Thus it was reasonable that the quantity diminished upon conversion. After all, 600 was by no means insignificant. Lu Qing entered a mode of coastal foraging, capturing 3 to 5 crabs daily. His experience bar rose steadily. The shoreline seemed endless. After several months of foraging along the coast, Lu Qing finally filled his experience bar to the brim. Now, any living being granted experience, rendering the need to conserve it unnecessary. Without hesitation, Lu Qing chose to ascend in rank. Race: high-level mantis form. Intermediate: Void Reaper, 6732,000,000. Skills: Void Rift, upgradable, Strength Amplification 500, with Void Strike, Void Traversal, upgradable, utilizes the power of the Void for movement. Moving Speed 500, Talent: Concealment, camouflages form and aura according to the environment. Void Mastery, has gained a rudimentary understanding of the Void's power, applicable in combat. The changes in size are not particularly drastic. Rather, it is the exaggerated increase in the size of the blade-like limbs that has reached an astonishing 15 meters. One can only imagine the sight of a 10-meter mantis wielding a gigantic 15-meter blade. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight? Furthermore, the understanding of the Void's power has deepened considerably. This profound insight is the primary reason for the immense boost in strength and flight capabilities following the advancement. Experience points have surged from 500,000 to 2 million. Even with relentless efforts to capture crabs, accumulating 3,000 to 5,000 experience points in a day, it would still take a year or two to level up. A year or two. What a sheer waste of time. Moreover, there is no guarantee that crabs will even appear. It is uncertain whether news of his advanced form near the shore has been relayed among the crabs, but recently, his hauls have plummeted dramatically. Lu Qing cannot dive and dares not fly recklessly over the ocean's surface. Thus, he has no choice but to depart from this place. 4 months later, after a circuitous journey, Lu Qing's most significant gain has been the encounter with a massive swarm of swarmas. This group of locusts is stronger than those in the insect song prairie, more numerous, and far more ferocious and fearless. Thus, he reluctantly accepted the 30,000 experience points from the unfortunate collision. Notably, Lu Qing stumbled upon a marshland, inhabited by bizarre creatures. These creatures not only possess strange appearances but also have toxic flesh. After taking a bite and losing a bit of experience, Lu Qing, infuriated, discarded the corpse and cursed for 3 minutes before fleeing without looking back. Finally, after enduring the trek, he discovered that this direction also led to the sea. Lu Qing had effectively traversed diagonally across the land. This continent harbors only a scant number of high-level forms, essentially existing in the realm of legend. Alternatively, it may not be a continent at all but rather a colossal island. All resources are laid bare here. To advance further, one must accumulate over time or activate a magical array. Chapter 90. Return to the peach forest. To grow in this great island, one must perpetually seek opportunities, relying entirely on fortune to gain experience. A conservative estimate suggests it would take 3 to 5 years to achieve another advancement. Moreover, as the required experience for advancement increases, the time needed may escalate exponentially. Staying here to grind experience based on luck is undoubtedly a poor choice. Activating the magical array signifies the unknown and perilous. Yet, there are no other options available. After careful contemplation, Lu Qing made up his mind. He began to soar back toward the direction of the insect song prairie. After a continuous month of flight, Lu Qing caught sight of a pink expanse in the distance, the peach forest. He couldn't help but think of his good friend, De Zhuang. As fate would have it, he decided to pay a visit and see how his friend was faring. Lu Qing slightly adjusted his course and flew toward the peach forest. Then came the music, followed by the dance. A plump mantis lay upon a stone, while to its left, a swarm of horned insects was fervently chirping. On the right side, 3 plump peach worms writhed, their corpulent bodies undulating in rhythm with the melody of the trumpet bugs. It was Da Zhuang. The resources here were quite abundant, and the environment exceedingly tranquil. After successfully ascending to the lowly 9th tier, it had become utterly idle, free from worries of sustenance, and now stood as the sole 9th tier inhabitant of the Peach Grove, spending each day seeking varied amusements for itself. As for venturing outside, T had long contemplated the idea, but the thought of encountering lesser-tier insect tribes and exotic beasts filled it with dread, prompting it to retreat from such notions. Indulgence was the true path. Just as Dazhuang reveled in its leisurely pursuits, the sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, it beheld a colossal figure soaring above, surely no less than 10 meters. For Dazhuang, which measured just over 2 meters, even a slight increase in size signified immense peril. Not to mention a behemoth exceeding 10 meters. Enough of this bluster, everyone quiet down. In an instant, its corpulent form became remarkably agile, as it flipped and concealed itself behind a stone. Typically, lesser-tier strong beings would not concern themselves with such trivial locales. Surely, this behemoth would take flight. However, to its despair, it heard the sound of descent. Hearing the noise but too frightened to look, it muttered, "This is bad. This is bad." The sound of landing sent Dazhuang's heart racing. "Please, Grandpa, don't tell me you're here for a meal in the Peach Grove." Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. The clear and resounding voice echoed, little Fatty hiding behind the stone. "Come out." Dazhuang quivered, thoroughly dismayed. Discovered. This was dire indeed. Glancing over, it saw the troop of trumpet bugs scampering away, while the dancing peach worms slithered up the nearest peach tree. Trembling, Dazhuang poked its head out. What a lively scene! Such music and dance. Dazhuang relished in pleasure. Lu Qing nearly burst into laughter. Dazhuang's triangular head emerged. Yet before it could discern the situation, a massive shadow surged forward, accompanied by an unstoppable gust of wind. In an instant, the stone was cleaved in two. Its corpulent form lay completely exposed. At that moment, Dazhuang shivered uncontrollably, feeling as though a great blade had whizzed past its head. The stone shattered. What immense strength and what a razor-sharp appendage! The blade-like appendage must belong to its kin. Dazhuang dared not raise its head, pressing its corpulent body against the ground. "Please spare me, Grandpa. I, too, am a mantis. We are of the same kin. If you are female, I would gladly offer my superior quality seeds." After more than a year apart, it had become even more disheveled and impoverished than before. Lu Qing interjected, "Cut off the mating, quickly." Dazhuang trembled like a leaf. "Huh? Who wants that?" Sensing something was amiss, it cautiously lifted its head to sneak a glance. The enormous form, the massive blade-like appendages, the striking triangular head, somewhat familiar. The voice seemed recognizable as well. Wait, why does it seem like? Upon hearing Grandpa once more, it added, "No need to cut off that mating." Dazhuang's eyes brightened. "Boss, no way, it's really you." Dazhuang sprang to its feet, quaking with excitement. "You've returned." Lu Qing chuckled heartily, having passed through the Peach Grove specifically to see, only to discover that this little rascal was quite the connoisseur of enjoyment, singing and dancing away. Dazhuang emitted a series of chuckles, feeling the monotony of idleness and seeking a bit of amusement. "Boss, how have you grown so much? What immense power must you possess? Surely, you must be at least at the 8th rank of the next tier?" Lu Qing squatted down, gazing at the robust little figure before him. Beyond the next tier lies the advanced form, the Void Reaper. Dazhuang appeared utterly incredulous. "So, the advanced form is indeed above the next tier. It even bears a title? Advanced form. Goodness, I've been stuck at the 9th rank for an entire year, and you've already attained the advanced form. The mantis must always strive for improvement," he remarked. The once trembling insect tribe and anomalous beasts, upon witnessing the Lord of the Peach Grove conversing with that colossal entity, gazed curiously in their direction. Dazhuang boasted to these creatures, "This is my boss, Lu Qing, the one who vanquished the former Lord of the Peach Grove." Many among the insect tribe and anomalous beasts were struck with realization. So it is him. Before departing, he was already formidable. To think that a year later, he has surpassed their wildest imaginations in strength. Soon, this explosive news spread throughout the Peach Grove, drawing countless insects and beasts to observe from afar. Dazhuang's words brimmed with envy. His boss was simply too impressive, too powerful. After resting for a night in the Peach Grove, Lu Qing shared tales of his journey with Dazhuang, who listened with increasing admiration and longing. "Boss, could you take me along for some adventures? Life in the Peach Grove is nothing but indulgence. I feel as though I've become ensnared in decadence, my mantis existence shrouded in darkness." Lu Qing had already contemplated this matter. The insect-chirping prairie was now under the dominion of the mantis clan. Even if other insect tribes rebelled, they could hardly stir any significant turmoil. It was an excellent training ground. Moreover, The Mantis clan possessed a comprehensive promotion system. Dazhuang would likely ascend to the next tier swiftly there. Very well, I shall take you to witness the vastness of the world. Upon hearing his boss's consent, Dazhuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. After the sun rose, they prepared to depart. Lu Qing glanced back at the peach grove. Are you not going to bid farewell to your little companions? Dazhuang, with a perceptive demeanor, replied, no need. They would prefer I leave sooner. The duo, one large and one small, then spread their wings and took to the skies. Dazhuang's speed was rather sluggish, prompting him to propose, boss, why not let me climb onto your back? That would significantly increase our speed. The thought of that rotund body scrambling over him was unthinkable for Lu Qing. Not a chance. With a swift motion, he ensnared Dazhuang with his secondary limbs and began to accelerate. Beneath them lay sprawling mountains and rivers, but Dazhuang was too preoccupied to appreciate the scenery. As he was swept up in a thrilling rush of speed and adrenaline. Chapter 91. The Islands at Sea, all mere experience. 10 days later, they arrived at the insect-chirping prairie. The mantises, upon seeing Lu Qing's return, surrounded him with palpable excitement. You have returned, how wonderful! The great hero has returned, quickly informed the queen. Dazhuang observed the circle of next-tier mantises, sinking into profound self-doubt. Hey, who is this little fellow? Little fellow, where am I small? Dazhuang puffed out his chest. I am Lu Qing's good brother. Yet, none of the mantises paid him any heed. A powerful being of advanced form, and he has such a feeble brother? The queen soon arrived upon hearing the news. Lu Qing, you have returned. How splendid! Lu Qing greeted, yet beside him, Dazhuang was utterly mesmerized. Could there truly exist such an exquisite female? With pink wings and a slender figure, she was undeniably alluring. The queen took notice of Dazhuang. This little mantis, Lu Qing beckoned it over to him. Why, good brother, Dazhuang. With commendable talent, I intend for it to undergo training in the Bug Song Prairie. The queen nodded in agreement. Certainly, we mantids have never been exclusionary, especially since this is your brother. After Lu Qing briefed her on Dazhuang's situation, he directly stated his intentions. I have returned mainly to see you all. And secondly, to activate the teleportation array. They had previously been informed that it was a teleportation formation. The queen, astonished, inquired, did you not mention that the teleportation array is dangerous? Why? Let it remain in the Bug Song Prairie, to breed 100 nests of little mantises, and enjoy a carefree life. 100 nests? Observing the queen's flirtatious gaze, Lu Qing's resolve to teleport grew stronger. When will the core area be opened? The day after tomorrow. Dazhuang, whose appetite was already prodigious, had completely indulged himself in the resource-rich Bug Song Prairie, and after merely 2 days, had eaten himself into a slumber, clearly on the verge of advancing to the next tier. Just in time, as the core area would open today, sparing him a farewell. Under the queen's watchful eye, Lu Qing resolutely stepped into the formation. The formation stone embedded itself into the core. Energy surged through the formation like molten lava. Lu Qing arrived at the circular teleportation platform at the center. A blinding golden light illuminated the platform. In an instant, everything returned to normal. Lu Qing found the golden light dazzling, and then he felt a lightness in his body. When he regained his senses, he had arrived in an entirely unfamiliar place. Surrounding him was darkness, filled with hardened rocks. Glancing upwards, he could see blue skies and white clouds. Was this the base of a dormant volcano? Lu Qing spread his wings and soared out. Indeed, it was a dormant volcano. What a creative idea to place the teleportation array within it. If the volcano were to awaken one day, wouldn't that mean teleportation straight into lava? After some observation, Lu Qing confirmed that this was a volcanic island, possessing a complete ecosystem. With an ecosystem, there naturally existed exotic beasts and insect tribes. Just then, a seabird soared past overhead. This seabird spread its wings to a span of 15 meters. Its neck was exceptionally long, and its beak was extraordinarily sharp, resembling a lance. The combined length of its neck and beak reached 9 meters, while its total length was approximately 13 meters. With a swift retraction of its wings, it landed steadily. Lu Qing activated his concealment, and then examined the seabird perched upon the massive rock at the mountaintop. Species: sea lance bird form. Initial: lance of piercing talent. Swift, possessing some understanding of the wind, enabling faster flight speed for ambushing prey. Upon comprehending the creature's details, Lu Qing felt a surge of delight. An advanced form. What a splendid place. The first creature he encountered was an advanced form seabird, indicating that the resources here would be even more abundant. Otherwise, how could such advanced forms be nurtured? After so many days without experience gained, Lu Qing's eyes gleamed with greed. No one could deter my resolve to feast upon birds. Lu Qing, cloaked in invisibility, stealthily approached. Concealment was undoubtedly an exceptional skill for assassination. concealing one's form and presence is inherently challenging. Furthermore, the sea gunbird, being exceptionally familiar with its surroundings, had lowered its guard. Thus, Lu Qing stealthily approached from behind the sea gunbird. This avian creature possesses an extraordinarily elongated neck and beak, likely adapted for aerial hunting over the ocean, while its terrestrial combat capabilities are rather mediocre. Without resorting to any skills, Lu Qing drew near and, upon reaching an optimal distance, swiftly unleashed his blade. The strike aimed precisely at the bird's neck, yet it did not cleave cleanly as anticipated. Instead, the blade became lodged within the flesh of the sea gunbird's neck. It seemed that during its evolution, the neck had fortified itself as a means of weapon extension. In acute pain from the sudden ambush, the sea gunbird instinctively began to thrash, upon realizing that the assailant was an unfamiliar insectoid entity. Its panic escalated, causing it to flap its wings wildly while its talons lunged towards Lu Qing's abdomen. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Qing exerted force on the entrapped blade, effortlessly maneuvering onto the bird's back. With another blade, he commenced a series of thrusts into the creature's abdomen. While the neck proved resilient, the defenses of its belly were considerably weaker. Each strike penetrated, each thrust gushed forth crimson life essence. The sea gunbird's struggles gradually diminished. Within mere minutes, it lay utterly incapacitated on the ground, its breath shallow and labored. Devoid of its vigor, the once formidable neck lost its strength. Lu Qing delivered a final, fatal blow, sending the creature to its demise, leaving it unaware of the species that had bested it. There were no mantids here. Upon reaching an advanced form, aberrant beasts require a more robust heart to circulate energy and vitality. Thus, their cardiac structures evolve into energy cores suited to their needs. After consuming several mouthfuls of its flesh and realizing the scant experience it afforded, Lu Qing gleaned this knowledge. Upon extracting and consuming the energy core, he received a notification. Experience gained, 13965. A commendable sum indeed. Previously, the centipede had yielded less than 10,000. Yet this aberrant beast provided a staggering 14,000. A mere 1 or 200 of such creatures would suffice for him to level up again. To mitigate the risk of encountering exceedingly powerful species, Lu Qing retracted his blade, once more cloaked in stealth, and began his descent down the mountain at a leisurely pace. This time, he was not in haste to hunt, but rather conducted a cursory exploration of the Grand Island. Thanks to his concealment, the expedition proceeded seamlessly. The island teemed with aberrant beasts, including sea birds and terrestrial creatures, as well as insectoids. Regardless of whether they were sea birds, land aberrants, or insectoids, their primary sustenance derived from marine fish. During his afternoon reconnaissance, Lu Qing observed an insectoid angler hauling in a massive 10-meter-long fish. This fish, devoid of teeth and possessing minimal offensive capability, was laden with rich flesh. Most notably, it appeared to be an advanced form. Though lacking any innate abilities, it moved sluggishly in the water, posed no threat, and lacked any special talents. Was this not an experience-rich bounty akin to a fleshly treasure trove? It was precisely this fish-esque nourishment that rendered the other inhabitants of the island remarkably formidable. Chapter 92. Remarkable. The resources are abundant. Through this exploration, Lu Qing could ascertain that the island harbored several exceptionally strong creatures, yet none possessed the superlative form. The absence of such forms indicated that Lu Qing faced no mortal peril. A stroke of good fortune. Lu Qing's first target was now firmly fixed upon the sea fireworm, a creature approximately 9 meters in length, capable of submersion. This peculiar creature possesses a long, flattened body, adorned with 2 sharp spikes extending approximately 2 meters from its head, and a posterior capable of spewing flames. Upon entering the water, its fire-spewing rear functions akin to a torpedo nozzle, providing an impressive propulsion that enables it to traverse aquatic realms with remarkable speed, surpassing that of most marine fish. Furthermore, when it finds itself on land, its primary weapon remains the ability to unleash fire. Species: sea fireworm form. Initial: flame of the sea talent. Fire manipulation: possesses a certain sensitivity to fire elements, enhancing its pyrotechnic abilities. To maintain its agility, its defensive capabilities are rather average. For the adept assassin known as Lu Qing, species with low defense have always been prime targets. Typically, sea fireworms gather in groups of 5 to 10, forming a communal insect tribe on the islands. Upon activating stealth, Lu Qing stealthily approached the sea fireworms. As dusk settled, 6 sea fireworms encircled a plump sea fish on the beach, feasting upon it. The fish was riddled with wounds, its blood long since drained. They savored their meal, oblivious to the impending danger lurking nearby. When Lu Qing drew within 10 meters of them, one of the sea fireworms seemed to sense something amiss. It glanced towards Lu Qing's position, then surveyed its surroundings. "Brother, do you not feel that something is off?" One of the worm's heads, slick with oil, was raised. "Today's sea fish is exceptionally delectable. It replied, I mean the surrounding environment. No, who would dare provoke us? Wouldn't we just incinerate them? Stop being paranoid. Just eat. Yet, this particular sea fire worm retained a lingering sense of unease. We are not invincible. It's wise to exercise caution. Fine, I'll go take a look. Such cleverness in the sea fire worm. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this. Lu Qing submerged alongside the creature. The sea fire worm remained vigilant, cautiously probing its surroundings, utterly unaware that the enemy was mere inches away. Seizing the moment, Lu Qing struck, aiming a blade at its vulnerable back. The sea fire worm's dorsal structure consisted of interlinked plates, inherently low in defense. Targeting the joint connection with precision, Lu Qing's strike cleaved it in two. Green blood erupted, mixed with a highly corrosive fuel. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! It screeched in its final moments. The remaining 5 spun around to witness their severed comrade and the glimmering purple blade gradually fading into the sunset. Erhua has been cut down. What did the attack? I didn't see. Enough chatter. Just incinerate him. 5 rear ends aimed towards the direction of their fallen brother, unleashing torrents of searing flames that reduced the corpse to ash in mere seconds. Lu Qing was enraged. I haven't even extracted the energy core yet. Fury ignited a fierce determination within him. His blade surged with radiant purple energy, manifesting an enormous sword seemingly conjured from thin air, 15 meters in length. With 2 swift strikes, the 2 closest sea fire worms met their demise. The remaining ones hastily shifted their direction, fearing that another fiery attack could obliterate the energy core. Activating his flight skill, Lu Qing's speed surged, executing a seamless 2-hit combo in a swift, fluid motion. The last creature gazed in terror at the monster before it. What manner of insectoid are you? They had never ventured beyond this island, and their encounters with insectoids were exceedingly limited. They had no inkling of the existence of mantises. With a swift stroke, Lu Qing dispatched the opponent, ensuring that the adversary understood its demise clearly. Mantis. Having slain this final beast, Lu Qing deftly began to extract the energy core. 6 sea fire worms yielded 5 advanced form energy cores and 70,000 experience points. The experience bar, which had previously grown sluggishly, surged dramatically, lifting Lu Qing's spirits considerably. Additionally, there lay a sea plumpfish, its flesh gnawed away to a significant extent. Species: sea plumpfish. Form: initial, delicately sweet. Talent: prolific offspring, 300 million eggs per spawn. Lu Qing was utterly taken aback. Unbelievable. This was truly astonishing. 300 million eggs in one spawning, far exceeding the numbers during my human days. The form was equally remarkable, directly labeled as delicately sweet. This creature was clearly destined to be consumed, and no matter how formidable the insectoid, sea fish, or other beasts, none could completely devour it. Lu Qing genuinely realized that the ability to reproduce was indeed a form of prowess. He extracted the energy core and consumed it. Gained 3468 flesh value points. Over 3,000 points were quite substantial for this sluggish, low-attack sea plumpfish. Lacking the ability to enter the sea himself, he lamented that he could otherwise abandon terrestrial hunting and leap into the waters to capture these extraordinarily prolific sea plumpfish. With over 3,000 experience points per fish, given their swimming speed, catching 100 in a day would be a breeze, effortlessly propelling him to new heights. He estimated that in a month or 2, he could evolve to a super form. With a resigned sigh, Lu Qing pondered when he might evolve to a semi-aquatic state. Just as he lamented his inability to swim, he noticed 3 sea fire worms staring blankly from 100 meters away. Did he claim to be a mantis? So formidable? The 6 sea fire worms were so easily annihilated. He appears to have noticed us. Indeed, Lu Qing had spotted them. A veritable bounty of 40,000 experience points lay before him. For Lu Qing, who was utterly obsessed with experience, no opportunity could be overlooked. Thus, he unfurled his wings and flew toward the 3 sea fire worms. The 3 sea fire worms were quite astute. Without a moment's hesitation, they discarded the sea plumpfish, ignited their rears, and leapt into the sea. After a few bubbles, they vanished without a trace. Lu Qing stood at the water's edge, irked as he plunged his blade into the mud, sending particles scattering. Darn it. I'll practice diving tomorrow. After absorbing the energy core of the sea plumpfish, Lu Qing circled the area and unexpectedly discovered the lair of the sea fire worms. Their den was located within an underground hollow, housing over 30 high-tier energy cores. These energy cores contained immense energy, and no species could digest them as Lu Qing could. Moreover, hunting by the seaside was relatively straightforward, which is why the sea fire worms consistently amassed a considerable stockpile of energy cores. 30 energy cores from sea plumpfish would surely yield no less than 100,000 experience points at a minimum. To raid a sea fire worm's lair for 100,000 experience, Lu Qing suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. If a group of sea fire worms, calculated by fives, caught 3 sea plump fish daily, they would produce energy cores yielding 10,000 experience points each day. Chapter 93. Advancement. Dear worker bugs, your hard work is appreciated. Lu Qing realized that if he were to slay 5 sea fire bugs, he could earn a staggering 70,000 experience points in one go. Alternatively, should he choose not to kill them, but rather to fully reap the rewards of the 7 days of labor that these 5 sea firebugs had to offer, he would still garner the same amount of experience. If there were any residual stock of these sea firebugs, it would be a windfall indeed. Lacking the ability to swim and thereby possessing almost no capacity for capture in the ocean, he could simply have the sea firebugs work for him. A group of sea firebugs could yield 10,000 experience points in a single day, and it was estimated that there were at least 30 to 50 swarms of them on this small island. If all of them were to toil on his behalf, he could achieve advancement in just 3 to 4 days. Within a month, he would undoubtedly reach a superlative form. In such a scenario, why engage in combat at all? Exploiting these bugs seemed far more profitable. Indeed, I have finally become a capitalist. Lu Qing, with a cheerful demeanor, collected this cluster of energy cores into his mouth, amassing a total of 100,000 experience points. Watching his experience bar surge once more, he contentedly began to search for the next cluster. After all, sea firebugs are a kind of insect race that requires land. The 3 sea firebugs that had previously fled, upon seeing no trace of the mantis on the shore, boldly ventured onto land. As they emerged, they dragged along a plump sea fish they had fortuitously captured. The audacity of foreign species attempting to ensnare them was nothing short of a delusion. Ha ha ha, we just encountered a few of our kin, and the news has already spread. Silly mantis, you won't catch a single one of us. Indeed, even if they cannot best us, they cannot escape our grasp. Humph, on this entire island, no race is as cunning as we are. Of course, our level of intelligence is such that even if we were to scoop our brains out, they would still be thrice the size of a little mantis. With an air of self-satisfaction, they began to feast upon the sea fish, all the while boasting of their cleverness. At the slightest hint of danger, they would leap back into the sea, knowing full well that the mantis could not swim and would be left helplessly staring from the shore. Ha ha ha, the sight of them standing there, utterly dumbfounded, is truly a source of amusement. Foolish mantis, do you think you can play with us? You will be left with nothing. Though the demise of 6 of our kin was indeed tragic. Tragic? No, I find that name rather fitting. We shall adopt it henceforth. We are now the sea fire family. Having eaten their fill and with nightfall approaching, they decided it was time to return to their lair. Let us go. The 3 sea firebugs marched back to their nest with an air of indifference. Shortly thereafter, 3 furious roars erupted from within their hollow. Which scoundrel has pilfered my amassed energy cores? 23 energy cores, mind you. Come out, and I assure you, I shall not end your life. Lu Qing had gathered 4 clusters, each yielding considerable rewards. The least he received was 50 to 60,000 experience points, while on one occasion, he had amassed as much as 100,000. The experience bar was rising rapidly. Such swift gains in experience left Lu Qing feeling euphoric. Even the encroaching darkness of night could not deter his quest for experience. The sea firebug's lair was rather rudimentary, with minimal cover, likely due to the absence of natural predators. Even in the dark, Lu Qing found it relatively easy to locate them. Ahead lay another nest. He approached cautiously. Inside the hollow, 4 sea firebugs lay asleep, one of which was resting atop an energy core. Lu Qing carefully leaped into the cave. The slumbering sea firebugs were completely oblivious to the intrusion of another insect race. How was he to retrieve the energy core with the bug lying on top? Thus, Lu Qing gently prodded the creature with his blade. Come now, worker bug, would you kindly shift aside? The sea fireworm, still gripped by remnants of sleep, was ready to unleash a tirade the moment consciousness returned. However, upon encountering an oddly shaped giant insect before it, realization dawned instantly: the mantis. Indeed, a mantis. The other 3 were roused from their slumber, and for a fleeting moment, their gazes locked in stunned silence before they fled as if propelled by rockets. Just in time, Lu Qing, with tears brimming, consumed the energy cores amassed by the worker worms. Over 70,000 experience points, truly remarkable. Now to search for more. Have they emerged? If they do, we shall flee. Yes, that mantis's blade-like limbs are exceedingly formidable. We cannot withstand them. The 4 sea fireworms were poised to leap into the sea. It emerged, Lu Qing darted out, then waved the blade-like limbs. You all continue to sleep? I shall take my leave. Farewell. With that, it truly spread its wings and departed. Is it really leaving? Wasn't it said that this mantis is exceptionally fierce? Would it not annihilate the entire sea fire family at the slightest provocation? I cannot say. It appears quite amicable. Should we not return to sleep? Perhaps not. How can we sleep, fearing it might return to slay us? It should not, for just moments ago, the mantis was beside us while we all slumbered, and it did not strike then. It is unlikely it would return specifically to attack us. Let us return and take a look. Upon entering the burrow, the sea fireworm exclaimed, "What in the world? Where are my energy cores? All gone. It must have been that mantis that devoured them. Impossible. No insect species could consume over 20 energy cores. Do not restrain me. I will go and pierce that mantis." The benevolent Lu Qing, however, never raised a blade against the sea fireworms again, even kindly warning them. The blade mantis approaches, you know. After a few moments, 6 sea fireworms erupted from their hideout, spewing flames. Only then did Lu Qing enter the burrow, politely consuming all the energy cores. Upon emerging, it amiably informed them. The blade mantis has departed. It even thoughtfully reminded them. You fellows should continue to sleep. After all, you need to fish tomorrow. Die in the dead of night, beneath the high-hanging moon. Lu Qing's experience bar brimmed. Even before finishing raiding the sea fireworm's nest, it had completely replenished its experience bar. Such efficiency is truly admirable. Without hesitation, Lu Qing chose to upgrade. The immense and gentle energy enveloped its entire being, intensifying the violet glow that enveloped it. Minutes later, the ascension was complete. Species: Advanced Mantis Form, High Void Reaper, 4672 500000. Skills: Void Rending, Evolvable, Power Augmentation 700. With added Void Strike, Void Traversal, Evolvable. Utilizes the power of the void for movement, speed of 700, talent, stealth, hides form and aura according to the environment. Void Power has gained a rudimentary understanding of void power. Applicable in combat, there was a slight change in physique. Previously 10 meters tall, it now reached 12 meters, and when the blade limbs extended, they attained a terrifying length of 18 meters. With greater strength and swifter flight, coupled with the amplification from void power, it had undoubtedly become a singular entity beneath the super tier. The upgrade is delightful, yet Lu Qing is a diligent mantis. Regardless of the late hour, nothing shall hinder my labor. Thus, he once more commenced the search for the dwelling of the sea fireflies. Kind reminders echoed once again along the shores of the night. The scythe mantis approaches. As dawn broke, over 30 sea fireflies congregated by the shore, their voices rife with indignation. Thieving mantis, robber mantis, unprincipled mantis. My 32 energy cores, intended for locating females, have been plundered. How shall I survive henceforth? Chapter 94. I implore you to unite. It is only reasonable to collect a small fee. We must band together to vanquish this detestable mantis. Indeed, unity is paramount. Only through solidarity can we resist this invasive species. Let us unite. Let us forge the glory of our sea fireflies. Very well. Our organization shall officially be established. We require a name. With so many sea fireflies, we must choose a name that is both impressive and meaningful. Let us call ourselves the Sea Hala League. Agreed. A name that is both stylish and profound. The Sea Hala League was formally established in the morning. There were merely over 30 members, but by nightfall, their ranks swelled to 50. The Sea Hala League united under a common goal: to safeguard their hard-earned bounty and drive away the mantis. More than 50 sea fireflies gathered, swiftly excavating a grand burrow at the mountain's base as their new abode. Unbeknownst to them, on the opposite side of the hill, a rather unassuming mantis was taking a respite upon a large tree. Digging was no challenge for them. By afternoon, they had completed their task. Such a multitude of sea fireflies required sustenance. With their rapid digestion, they needed 3 meals a day, none to be omitted. After a long morning of labor to defend their harvest, they began to express their hunger. Consequently, they split into smaller teams and ventured into the sea to fish. The results from the dozen or so teams were quite remarkable. By evening, they had captured over 20 plump sea fish. After relishing a splendid feast, the sea fireflies commenced assigning night watch duties. Ultimately, the 3 smallest sea fireflies were designated as the sentinels. The others had retreated into the great burrow to rest, while the 3 stood vigil. Gazing up at the starry sky, it was clear they were being bullied. Before the establishment of the Sea Hala League, I was tormented by the mantis. Now, with the league formed, I am still bullied by my own kind. Was the Sea Hala League established in vain? Indeed, it seems we need not venture into the sea to hunt, thus making life a tad easier. The smallest among them, clutching its claws, glanced toward the burrow, lamenting, "What a fate! We can eat and sleep. Yet who can withstand such a night vigil?" "I can endure," declared the largest of the 3, brimming with confidence. An hour later, the 3 sentinels had succumbed to deep slumber. In the darkness, a creature wielding a large blade stealthily approached. Upon witnessing the grand burrow, Lu Qing instantly grasped the situation. Over 50 have banded together? The worker fireflies, realizing their arduous toil, have congregated to labor in unison? How touching! If tears were possible, I would be weeping profusely at this moment. These industrious fireflies are truly remarkable. I must not let them down. Thus, Lu Qing approached the trio of slumbering sentinels. With a swift kick from the dorsal side of his foot, Lu Qing nudged one of the sea fireworms. The sluggish creature, lost in slumber, remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Summoning a bit of strength, Lu Qing deftly flicked 2 large blades with the back of his foot. As the drowsy sea fireworm stirred, it was met with the sight of a mantis and a colossal blade. Startled, it froze in place, forgetting to alert its companions. However, lingering in stupor was not an option. The enormous blade loomed in the soil before it, and the mantis approached, urging it to shout. Huh? Shout. Communicate with all your might. The giant blade mantis is here. Realizing the urgency, the vigilant sea fireworm mustered all its strength to relay the warning. Brothers, the giant blade mantis has arrived. Rise quickly. 2 nearby companions were the first to awaken. Under the watchful gaze of the 3 sentinels, Lu Qing's figure gradually faded into the darkness. Soon, over 50 sea fireworms surged forth from the grand burrow. Brothers, it is time for revenge. Where is it? Where is the mantis? The 3 sentinels simultaneously pointed their blade-like forelimbs towards the direction of Lu Qing's disappearance. In that instant, he vanished completely. There exists a fish in the sea with the ability to become invisible. So the temporary leader, Big Head, quickly deduced that this mantis likely possessed the same ability. Surely, it could not have gone far. Let us all unleash our flames, and let it witness the true might of the sea fireworms. Indeed, breathe fire. Even if we cannot burn it to ashes, we shall frighten it to death. The spectacle of over 50 sea fireworms spewing flames was truly magnificent. The entire beach was ablaze with searing fire. Yet, Lu Qing was not frightened to death, for he had already submerged into the grand burrow. The burrow was vast, its walls meticulously shaped by their blade-like forelimbs. In a corner, Lu Qing discovered 24 energy cores. Fresh and recently harvested, it was evident they had been extracted that very day. Of course, these sea fireworms also consumed energy cores, yet they could hardly manage to eat even 1/20th daily. Such exploitation was inadvisable. Thus, Lu Qing selected 2 that had already been nibbled and replaced them with 2 fresh ones. The remaining 20 were devoured by Lu Qing as if they were mere sunflower seeds. They melted in his mouth, granting him a slight increase in experience. Content, Lu Qing soared out of the grand burrow. Outside, the fire-spitting worms continued their fiery display. Hovering in midair, Lu Qing kindly reminded them, "Do not exhaust yourselves too much. We must fish tomorrow. Rest early, so considerate." How infuriating! The temporary leader, Big Head, turned its rear towards the sky. However, before it could adjust, Lu Qing had already vanished into the night. Unable to fly, they had no means of pursuit. Cursed speed. Humph. He must now understand the true strength of our sea fireworms. Let us return to the burrow and enjoy a good night's sleep. Upon entering the burrow, they were met with a shocking sight. The energy cores they had just collected had been plundered again, leaving only 4 behind. Big Head stamped its foot. It seems we have fallen victim to a cunning ploy to lure us away from the burrow. Devious, too devious. Who would have thought that there exists an insect species with intellect on par with our sea fireworms? Just as they had acquired the energy cores, they had been snatched away before they could even warm them. How infuriating. I wish to stab him. Yet, Lu Qing did not acquire the energy cores without purpose. He aimed to assist the newly formed Hyla group, aiding them in their growth. Throughout the night, he dealt a thrashing to all sea fireworms that had yet to join the Hyla group. Seizing their energy cores, your strength is utterly lacking. You ought to unite, for only then would I feel a sense of trepidation and refrain from provoking you. Beneath the volcano lies a formidable congregation of Hyla, thriving in robust numbers, and you might contemplate joining their ranks. The warning from this foreign tribe holds merit. They have accepted it. Before dawn the following day, these sea fireworms commenced their quest for the Hyla gathering near the volcano. As for those obstinate sea fireworms who refused to heed counsel, Lu Qing paid them 2 visits, imparting a modest lesson, and they soon comprehended the meaning of being outnumbered. Thus, under Lu Qing's deliberate manipulation, the sea fireworms transformed from small clusters into grand assemblages. The super cavern underwent further expansion, creating a scene of flourishing vitality. Your entire tribe has coalesced, emerging as the most formidable force on the island. Is it not reasonable for me to claim a modest reward? More than 350 sea fireworms can produce between 170 to 200 energy cores in a single day, yielding nearly 600,000 experience points daily. Chapter 95. Apart from myself, no other race can bully you. Of course, Lu Qing's heart was not so callous as to leave them with nothing. More than 20 sea fireworms could consume one energy core in a day, with the entire tribe at most consuming 20 cores. In truth, Lu Qing only absorbed around 500,000 experience points. Over these past few days, the sea fireworms remained vigilant. Yet soon they discovered that facing a camouflaged mantis was an insurmountable challenge. They could neither combat nor defend against it. If provoked, they might even receive a beating. What to do? The unyielding worker worms pondered daily until the arrival of this fateful day. The sun shone brightly. The sea was calm and tranquil. Lu Qing stood in the water, diligently honing his diving skills. The mantis's anatomy allowed it to swim, and with the aid of its powerful forelimbs, it could move swiftly. However, it could not dive, let alone plunge into the depths of the ocean to fish. Merely swimming proved futile, as the creatures of the sea required only a slight descent, leaving Lu Qing helplessly watching. After much practice, he could expel gas from his abdomen, thereby increasing his diving depth somewhat. Though the maximum was only 10 meters, this depth was evidently insufficient. After practicing, he surfaced. As he barely poked his triangular head above the water, he felt the sunlight being obscured. Upon closer inspection, a falcon soared overhead. Race, thunder eagle form, extreme, law of lightning talent. Lightning, an understanding of the lightning element, capable of wielding it against foes, requiring specific movements for guidance. Talent, swiftness, a slight comprehension of the power of wind, enabling swifter dives and attacks. Dual talents? This thunderfire requires guided movements. I am familiar with that. Just last time, I had a taste of its warmth. However, given that it is a thunder eagle, its very nature signifies ferocity. With wings spanning 20 meters, its talons likely measure 3 meters in length. If it were to attack with worker worms backing me, I am raking in hundreds of thousands daily. There is absolutely no need to pursue an eagle empowered by the winds. Thus, Lu Qing paid no heed to it and continued to practice his diving. The mantis truly lacked talent for diving. But after 2 minutes, it surfaced once more. Darn it. I really wish I could transform into a large shrimp. Just as Lu Qing lamented the mantis's helplessness against the sea, he suddenly heard a commotion. 3 sea fireflies basked in the sun by the shore. They spent 4 hours each day fishing, and the remaining time was devoted either to feasting or slumbering, or simply soaking up the sun. With no natural enemies and an abundance of resources beyond imagination, their existence was undeniably pleasant. 1 sea firefly scratched its belly, expressing its doubts about their newly elected leader, who seemed utterly incapable of thwarting the vile mantis. Another chimed in, asserting that it was not the leader's inadequacy, but rather the cunning of the mantis that posed the true challenge. Humph, one day we shall devise a way to deal with it, and transform it into roasted mantis. What is that dark spot over there? Perhaps a seabird. They appear daily, nothing remarkable about that. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that it does not resemble a seabird. Seabirds feast solely on fish and show no interest in our insect kin, hence they remain unconcerned. Even if presented right before them, they would certainly not partake. But as the shadow drew closer, one of them exclaimed in alarm. It was not a seabird, but an unknown type of flying creature. Having never encountered an eagle, they naturally failed to recognize it. Nonetheless, they remained untroubled. Recently, this unfamiliar species had been frequenting their shores. It had been months since any strange race had appeared, and now, within just a few days, 2 had shown up. No matter. For we, the sea fireflies, are the strongest. That bird seems to be descending. No. It appears to be truly descending. How swift. The diet of the thunder eagle is remarkably diverse. In simple terms, anything edible is fair game. It does not fish, as it must be wary of the colossal creatures lurking beneath the waves. Previously, it had flown for 7 days without finding a morsel to consume. Thus, upon spotting 3 insects on the beach, it launched an immediate assault. Empowered by the winds, its speed was astonishing. With a blur of motion, it swooped down, its talons piercing through 1 sea firefly's head in an instant, before soaring back into the sky. The other 2, witnessing their companion's swift demise, immediately sounded the alarm. Enemy attack, enemy attack. After enduring the ravages of Lu Qing, the sea fireflies had cultivated remarkably quick reflexes. Nearly 100 sea fireflies surged forth. Lacking the ability to fly, they could only unleash flames to propel themselves a few dozen meters into the air. Such a distance was inadequate to catch the lightning-fast thunder eagle, which they could only watch as it carried its prey away to the volcano. The thunder eagle tore the sea firefly apart. The energy core rolled onto the ground. It did not consume the energy core, for the immense energy within was beyond its capacity to digest. For the ravenous creature, flesh was the preferred choice. The thunder eagle discovered the chest and abdomen of these insects to be exceptionally delectable. Thus, it feasted solely on the succulent flesh of the chest and abdomen. After devouring its fill, the thunder eagle was only 3 parts satiated. These insects were sluggish in their reactions. With its speed of ambush, they scarcely had time to respond. Truly a fine quarry. It decided to linger for a few days, indulging itself before continuing its search for land. The thunder eagle muttered a few words, its sharp gaze fixating on the cluster of sea fireflies on the beach. Another one. It spread its wings, enveloped in the power of the winds, launching itself rapidly towards the sea fireflies. The sea fireflies were taken aback by the creature's astonishing speed. By the time they attempted to unleash their fiery defense, it was already too late. The leader, known as Tu, internally lamented their fate. For the thunder eagle's target was none other than it. Such speed, such sharp claws and beak, inevitably fatal. I have only just ascended to the position of leader. The thrill has scarcely faded, yet I find myself in grave peril. Dadua has resigned to his fate. The thunder eagle cares not for titles. It is solely fixated on whether its prey is succulent. Clearly, this one is the most plump and, thus, should be the most delectable. The power of the wind has been maximized, and its speed reaches its zenith. With claws extended, it hurtles towards Dadua. Just 20 meters away, the thunder eagle perceives an abrupt distortion in the air before it. Suddenly, a purple blade slices through the atmosphere. In a swift reaction, the thunder eagle's claws collide with the violet weapon. The sound of metal clashing reverberates through the sky. The thunder eagle adjusts its form, dissipating the force, then inhales sharply. Such formidable blade strength. Lu Qing's silhouette materializes in midair, emanating a resplendent purple glow. The thunder eagle is indeed powerful. The very fact that it could sense and respond to a sudden ambush speaks volumes of its agility and instinct for danger. Surpassing that of most species, Dadua stands utterly dumbfounded. Confronted with the imminent death that had approached so swiftly, myriad possibilities flicker through his mind. He considers that perhaps the large bird's aim is poor, allowing him to narrowly escape. He contemplates the notion that perhaps a sea fireworm might sacrifice itself to shield him from a lethal strike. He imagines that there could be swift, ready to unleash flames to drive away the avian threat.